Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. We are here for some of the best racing of the entire season. This course has a little bit of everything to test an Ultra4 car to its limits, and this is Ultra4 USA Racing at its finest. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and the EMC cars are about to take the green flag, the Everyman Challenge, and Chuck Crossland right there, 1,150 horsepower, is in that pole position, Pam.
Yes, he is, and we do have 3 classes also racing at the same time. A total of 30 cars should be out on the race course. We have our 4,800 class, we have our 4,500 class, and our 4,600 class. But with Chuck Crossland being that number 1 qualifier, he's going to start off the morning with no dust in front of him, and let's see if he can keep it out front.
That was Jeff Martin, Dan Wyrick, Sean Rance, Justin Barth, Jesse Oliver, Cody St. Clair, Greg Neff. There are 3 different races going on all at the same time. The Everyman Challenge has 4,800 Legends cars, the 4,500 modifieds, and the 4,600 stocks. After we get all the cars off the line, I'll explain exactly what each and every class is. But I really think we're about to go green flag any moment, so I don't want to get caught, Pam. I'm excited. It was an amazing day of racing yesterday, and today is only going to get better. We had some technical difficulties early yesterday. We got them dialed. The camera crews are at Rockface and at Hell's Gate. We have our drones here in town. It's going to be a show. It is going to be a show for sure, and like you were just saying, they're going to go green flag racing here in just a moment. They were getting everybody in place with all of their safety crew and everybody in place, the safety equipment on site, the ambulance on site, everybody's ready to go. And here we're getting ready to start here. And there we go, Chuck Crossland, the 4869 taking off. Out of Los Molinas, California, with Crossland Off-Road Racing. It is Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with Brian Tooley twin turbo LS 6-liter with 1,150 horsepower. Hughes Turbo 400, Behemoth 205, Mickey Thompson Dirty Life wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon, FK, Torco Oil, Renegade Race Fuel, South Bay Driveline, Tire Spine, All-Terrain Offsets, WFO, PRP, Rugged, and Holly EFI. They are taking off one at a time. Every 1 minute, this race will be on adjusted time. It's a 3-lap race, 27 miles per lap. It's going to be a great showing out there. Yes, it is, and you can see Chuck Crossland making his way through. At the start of the race, they do the short course area where they were also qualifying as well on Friday, but Chuck Crossland making his way through. He has a hairpin turn that he'll be going into. We did have a car tumble yesterday in that, but right now it is the 866 of Sean Reisky. And Rick Murray riding shotgun out of Mishawaka, Indiana with 866 Motorsports and a home-built chassis, LS3 Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, PRP, JKS, Brannick, Fox, Dirty Life Race Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Warren, East Coast Gear Supply, Steinjager, and Mishwana Auto Parts. It's going to be a great show. I was talking to all the racers last night. They were getting excited. Brian Trimp made his way. He's going to take a rear start. He showed up yesterday afternoon after doing Storm in Florida. Drove from Florida to Michigan, from Michigan to here. Made it here about mid-afternoon. Took 1 lap on the course in the UTV, and he'll take a rear start. Yes, exactly. I saw him yesterday, and I didn't realize that he had actually got in co-driver with Andrew Shipman. I was wondering. I didn't know that either at the time. I go, your face is so dirty. It looks like you've already been on the course. He goes, I was. I'm like, you didn't tell. He literally parked the bus, toter, yes, and literally hopped out, grabbed his gear, and went straight to the start line. Exactly. Now off the line is the 1470 of Jeff Martin. With Justin Sherwin riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana with Martin Racing. He's in a Miller Motorsports chassis with an LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Method Race Wheels. He is representing the United States Navy Seabees, and that is an amazing car. Eric Miller has driven it. It used to be, I can't remember the name, RFA had it for a while, then Jody Ford, and now it's passed to Jeff Martin. This car is dialed. It used to be a 4400 car. They dumped it down to be a Legends car, and that's exactly why this class was made. It's going to be a very fun to watch. A lot of heavy hitters out here in the EMC. Yes, exactly, and we have a lot of cars that will be still taking off the line, but next up, sitting there, getting ready to take that green flag, is the 218 of Dan Wyrick. It's been a lot of fun watching that car. It's an absolute work of art. So Dan Wyrick and Jason Sears riding shotgun with him out of Santa Rosa, California with DW Racing and that beautiful UFO
Toyota Tacoma, built by Joe Thompson with that LS7 600 horsepower. ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, TubeWorks, Raceline wheels, Toyo tires, King shocks, OMP, proper tuning, rugged, off-road Patriot, FK, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, PRP, DW Acoustics, and MPI. Great to see Dan Wyrick out there having some fun. He's been sharing driving duties off and on with Paul Wolf, but Paul Wolf, after his double duty yesterday, he opted to take the morning off and get ready for the 4,400 race.
Well, in reality, too, Paul Wolf needs to make sure that his endurance and his stamina is top-notch when he gets in his 4,400 because there's so many heavy hitters in that class later on. You don't want to be worn down, so that was a great call by him. But next up on the line here in just a minute, as we're watching Dan Wyrick go through the short course. Again, this is the short course that they qualified on. He has a hairpin turn that he'll be making. And right now, the 45-31 of Sean Rance taking the green flag.
With truck twisted riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing and that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Haynes fabrication chassis with a Richard Performance 455 Ford Small Block 700 horsepower, ATI Turbo 400 with a Hero T-Case, Rough Stuff Mega High 9s, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, RPM Automotive, Super Winch, Ford Performance, and Ballistic. He's been racing with us with Everyman Challenge, I believe, since 2012 when we invented the Everyman Challenge.
And there you were watching the lineup, but look at that. That is the dust that they are all driving through this morning, and we can see Sean Rance way out in the distance, just the lights. Thank goodness that we have those on, but that's also why we have that racing tracks as well, because driving in the dust is something that's not very fun.
And yesterday was extremely windy. Today it's got a little bit of wind. I'm going to say 4 to 5 miles an hour is it, and you'd think that's be enough, but look how thick that dust is.
Yeah,
man.
It's definitely thick, and right now it's okay because the sun, the way it's hitting, but right now also the 417, Justin Barth taking the green flag.
With Paul Geisenhagen riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing and that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis with an LS3 427 700 horsepower. Turbo 400 Atlas King IBPs. Nitto tires, RCV, and Raceline wheels are new to his program. Great to see him. He raced his Maverick R yesterday. Had a little bit of mishap. Not exactly sure what happened. He did finish. He was a lap down. So at least he knows the course. But Justin Barth, Springfield, Missouri, out there getting her done.
Yes, it's awesome to see these drivers that do cross over because sometimes what the drivers do, if they can, they'll use a class like Justin Barth in the UTVs, basically kind of like a pre-run as well. So we do have a lot of drivers that do crossover like that. But sitting at the line waiting to take the green flag is Mr. Jesse Oliver in the 45-17 as we're watching Justin Barth.
Jesse Oliver and Randy Cole out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing and that Oliver Racing chassis with a Mass Motors LS 427, Edmunds Turbo 400, Atlas, Ironman Off-Road, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Magnitude suspension, Warren Edmunds Speed Shop, Dynamic Motorsports, Off-Road Anonymous, and Rugged Radios. Jesse Oliver out there doing some great things, and he's got a little trick up his sleeve. He's got a new car that he's building. He's kind of kept her hush. He's like, it's not a secret, but I'm not ruining the surprise. But I'm excited to see what old Jesse Oliver has to surprise us with next season.
Yeah, it's pretty cool when the drivers do that. The little leaks get out here and there, and yeah, it's pretty fun to watch. But next off the line, Cody St. Clair in the 45-61 will be taking that green flag here in just a moment.
The Texas Kid with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports and that Tribe 16 chassis with a Thompson LS 408 stroker. Turbo 400, Atlas, Raceline wheels, Cooper tires, Torco oils, Full Throttle batteries, Dave's Off-Road, a Factor 55, Warren Racing, Brannick, PSC, and Rufus Racing. And speaking about Tribe 16, they've been building cars for a long time, and they are here on site. They're doing our driver appreciation dinner for the Nationals tonight. So Adam Shearer and Tribe 16 are on site, and they're ready to party. Tonight, it's on. We've worked all year long for this last day of racing, and then the party tonight is going to be exciting.
Not only will it be a party for, the awesome food that we're going to have by Tribe 16, but we also are going to be giving away some amazing trophies as well. But right now, we do have next up off the line, Mr. Greg Neff in the number 73. He'll be coming up momentarily while we are watching Cody St. Clair in the short course area. So what he's doing, he's going to do a little jump right here, comes into a hairpin left-hand turn, 90 right, and then heads right on out into the prairie. As Greg Neff takes the green flag.
with Eric Risco riding shotgun out of Denver, Colorado with Neff Motorsports. And that Neff Motorsports chassis with an LS3 525 horsepower, 6L90 transmission, Hero T-case, Sherpa equipment, Kenda tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff, Warren Racing, Factor 55, Yukon, Coyote Enterprises, Baja Designs, and Redline Oils. Great to see old Greg out there having some fun. The Everyman Challenge race is underway. 3 laps, 27 miles per lap, 81 miles in total. For the 48s and 45s, the 4600 class is only running 2 laps. And then we'll run right around high noon. We'll run the Youth 170s. And then 1 p.m., we're going to try to start the 4400, the Unlimited class, the biggest and baddest names of our sport.
That was such a great view right there, showing the sunrise coming up, the dust in the air, and Greg Neff making his way through the short course as the number 26 of Dwayne Garrettson takes the green flag.
The Ricky Bobby of Ultra4 with Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun out of Alma, Arkansas with Come Get You Some Off-Road. And that Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco with a Limitless Performance LS. BTE Turbo 400, Atlas, Yokohama, Raceline Wheels, Yukon, Optima, PRP, PSC, Steinjager, Brannick, Warren, Custom Splice, Radflow, Spider Tracks, Willwood, Extreme Diesel, Sewing Machine Singer, CDL Academy, Patterson Wellhead, Tom Woods Custom Drivelines, Jimmy's 4x4, STT, Sign Planet, and Daily Meats Processing. He's got a lot of great sponsors. He's been racing Ultra4 for a long time and just one of those great characters of the sport.
Exactly. I mean, so much time under his belt, so many trophies and championships and wins, podium finishes under his belt as well. Right now we do have the 48-19 of Jesse Lee waiting as we are sitting here watching Dwayne Garrettson make his way through. And there we have the 48-19 Jesse Lee taking the green flag.
With Dan English riding shotgun out of Prather, California with J. Lee Racing. He's got a few tubes he threw together and some Toyota panels, and he's out there having fun. He's got a junkyard supercharged V8, AW4 transmission, NP205 transfer case, Nitto tires, ADS, Trail Gear, Yukon, Warren Racing, Yoda 1 Performance, and Dom Bonker Construction. Great to see Jesse Lee out there getting her done.
And yes, as we were watching, that is where they're exiting out towards the Prairie area, making their way out on their 27-mile loop. But here is Jesse Lee. That is, right there is a nice little bank that they were building for the drivers to not have to completely let up in speed. But Bird, Chris Elrod out here, you know, touching up the course the past few days before we started racing, and it's been an amazing short course.
And I was talking to RDP this morning, and he was there during qualifying. He's like, I got some killer slow-mo shots there. He's like, the fluff was just flying.
All right, now taking off the line, the 4500 of Diesel Krentz.
With Jake Glazer riding shotgun out of Lincolnton, North Carolina with Team Stacked. In that stacked off-road built JKU, a 360 Magnum V8, Atlas, Curry, Rock Crawler suspension, Adams drive shaft, Red 5 graphics, Savvy Off-Road, Mass Acceleration Motorsports, Tower Place Jewelers, Brown and Miller Racing Solutions. And Diesel Krentz, I love his smile, I love his laugh, and he's out here having fun with Ultra4 USA.
You know, it would be fun to see him together with the Gomez's, because
oh,
the Gomez's laughter, Diesel Krentz's laughter, oh my gosh, that would be one conversation that'd be pretty fun to be a part of. But Diesel Krentz, last year at Nationals, I have to, or not Nationals, but one of Disney when we raced, I have to say he was probably one of my favorite interviews I've ever had. But now we do have the 869 of Jeffrey Flanagan taking off.
Out of Disney, Oklahoma with Flanagan Motorsports. He's got that bent fab chassis with an LS3, Turbo 400, Phenom T-case, Yukon, FOA shocks, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, Max Motorsports, Kenny's Island Spirits, Mooney's Bar and Grill, Schultz Creek Campground, and Disney, Rocks and Docks Rentals, CMT Trucking. And if we had him on the show yesterday, and he's the one that had that impact that was half gone.
Half gone, exactly.
He texted me. He's like, hey, I think I lost my Milwaukee impact on the qualifying course. So I was like, all right. So I texted some of the guys out there. They drove around. They found it. They brought it to me.
Yeah,
but it was just the head.
Yeah, that was not – I wonder if warranty covers that.
No. No, there isn't much with warranty in racing that makes sense.
I'm totally joking.
What's the warranty on a race engine? When it leaves the shop.
as we're watching Jeffrey go through the short course. And now we have the 551 of Tom Van Schaik taking the green flag.
With Zach riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada, with Van Schaik Racing. In that TMR chassis with an LS 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, D3 Fabrication, Motive Media, and A Media. That's EHA with Radflow and Yukon. Glad to see the Canadians out here having some fun with us. It's great to see so many people racing from all over the world, and that just gets bigger and better, especially when we go to King of the Hammers here in just less than 100 days, Pam.
Exactly. Oh, look at this.
And look
now
at this.
On board with Chuck Crossland.
I love it. Thank you, Chucky. And now we get to see if he's got his talent tank filled up or not.
If he remembered to fill it up this morning. Right now we're watching the onboard, like we just said, of Chuck Crossland. It's a little choppy. I mean, he does have the Starlink on there, but there's a lot of trees and canyons in here. So we'll go back to him whenever we can. But we do have now taking off the line the 48-24 of Scott Farley.
This is his first race in the 4800 class with Littlefoot riding shotgun out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing in that Tribe 16 chassis with a Thompson 427, Fritz Turbo 400, Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, Texas Dents, Precision Designs, Spider Tracks, PSC, Warren, and Mama Ange. He just is so stoked to be a part of Rufus Racing. He's their lead mechanic right now, and he's able to work on all the cars. And then Ange said, hey, let's get a car for you and let you have some fun and enjoy it as well. So I love the entire Rufus Racing family as we're back riding with Chuck Crossland. How cool is this? Starstream in the middle of Davis, Oklahoma.
Right.
We're in the middle of nowhere. 6,500 here. 6,500 acres here on this property, the middle of the Arbuckle Mountains, and we got Starstream live on camera, and that shows you how rough this terrain actually is.
Exactly, and right now taking the green flag for the first time debuting in this car, Miss Megan Miller in the 3105. Megan Miller, she flew out. She says it's kind of easy. Normally she's wrenching on her car with her husband, and this time she flew out. The car was ready to go. Rick Lavezzo was who she purchased it from, and Megan Miller. Pretty cool.
It's amazing. Yeah, Megan Miller and her husband, Derek Miller, in the car as we speak out of Shingle Springs, California with MDM Motorsports. And that Get Bent Fab metal cloak Ford Bronco with an LS7, JR's Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Milestar tires, metal cloak, Raceline wheels, Redline oils, and MDM Construction. And I love that they've stepped up from the stock class to the 4500 class. And Rick Lavezzo's car they just got is absolutely amazing. And speaking about amazing, Starstream.
Yes, exactly.
Chuck Crossland. And we will have Tad Dowker during the 4400 class as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We flip back to Megan Miller.
Yes, as she's making her way through the short course, but now we do have the 48-18 of Brian Moore taking the green flag.
With David Moore riding shotgun out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with Moore Racing in that Blue Torch Fab chassis with an LS3, Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, and he would not be racing here without the Jensen brothers and those ORI struts.
And there's all kinds of action going on all over the race course. Remember, at home, if you want to live track this race with our racing tracks, you will go to livemap.racingtracks.com. If you want to watch the scoring, we also have that at live.ultra4racing.com. But Racing Tracks also has a leaderboard as well, so it'll tell you the splits and all of that good jazz. But as we're watching Brian Moore go through, on the starting line, getting ready to take the green flag will be the 48.99 of Jonathan Bell here in just a moment.
And he is off with Michael Cathy riding shotgun out of Weatherford, Texas with Throttled Out Racing. In that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS7, Turbo 400, SCS T-Case, the Crossbar Off-Road Park, Bell Electric, Mike Cathy Foam, Weatherford Sign Company, NTX Mobile Repair. Great to see Jonathan Bell racing with us. I believe he's new to our sport, so yeah. Read my notes. He is new. He's making his rookie debut with Ultra4 USA. I recognize the car. I can't quite remember who had that one. So I recognize the car, but John Bell's out here racing with us. Great to see new blood in the sport.
Yes, again, we were talking about this yesterday. There are a lot of rookies out here that have never raced with Ultra4 or King of the Hammers or Ultra4 USA ever before. So it's really awesome to see the new people coming out to join us in this sport. A lot of them, talking to them, have been watching it for years, and they've decided to make the jump. So what else to do than go out and buy a car and get out here and do it. So as we're watching the 48.99 of Jonathan Bell, we do have the number 50 of Jeremy Brown taking the green flag.
He has his son-in-law Beef riding shotgun out of Rio Linda, California with Brown's Motorsports and that Trip Fab chassis. Mass Motorsports LSX 463, 750 horsepower. ATO Super 80, Atlas, Sierra Gear and Axle. The Grateful Ones MC Club, Mickey Thompson, Brown's Heating and Air, Warren Racing, Rock and Road Performance, Nacho Lights, Gower Construction, Pioneer Feed, and Pet Supply. And he wants to give a shout-out to the Gomez brothers and Waylon Campbell. You saw him catch fire yesterday during qualifying. His power steering pump actually exploded, caught fire. They put it out. They were able to find parts between the Gomez's and Wayland and got it going. So I love the camaraderie of the sport. It's so amazing and such a great job.
Yeah, that's exactly that shows exactly what these racers are doing. These racers aren't out here competing against him, but they also, if they were, they wouldn't want to beat him in the pits. They want to beat him on the track. But taking the green flag now is the man we've been talking about. Just showing up last night is the 896 of Brian Trimp.
With Colin Morlock riding shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with Shallow Pockets Racing and Trimp's Racing Services. We're in that Jeep Armory chassis with a supercharged GBM 408, 850 horsepower, a Tranny Tom Turbo 400, Atlas, Mickey Thompson, Dirty Life Race Wheels, Ironman Off-Road, Dynamic Motorsports, Warren Tyree Lights, Brannick and Max Repair, and I believe he actually took the supercharger off of this car. He ran that for Crandon, so I do believe he took that off, and I think I saw Jonathan Bell, actually he kind of missed course, I think he ran the qualifier, so I don't know how we're going to restart him. A tough break for that. But watching Brian Trimp right here, he was in Florida for 3 weeks doing storm duty. He got off, drove 30 hours home, rebuilt the car, drove 20 hours here, got here yesterday afternoon. We teched his car last night after the live show, and he's out there racing. Absolutely love it.
Exactly, and now taking off the line is the 4628 of Alex Fleming.
Our first 4600 car with Hayden Deathridge riding shotgun out of Bethune, Colorado with Sherpa Motorsports. And his 2004 Toyota 4Runner running IFS up front with a stock V8, Sherpa equipment. Doug Thorpe headers, Kenda tires, Yukon, Icon, Baja Designs, Hal Campfires, and Garmin. And they've got a great social media following and some great Toyota equipment. So go check out Sherpa online.
As you can see, they just went over that nice little jump that we were seeing our 4400s completely launch off of it during qualifying the other day. But there is that area that we were talking about that has a nice bank to it that makes them slow down just a little bit, but it's a great drifting corner. But here we have Alex Fleming making his way over towards right in front of us, Miles, where they were coming back towards the start line. But getting ready to take off now with the green flag. As you can hear that horsepower, the 4699 of Doug Langford.
North Carolina. With Rob Craven riding shotgun out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road. And that 2021 JL with an American's Most Wanted 392 Hemi, 625 horsepower, the most in the stock class. With that Outlaw Off-Road, Rock Crawler suspension, Next Venture Motorsports, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, American Iron Off-Road, H3R Performance, Baja Designs, Warren, and Factor 55.
That is a great list of sponsors that help out. But Doug Langford in that with that 392 in there, it's one of those that you can hear that horsepower, you can feel it when it goes by you. But out here having a great time racing with us here. But next on the line here in just one moment, that's going to be taking off. We have Mr. John Rance in the number 431. He had a little bit of a wild ride when we were at Stampede, but here he is back racing with us in the 431.
With Drew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. And that 2021 Ford Bronco with a 2.3 EcoBoost, 310 horsepower, a 7-speed manual transmission. I think he's the only manual out here racing this weekend. Atlas transmission, 74 weld portals, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff Specialties, Ballistic Fab, RPM, Brannick Motorsports, Funhaver Off-Road Team, Ford Performance, and Super Winch. So it's like you said, he took a pretty good tumble, but he's got a great team behind him, and that was a few months back. They've still been they were able to race it that weekend, but they've still been tweaking it, and now they're here, and it's exciting.
I mean, he raced Crandon too, I believe. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure he was at Crandon as well. So, yeah, I mean,
that was one thing, too. I mean, getting that Bronco back together. But as we are watching, that is Alex Fleming we were seeing. And now we're back to John Rance here in the infield. But taking the green flag right now is the 4688. Supposed to be John Schaefer, but we have Sergio Pinillos making his start here for John Schaefer.
Out of Birmingham, Alabama, with RPM Extreme Racing and that 2015 Jeep JK with RPM Extreme. Stock drivetrain, rock crawler suspension, Warren Racing, Falcon tires, Raceline wheels, Coyote liners, Savvy Off-Road, and Curry Enterprises. Yeah, tough break for John Schaefer. He's got a medical issue. He's not feeling quite up to it. He wanted to race. He went and pre-ran and knew his body just couldn't take it, so he used his fill-in driver of Sergio Pinillos.
All right, and then we do have coming up here in just a moment as Sergio's making his way around towards us, but you can see the great view right there from our drone pilots chasing down a little bit of the dust here for Sergio, but we have at the start line, like I was just saying, the 4605 of Albert Contreras.
With Bruno Pinillos riding shotgun out of Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road and that Jeep JL and that factory engine. Atlas, King, Torco, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Coyote beadlocks, Race Choice, Yukon, PCI, Artec, Genrite, Elderbrock, AFE, PRP, PSC, Warren Racing, Factor 55, Ballistic Fab, KP Fab, and Tune. And my buddy Bobby Lindgren is tuning in, enjoying the show, and he reminded me, hey, don't forget about old Mick Henson. He's got a manual, too. Yep, you're right. Thanks, buddy.
Yes, and he will be coming up in just a minute.
Tom Biddle may have a manual, too. So, I get one wrong every once in a while.
Can't be perfect all the time.
I try, though.
All right, and here we are watching Albert Contreras making his way through the short course. But next off the line will be the 674 of Derek Ausler.
Outlaw 74 with Justin Reese riding shotgun out of Alabaster, Alabama. With Rusty Nail Racing and that 2007 Toyota FJ. With Warren Racing, Project X, Raceline Wheels, Full Flame Fab, LFD Off-Road, Yoda Mafia, Max Trax, Ultra4 Racing, and Coyote Tire Liners. He was a King of the Hammers rookie this year. He's raced Ultra4 a fair amount, but it was great to see him take advantage of the King of the Hammers rookie program.
Yes, that is a great program for all of the new people coming through here and wanting to get their feet wet in the Ultra4 world. But as we're watching Derek make his way through the short course, we do have the next up off the line, who we were just talking about, Mick Henson in the 4619. But great shot right now of our drone footage of Derek Ausler making his way through. They are on part of they raced the start, like we were saying earlier, is on the short course that they were qualifying on. But here we have Derek Ausler still on, and now taking the green flag, the 4619 of Mick Henson.
With Mike riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma, with Rusty Nail Racing and that 1981 Toyota with a DAO racing engine, 22RE, Diamond Axles, Warren Racing, Factor 55, Yukon, Milestar Tires, Raceline Wheels, and Trail Gear. Mick Henson, that little Toyota that could. I absolutely love seeing these cars out there running strong. I mean, that's where rock crawling started back in the day. You heard the 10 benders. You know why? Because they had Toyota and they just beat these things to death, and they,
exactly.
They bent some tin.
It's really fun to watch them too. I mean, they get beat up. I mean, they don't have suspension.
Oh yeah, they're leaf springs.
All right, taking the green flag now will be the 4653 of Tom Biddle. We'll know right now if he is a manual or not.
So Joe Biddle with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing. And, yep, I can hear him getting ready to take off.
He's having some issues,
I think he dumped the clutch and killed it.
A couple times.
So Tom Biddle with Trail Rig Racing in that 1986 Toyota pickup.
It's not super happy right now.
Something's going on.
Yes.
He's got that 22RE Trail Gear with a dual T-case, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, off-road design, ADS, Irate 4x4, Yukon, and Filthy Motorsports.
All right.
Yeah, he's having some issues. Not sure exactly what is going on.
Yeah, he's struggling right at this moment. Such a bummer to struggle right off the start. His son Hunter will be racing later on, and he's actually pulling off the track. Got to get this figured out. I mean,
It's right here by pits at least.
What a bummer. Remember, he took a roll during qualifying, so that's why he's taking a rear start. And talking about a rear start, let's talk about this. This is going to shake up the national points a little bit. Bailey Cole was unable to get his Bronco going. Well, he gets a hold of his buddy Corey Day, and Bailey Cole is driver record right now in the 326 driving for him. You have to start or finish a race, as far as I understand this. So he's going to start the race, and then Corey Day is going to hop in and drive the rest, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But Bailey Cole is last off the line. He did not qualify, which you don't have to, but he is taking a rear start. That's why that car should have been on the pole with Corey, but now it's at the back of the block being driven by Bailey Cole. So it's going to be interesting to see how this transform. These racers did take off one at a time, 1 minute increments. It is a 27-mile lap. The stock class does 2 laps. The 45s and 48s do 3 laps.
And let's talk about this really quick. Bailey Cole is out on the race course. He hasn't even seen the race course.
He got here last night in the dark.
Yeah, exactly.
So I told you I'd kind of give you a rundown on exactly what these cars are. So this is a 4600 stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Have to have a factory engine, but may be replaced within a available engine, the same make, year, and model. Has to have a factory transmission. 35-inch DOT tires. What's a DOT tire? Department of Transportation. That's the same tire you put on your tow rig, your mall crawler, whatever you got. You have to have a single shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Factory-style suspension. Just like what you see there, coil springs. You saw the leaf springs on the Toyotas, TTB on some of the Fords, and mechanical steering. And then we'll move our way up to the 4500 modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner. You have to have some kind of mechanical steering. Maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted, or it has to be a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. And then we'll move up to the fastest car in this race, the 4800 Legends class. You can have a front or rear-mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, which is a big deal. A 37-inch maximum size DOT tire, solid axles only, and this is a great place for older cars to go retire, like older 4400s cars retire, but a lot of new cars are being built specifically for this class. So it's really, really cool to see. And Pam, where are we?
Where are we? I'm going to really quickly go over the YouTube chats that are going on. So lots of people tuning in. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching us live out here in Oklahoma. A little bit of updates. We do have one update.
Brian Trotter's excited. We got everybody off the line. He's doing his little happy dance over there, our Ultra4 USA race director.
All right, so really quick, Brian Moore does not have David Moore in. David said he wished he was in with us, but he has Brock Gutman in the car. So just wanted to update your notes there, Miles.
Usually he rides with him.
Usually he does, but he's not today.
Wait, who's riding with him? Brock?
Brock Gutman is riding in, but there's a lot of people tuning in. You guys make sure you stay tuned in all day long. We're going to be here again till 6 or 7 o'clock. I mean, yesterday we had, a 13-hour day. Hopefully you guys didn't get tired of listening to us. But, yeah, we had a great time yesterday. But good morning to everybody for tuning into our live feed here. Look at that amazing shot. Now, I believe that is Bailey Cole going into the hot
So
pits.
right here, you'll see the track goes right, but he'll go left between those two flags. 25 miles an hour starts right there. So he is entering the remote pit number 1. He's going to pull in. Corey Day is there waiting. He's going to hop in and drive the rest of the race because, again, the rule is you have to start or finish the race as the driver of record.
Exactly.
So they're pulling in. Brannick Motorsports, Team Indiana is there and waiting. Well, he's looking for him.
Let's see. Let's look at the tracker. Let's make sure that we don't have anybody sitting in red yet so far of the day. Actually, we do. The 551. Tom Van Schaik is sitting 0 miles per hour.
Bummer already, huh?
Yes, race mile 7. The 4561 of Cody St. Clair also at roughly race mile 9. Sitting going 0 miles per hour. But it looks like Sean Reisky is actually out in front. He's at race mile number 17. The 1470 of Jeff Martin is running in that second position physically on course at roughly race mile 17. Dan Wyrick, third on course. The 4517 of Jesse Oliver in fourth. Let's see, where did Justin Barth is fifth? Where did we where did Chuck Crossland go? Chuck Crossland's race mile number 11, roughly sitting in about 7th position now on course.
So something happened with him because he was our pole setter.
Exactly.
Tough break.
So lots of people running along here. Greg Neff is actually right behind Chuck Crossland on the tracker. But you guys at home, again, if you have multiple screens, you can put this tracking up. You can watch the tracking and the live feed.
And the live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing as well.
Yes.
So you got timing, tracking, and the live feed.
Exactly.
3 screens going on at the same time.
Yes. So Racing Tracks is livemap.racingtracks.com. Excuse me, I'm already losing my voice here a little bit. But yes, 45.63 Tom Biddle. We did see him pull off to the side right here. I'm not sure if he is actually still sitting there. We actually have a wind block today. Thank you to Warren and Factor 55 for putting that up for us yesterday. So Tom Biddle is still sitting there. Miles just put his eyes on it. So right now the 8.66, almost at race mile number 17. We didn't do our timing on what we think these laps are going to be.
Okay, yeah, let's see. We did what was yesterday? A 52.42 by Paul Wolf and a UTV. So I think we'll be in that 1 hour mark for a fast, I think at 1 hour for the fast car today. For this race.
Sean Reisky.
You're right.
I'm going to say Sean Reisky is going to be maybe a 101.
Okay, yeah. So we're in the same. We're in the same
about
ballpark.
101.
Yeah. So right around that hour mark.
Stock class, I would say probably more closer
like
to
an hour and a half.
Yeah. Exactly. 100% agree on that. But you know what? These guys, I have to give it up for the stock class. I mean, they come out here and look at what they endure. I mean, sometimes we have the stock bypass lines at some of the tracks, but what they come out here and go through in those stock classes, especially Tom Biddle and Mick Henson. Mick Henson, what year is his? An 81, I think? Or is that Biddle is an 81? I know you have it in your notes there. But these
81, yep.
81. So it's pretty cool to see these guys running. I mean, I'm not going to age myself here, but
it's too late.
That's an old car out here still racing.
And there he is right there. That's Tom Biddle being recovered by Benji, one of our core Ultra4 USA volunteers. He's been a huge help. Him and Miss Karen have been out here all weekend, all season long.
All season long, exactly.
And, man, it's been so much fun out here. We are in Davis, Oklahoma. It's centrally located in the Arbuckle Mountains, about 2 hours north of Dallas, hour south of Oklahoma City. Not too far away from Turner Falls, an amazing waterfall here just right down the road. The Crossbar Ranch has over 6,500 acres with over 150 miles of trails. This place is absolutely amazing. A huge shout-out to Justin Ramsey, who runs this city-owned park. It's just a great place to come out here. Unlimited dry camping. I think they have 28 spots that have electricity and water for campers. And then, like I said, if you want to overland, like I see you have your tent on the top of your truck.
I'm not an overlander, but
what do you have a tent on the top of your truck for? Then?
Well,
what do you call that?
That is overlanding look, but
okay,
I'm
so
not overlanding.
You just have a tent on the top of your truck, and you're
just
over trucking then, huh?
Over trucking, yes.
All right.
Heading to Baja with my family in a couple weeks.
I just like giving you a hard time.
Yeah, I know. All right, so we have a satellite. Okay, so also all of you that are at home watching the racingtracks.com, if you want to actually see a satellite view, which I just put my screen on a satellite view just to see a little bit different. It shows you where all the actual roads are and everything. And Sean Reisky is almost to Rock Face. You can't quite see exactly what Rock Face looks like from above, but you can kind of see that it is an open area, and it's very steep and off camber.
Yeah, and Rock Face there at the Brannock Boulders is roughly race mile 19. So Sean Reisky is moving, and he's got to be excited because he knows he's already gotten around Chuck Crossland. So this race is on adjusted time. They took off at 1 minute increments.
And Reisky started in the number 2 spot. He was the second fastest qualifier behind Chuck Crossland. So let's look here. We can also, there's all kinds of fancy stuff you can do on racing tracks. David Clay was going through some of the stuff with me that I didn't realize you could do until this morning. I always watch racing tracks with races, but I wanted to make sure, or he told me other items I can do with it, so it's pretty cool. So you can watch a live leaderboard as well.
Yeah, it's racing tracks has been a lot of fun to have, and it's a safety factor. It keeps the racer safety. They have the mechanical button, they've got a medical button, and it's got a G-force telemetry thingy, fancy gauge in it, so it knows if you have a G out, it knows if it flipped over. And then the push to pass. If you're on somebody's tail, you hit a push to pass. They accept it or they don't.
Exactly.
But if you've been caught, you've been passed. Because remember, adjusted time. So if they've caught you on physically, they've caught you on time. Let them around.
Well, and you can also, what you can look at when you're looking at their unofficial leaderboard, it's also telling you where they're at the halfway point. So technically, at the halfway point between Sean Reisky and Jeff Martin, there was really only like a 25-second difference within time for them. So they made it in 19 minutes and 35 seconds for Sean Reisky. But another cool feature that I found out about as well, so you can compare your lap leaders and everything as well. So that's another amazing feature that you have for racing tracks. But I'm going to go back to the map because...
Well, we got the map here on screen right here. It's really cool to see.
Yes, we do.
So that's Sean Reisky, then Jeff Martin.
And that's Dan Wyrick as well.
Oh, Wyrick and Jesse Oliver. Yeah, it's a pretty... Wyrick's up front. I missed him. Okay, he was hidden by one of them just a moment ago until it refreshed. Nice. So we got a great run, and we've got cameras out there. Hopefully they're getting fired up at the rock face for the Brannock boulders because they're almost in that. They're probably right there right now. So hopefully we got that camera up and running.
Yeah, Dan Wyrick is roughly at race mile 19 as well. Actually, he's right past 18, excuse me. And then the 45-17, physically fourth on course is Jesse Oliver. He's roughly race mile 17. But let's look. We had some cars that were already in the red, and we do have the number 50 of Jeremy Brown that is still stopped at roughly race mile 11. Tom Vinchake, roughly race mile 10, still stopped at 0 miles per hour as well. So such a bummer.
And I was talking about the Crossbar Ranch a little bit ago. This place is amazing, and it's got wide open stuff. It's got the trees. It's got rock crawling, and now it's got Chuck Crossland heading up.
That should be in the waterfall areas where it should be.
No, we're not quite to the waterfall. Waterfall is at race mile 23, so he's getting close to the
having to
rock
back up.
face. So it shows you, this is great. It shows you how tight some of these wood trails actually are with... Oh, man, I love this onboard. So amazing. Great shot of the hood with the Dirty Life race wheels and Mickey Thompson tires.
One of the drivers were talking about how narrow it is and how tight it's going to be. Obviously, we can see how tight it is from Chuck Crossland from his... Let's see here. How tight it is for these larger cars with the bigger tires.
And let's give him a shout out for Crossland Off-Road Racing on his YouTube channel. That's where we're kind of... No, we're not stealing his feed. We're borrowing his feed. And it's a huge shout out to him to figure out all this thing and let us ride along with old Chucky.
Well, and it's really cool, too. You know, they give us the link to where the live show can tie into it and as we're seeing and watching it. A lot of the racers that are doing that are the feed to the different racing associations, so going on board with them is pretty fun to watch. But it looks like we do have the 218 of Dan Wyrick still sitting third physically on course, but right now Chuck Crossland and Sean Reisky are neck and neck.
And to finish my thought, we were talking about the Crossbar Ranch, and we just saw the tight trees from Chuck Crossland. Thank you, buddy. We saw earlier the wide open when they're heading through the prairie, and then we have two really gnarly rock sections out there, and the Crossbar has a little bit of everything to throw at these cars, and that's why I call them the Swiss. I mean, we started the year off in King of the Hammers. We raced up at NorCal doing some short course. We raced out at Badlands. It's similar to here. It's got a little bit of everything. Vegas to Reno for a desert race. Kentucky for another short course. Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House. Crossbar Ranch right here. We do mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. And then next year, at Roush, Pennsylvania, we could even see a little bit of snow. That would be a wild race. Hopefully, we got a little trailer with a heater in it.
Definitely. If not, a propane heater will be amazing to have. But it might, who knows? How cool would that be, though, if there was snow?
It'd be interesting.
All right, we do have Sean Reisky and Chuck Crossland have made it through rock face now. And it looks like Sean Reisky is out in front physically on race course with, that is Jesse Oliver getting ready to enter into the rock face area. And then Dan Wyrick should be there shortly as well. Now, mind you, if you are watching this at home, there is they don't update every second. So you can see them jumbling back and forth, and that's just the way it works. It's amazing to have this tracking, but it won't update immediately, but it does update, within a minute or two. So here we do have those Sean Reisky out front still, going roughly only 5.6 miles per hour at race mile 19.
It's rough out there, and if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. Eric Spin is tuning in, asking if the unofficial leaderboard takes adjusted time into the positioning or just on the chart, or do we have to do the math? Nope. If you go to live.ultra4racing.com, you can see it's got the fastest lap, the racer clock, start and finish time, and then on the far and behind lead after the position. So live.ultra4racing.com is live timing. And Foster's are tuned back in once again. They closed out the show with us. On their coffee cup this morning, or if they're just checking it out.
Love that everybody's tuning in already for day number 2 out here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. It is, like you keep saying, Miles, out here at Crossbar Ranch. Coming back here is pretty cool. We get a mixture of everything besides, between the rocks and the short course, and it's something that is definitely fun that the racers, it's all in one. Some of them are kind of comparing it to a mini Johnson Valley.
Mini Hammer. Paul Wolf, when I was interviewing him last night, he said he thinks that obviously the hammer trails at King of the Hammers is harder, but all the other trails getting from there, Crossbar's tougher. It's harder on equipment. The rocks are the little divots are gnarlier. It was interesting hearing that from Paul Wolf, because he's a seasoned veteran, and to say these trails are harder than the hammer trails, not the hammer trails, the other trails around the hammers.
Right, exactly. They were racing in the dark last night. Whew,
pretty impressive.
But lots of people giving shout-outs. Kendall Glines, we know you guys wish you were here racing with us. Kevin Pease giving a shout-out to our drone, the Ultra4 production team.
And speaking about drone, we are sending our FPV back to the Warren Waterfall, so we should have it up and going here very soon.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome to watch.
It's going to be rad.
They're going up that pretty slow, but watching them go up with a drone will be really awesome to see.
Oh, the Dusty Drone. We'll have him flying for us at King of the Hammers. He's tuning in.
Nice. Yeah, he's always watching our races whenever we're live, and it's awesome to see. And another amazing drone pilot as well.
It's so many people behind the scenes. The Take It Live team does an amazing job at King of the Hammers and out here at Ultra4 USA Warren Nationals. And it just takes an army. You know, they got a team of 10 people here, teching everything, running the cameras, running the drones, and then the Ultra4 staff. Jeremy's running race ops, Bird's running the flag, Goodby's running everything, Trotter's running the race course, Abe's running around making sure everybody's good. RDP is out on course taking video and doing all the interviews, and then Roxy's selling all the things at Big Merch. So if you're here on site, make sure you go check her out. And Pam,
I feel the sun. It's nice today. Yesterday was a little bit brisk, so I'm really not glad to see the great weather here. And then, obviously, all the volunteers that make this possible, Justin Ramsey and his whole team, and then the Area 51 crew that's locals out here are absolutely amazing. And then all the other media. We have all our safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. Without every single piece of that puzzle, we would not be able to be racing here today for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals.
Yes, and with that being said, Miles, you're talking about the weather and everything. I was getting ready to interject into your talking about it, because what do we always say with racing? It's not over till the checkered flag waves. Same thing with the weather. It can change in a heartbeat.
Especially here in Oklahoma. But don't worry. Roxy's got extra hoodies.
I don't know if I could fit any more hoodies. I'm already layered up. But, yeah, we have a great crew of people over here watching the race as well. But here we are out here having a blast. But the last race of the season is always so bittersweet. It's always so bittersweet. I always get a little emotional whenever it's the end of the season, just because, you know, it's like your family is like you're not going to see each other for a while. Even though we'll be right back at King of the Hammers here in just a few months.
Yeah, it's less than 100 days to the 2025 King of the Hammers. So our leaders should be back here, I'm going to guess, the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to be right around that 1 hour mark. I think we started roughly, I don't know, it was only a couple minutes late, 8:02, 8:03.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. Let me see where we have right now. Justin Barth is actually stopped over by Rockface at 0 miles per hour.
He had a little bit of rough luck yesterday as well. Hate to hear that for him.
He did. 45:31 of Sean Rance is getting ready to make his way into Rockface. But we have, let me see exactly where, Sean Reisky and... Ooh, there's been a little change up here. So the 1470 of Jeff Martin, I see him moving along. Where is Sean Reisky on our tracker? Sean Reisky is actually on the tracker.
In fourth spot.
Yes.
We'll see if that was a good update or not. That's interesting. The plot thickens once again, huh?
Yeah, so the 1470 of Jeff Martin physically on the tracker until it might possibly update. Then they have the 218 of Dan Wyrick, then the 4517 of Jesse Oliver. So it shows Sean Reisky updated at 47:59. Let me see when Jeff Martin updated. 47:59. So, okay, so it's just it has to do its little ping here shortly.
And you can see in the center of your screen with the red at the bottom, that's Tom Biddle, who started the race, but it did not seem healthy. Benji pulled him off course, took him back to his pits. Tough start for him. You know, he was one of the first racers here.
Exactly.
And just to have that kind of bad luck, I just hate seeing that for anybody. We took off just after 8 o'clock. We took off one at a time every 1 minute. This race is on adjusted time. The stock class will race 2 27-mile laps. The 4,500 and the 4,800 will race 3 27-mile laps. So the 45s and 48s will run 81 miles out here. It's going to be a pretty good show.
All right, I'm going to look back here and see where our stock class guys are at.
We did have 29 cars take the green flag this morning, Pam.
Yes, we did.
We had 8 in the 4,500 class, 9 in the 4,600 class, and 13 in the Legends.
All right, let's see. We have John Rance, who is roughly race mile 13, going 25.5 miles per hour. The number 50 got moving again of Jeremy Brown. He was stopped for just a little bit.
Oh, he was stopped, huh?
Yes, Megan Miller, the 3105, is actually stopped right now at race mile 12. So we'll see if she gets moving again. Sometimes it can be just as simple as just a flat tire, and it'll show up red for them. And then we have the 4619 of Mick Henson. He's at race mile 10. The 4561 of Cody St. Clair is still stopped at race mile 10 as well. So a couple people are still in the red and not moving. But let's see if we can find out exactly. Let's see, the 5-5 Doug Langford, he's at race mile 13. The 551, who we had stopped earlier on, it looks like he's moving again as well.
So Tom Van Schaik, actually, no, I'm sorry, he's at 0 miles per hour. So, lots of moving parts out on the race course. Derek Alser moving along. He's only going 5 miles per hour, but he's at race mile 13.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend, Pam. Let's kind of go over yesterday what went down. Yesterday morning we qualified, and then we had the Youth 1K class. Still unofficial on my side, but I'm pretty sure it's looking good. It was Eli Harris in that first position. Peyton Dunford in P2, and Mason Dowker gets that third spot. Then we had the UTV Open class. Paul Wolf won that race overall and in class. Then it was Cody Willenborg in second position. Then it was Cameron Dickey in third. In the stock class, who ran an amazing pace all day long, is that young man of Nathan Parker in that first position. Number 2 went to Jeremy Blackburn, and number 3 went to Mark McCleary. And then the race that started in the daylight and ended in the dark, Paul Wolf once again backed up his win. And then newcomer to Ultra4, Caleb Rupp. And then Scott Lesage in that beautiful single-seat Polaris. So that's kind of the recap on yesterday's unofficial results. But again, I'm pretty sure I heard that everything's good to go. We'll be giving away some hardware tonight at the Tribe 16 Appreciation Dinner for the Warren Racing Nationals Championship Dinner.
I'm glad the breeze is going the opposite. Well, actually, we might get whiffs of it today the way the breeze is going. We might start getting hungry from the smell of the food.
No, it's actually the wind's about the same way if you look at the flags.
Yeah, exactly, but the food is also behind us.
Yeah.
Where the tent is, kind of. So, yeah, so let's see here. Where do we have our leaders? Let's see if Sean Reisky. So Sean Reisky is moving along at race mile 22. So it updated, and he actually still is physically in front of Jeff Martin, and it looks like I can see some distance, but they're not actually be right here quite yet. So Sean Reisky, Jeff Martin, Jesse Oliver, Dan Wyrick, Sean Rance, and then the 48-24, Scott Farley, he's still trucking along. He is past Rock-Faced. He's at past race mile 19. Yeah, so he's running in the 5th position right now on the tracker.
And that's his first race in this car. He did a shakedown run out here at the Crossbar Ranch a few weeks ago because, again, this park is open 24/7, 365, except for a small stint during hunting season. But you can come out here and come check out this 6,500-acre park at the Crossbar Ranch. They've got over 150 miles right here in the Arbuckle Mountain Range. It's a beautiful place, and they've got everything from mild to wild. You can just take your stock Jeep, just cruise around, do leaf looking, what I call it, or there's a lot of legit rock crawling out there with the Hell's Gate, Warren Waterfall, the Brannock Boulders back there at Rock Face, which still working to get those cameras up, but hopefully we'll have them next time around for our leaders.
Yes, let's talk about this. Sergio, who's in the 4688 for John Schaefer with Brad Goodfellow riding shotgun there at race mile. Saying they're at race mile 26, but they're not at 26.
And look at this, Pam. We're back riding on board with Chuck Crossland. He's got that onboard camera figured out. It's such amazing. I love seeing it. I love seeing the different angles because look at the top right. I mean, he's turning, he's bouncing, he's banging, and look how tight it is back there. We talk about it, but you don't really see it all the time. But
I think he started doing that. I believe the 2023 Vegas to Reno, I think, is when he started trying this out and testing it out. But he's been going, even with the NorCal Rock Racing Series, he's been going live with it as well.
Oh, it's really cool. It's a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
I love seeing it.
Oh, heck yeah.
And it's something to show his sponsors as well.
100%. But those are our windmills. They're on, but not as high today. So maybe Justin turned them on low for us. But here we are back on board again with Chuck Crossland, back to the windmills.
And Alan just texted me that he saw Tyler Haggard, who is Cody St. Clair's co-driver, carrying out a drive shaft out of pits about 10 minutes ago. So they're out on course having some issues. Hate to hear that.
Yeah, they are down at, let's see what race mile that was at, 4561. They are at race mile 10. So kind of a hike that he's having to come all the way back to get that.
And let's talk about that. Ultra4 and King of the Hammers is a no-chase race, so your co-driver has to figure it out, or a fellow competitor, and Ultra4 or a crossbar staff member can help as well. But no spectators or anybody else, none of your pit crew can leave the pits. So Tyler Haggard had to walk back to pits, get a spare drive shaft, and hike back out to them. And that can make for a long day, but the grit and determination of our Ultra4 drivers is absolutely amazing. Cody St. Clair has grit.
Yes, exactly. And he doesn't live too far from here either. He lives down in Texas. So.
Yeah, Ponder, Texas, if I remember right.
Correct. Trying to look, so the 417 of Justin Barth was in red, but it says he's moving again, but I'm wondering if he might be getting towed. We'll see where his tracker goes. But we do still have, let's see, Jeff Martin, Jesse Oliver, and Sean Reisky. Sean Rance. Dan Wyrick. We should be seeing our leaders come through here probably within the next 5 minutes, roughly.
Yeah, I was guessing right around that 1 hour mark, and we have already surpassed that. So we'll see what kind of lap times we get.
Wow, it's that hour
Time
went by
flies,
really fast.
Right? Well, getting off 29 cars off the line, that takes a half hour. You know, if you do your math right, every 1 minute times 29 is pretty close.
I'm not paying attention to the time, so it's going by really fast. Time flies when you're having fun.
100%. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI Radios, by Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Rock Racing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the Warren Racing Nationals. Whether you're building a rock crawler, a tow rig, a race car. Speaking about race cars, Sean Reisky is here in town. He'll be clicking off a lap here momentarily. So Abe just hit me up that, 866, Sean Reisky's heading your way. Guess what? You're right.
Have eyes on him. So let's see what his time is. We were saying about an hour and 101 is what we were saying earlier on. But here is Sean Reisky coming through and clicking off lap number 1.
So with a time of
58:56.
Oh, so right at that hour mark. So we started later than I thought. I apologize. I thought we were closer to starting on time, but Sean Reisky first through town with a 58:56. That is pretty impressive. And now I'm getting another update from Alan that Derek Miller is rolling a tire through the field, taking it out to his wife, Megan Miller. So they're having tire issues out on course. But again, grit and determination.
I wonder if
Derek
they had
and Megan Miller.
I wonder if they had their spare, if they ran a spare and then they possibly had a flat and then ended up with 2 flats. That's very unfortunate. As we're watching Sean Reisky make his way through. And Sean Reisky out 58:56. That's a fast time. I kind of figured if he was out front still when he came in with no issues, he was going to be having a very quick time.
Yeah, no, Sean Reisky's definitely fast, but to finish first you must finish. We've seen him out in front more than once, just like everybody, and then have issues. But I feel like he's actually conserving just a little bit. Sean really likes to rail through there, but it feels like he's just playing it smart right now. He knows he's got the lead. He knows that Chuck Crossland has to pass him and put a minute on him.
Well, and we also know, as we always jokingly say, or it's a kind of a racer thing, you say you don't win the race in the first turn, you also don't win it on the first lap. So it's a long race.
But you can lose it on the first lap.
And in the first turn. But, yeah, we will see who comes in next up. It should be Jeff Martin is who we should be seeing.
We'll find out shortly. But there's a great shot as Sean Reisky heading out into the distance.
Jeff Martin actually has red on his tracker.
No.
So Jesse Oliver is still moving along. So Jesse Oliver, as long as Jeff Martin still stopped right where he's at, Jesse Oliver will be our next one in.
There's our physical race leader, Sean Reisky. with 866 Motorsports out of Mishawaka, Indiana, making some dust here at the Crossbar Ranch. And look at this. It looks wide open, right? He slowed down to 3 miles an hour to go over that little rock section. This place is really, the track is starting to deteriorate a little bit, as we were talking to Paul Wolf last night.
Well, and you have, like we're talking about, all the rocks. There's
Where's rocks? I don't see any.
Rocks are so sharp. They're all on your desk holding your papers down. That's where all the rocks are. The Crossbar Customs.
So Sean Reisky should be approaching the PCI pits out there. Yep, there's the flags. So if he hugs right there, he's on race course. If he goes through those PCI flags, that is the hot pits.
It looks like he's going
he is.
in.
So right there, you see him slow down. The hot pits are 25 miles an hour. It's about a quarter mile long. There's plenty of pits out there. So we'll see if let's stick with this drone shot if we can and see what they're expecting, because he's not going to be stopping for fuel on the first lap. I don't see any tires.
Looks like they're just doing a look around maybe, because he didn't pull in. You see how everybody has their fuel mats out, so you usually pull in and get on top.
Yeah,
of
they just did a visual look. Maybe he was getting a sandwich. I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows? But maybe it looked like they were looking at that left front, so that might be something that we want to pay attention to.
So then,
he could be feeling something weird in it. Just, hey, check it out for me.
And you can see he's still going 25 miles an hour, and then you see that PCI flag there. That's when race speed resumes. So right about here in about 2 seconds, you'll see the dust. There he goes. He hits the gas. He's back on it. So they did some kind of visual. We are completely speculating on what happened, but he didn't stop but for more than 5-10 seconds.
Right.
So that's a good sign. But maybe he heard something. He felt something. He's saying, hey, check this, check that. There's like, we don't see anything. Go. Well, hopefully he doesn't feel something that they didn't see. And there's a great shot that my buddy Alan sent me. We just sent that to Take It Live. That's Derek Miller rolling a spare tire out to his wife that is stuck on course. And I heard they went back for a second one as well. So tough luck there.
Yeah, must have had a couple.
How cool is this to be able to bring this technology? Thanks, Chris, with Take It Live, bringing us this live shots. Really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool that they do that. They've done that for us in the past as well, and I love that they are able to do that. Oh, Dan Wyrick just sent a message. He has lost a transfer case.
Oh, bummer. I hate to hear that. That car is one of my favorite cars in this class. Joe Thompson with UFO builds an amazing machine. But, hey, parts fail. It's, nobody's fault, just bad luck. I really, really hate to hear that.
He is actually out roughly at race mile 21, so such a bummer for Dan Wyrick. Had a great run going for him. So he is close to a road area. It'll be an easy tow spot as well. So Dan Wyrick, let's see here. 45-17, Jesse Oliver. We should be seeing him fairly soon because of where he's at on race course. He's at roughly race mile 25, but that was roughly, that was a minute ago, so it updated just a minute ago. Jeff Martin is back moving, going 16.2 miles per hour at race mile 24, more than likely probably a flat tire.
Yeah, I think flat tires are going to be very high today, because remember, these are not race tires. These are all DOT tires that are on your pickup, your standard Jeep or whatnot. So lots of attrition. Alan just texted me another picture of another co-driver rolling a tire through the field. So attrition is going to be high in tires. Oh, and now Abe has texted me. We got the 48-69 of Chuck Crossland maybe getting past. So we'll see who comes in next. Looks like that's Chuck Crossland. So we'll hopefully have him here in town here pretty quick.
Yeah, the 45-17 of Jesse Oliver is showing he should be the next one in, but looks like Chuck Crossland's right here. And there we have Chuck Crossland coming up over into that 90 right-hand turn into the start-finish line.
So that is our leaders, Sean Reisky physically out front and on adjusted time. Then it's Chuck Crossland physically in second, And then Jesse Oliver, who is actually in the 4,500 class, is first in class and third overall. Where'd Jesse Oliver, how far back did he start?
Let me look here. Jesse Oliver started in the 7th position overall. So there we have Chuck Crossland just made his way through, clicking off lap number 1. He had a 1:07 lap.
And look at Crossland, had a right front flat tire, so that's going to really take its toll on him, and Jesse Oliver should get around him.
Yeah, Jesse Oliver in the number 2 spot, just not coming through with the way the adjusted time worked. At 1:01.22.
And you saw Chuck Crossland blowing these corners, so it's just a matter of time. But now he's stirring up dust, so he's actually doing a little magic trick, stirring up the dust for Oliver. We'll see if Oliver can find a clean line, because he's definitely faster than Chuck Crossland right now. And think of this, Chuck Crossland only has 2 more miles till he gets to the PCI pits, so he's definitely going to drive that wheel until it falls off or he makes it. But can Jesse Oliver get around him soon or not? That dust is thick and it's hanging. There is some wind, but it's only about 5 miles an hour today, which I'll be honest, I like that better, but I'm sure the racers wish it was a little bit heavier today.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with a lighter breeze, but you can see Chuck Crossland, like you were just saying, though, stirring up that dust, but we know he's going to have to turn into the PCI hot pits. Jesse Oliver just taking it easy. Why push it? Because you know Chuck is limping it in.
Well, does he know? He may not. Well, all he can see is dust.
That is true.
He may not know what's going on.
Unless he has somebody on the radio telling him, hey, Chuck will be coming in.
I mean, look at that. But so right now, I bet you Jesse's hitting the push to pass. Crossland realizes he's wounded. He's probably going to slow down and let him go.
Right.
Well, maybe not. He gets lost in the dust once again.
Yeah, that dust is definitely thick out there.
But he has got Chuck Crossland in his crosshairs. Crosshair Crossland. I like that. So Jesse should be getting around him momentarily. This is where that push to pass is very important. Or just give him a little love tap, Jesse. Come on.
All right, and there
he goes.
Jesse Oliver.
Sportsmanship right there. He knows it. Chuck Crossland pulls over and then chokes down some dust. So Jesse Oliver physically in second position and first in the 4,500 class, with Sean Reisky physically out front in the 4,800 class. What great runs by all. Sean Reisky with a 58.56, Jesse Oliver with a 101, and Chuck Crossland with a 107. And now we have Jeff Martin coming into town next. We should see him here in just a moment.
Yes, and Jeff Martin, he started in the 4th position overall. So right now, let's see here. Jesse Oliver is roughly 2 minutes and 25 seconds timing-wise behind Sean Reisky.
But remember, they're in separate classes,
right,
so
correct.
This is bragging rights, and I know that they love
that.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah. But I just want to let everybody know back home, we have 3 separate races going on all at the same time. We have the 4,800 class, the 4,500 class, and the 4,600 class. So it may be a little bit confusing, but that's where you go to live.ultra4racing.com. You can have the same timing we have here in the Warren Racing Studio. So we'll see.
It looks.
Yep. Oliver bypasses the PCI hot pits, where Chuck Crossland will be heading next.
Well, in getting some information from David Clay, it looks like 896 had an alert, but they're moving again. So they're back on course going. They probably had a flat tire, of course, in that area where everybody's been kind of stopping for just a second.
Well, it says it's a tip alert, so he may have got a big bicycle and landed it back down.
True.
So who knows what happened? Cancel. He's moving again. That's all that matters.
We know that he pushes it hard, too. Him and Sean Reisky, they're very hard chargers whenever they're out on the course, but it's awesome that he is moving again and not actually tipped all the way over.
And there's Chuck Crossland heading into the PCI hot pits. He'll be grabbing that right front flat tire. We'll see how fast he can get on. Let's stick with this shot and do an unofficial stopwatch. See how fast Team Indiana can change a tire.
As we have Jeff Martin making his way through, completing lap number 1. So Jeff Martin.
And that beautiful Miller Motorsports chassis.
Yes, all right. There's your.
All right, so I'm hitting the stopwatch right. Oh, this isn't Team. This is Chuck Crossland. Sorry, I was thinking I goofed that one up. But we'll see how fast Chuck Crossland get that right front tire changed.
All right.
And that's what I love about Ultra4. Once they pull in, teams from everywhere come out to give him a hand.
Oh, and look who we have coming through, completing lap number 1, the 48.24 of Scott Farley.
And look, Brian Tripp. Now this is the Warren Waterfall at Hell's Gate. So we got that FPV thanks to Believe Cam, got it squared away. Brian Trimp was one of our last competitors to leave the line in his class because he did not qualify. So that chute right there to your right is Hell's Gate. It's a shorter distance, but risk versus reward, it's a lot.
Exactly, and it looks like they might be having some issues getting Chuck's car off of the ground high enough to get that tire change, or they might, it looks like the tire's off, but they're looking
may
at
have
something
slipped
else.
off the jack. I don't know.
Which happens.
So they're jacking the front off, and it's getting the front up in the air.
All right, as we see, there is Scott Farley. He could hear Rufus Racing over here cheering him on as he was going by, clicking off lap number 1. And look at that dust cloud. But, oh, look, we have. This is.
Everybody's over there lending a hand.
Oh, I bet they're messing with the brake line. Look, the tire's completely off.
So the tire probably did tie into the brake line. I think to your point, Pam, I think you're right that with that tire falling apart, it did a little bit of damage up front. There's Rick Lavezzo lending a hand. All hands on deck.
And we have seen drivers that this has happened to, right, where they come in, the tire slipped, has had a flat for a long time, done some damage to brake lines, but they'll just put some vice grips on it and make sure they zip tie it up and clamp off the brake line.
There's Jeff Flanagan in the Warren Waterfall area. And I just saw Brett Harrell in that last screen helping change the tire as well. Tom Binnell is a DNF.
Oh, such a bummer.
I hate to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Tom. He's back at Tampa. Both fuel pumps stopped working during staging. And he does think it's from the roll yesterday. So tough break. Hate to hear that for you. And this is a great shot of Jeff Flanagan that shows you the Warren Waterfall isn't easy.
No, it's not.
And look how tall it is.
And not help whatsoever. And he's taking the bypass line. I mean, if he went to the right, that is where it's super steep and called Hell's Gate. But he's going to have to definitely back up and try to reset and get some grip. Looks like he might be messing with getting it right gear. All right, let's see if Jeff Flanagan. All right, so I see another car. I believe this is Sean Reisky making his way through. I saw red and white. Pretty positive.
Look at this Warren Waterfall. Absolutely great shot here. Thanks to Take It Live and Believe Cam for bringing this live action from the Crossbar Ranch. They're still working on the front of Chuck Crossland as Sean Rance Sr. comes through, and that old school 1976 Bronco. What's left of it, at least.
One of my favorite vehicles out here, but yes, Sean Rance, and then John Rance has the newer version of the Bronco with the same colors. It's pretty cool to see. Yeah, I could almost bet you that that's a brake line issue, but the wheel was still on too, so who knows if it did so much damage that they might possibly not be able to get that wheel off.
Chris Ambergy's tuned in. Racing, having some fun with it. And there is Dwayne Garrettson, number 26 out of Alma, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road, part of the 4,500 class. So that's going to put him in, I believe, second place in class. Yes, it is. Oh, and look at this. I don't know. I missed it.
I did
Scott
too.
Farley is first on adjusted time.
Wow.
Scott Farley with Rufus racing that car for the first time ever with a 58.01 lap. Good for you. In the house showing out.
That is pretty awesome for him. Like you just said, first time in that car, but Scott Farley had a 58.01 where Sean Reisky had a 58.56. So what an amazing run.
We were guessing right around that 1 minute mark, and they shaved 1 hour mark, and they shaved off 2 full minutes.
They might wish
they're getting
minute.
it. Yeah, no doubt.
As we're watching Dwayne Garrettson go through our short course. Right here, he goes into a tight hairpin left turn, and then they make a 90 right, and then they make it out into the prairie. But good job by Scott Farley.
Yeah, that's impressive. I love it. So Scott Farley and Littlefoot out there pushing strong in that Tribe 16 machine as we're back on screen with Dwayne Garrettson.
So we have had 7 out of 30 cars come through and complete lap number 1.
That's pretty impressive. So let's go through it. 4,800 classes. Scott Farley, Sean Reisky, Chuck Crossland, then Jeff Martin. In the 4,500, it is Jesse Oliver, Dwayne Garrettson, and Sean Rance Sr. And we are back on screen. That may be, yes it is,
Diesel
4,500, Diesel Krentz. And
Diesel
that rock
Krentz.
crawler suspension machine.
Taking that left-hand line.
I haven't seen anybody take Hell's Gate proper. And I was talking strategy with Paul Wolf last night. I was like, did you ever take it? He said, no. I was saving it for if I knew I had to make up time, I'd take it. Or if I had to pass somebody I didn't have a good opportunity, I'd take the chance and try to make a pass there.
Exactly.
And
Diesel Krentz made it up just fine with him. And here
that's strategy at its finest. I love it.
100%. And there we are now watching Sean Rance made his way through for lap number 1 out in that prairie area. Again, we keep saying those rocks out there are gnarly. They are hiding in there. Let's see. He bypassed the pits, so he is going to go on out for lap number 2.
So I'm texting Tom a little bit saying, sorry about your bad luck. I hate to hear that for you. He said, hey, that's racing. So I just said, yep, hopefully Hunter can bring it home for the family. And there is Chuck Crossland still stuck in the PCI hot pits, wasting some very valuable time. Tough luck there.
Yes, especially for being our top qualifier and now having issues like that. But again, I mean, I'm getting text messages from Chris Hickman, also from Dan Wyrick. Like we said earlier, he's out with a transfer case, and Chris Hickman said, that's racing, and what we always say is racing happens.
And Shelby St. Clair's tuned in watching, and I forgot. Farley just bought that car from Shelby. So, hey, Shelby, that car actually is fast. You just had to drive it a little harder. I'm just giving you a hard time, buddy. But, yeah, it's really cool to see Scott out there pushing strong. And in that first position on adjusted time for his first time in the car, very, very impressive. Garrison blows by the PCI hot pits.
It's good to see them having to go by it and not stop in it, 100%. Never a good day when you have to go into the pits.
Getting lots of good updates from everybody out on course. I thoroughly appreciate that. Keeps everybody back at home more informed, and, heck, even us here in the booth, because we got eyes all over the course.
It definitely helps out 100% on this end of the show and getting all that information. All right, let's see. Where do we have on our tracker?
You broke out on me. I didn't copy that.
Oh, Stacy's tuned in from California, Dan Wyrick's wife.
Oh, she's bummed right now. I hate, she hates to hear it. We all hate to hear it. I'm sorry, Stacy.
And for Mike McClure, the link for live tracking, what you do is you go to live.ultra4racing.com. The live tracking, if you want to watch the racing tracks, is livemap.racingtracks.com. And that is what will let you see where everybody's out on course. For everybody at home that is watching the tracking, once you come through for lap number 1, the color changes where your number is. So every single lap it changes. But let's see, Sean Reisky, he is at race mile number 9. Actually, just updated as I was clicking on it. He's at race mile number 10, going 41.6 miles per hour. We do still see Cody St. Clair at race mile 10. I believe it was a drive shaft that was getting taken out. Chuck Crossland still over in the pits at 0 miles per hour.
And a heartbreaker for Mick Henson, just hit the mechanical alert. I hate to see that.
Such a bummer.
Bummer. He's a crowd favorite for sure in that little tan Toyota that could. But again, that's racing.
And he is at race mile number 15. So technically where he is at, it's not too much of a jog to get back to where we're at. Let's see, who else do we have? We know Brian Trimp is moving. It is saying that he is going 0 miles per hour on course, but Brian Trimp did come through.
Yeah, Trimp Racing Services is still making its way through there. Did you ever get a Trimp Racing Services shirt?
I did, and I was going to get one. I never did.
Yeah, I got one. I love wearing it. But you kind of have to wear it. You have to pick and choose where you wear it because it's got a nice little porta-john on the back of it.
Right, exactly. No, when we were discussing getting one, they only had large sizes at the time, so I gotta get that figured out.
You need one of those extra mediums, huh?
Extra mediums. 674. Derek Alsler is still stopped over at race mile 19. He's been stopped there for quite a while.
4619, mechanical alert at 14.7. Just need to confirm.
John Schaefer. So the orange Jeep of John Schaefer, the 4688, is now at 0 miles per hour as well over by Rockface.
And it looks like the stub shaft is broken on Chuck Crossland's car, so that's, I think, part of the issue they're having there. And then Cody has a flat. Both jacks are broke. And Scott Farley just hit 102 miles an hour on the straight, passing by pit 1.
Wow.
So Chip's giving us some updates there. But Scott Farley driving the wheels off that car. Keep on keeping on, buddy.
Pretty damn awesome. Excuse my language. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah, that's pretty awesome to see these guys going so fast out there. I mean, but, again, those jumping rocks, as I say.
Oh, yeah. See Jesse Lee in the outskirts coming into town, and look at those huge windmills. It's just an amazing view that Take It Live and Believe Cam are bringing to the Ultra4 USA stable here. Such a cool sight.
All right, who do we have coming in here? That is the 48.
Jesse Lee.
48-19, yes, Jesse Lee. I know the colors of the car. I just couldn't remember the number.
I could see it when he peeked through there, just a little purple. I was like, there's Jesse Lee. So, again, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. We are here at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. We are right in the middle of the EMC race. The 4,600 cars will do 2 laps. The 4,500 and 4,800 cars will do 3 laps. Each lap is 27 miles in total. So that's 81 miles for the 45s and 48s of some of the brutalest terrain we could find here on this 6,500-acre Crossbar Ranch.
Miles, we have the 326 of Corey Day at 0.
Well, that's Bailey Cole.
I know.
But Corey Day is driving.
Correct, exactly. Oh, now he's moving again, so maybe it's just another flat or something for somebody.
Or just a quick little hiccup. Yeah. You never know.
As we see, Brian Trimp is, like I said, says he's going 0, but he has already gone through us. The 4,500 of Diesel Krentz is roughly race mile 22. Jeremy Brown is right with Diesel Krentz at 22. The 431 of John Rance, roughly race mile 21. The 73 of Greg Neff should be coming in here shortly at race mile 25. And the 417 of Justin Barth, who was stopped earlier on, race mile 25. I do see some dust, so we do have a vehicle coming in to click off another lap here. Or should be.
But so far, so good for everybody involved today. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a great weekend. Little bit of cloud cover today. The sun was out a moment ago, but now it's kind of hiding a little bit from us. The wind has picked up just a little bit, which is great for the racers. But, Pam's getting a little chilly.
It's not over till the checkered flag comes out. That's what I said earlier. You jinxed us.
We got a lot of checkered flags yet to go. We are racing the EMC. Up next are the Youth 170s, and I think we actually have enough time to split some of those classes. I have not got that confirmed. We'll see how many of those races we do. Okay. And then at 1 p.m. Central Time, we're going to kick off the 4,400, the main event, the grand finale. And it does look like Justin Barth is coming into the Warren Racing start-finish line.
Yes, so Justin Barth, like I said earlier, he was stopped for just a minute, but he is moving again, obviously, because he's coming through for lap number 1. The number 417 of Justin Barth.
Oh, and there's Jeremy Brown at Warren's Waterfall there at the Hell's Gate area. Great to see him moving once again. And again, I love that he had the issue during qualifying. He figured it out. He went to the Gomez, and Waylon Campbell gave him some parts, got it going. Now he's got his son-in-law in there enjoying the ride, and he wanted to give him a huge shout-out. This is only his second time in the car, but he said without him, this car would not be what it is. He does all the prep behind the scenes, and it's really cool to see the entire family step up and enjoy Ultra4 USA. There are some heavy hitters up there at the NorCal Rock Racing, so it's great to see them coming out here and enjoying Ultra4 USA.
100%. Oh, Megan Miller's going
Great.
race mile 16 is where she's at now, going 16.2 miles per hour.
We saw her husband Derek carrying out his spare tires. Our FPV drones changing some batteries, giving us some looks. Thanks, buddy, for bringing us some great shots. Back on screen with Justin Barth, with Barth Racing out of Springfield, Missouri.
All right, so everybody that has came in and clicked off lap number 1 is now in yellow if you're watching.
There's John Rance, one of our first 4,600 cars at the Warren Waterfall, and that beautiful Ford Bronco. He wants to give a huge shout-out to Lauren Healy with Fun Haver Off-Road, because they've been the Rance family has been racing with us for a long, long time, and Ford Performance had an extra Bronco to get rid of, and he hit up the Rance, and they said, absolutely, we'd love to do that. So they built this car. And then also the Glines, same thing. Mm-hmm. They just got a new Bronco, so they'll be building it up for next season as well. So passing the love. So thanks to Lauren Healy, Vaughn Gittin Jr. with Fun Haver Off-Road Team, because they've got a great relationship with Ford Performance, and to spread the love out with the smaller teams is really cool. It looked like Greg Neff, maybe?
Greg Neff should be
Yep,
coming
that's
in.
him.
Yep.
That's Greg Neff with Sherpa Motorsports.
Yeah, Greg Neff should be, as you just saw, is right here. The next one after Greg coming in should be Jonathan Bell. He was stopped just a little bit earlier on, but he seems to be moving again. But a lot of the racers are up in our race mile 20 to roughly 23 right now. So there's going to be a lot of people coming in together as long as they are all okay. But there is the 73 right there, Greg Neff making his way through.
Just got an update that Cody St. Clair is back up and running, but the motor does not sound healthy, so tough break for them. Great shot of our Brannick Motorsports flag. Show you that the wind still is blowing out here. Yeah, we are...
All right, so 869, we know he's gone through. Not sure why in the world. Oh, Jeffrey Flanagan is now at 0 miles per hour again.
We saw him struggling a little bit at the Warren Waterfall, so not sure if he's having some mechanical issues or not, but hate to hear that.
Well, he's over at race mile 24. I believe that's where our other pit is at, so maybe he's in there trying to get something fixed up. But we do have the 218 that is showing he's on course. We know he lost a transfer case. He is actually getting brought back in, so he is not actually racing on course right now, so that is a bummer for him. But Jonathan Bell is at race mile 24.
We saw him have a little mix-up on the start.
Yes.
So I don't know how that'll all play out, because I don't know. Tough break for him, but I think I just had a quick glance of Diesel Krentz coming in, part of the 4,500 class.
He's either Diesel or Doug Langford. But I think it is Diesel, because Diesel was going through the rock face earlier on.
Yep, Diesel Krentz, 4,500 right there. So Diesel Krentz comes through, waving honking the horn at us. And he moves into 4th in class and 9th overall. So a great run so far for Diesel Krentz. And there's Doug Langford. We just talked about him. So you're right. They look similar.
Yes.
But guess what? I was right again. And I was talking to Diesel Krentz a couple years ago when he showed up to, where was that? AOP in Tennessee, his first race ever with us. So I was, doing my homework, grabbed a beverage, went and chatted with him. And he used to race motocross, but got in a pretty bad accident. So now he has to walk with a cane, but he's okay. Mm-hmm. So it's great to see him be able to still come out of retirement, per se, and come out here and use a little bit of that throttle therapy.
Right, exactly. And as we're watching Doug Langford make it up very easy, and again, he has that 392 in there, so different kind of horsepower for him. But Diesel Krentz making his way through our short course area.
with that Savvy on the hood.
Sounds like Justin Barth just stopped in the pits to get a spare tire, but he is back out on course. So the hot
stopped.
pits are very hot today, and that goes to show all three of these classes have to run a DOT tire, so a Department of Transportation. These are not race tires. These are the same tires I have on my Jeep and you have on your truck.
Right, exactly.
Is that Albert Contreras, possibly?
I think it is. That's what I
Yep,
was trying to
Albert
make out.
Contreras with Bruno Pinillos riding shotgun. And I was talking to Bruno last night, and he's rode with Contreras a couple times. He's like, he's a madman. He drives.
Oh, look at that.
And our drone crashes right when we saw a pass going down.
That was Corey Day.
Oh, okay. I hate he
I'm
wrecked
wondering
just
if
then.
he went right into him because Corey, that was the Corey Day Jeep that was on the left-hand side getting ready to pass going up that fall.
Good catch there. Bummer. So I think he was trying to get out of the way and caught a limb just wrong. But again, those
and took the
those
drone out.
Those FPV drones are pretty resilient. So basically, it's a GoPro and some motors, so he'll get that thing back and running here in just a little bit after he has to go find it. Hopefully it doesn't hit the tree and fall in the water. That'd be a bummer.
Yeah, that would be a bummer.
But yeah, what Believe Cam does with these drones out here is something very, very special.
All right, Doug Langford looks like race mile 23 where we just saw it.
There's
Now
Bell.
here, yep, there is Bell.
Oh, just got an update over my PCI race radio. We have a driver or co-driver walking back on the short course, probably heading back to get some parts or whatnot. So the attrition is high today, Pam.
I wish we could see who that is. I wonder if our camera guy right here in front of us could actually pan to the left and catch who that driver or co-driver is.
Oh, and another update. Chuck Crossland is out of the pits running strong.
Nice.
So he got everything fixed up, but he lost a good 20, 30 minutes.
Camera guy zoom in on that guy walking. He's in the direction where he's at right now. It'd be kind of cool to see if we could see who that is. He's got a little bit of dust going across him right now, but there we go. Let's see if we can get some dust cleared and go back to who that is walking across the pit.
Jeremy. Someone on the short course, do you want me to go and remove a human? Negative. He is walking.
I wish he was closer to us, Miles. I'd go over and grab who it is and walk with him and find out.
Just run over there real quick, Pam.
When he gets closer, I will.
And I'm listening to race ops. They're saying, "Hey, we see a person a human on the short course. You want to go get him?"
He just tripped on a rock.
And Jeremy said, "No, you can't because this is a no chase race. He's got to do it himself. So unless it's a safety concern, which it's not, I think he's just walking back to the pits for some parts. And there he is. We're zoomed in.
That looks like
Chad Hunt.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It does look like Chad Hunt.
And that's just a
Who
guess.
would he be riding with?
I don't know.
He wasn't with Corey Day, was he?
Could be Corey Day. Could be. I mean, Team Indiana could have been Sean Reisky. He wasn't supposed to be.
Reisky's
He wasn't supposed to be co-driving. So I don't know who he's in there with, or if that was him. And again, that's my best guess.
Yeah, that's a little too far from
Pam, you got your hiking boots on.
These have been on my feet the whole entire weekend. All these tall.
No, I'm saying get to hiking is what I was telling you.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
We'll see if he starts making his way back out again.
Well, I'm excited to see who the next person that will come through. We should see our leaders come back here in the next, I'm going to guess, 20, 25 minutes or so. And who's it going to be out front? Is it still Sean Reisky physically? But on adjusted time, Scott Farley had him by 55 seconds.
So Sean Reisky is still out in front on the tracker at race mile 16. And then Jesse Oliver at race mile 15. But Scott Farley on adjusted time is out in front. Where is Scott Farley? He is at roughly race mile 14. And then 14.70.
24 and 14 is a big difference.
I know, 14. Well, his last two numbers of his race car is 24.
Oh, there you go. All right.
And then Jeff Martin in the 1470, he's running at race mile 13, going about 44 miles per hour. And then Dwayne Garrettson, the number 26, roughly race mile 9, going roughly 26 miles per hour. All right, let's see. The 551 still off the side with the red mark of Tom Van Schaik. The 4531 of Sean Rance is now saying he is stopped at race mile 3. So the 4500 of Diesel Krentz, who we just saw come through just a little bit ago, is now at race mile 3 himself. But let's see, where is Chuck Crossland? We know he is out of the pits and now up and running. So Chuck Crossland is already towards race mile 4, and race mile 2 is where the hot pits were at that he was having some issues getting that tire changed.
He didn't walk very far because he's headed back.
All right, Chuck Crossland going roughly around 32 miles per hour. You know that he's going to try to make up some kind of time, make up ground. Jonathan Bell, he is also going roughly 30.4 miles per hour. So if you are looking on the tracker as you're watching the live stream, you can see the 218 is off the side there, out of the race with the transfer case gone, which is such a bummer. But all the drivers, or all the numbers that have the red at the bottom, are the ones that are stopped at this moment. And here we are going through where Hell's Gate is. See if we can make out what car number that one is.
That guy, if Pitts back over that way, he didn't walk very far because he's already headed back.
All right, let me see who that number was. I couldn't quite make it out, like I was saying, going through the Rockface area.
I just walked back up, and I believe that was Brian Moore at the quick
Brian
glance.
Moore. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. And there,
here's
here's
Brian
Brian Tripp.
Tripp.
I thought he already went through for some reason.
Oh, he took a, and there's Jeremy Brown, but it's great to see Jeremy Brown still running strong after his issues during qualifying, and then Brian Tripp, just a great story. I'm going to repeat it again. He was down in Florida doing storm duty, worked 22 days straight, didn't think he was going to come to the race because there's so much going on down there, and all of a sudden they cut him loose. He's like, I've got 30 hours to drive home, probably got a day to put the car back together, and then a 20-hour drive to the racetrack. I can be there by noon on Friday. I'll skip qualifying. You're a madman. And then last night at 10 o'clock, I went over there, teched his car. They were still working on it. But he said, hey, all smiles. He grabbed a Twisted Tea, said it's all going to be okay. And here he is out here racing with us today, still pushing strong.
He's running an 11th overall with a lap time of 1:20.23. He was stopped for just a little bit earlier on. I kept looking at his tracker thinking I had already seen him come through. Because he's so fast all the time. So, I misread that. But he just came through. Great time, though. I'm pretty sure, seeing these guys down for the time frame that they're down usually ends up being a flat tire.
And there's Jeremy Brown, that Trimp Fab machine, still pushing strong, being chased by Brian Trimp and Colin Mortlock out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Oh, no, the 869 of Jeff Flanagan has a mechanical alert. We saw him struggling earlier. Sounds like his day is out. Oh, and I just got an update from Tom Van Schaik. Let me open my phone. He is out with a blown front differential. Bummer.
Such a bummer. All right. Things are happening. All right, so now we have another vehicle. We have Mr. John Rance coming through, completing his lap because they are only doing 2 laps.
Yeah, so the white flag is out for John Rance.
All right, so John Rance,
wow.
great lap by John Rance, though.
Our first place competitor is John Rance in the stock class with a 1 hour and 19-minute lap. We're guessing an hour and a half, so that's a great run by him. These guys and gals are running strong. And Angie just texted me. You said, Scott Farley earlier, the 48-24 in memory of Z24. Keeping that alive. I love it. Thank you, Angie.
And as we are watching John Rance make his way around, that is we have a couple horseshoe-style turns here on the short course. You have to really watch yourself in these stock vehicles and the way their cars are set up. They're not really set up for drifting. Lots of action on our radios through race ops.
Yeah, the PCI race radio's been busy out here. Lots of information.
On his second lap. It's car 431. So if 431 passes 4619, technically 4619 can still finish. He would just get a checkered flag and one completed lap.
Yeah, sorry, listen to race off a little bit, trying to keep up, because remember, we have 3 different races going on at the same time. The stock class is only racing 2 laps. The 45s and 48s are racing 3 laps, so we got to kind of pay attention. And John Rance on screen, and that Bronco is running one heck of a race. And again, I love that thing. It's running that 7-speed manual, a 2.3 EcoBoost with Mud Nut Racing, stirring up the dust here at the Crossbar Ranch for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals.
All right, we should have Doug Langford coming in here very shortly as well. Albert Contreras is not too far out. He's roughly at race mile 25.
And
then Alex Fleming should be our next stock class coming in.
I see Corey Day coming through. Driver record is Bailey Cole.
Okay.
But Corey Day is physical second in the stock class. And right behind him is Doug Langford.
We
got a race on our hands in the stock class. So 2 white flags are coming out for the 4600 stock class. Bailey Cole, Corey Day, and Doug Langford. So Corey Day
in second position in class.
And Jonathan Terhune out there ripping it up. And Albert Contreras. So the stock class 2, 3, and 4 are neck and neck. So we're going to have to go down and do adjusted time.
Well, remember, Miles, whenever we were talking earlier, there was a lot of them in the same area that I said they're going to be coming in neck and neck.
And think of this. Bailey Cole driver record took off at the very end. So on adjusted time, I think Corey Day's out there with a great run going. Wow, he started dead last, and is in second physically and first on adjusted time. That's incredible.
Yes, it is.
And then it's on adjusted time in stock class, it's Bailey Cole and Corey Day. Then it's John Rance. Then it's Albert Contreras. Then Doug Langford. What a great race we have going in the stock class. Wow,
yes.
wow.
And the 326 coming through with the time of 1:16:10. So we were about 20 minutes off on our time guesstimate.
Yeah, they're ripping. And look at Corey Day and Jonathan Terhune and that Cherokee just ripping it up, having a great time on their final lap. 27 more miles to go.
Doug Langford trying to catch up into the dust there of Corey Day.
And I think Doug Langford literally has twice the horsepower as Corey Day.
Yeah, right?
Oh, exactly. And here comes Alex Fleming. So stock class is pushing right along, Pam. What a great race we have here. Yes. I love it.
We could see them all grouped together on the tracker, and here they are, all coming in. Like I said again, neck and neck.
I love it when it's a tight race. Obviously, if somebody gets out front and runs away with it, good for them. But when you have to pay attention, look at adjusted time, there's 5 cars within 3 minutes, you're looking at the tracker, you're looking at live timing, and you're watching the screen, and it just makes for an exciting race.
Exactly.
This is a fun one. I hope you guys and gals are having as much fun as we are here in the Warren Racing Studio. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing, and it is not over yet. It's far from over. There's Alex Fleming in that Toyota 4Runner, Sherpa Motorsports. They do a lot of what you do, that overlanding. They go out there doing tent camping on their trucks and do a lot of fun cooking. Check out their social media out there.
I don't know how I got tagged as an overlander.
Because you showed up with a tent on your truck. That's how you got tagged.
Oh, no.
And then I found out that you didn't like it, so that's why I poked you even more.
No. Adventure. An adventure. Oh, goodness gracious. No,
you're
good times.
You're an adventure as long as they have Starbucks.
Oh, no. I'm not that bougie.
You're not? What's sitting right in front of us?
It's
Starbucks.
Yep. As long as I have coffee, let's just put it that way.
And Alex Fleming still pushing strong. Again, the 4600 stock class is only racing 2 laps, so they are at the halfway mark. John Rance is physically out front, but on adjusted time, Bailey Cole and Corey Day are running very, very healthy pace. So we have everybody except for Dan Wyrick out of the race. Cody St. Clair, heard he had issues, back going. Jeff Flanagan, I believe, has a mechanical issue. Tom Van Schaik out of the race. Megan Miller had some tire issues but is back moving. Haven't heard much of Brian Moore. John Schaefer and Sergio Pinillos, haven't seen them in a little bit. Haven't seen Derek Ausler. Haven't seen Mick Hinson. Tom Biddle is out, and Tanner McGrath never took the start.
So Brian Moore was the one who was getting passed, I believe, by
Corey Day.
Corey Day, yeah. So they were over in that area. Let's see here. 674, Derek Ausler, 0 miles per hour at roughly race mile 23.
So that's got to
John
be
Schaefer
at the Warren Waterfall.
Yeah, and then, we have John Schaefer, driver of record, the 4688, also at race mile 23 at 0 miles per hour.
So I wonder if there's a log jam there or if somebody needs some help and they're, doing the sportsman-like thing.
Yeah, not quite sure. Jeffrey Flanagan, 869, race mile 25.
Yeah, we got a mechanical alert
mechanical
from him.
On him. The 4818 of Brian Moore should be coming in here momentarily because he's at race mile 25.
And there's Alex Fleming bypassing the PCI hot pits.
So 4619 of Mick Hinson is 0 miles per hour here, but you got a message about Mick Hinson.
I did get something. Was it from him or Messenger? I don't remember.
I don't know, but it was he's at race mile 15. Has been there for quite some time. And then let's see, who else do we have here?
My phone's been blown up. I don't remember who texted me the information.
Somebody
said
something about Mick Hinson earlier on. But right now, the 4517 of Jesse Oliver, roughly race mile 20. Sean Reisky, race mile 19.
Oh, it was David Clay with Racing Track, so he did have a mechanical alert on his.
Okay.
So that's where that one was.
Can't
Some tough
keep up
break
with everybody.
there. Is that Jeremy Brown, I believe, in the PCI pits? Just a quick glance, and that's the only car I see in there as of now. There's Tom Van Schaik. He just went out of screen, but he is out of the race. He called it, but at least he has an easy recovery.
Yes, exactly.
We are
close
flying
to
back.
the pits. Yeah, he's been stuck there for a while. Yeah.
Yep, broken front diff for Tom Van Schaik, all the way from Ontario, Canada. Tough break for him. And hopefully the Warren's waterfall, we can get our FPV back and going. We saw it take a little tumble. Hopefully he's able to recover it and get it fixed.
And Miles, my brain was it John Rance that came through the first stock class, correct? Vehicle-wise?
Physically, yes.
Okay, so he's at race mile 4. Oh, here we have Mr. Moore coming in.
Brian Moore, and Brock was riding shotgun with him. Usually has his nephew riding with him, so I don't know if I goofed up or if he never told me. But Brian Moore and Brock are cruising along. Oh, Mick Hinson is swapping out a power steering pump out on course, so he has a mechanical. So what that means is he's letting us know he has a mechanical, or he's letting his fellow racers know he has a mechanical. So when they come up, the racing tracks will have a little sign saying, hey, there is somebody stopped on course working on their car. So that's what he's doing. He's trying to change a power steering pump on course.
So who's his co-driver?
Mike.
Mike. Would that have been Mike?
No, it was not him.
Definitely not Mike. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops, I wasn't on there. Look
there
at that
you are.
dust that Mr. Brian Moore. He's got a
left front
flat.
flat tire, yeah.
He's really throwing up the dust.
Yeah, and back to Mick Henson. Yeah, he's out there changing that power steering pump, and hopefully him and Mr. Hawk can get that figured out.
Oh, his window net's
net
down as
so
well.
We'll have to get him stopped and get that back up.
Well, and you know, sometimes with these window nets, they have that metal bar in it, and when you get out to fix something or whatnot,
and he takes a big tumble into the woods.
Hopefully
So
everybody will be
tough
okay.
roll for Brian Moore.
Benji, recovery. Right, there you go. Thank you all.
So hopefully he is A-okay.
And they're gonna-
See some movement getting out of the car, so that's always a great sign.
Yeah, and what it looks like happened, I mean, is that having that,
Just bicycled.
well, and that front right
Oh, yeah. forgot about
tire.
that. So I do see movement inside the car, always a great sign. So the recovery crews there are going to check on him. Hopefully we get a thumbs up from both driver and co-driver. It looks like they're more worried about getting the car over. So that's always a good sign.
Clearing the course for the next racer that might be coming through. Because they are pretty much right in the middle of race course.
Yep, I got a confirmation from the PCI Race Radio. Driver and co-driver are A-OK with Brian Moore and Brock. As it looks like that's Megan Miller, because I almost said Rick Levezzo.
You almost
but it's
did.
not. It
Yeah.
used to be Rick.
And that's roughly the area that she's in by looking at the tracker. So perfect. Megan Miller trucking along. Boy, her husband has been hard at work today,
Yeah.
getting his steps in.
Putting it to work, and I love seeing the FPV drone. Great to see they got it back in action. Oh, it looks like there's RDP getting some great shots right there of Megan Miller heading up the Warren Waterfall.
He's
RDP
always getting the good shots.
Red Line Projects, follow his page. He does all our Ultra4 USA media. He brings us the goods. Love seeing what RDP can bring to the table. One of my great buddies, and just all-around good dude, and brings you the good stuff.
All right. Here we are, though, still watching Megan Miller. Now we're back to watching recovery. They got the car flipped back over. He did have that flat tire, but that was actually on his driver front.
He still has a flat tire.
Well, I'm thinking in my head the way he was turning it.
Yeah, that wouldn't have affected him
No,
that
it wouldn't
much.
have. No, I mean, you can see that there's ruts that are all, like, worn in right there, but there's Sean Reisky.
That's our physical race leader, Sean Reisky, at the Warren Waterfall there at Hell's Gate. And here he's going straight at Hell's Gate right now. He's probably going to turn left, which he does, dang it. Sean, come on, buddy. We got the camera on you.
That's when you don't send it.
Oh,
you
yeah,
see the cameras.
absolutely. Checkers or wreckers, baby.
Not when you're in the lead like
I
this.
know.
What did we see at Rush a couple years ago whenever he was leading the race and it was
and
so muddy?
At the start-finish, it was rained, and it was terribly muddy. He came down that hill and just went all sorts of
He was stuck
crazy.
in the trees. Thank goodness
Yeah,
for the trees.
Literally stuck in the
Yes.
trees. It took a chainsaw to get him out.
Yes, exactly.
Is that driver planning to continue?
Stephen Lindsay's tuned in. Thanks for checking us out, buddy.
Yes, he is making some comments here on the YouTube as well. Loves that the grassroots racing, he's cheering on Diesel and Jake.
Heck yeah. Rock crawler suspension with Savvy Off-Road up there.
Make sure they're belted in, safety nets are up, and moving to pit.
So we do have Brian Moore recovered. He is out of the car.
Out of the race line, and then they'll get strapped in.
Yanking the car out of race line to make sure the race course is clear. They got their helmets off, so now they got to kind of regroup.
Well,
they
look
need to
at
get back in the car.
Look at it, though. It's getting drug, but the tire I mean, something could be wrong in the steering because usually when you start getting towed, the tires will follow.
But he has that left front tire, so
Exactly.
it's digging in, and so I think that's all it was.
Yeah, hopefully.
But they got to get there, regroup, take a deep breath, calm down. Obviously, you've lost a lot of time. Your extra couple minutes to make sure you get back in, get your helmet on, get your Hans, seat belts, window nets, and get back in action. And give the car a quick once over. He took a pretty good tumble. But, hey, that's an old-school Blue Torch Fab chassis that's been around for a very long time. That thing started as a trail wheeler. That's actually my buddy Kelly owned it for quite a while, so I've been in that exact same car in Disney, Oklahoma, just having fun. And to see it come full circle, get some eyes on it, and get out there racing, great to see Brian Moore. He had some health issues last year. He was unable to make a couple races, so I'm so stoked that he's back healthy enough to come out here racing with us.
So I'm wondering, they were looking under the hood really quick, but it also looks like they already have a flat tire on the rack. So I'm wondering if they had a flat tire earlier on or if it's just the way the camera angle is.
I think lots of flat tires today.
Yeah, but it looks like he possibly could already have a flat tire on the rack. So, I mean, because right now, if I was stopped right now and I'm already out of the car, I would go ahead and change that if I already have a tire that's right. And the blue smoke coming out because,
it starts, which is a good thing.
Yep.
And I'm going through the Rolodex right now. My buddy Daniel Parker from Alabama helped build that car, and then it went to Kansas, and then it went to Oklahoma. So that car's been around and done some great things. But you saw the blue smoke fire up. It's running. Obviously, when you go upside down, the oil passes by the pistons and gets on top. Little puff of smoke, as long as it didn't hydrolock, which it didn't. Hopefully he is able to continue the PCI pits, get that tire swapped out, and keep on rocking and rolling.
All right, so get all put.
There's Jesse Oliver.
Jesse Oliver making his way up into the waterfall, but you know what? He's probably going to make that left-hand turn too, as we've been seeing everybody, right? Or
he's already passed that.
Yep.
So Jesse Oliver, I believe, is first in the 4,500 class still. And, again, a huge shout-out to Hammer King Productions. Take it live. Believe Cam. Obviously, yesterday we fought some tech issues, but today this is an amazing coverage of this race. I love all the different views we have. It's been fantastic.
There's a gentleman on YouTube saying Sean's motto, win the show or be the show.
Yeah, that's the checkers or records right there.
Checkers or records.
I like that. Win the show or be the show.
Jaron Gunter's chiming in. He might be watching Crossland's YouTube because he's saying on here that Crossland took out another tire.
Oh, tough luck. Yeah, you can go to Chuck Crossland's Off-Road YouTube channel and watch his onboard camera the entire time.
Yes.
And obviously it'll glitch in and out with the Starlink, but it's pretty cool to see how that all shakes out.
Yes, and Nathan Bonner's watching as well, wanting to say thank you to everybody for making the live feed happen.
We get so many compliments from that, and it's a great showing of what Ultra4 USA is all about. And up next is the 2025 King of the Hammers in less than 100 days, and that production is insane. We have multiple helicopters. I think I remember 31 Starlinks last year for all the different cameras out on course. It's going to be incredible.
And you can see that they are making sure that Brian Moore gets all buckled in, hoping there's nothing wrong in that front end. It's looking a little weird to me personally, but then again, I'm not standing right in front of it.
Well, I mean, obviously you took the tumble. The hood on that Jeep is dented on the driver's front, and then that tire is flat, so it is leaning as well.
Right.
So all is well that be as well, right?
We will see here in just a few moments. But, yeah, we have lots of cars still out and about on the course, and let's see where our leaders are at right at this moment.
Oh, you feel that, Pam?
Sunshine.
The sun is back it's on my back. I'm feeling good right now. Yesterday, I was just a little bit brisk all day long, so I'm pretty excited to have this sun out here today. And Brian Moore is back underway, but that tire's about to come off, and that could, like we were looking at Chuck earlier, that can get into your brakes. That can cause some havoc. So to your point, Pam, I think I would have changed that here as well. But he is only 2 miles away from the PCI pits.
Exactly. It looked like something just also fell off the back of his car, so I hope that wasn't part of his tools, because a lot of drivers will put their tool bag in where their spare runs because they can hold it down right there, but
Something did just fall. Oh, look, here we have.
That's Brendan Thompson is.
No, Austin.
Yeah, sorry. Austin Thompson, Brendan's son, is riding with Chuck Crossland.
That's interesting.
I didn't know that. Last time I talked to Chuck, he did not have a co-driver, so he found a sucker.
There we go. There we go. I mean, Brendan Thompson, obviously one of our racers, but that's pretty cool to see him out there with Chuck Crossland.
So
but Sean Reisky, I have him at 0 miles per hour.
And obviously Chuck is too, changing that tire.
Yeah, so Sean Reisky is 0 miles per hour at race mile 24, which is that remote pit. So let's hope he's not having some major issues. But Jesse Oliver not too far behind him, roughly race mile 23.
So we could have a new physical race leader in a 4,500 car. That's going to be some fun stories around the campfire if Jesse can pull this off.
Yes, and Scott Farley, he's running physically in third on our tracker.
And he has hit over 100 miles an hour today, and on adjusted time was our leader after lap number 1 of 3 for the 4,800 and the 4,500. The stock class cars are out on their second and final lap of their race.
So we also have the 4819 of Jesse Lee at 0 miles per hour at race mile 17. Justin Barth is coming up on him, so bummer to see Jesse Lee stopped as well. So we have quite a few cars. Let's see, the 4619 McKinson, which we know. The 4869 Chuck Crossland, we were told that has that flat tire, as we saw as well. Pretty much that's it. That's actually in red, stopped on course. Jeffrey Flanagan.
Yeah, we saw him stopped, and he had a mechanical alert on his racing tracks as well, as Brian Moore is literally limping to the PCI pits.
Well,
what's that, 3 miles an hour?
Maybe.
Ooh,
maybe.
That's
I
rough.
mean, and, again, you don't want to push it too hard with that kind of flat.
Yeah, because that tire could come off, and he's riding on the rim, so it just
right.
physically is painful probably.
Painful, and you don't want to mess up the brake lines or anything. So we'll see him go, obviously, into the PCI hot pits. Okay, not sure about this, but Sean Reisky is right over here, race mile 24. Let's go here into our racing map on racing tracks. Still at 0 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's not good for old Sean Reisky. I hate to hear that.
I don't know if the pits is like right at race mile 24 or if it's in that curve. So hopefully it's just he's in the hot pits getting something changed out. But yes, still at 0 miles per hour.
And to repeat my good buddy Justin, some people lose and some people winch. He was cracking me up last night. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully we can get him back on the show at some point today. Him and Sergio had some good chats last night after the sun went down. Didn't have much for camera, so we just kind of had a little comedy show last night. And, half comedy, and actually the guy's smarter than he looks. He gave us some great insight on the Warren winches and the history of it. 76 years old is how old Warren winches is. And that is... Scott Farley.
Yep, that is
48-24. Scott Farley, who is winning this race on adjusted time, is in the Warren Waterfall section and getting all sorts of rowdy with that thing. Oh, right rear flat tire. Did you see that?
Yes.
And maybe right front, too. For sure, right rear.
Did it just happen, though?
I do not know that answer.
Okay, so Sean Reisky looks like he is back up and moving, but Jesse Oliver got past him.
Let's talk about that. So he's at race mile 23 at Warren Waterfall. Remote pit 2 is race mile 24. Hopefully they have somebody there and able to help out old Scott Farley. Tough break for him.
Yeah, because we know that they have people over at remote pit 1 because I believe that's where Chip is at. But, very unfortunate to have those two right flats. All righty, it sounds like the 45-17 will be in here in
that'll
just
be
a
our
few moments.
physical race leader, right, of Jesse Oliver. The white flag will be flying for him in the 4,500 class. Jesse Oliver driving one heck of a race. But again, that's physical out front. And in his class, Scott Farley is still in the 4,800 on adjusted time. We'll see how it all shakes out. But I see the dust, Pam.
Yes.
Oh, nope, that's,
Huh.
Sergio.
He was stopped for a little while over at the rock face, so it's good to see that he got back up and running.
So that'll still be a white flag for Sergio. And then Megan Miller's coming through to finish her first lap, so she still has 2 more to go.
All right, so Sergio will be getting that white flag, making his way through.
And he is
bouncing
letting
around.
her sing.
Him and Brad Goodfellow.
They're having some fun with Warren Racing.
Oh, you know what, Miles? I just saw Sean Reisky actually is still out in front physically.
Oh, yep.
45-17. So they're just toggling back and forth. But there goes Megan Miller getting the
Metal Cloak Bronco still looks great. Megan Miller and Derek Miller still pushing strong in that Metal Cloak Bronco.
Oh, and there's Jesse Oliver that just came into over here. So lots of action going on.
So that's going to put him on adjusted time ahead of Sean Reisky, I believe. Sean Reisky still physically out front, and the white flag flies for Sean Reisky. So the white flag is going to be flying, I believe, for the rest of the field then, right? Yeah.
Yes, it should be.
So white flag will be out for the rest of the field.
This is Jesse Oliver, 45. White flag.
All right, and there we have Jesse Oliver making his way through. And look at our short course, super busy with all of this traffic. It almost looked like, I actually think that was just the dust, but it almost looked like Reisky had a flat, but it's just the way the dust is kicking up.
Yeah, I got physical eyes. No flat tires for Sean Reisky.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I could see that just the way the dust is kicking up on him.
But sometimes it tricks you a little bit, doesn't it? That dust is gnarly out there.
And Sergio making his way through.
And Megan Miller's here on the infield as well.
Yeah, she's already gone through the exit part of it.
Yep.
And then we have Jesse Oliver.
So on adjusted time, Jesse Oliver is our overall leader. And Scott Farley does have a flat tire, so I do think our new overall leader is Jesse Oliver on adjusted time.
And that dust is gnarly with all of those cars. Jesse Oliver was chucking up just a little bit with the way the breeze is blowing. But there is Jeff Martin making his way through.
That Miller Motorsports chassis with Justin Sherwin riding shotgun. With Martin Racing out of Martinsville, Indiana.
He'll have a checkered in hand, given checkered each flag, or each car. All good.
So the white flag will fly for the rest of the field. Oh, we got a pass on screen. Is that Jesse Oliver getting around Sergio Pinillos for John Schaefer? So Jesse Oliver just has Sean Reisky out in front of him. They are racing 2 different classes, Pam, but on adjusted time, Jesse Oliver's our new racer overall. With physically out front, Sean Reisky.
By
remember,
4 minutes and 39 seconds.
Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off one at a time in 1 minute increments.
All right, so I'm wondering about Scott Farley, as you saw caught on the camera earlier, the flat tires.
Can you find him on racing tracks?
I can find him on racing tracks, but I'm just wondering, like, how is that going to affect, if, like you said, if he has somebody over there in those hot pits. He's still moving along. He's almost to race mile 24, so he should be going into those hot pits very soon.
But that's what I love about Ultra4. He may not have anybody in those pits, but I bet you if he pulls in, he's going to have a bunch of people come over there and help him change it, which is going to be a lot faster to have help than if you can stay strapped in. That saves you a minute or two as we are watching our competitors blow by the PCI pits right here. Well, one's going in.
I believe, was that
Two's
Sergio?
going in. Sergio's that car right there that's going in.
Yes.
So I can't quite tell who is who, I'll be honest. It's the brown car right now.
The 1470 of Jeff Martin, which we did see on screen moving, but on our tracker is showing him at 0 miles per hour. And also I am seeing that Dwayne Garrettson is at 0 miles per hour at race mile 21. And then let's see here. We have the 4531 still moving along. The 4819 of Justin Lee got moving again. The 417 of Justin Barth is at race mile 19, which is just past Rockface.
Brian Moore, and we're going to zoom in on that far car. So Brian Moore on the bottom left and that top right.
That's Megan Miller, I believe.
Yep, it is. The Medical Bronco. That is Megan Miller. Thank you, Jake with Believe Cam, for zooming in on it. So we can tell exactly who's in the PCI pit. So it looks like they're just doing some fuel. And while you're fueling for safety, nobody else can touch the car unless they're in full safety wear. So you can see them just looking at the car while they're fueling. Once the fuel is done, all hands on deck. You can see them waiting on them. No fuel. All right, now they can start working on the car.
Exactly, and we know that she was having the tire issues earlier on, but she has.
Just sending her out.
Yeah, exactly. And she has a fresh tire in the rack, so.
That was Chad and Rick Lavezzo helping with the pits there for sure. That's their old car. They're going to help support them for a little while, I would assume. Megan Miller literally drove her truck and trailer here with no race car. Rick Lavezzo brought his entire semi-hauler with that car, all the spares, and helped supporting Megan Miller. Such a cool thing out here.
And making her way out, she has exited out of the hot pits. She has to go 45 or 25 miles per hour until she gets to the exit flags.
Which she has hit, and she's back on the gas.
You can hear that horsepower in the distance. Let's see, who will we have coming in next? We should have, well, Scott Farley. Let me refresh here. More than likely, Scott Farley is still over in remote pit 2.
Oh, I hate to hear that for him. He had such a great run going, but that you've heard that story time and time again. I was winning.
Until I wasn't.
Until I wasn't.
It was good until it wasn't.
To finish first you must finish. There's Brian Moore still in the pits. We saw him take that pretty good tumble here in the infield, so they're probably getting that tire changed and then just giving that car more than just a look over, kind of shake it down a little bit to make sure everybody's safe to go back out. And look at that. Teams are running from 3 pits down to go help Brian Moore. Again, Ultra4 Racing has the best off-road family out there. I just absolutely love it. I've been a part of it since, I guess, 2009. We raced XRA back in the day. Again, just a pit crew guy. That's where I got my start. I had fun with it. And then we started racing King of the Hammers. It's a funny story. We'd been racing XRA, and my buddy Wyatt that I was racing with, I was on a date with my girlfriend at the time, my wife now, Bailey, and we were at Mongolian Barbecue. And that was fancy for us because back then I was ultra poor. I'll steal that line. And we were out on there, and Wyatt calls. He's like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" He's like, "Hey, we're going to King of the Hammers in February." I'm like, "What's that?" He's like, "Oh, it's a big race in California." I'm like, "California? I've never been west of Colorado." Like, I don't know. We hang up. Next day we chat some more. So I asked Baylor, I was like, "Hey, I've got a once-in-a-lifetime chance to go to King of the Hammers in California." So we talked it through. Okay, I used all my vacation, went out there, had a blast. Haven't missed one since.
Yeah, King of the Hammers is definitely one that sucks you in, and you don't want to ever miss one.
Yeah, you accidentally went a long time ago, right?
Well, I actually met Dave Cole in 2009. I was out pre-running in Barstow for a desert race and met Dave Cole while he was out messing around and pre-running as well. He borrowed a radio from my hubby and I, and anyways, so we met him then, and then in 2010 or 11, I can't remember which year, went out and actually watched King of the Hammers. Mind you, desert racing at the time. I watched those guys racing in the rocks. I'm like, I want to try this. So
that was new to you, right?
New to me. Never did it. And then 2017, actually started working in the media department. Here I am now. How many years later?
Now you're stuck.
Exactly. I'm not stuck. If I wanted to, I'd be going. But you know what? This is an addiction. Being on this side of it is just like being on the racer side of it.
The behind the scenes is incredible of what Hammer King Productions, Ultra4 USA, and everybody else pulls off. It's an incredible feat. I mean, being here at the Crossbar Ranch, it's big and impressive. You go to King of the Hammers, it's huge, and it takes a village to put it on. I think there was over 200 volunteers last year. I think 200-plus staff and contractors and whatnot.
I mean, going out in, like I said, I think it was 2010 or 2011. I can't remember exactly which year. Like I said, it was addicting, but I did the Rebel Rally in 2016 with Emily Miller.
That's a pretty cool
they just
thing.
Finish line last night
was
for
it
the
finished?
9th. I was the first car off the line the very first year of the Rebel Rally, competitor the first 2 years. But when Emily Miller and I were talking, she was saying that she ran the media at King of the Hammers. I'm like, oh my gosh, I would love to come work with you if you need any help.
So we have to blame her for you,
2017, huh? Yeah, 2017, I went and helped her, worked in the media department, and then it went from there.
And here we are.
So, but here we do.
So who won the Rebel Rally?
This year? Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. I've been trying to keep up a little bit, but obviously we're having our own race
Bailey
here.
Campbell's in it.
She was entered, and I know Emmy Hall was there.
She does the commentating, yes.
Oh, there's Scott Farley coming to screen, so he definitely lost time changing that tire, but he is back in action. So once he comes through the Warren Racing start-finish, I'm going to tune in to live.ultra4racing.com to see where he stacks up against the rest of the field. I'm going to guess he's going to be in that third position.
We shall see, though, here in just a moment. But you
that
can
put
hear
him
his
second
cheering
class.
team. Man, it's so awesome to see them over
Rufus
there.
Racing is here in the house.
Second overall right now.
That's first in class. So Scott Farley is still first in class over Sean Reisky. Sean Reisky started way up in the field. Scott Farley started in the back. So Scott Farley is still leading his class. Great run. There's Dwayne Garrettson heading into the Warren Waterfall.
Well, what an amazing race that's going on. You know Scott is definitely pumped 100%. I'm not sure who they just said that is getting ready to be coming through.
I maybe heard Bronco. I'm not sure. So would that be Sean Rance finishing the race?
It could be. Let's look here.
Yeah, how far back is Sean Rance?
You would think I'd have this really cool tool in front of me called tracking that I wasn't paying attention to. You can hear the whole entire Rufus Racing team over there cheering on Scott.
Eric Spinn was just tuned in asking about Dwayne Garrettson. We just saw him at race mile 23 at the Warren Waterfall.
All right, so we know Jeffrey's got a mechanical, and there's another car right by Jeffrey Flanagan, which is Cody St. Clair. So Cody got going again. He had a drive shaft, right?
Yeah, drive shaft, yes.
Yes, so he's moving. He's at race mile 20.
Glad to see his back in action.
Yeah, he's at race mile 25. All right, 1470 is moving along at race mile 25. So Jeff Martin should be coming in here shortly as well.
And I'm watching Casey Gilbert just hit me up. Jesse Oliver came in for his last pit, leading the race overall physically. Thank you, Casey. Removed. So we should have the 4561 of the Texas Kid, Cody St. Clair, coming in soon.
And I just saw Jeff Martin come into play over here to the right side before the start-finish line, and there we have him now on screen.
So that should put him fourth overall and third in class, I do believe. Jeff Martin and Justin Sherwin running a great race in that Miller Motorsports chassis.
Okay, and there is Jeff Martin coming through, clicking off another lap. Man, he had a rough start to the year with his injury that he had.
Yeah, with a garage door or something,
right? Yeah, those garage door
Yeah.
springs are gnarly, and yeah.
It really messed his hand up, so glad to see him back in action.
Wasn't it was Jonathan Terhune who ran for him at Bowling Green?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Jonathan Terhune finally got to drive a real race car. And he's riding with Corey Day right now.
Yes, exactly.
And there's been so many races I literally kind of close my eyes and have to relive. Okay, yep, you're right. There's a great overview on how
I
big
know what
the
I'm
short
talking
course
about
is.
sometimes.
Yeah, you're finally starting to figure this stuff out.
Now, Miles.
We're always having fun, Pam.
There we do see Jeff Martin making his way through, though. He's still fighting. He's fighting his own dust in some of these corners because of the way the short course is set up and the way the breeze is going. He's going through his own dust trail.
Chris Magro is tuning in, checking on Diesel Krentz. He's asking if he's third in class, and I'm checking live.ultra4racing.com, and I believe he's fourth in class right now. We'll see how that shakes out. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. So now we should have Cody St. Clair coming in here pretty soon. Oh, I got physical eyes on him.
All right, I was just trying to look at our YouTube chatting going on. I'm not 100% paying attention to it the whole entire time, so I'm sorry if I miss
they
something
get it.
on
We
here.
got something else going on.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you've noticed, but we got a race going on.
Kevin Larson's watching from Florida, and here comes Cody St. Clair.
The Texas kid. And Alan told me earlier he was back and running, but didn't sound the engine doesn't sound healthy. He's correct.
Poppin', yeah.
It still doesn't sound perfect, so I hope he can get that. I believe it's a Thompson's engine in there running.
It's definitely popping when he's getting on it.
A Thompson's LS 408 stroker. As we're watching Jeff Martin in that Miller Motorsports chassis plugging away. Jeff Martin is third in class and fourth overall as everybody is on their last lap as they come through the Warren Racing start-finish. The white flag will fly for every single vehicle. I see Sarge over there, so I think Clint's here. Awesome.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I do see Clint. He's sitting
Clint's
right there.
helped us work quite a bit. Didn't know he was going to be.
Sherpa.
Oh, yep, helping out with Sherpa. Good call. But yeah, I saw the dog over the runner. I was like, is that Sarge? It sure is one of the coolest German Shepherds out here.
Yes, and there we do have, who is that at over in the waterfall? That is Justin Barth.
So he's in that Jimmy's chassis, Justin Barth at the Warren Waterfall. Ooh, Cody's car does not sound good. I think he's got, I'm going to guess, but like a plug wire burnt or off or something.
Yeah, it's not firing on all cylinders, it doesn't sound like.
Yep. But Justin Barth is at Warren Waterfall, race mile number 23. See Abby over there. She must be watching and listening to us.
Uh-huh.
So there must be a delay. We'll wait for her to look over and smile.
Well, I actually have it on my screen as well because I'm looking at the YouTube chat, so I can see, like, right now we're watching Sean Rance, right?
Yep,
and
Sean
here I'm
Rance.
still watching Cody go through the short course.
Gotcha.
Quite a delay there.
Sean Rance Sr. plugging away right behind Justin Barth at the Warren Waterfall. There she is. She's waving at us now.
Every once in a while, I hear an echo of somebody over in that area watching the live stream right next to it. I love it.
How cool is that? It's a tool because the racers can keep up with the live show and know who to how to push and who's in front, who's behind. As Sean Rance makes it up the Warren Waterfall.
All right, let's look here on our racing map. Where is everybody at? Dwayne Garrettson, he was stopped there for a little while. He's now at race mile 24, going roughly 35 miles per hour. And then Justin Barth is going 5 miles per hour at race mile 23, but like we know, we just saw that is also the Hell's Gate area in the waterfall. The 45-31 Sean Rance, we just saw him go through the waterfall in that same exact area. But our race leaders, where are we at? So,
All call. Youth 170s, stage at 11:30.
And just getting an update. Please, all Youth 170s start staging at 11:30. We're going to try to stay on schedule. So all Youth 170s stage at the Big White Tent at 11:30.
all right, so looking at the tracking miles, I'm trying to find where everybody's at. We have our Sean Reisky and Jesse Oliver on the tracker. Looks like they're going neck and neck over around race mile 8. So those are our physical race leaders.
But don't forget, we have the 4600 class that's actually ahead of them.
Right.
So
right.
I really think it's going to be interesting to see if the stock class can finish 2 laps before the 48, 45 classes can finish 3 laps. Let's look at some time. So we're right around 1 hour, so that should take him 3 hours. Stock class was – so actually I think the stock class should grab the checkered flag first by about 25 minutes.
Yeah, they should. But Scott Farley's at race mile 4, going roughly 36 miles per hour, and behind him is Jeff Martin. Jeff Martin is – so now Scott Farley's about 4.5. Jeff Martin's at 4. We have the 48-18 of Brian Moore that is in the hot pits still. So Brian Moore has not came out of the hot pits.
And I just heard over the PCI race radio we should have Dwayne Garrettson coming in, grabbing his white flag in the 4,500 class. So that's going to put him, I believe, 5th overall and 2nd in class. So Dwayne Garrettson has a great race going under his belt. We'll see how it all shakes out. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. I am Miles Hasquis alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and this is some of the best racing action we can bring you. The Crossbar Ranch has a little bit of everything. Go fast, woods, rocks, a little bit of water, rock crawling. Man, I love it here.
Yes, it is.
And wind. It's got a little bit of wind, too.
Little bit. And
actually, right now, it's about perfect.
You were talking to Justin yesterday, and he goes, there's a reason that all those windmills are out there. And we have been feeling that for the last week.
He said he went out there and tried to turn them down, but he couldn't find the little,
he said he was going to go try again, though, but I
little
don't think
clicker thingy.
I don't think he's had time.
Yeah,
Good
Justin
times.
Ramsey, who runs the off-road park here at Crossbar Ranch, it's absolutely amazing what he does with his whole team. 6,500 acres and just some of the best terrain we could offer you. And Dwayne Garrettson coming through. I've got physical eyes on him. He'll be clicking off his second lap, heading out for his third and final lap. The white flag will be flying for Dwayne Garrettson, number 26, out of Alma, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road. And that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. Limitless LS performance. You can hear that LS screaming. And that Ford Bronco clip is looking good. Him and Jeremy Tipton have just a solid run. Yes, he still is 5th overall and 2nd in class.
I do have to say Dwayne Garrettson is a very, just talking to him, he's just a very chill, smooth racer. Like, just even talking to him, he's always seems like he's just very relaxed kind of thing, right? And when you see him out driving, it's so natural for him. He's a smooth racer, and smooth is fast, and that's why he does so well. And
I just love it when he pulls up to the start line. He's got his hair tie around his beard.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Exactly, right? But, yeah, he's definitely one that is a very fast driver, but, again, it's because he's consistent and he's smooth. Making his way through our short course. He was our 2023, wasn't he our 2023 champion?
Yeah. For the Western Series, I believe.
Series.
Yep. He's won a lot. He's won King of the Hammers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he won King of the Hammers last year and this year.
He's no stranger to the podium. That is for sure.
He's won the Eastern Championship 3 times, the National Championship before. He's won the Western Series champion last year. I mean, yeah, this guy's won a little bit of everything, and great to see him still out here pushing so strong.
And again, you can see like he's fighting his own dust the way that the breeze is going.
At least we're not fighting our own dust.
I know, right?
Because if the wind was the opposite way, it'd be miserable over here at the Warren Racing Studio.
Like yesterday.
We'd probably figure something out.
Well, Sergio and Justin put this amazing wall up for us yesterday, and I think that is helping us out quite a bit because it's coming in towards us right now.
Night and day difference. It hasn't blown all my paperwork all the way, haven't blown the TV off the desk.
I'm not having to dodge your rocks that are on top of your clipboards.
I can start chucking them at you if you want.
Nope.
You can dodge a wrench. Can you dodge a rock?
I can dodge anything. All right, so Sean Reisky looks like he's out physically in front, going to roughly 50 miles per hour. Race mile, a little past 12.
So let's skip up to the stock class because they're the ones we should see in here next, I believe. So it should be.
They're all the same color, so I got to kind of go through and click on each
John
one.
Rance. I think you can search individually.
John Rance, you can.
I like to do it the hard way.
I don't know how to work this.
4:31. John Rance is over at Rockface.
So that's 23 then?
Nope, 19.
Oh, 19, that's right. So race mile 19. So we should have our leaders in here, I'm going to say in about 20, 25 minutes for the checkered flag to be flying for John Rance. Physically out front, but I do think Bailey Cole and Corey Day, if they can keep that pace going on adjusted time, they should have it locked down.
They're in the same area, so they're not too
really?
far. So John Rance is at 19. It says 19 for Corey Day also, but it's
so they're
right
neck and neck.
They're
so
right in the same
absolutely.
area, yes.
Corey Day and Bailey Cole look like they should have this race locked up, but the race is not over.
Let's see, who else do we have that's even close to them?
Jesse Oliver just got by Reisky at mile 12 physically. That's from Casey Gilbert 2 minutes ago. So Jesse Oliver is our physical race leader at race mile 12.
Okay.
And I'm going to brag on Casey Gilbert a little bit last night. So last night after the live show, I went over, I was teching Brian Trimp's car, and we were going over it, and we just got done having a beverage, and then Casey Gilbert pulls up, and Andrew Shipman hops out of the back seat, and I'm like, what are you guys doing? He's like, well, I was coming back from where he's coming. I saw Andrew Shipman walking in the middle of nowhere. It's like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I broke an axle. I'm trying to go recover my car. He's like, where are you walking to? He's like, oh, I think race mile 14. He's like, do you know how far away that is? Like, yeah, it's going to be a long night. He's like, hop in. They came back to the pits, got more tools, and Aiden Gilbert, the young man there, just learning off his dad. Mm-hmm. And it was so cool to watch that. Just at a drop of a hat, picked him up, they went out to race mile 14 to recover a car, and that's why he is on the ballot for the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year, as well as Paul Wolf and Tad Dowker. But again, just my physical watch last night of watching Casey Gilbert, that is why he's in the running for the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year, and I love that we're keeping the spirit alive with that.
Yes, and another thing, too, about Casey Gilbert, he's so active on Rock Sports Insiders. He'll help, if he's not at a race, he's on Rock Sports Insiders trying to keep people up to date for what he knows as well. Very active in the Ultra4 world, as we all know, like you were just talking about. But as we were talking about that, we are looking at Justin Barth coming through. He made another lap in, so he got the white flag.
He made 2 out of 3 laps last night in the UTV, so hopefully he can keep that Jimmy's car back together. Justin and Paul look like they're running strong, and that Jimmy's car is doing work. Those Raceline wheels holding up well for him. He just jumped on Team Raceline here recently. So great to see them supporting him.
Exactly. Justin Barth, 4th in class right now, 6th overall. But making his way around. We should have, and here we have the 48-19, yes, of Jesse Lee. Jesse Lee actually just took over the number 4 spot from Justin Barth.
Oh, yeah, on adjusted time. Good catch there, Pam.
Yeah, so he's going to... Justin's going to have to pick it up just a little bit if he wants to at least move up one position.
And as you said that, he hit the gas.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He must be listening.
He has a live stream going on the inside of his helmet.
I don't know if that'd be a good thing or a bad thing.
Wouldn't that be, oh, no. Too much chatter, right? Some drivers like when their co-drivers talk to them. Some like, hey, just tell me the main turns or what's coming up.
And some people just like a little bit of rock and roll.
Exactly. Exactly. And as we're watching Jesse Lee in the 48-19 make his way through, when he came through, like we were saying, he did take over that number 4 spot from Justin Barth. Not too much of a time difference between them, but that did bump Justin down to the number 5 spot. And here we now have Sean Rance coming through, getting that white flag in the 45-31. Sean Rance in that number 3 spot for our 4,500 class. 8th overall. His fastest lap of the day for himself is a 1:10.53. But let's see, I think the 58.01
58 minutes and 1 second is the fastest lap of the day for this race, thrown down by Scott Farley in the 48.24. Second fastest lap would be down by Sean Reisky in the 8.66. Sean Reisky with a 58.56, and he's now running second in position and third overall. So Jesse Oliver out in the front on adjusted time. He'll be coming through to get that checkered flag here in just a little bit, but Jesse Oliver in that number 45.17. As we're watching Sean Rance, make his way through the short course. And you can see the dust. Again, that is their own dust that they're having to fight through. The way the breeze is moving along here. It can continue to keep going that way. Make us happy over here. But yes, Sean Rance, that right-hand turn now brings him out up into the prairie is where he'll be headed to. So Sean Rance, Miles, he is sitting third in the 4,500 class.
I love that old school
Yes.
Bronco. He's doing so great. And that looks like John Bell, I believe, at the Warren Waterfall. Yes, it is. John Bell pushing through the Warren Waterfall there at Hell's Gate section. And has he passed Hell's Gate yet? I don't think so. I think he's going to be heading straight at it right now.
I love it when the
and
water.
there it is, right there. Hell's Gate. Come on, take a right. Go straight.
I love the water
come
flying
on.
off the tires
Oh,
like
yeah.
that going through it. I'm sure they don't like it so much, but yeah, pretty fun to watch that. It's a great shot.
That waterfall's so cool that's being wet. You know, it's not a hard obstacle, but you just have to use a little momentum and just kind of blast right up it. It's fun to watch.
Exactly.
And you can see those Warren flags aren't blowing too much, so they're in that little valley. There isn't much wind back there, but obviously there's no dust either.
Exactly. No dust is the best. Miles, I'm going to step away. I'm going to go grab me a water really quick. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. I'll hold down the fort. There's Clint. Hey, how you guys doing? I saw Sarge just a little bit ago. I was like, Clint's got to be around here somewhere. What a great race we have on our hands right now. Jesse Oliver is physically out front and on adjusted time. And then Scott Farley is not too far back on adjusted time. So that physical is going to be coming into play here in just a little bit. And there is Greg Neff. Haven't seen him for just a little bit. Great to see him moving right along. And then Sean Reisky, Jeff Martin, Dwayne Garrettson, Jesse Lee, Justin Barth, Sean Rance, Chuck Crossland, Bailey Cole, and Corey Day, Jonathan Bell, John Rance, Diesel Krentz, Brian Trimp, Albert Contreras, Greg Neff, Jeremy Brown, Doug Langford, Alex Fleming, Brian Moore, I believe he was in the pits, not sure if he was still moving or not. John Schaefer, Megan Miller, saw her back in action. Cody St. Clair back in action. Dan Wyrick, I believe, is out. Well, Dan Wyrick is out. Jeff Flanagan is possibly out. Tom Van Schaik is out. Haven't heard much from Derek Ausler. Mick Henson and Mike were still working on the car. Tom Biddle out, and Tanner McGrath never took the start line. So that's a quick update on our 29 competitors, all part of the Every Man Challenge. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. We are on the last lap of the Every Man Challenge race. We have 3 races going on at the same time. The 4600 stock class did 2 laps of 27 miles per lap. And the 4,500 and the 4,800 did 3 laps, so 81 miles in total. I do believe we'll have the stock competitors in first, finishing 2 laps, grabbing that checkered flag here in probably about 15 or 20 minutes or so. And it's been a wonderful day of racing, and it is not over yet. And then tonight, after the Tribe 16 Fiesta, they're going to be feeding everybody. Huge shout-out to those guys. We will give away today or this weekend's trophies, and then the Eastern and Western Series champs will be crowned. And then next year, we are going to start right off the bat with the 2025 King of the Hammers. in Johnson Valley, California, January 23rd through the February 8th. And then the Western Series is NorCal Stampede in March, Area BFE in Moab, Utah in May, Vegas to Reno in August, and then the Joker will be back at NorCal in September. The Central Series is right back here at Crossbar in April. Then we'll go to Attica, Indiana at the Badlands in June. During Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota, we'll be at the Buffalo Chip. The Joker race will be at the Big House over Labor Day weekend in Crandon, Wisconsin. And the Eastern Series race will be in Pennsylvania at Roush Creek in March. Then we'll go back to Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky in May. Then we'll go back to AOP in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee in June. And then the Joker race there will be back at Beach Bend Raceway during LS Fest, September 5th through the 6th. So next year, Ultra4 USA is going big. So thank you to all of our marketing partners who makes this part possible. All of our racers, all of our fans, USAC, media, all of our safety crew. It takes an army to put on these races. And there is the schedule as we were just going over. So you can get the exact dates. You can go to our Ultra4 USA website or go to our social media avenues and download that. What I do on personally, because obviously I go to every single race, I save it to my pictures and then put the little heart on it, and it saves it to my favorites or however that works. As we're back on Diesel Krentz with stacked off-road and that rock crawler suspension, 4,500 car. As he's bypassing Hell's Gate, getting ready to hit the Warren Waterfall. And if you're here on site, thank you for coming out and checking everything. We have Roxy with Mega Merch here on site. Go check out. We have a lot of the King of the Hammers swag. I do believe we still have a few of the Warren Racing Nationals event shirts here. We got the hoodies, we got the hats, we got the socks. She's got a little bit of everything. Roxy is selling all the things. If it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have much in my closet. We are in Davis, Oklahoma, in the scenic south central of the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains, 1 hour south of Oklahoma City, 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas. Turner Falls Park, the state's tallest waterfall, is just right down the road. Elevation here is 850 feet, population 2,800 people. The Crossbar Ranch has over 6,500 acres, with over 150 miles of trails. The park is ran by Justin Ramsey, but is actually owned by the city of Davis. On the average weekend, we'll have about 3,000 people that come out and enjoy the park. It is open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They have 28 camp spots with water and electricity and have basically unlimited dry camping. There is a dump station on site as well. It's just such a great park to come out and enjoy yourself. So whether you want to bring your Jeep, your kids, go leap looking, or bring your full-on rock crawler and go try Hell's Gate, UTV friendly, come on out. Again, the Youth 170s, please start staging over by the big white tent at 11:30. You got about 40 minutes before we start staging you. We're going to try to stay on schedule for a high noon start for the Youth 170s. So that gives us just a little bit over an hour to get our podiums filled up for the 4,600 stock class. The 4,500 Modified and the 4800 Legends class. Mechanical alert from the 4628 of Alex Fleming. Hate to hear that. And another mechanical alert from the 326 of Corey Day and Bailey Cole. That's not good. Once the checkered flag flies, it'll be out for the rest of the field. And that should be happening here in the next 15 minutes or so. Well, it's supposed to be Bailey Cole and Corey Day, but we just heard they had a mechanical. So maybe it's going to be back to John Rance or Albert Contreras. This could be a shake things up a little bit. Well, Pam, this is interesting. It's pretty fun.
I kind of walked up on you just now. What is going on? Because I walked away for just a second.
And Corey Day and Bailey Cole just sent a mechanical.
Oh.
They were our physical race leaders for the stock class.
That's not good.
That's could shake things up a little bit.
Oh, I need to put my glasses back on. I'm like, why can't I not see?
So Casey's tuned in. Casey Gilbert, they're waiting to fuel Trimp. But if Oliver might catch him and get to the finish line, he wants to be here to celebrate his friends. So trying to play a little strategy on that side of things. He was asking if once the checkered flag flies for the first race leader, does it fly for the rest of the field? Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. The checkers are out for everybody, like you just said at that point. But let's look at the tracker. Where are our leaders at? I believe they're over at Rockface. So I know that you had some information from Casey Gilbert where you had Sean Rice got passed by Jesse Oliver, and yes, it looks like they are still in that, but right now we are seeing Brown in the number 50 making his way up Rockface. Rockface is a very steep area, has a nice little off camber. We were watching some cars yesterday struggle up that. But yes, there we just were watching Jeremy Brown go up Rockface. That is roughly over at race mile 19. So yeah, the 326 is at race mile 21, but that's such a bummer having to call in mechanical. It looks like John Rance, the 431, is also stopped at race mile 21, going 0 miles per hour as well.
And there is Jeremy Brown coming into screen. I believe that is Hell's Gate.
No, that is Rockface,
well, that's
actually.
Rockface. Yep. They finally got it going.
Yeah,
Sweet.
You weren't listening to me. I was just talking about him.
Well, sometimes I tune you out. I'm sorry. Oh, actually, I was rubbing my ears. My headset's killing me.
No, but John Rance is also at 0 miles per hour as well at race mile 21.
Oh,
so
Rance is...
Yep.
I love having racing tracks. I love having live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. It's just such a game changer being able to keep up with everything going on out on course.
The 48.24 of Scott Farley, he is running at race mile 16, roughly 25 miles per hour. $46.99 of Doug Langford, still trucking along. Actually, just now updated. $46.99 of Doug Langford at race mile 17 is at 0 miles per hour. Megan Miller trucking along. She's going roughly 22 miles per hour at race mile 16.
So if we have anybody near that, to sort of like we did yesterday, pull over and maybe walk in, check on.
Albert Contreras, the number 4605, is at race mile 18, going 15.5 miles per hour. And here we do have
Let's see who that is coming through here.
That is John Bell, and that Jimmy's chassis making his Ultra4 USA debut. He's a local guy because one of his sponsors is the Crossbar Off-Road Ranch. As you can see, those Brannick flags still pushing. We are on our last lap for the Everyman Challenge. We do have 3 different races going on all at the same time as Greg Neff coming through the start-finish line. We have the stock class that should be here in the next 15, 20 minutes, but we know we're having some mechanical issues. And then we also have the 4,500 class with Jesse Oliver physically out front, I do believe. And then the 4,800 class with Sean Reisky out front, but on adjusted time, Scott Farley is leading his class. And then between Corey Day and Bailey Cole and the 326 car, and then John Rance. So it's anyone's game. This race is going to be a race to the finish.
Right. John Rance still sitting at 0 miles per hour, and so is the 326 of Corey Day and Bailey Cole.
Oh, there's John Rance. We had just heard he may not have been moving. Now he comes to screen there at Hell's Gate at the Warren Waterfall. Great to see him still moving, so let's follow him as long as we can to see if we see any of the cars stopped out on course. On the tracker, does it show Rance in front of Bailey Cole and Corey Day, or do you know?
It shows Corey Day, Bailey Cole at race mile 21, and we know that this Hell's Gate is at 23.
So physical race leader in the 4,600 class, and the first one to grab the checkered flag, I think, is John Rance as he makes it up the Warren Waterfall. Sherpa Motorsports right there with Greg Neff.
Speaking of, I was just, as you were saying, you saw Sarge, and I just was chatting with Clint, and Sherpa's a busy company and a busy group of people.
Oh,
they have lots of travel
Yep.
going on in the next few years. But, yes, Brian Trimp, let's see, he should be coming through here shortly. He's at race mile 25, number 896, and he is going roughly 17 miles per hour.
The PCI race radio is busy with race-offs. The attrition is definitely setting in right now. Lots of cars broken down out on course. It's a great shot of the crowd watching the start-finish line just in front of us. Very spectator-friendly here at the Crossbar Ranch. This is the spectator area at the start-finish. You saw the spectator area out at the PCI pits. Spectator area out at Rockface and Hell's Gate. So plenty of watching out here. The weather has been a little goofy off and on all week. The first day I got here, it was really nice. A little bit windy, but nice. Next day, kind of nice, too windy. Yesterday was pretty windy. Today is kind of windy, but nice.
Today it's on and off.
Wind.
But we do have the cloud coverage, which is awesome.
But I do think today's probably the nicest weather we've had
the warmest
this
day.
week. Yep.
The warmest day.
Yesterday was just brisk. It just kind of cut through your whatever you're wearing.
I had multiple layers on, and it was still.
Yeah, I had.
Oh, here we have Brian
layers.
Trimp coming
Nice,
through
okay.
over here as you see him enter into the screen. So Brian Trimp will be going out on one more lap once he crosses over.
So, Casey Gilbert, if you're listening, Brian Trimp is heading your way. He's got 2 more miles to go, so I think you have enough time to fuel him up and then make it back over and watch your buddy Jesse Oliver grab the checkered flag. So,
Oh, and as you see Brian Trimp making his way through. Oh, he has a flat tire on the rack, so he's going to have to stop and re-rack. So, flat tire by Brian Trimp on the rack. Making his way through. I'm wondering where he had that flat tire at, but yeah. Well, let's talk about our 2025 Ultra4 USA schedule, Miles. We're going to start off our season at King of the Hammers, January 23rd through February 8th, and then we're going to move on to our West Coast.
we'll go to the NorCal Stampede in Rancho Cordova in March, and then we'll go to Moab, Utah at Area BFE in May. Then our joker for the NorCal Stampede in September.
And then our Central Series will be We'll be back here at Crossbar here, and then we have 4 races per region, I should say.
Yep. With the Joker, really cool to see.
With the Joker, yeah. So Brian Trimp right now on screen.
And we just saw Diesel Krentz come through in the 4,500 class. So they're out on their 3rd and final lap. 27 more miles to go for Brian Trimp and Diesel Krentz.
So Brian Trimp sitting 7th in class, 10th overall. Diesel Krentz sitting 4th in class, 12th overall. And you can just hear that engine power.
Brian Trimp's on it.
Yes, he is.
He's wanting to get her done. And I'm so stoked for him because he's just fought to get here. And then he's had issues out on course, obviously. So to see him still moving is pretty impressive.
Yeah, we will see him more than likely going into the PCI hot pits for sure. Like I said, he had a flat tire on the rack, so they'll have to go and re-rack, throw some fuel in there. You were talking to Casey Gilbert saying hopefully you have time to fuel and go. But as we are watching Diesel Krentz, and now here we are on screen with Scott Farley in the 48-24. He is back at rock face, so you go up the main part of the rock face, you go up on the ridge line, and then you make a right-hand turn back down. So Scott Farley over in rock face.
Brett Harrell's asking about Jesse Lee. He is sitting 6th overall and 4th in class as of now. We'll see if that can stand.
Yes. Same thing.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, don't worry, I got him. Oh, you did?
I already answered him.
Perfect.
Like,
you texted him. I told him. All right.
4 minutes ago.
So there's a great aerial view of the Hell's Gate area.
And there's some of our, obviously that is our drone guy. You can see Ryan right there as well.
RDP and Believe Cam. Great shot of the Warren Racing start-finish line. We are at the end of the Everyman Challenge. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Sean Rance or Corey Day and Bailey Cole? And how far out is Jesse Oliver? Scott Farley on adjusted time has time on his side. Sean Reisky started out front, but on adjusted time isn't out front. And speaking about that, there is Jesse Oliver. So he is at race mile 23 at Hell's Gate. Go straight. No, he's going to go left. He's going to head up the Warren Waterfall.
Everybody's taking the left. Nobody wants to take the chance.
All the 4,400 drivers out there in the pits watching right now. Somebody's got to go up Hell's Gate. We want to see it. The people need it.
Yes, exactly.
We'll even give you brownie points. Pam will bake you a pan of brownies for later tonight.
Pan of brownies. I do not have an oven in my overlanding gear.
Oh, you don't?
Huh,
all right.
I can make you a bougie cup of coffee. That's about it.
A great aerial view of the Crossbar Ranch, 6,500 acres, 150 miles of trail. And like I said, you can bring your Jeep out, your side-by-side, your full-on rock crawler. Great park, beautiful place. Obviously, right now it is a little bit dusty, but if it rains, it's a little bit muddy.
Yes, exactly.
So there's never that perfect scenario, but
there is a perfect scenario. It rains, and then you show up like a day later after it's all soaked into the ground.
You can't plan it. How about that? Because we've gotten rain here before. I don't know if you remember that.
I wasn't here for that, but I've heard all of the stories about the creek crossing.
Oh, yeah. When I showed up the first day I was like, wow, a trickle of water. This is great. Because a couple times it's been a little thick. As Megan Miller is on rock face.
Mechanical error alert from the 4531.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So that is Sean Rance. I hate to hear that.
Mechanical. It looks like the 326 is moving again. So that is Corey Day, Bailey Cole.
As we see Megan Miller in that metal cloak Bronco.
Just went up rock face, and like we were saying, you go up that very steep rock hill as we were watching her. You go up and you run the ridgeline for just a few seconds, and now she's going back down.
I love the look of that Get Bent Fab chassis. Just a beautiful race car out there. And for Rick Lavezzo to sell that to her and then support her the way he is, good on you. And for husband and wife team, Megan and Derek Miller, pretty cool.
Very successful, too. I can't remember if she was first year or second year rookie at King of the Hammers. I might have been this year, but very successful in her racing career as she has been racing with the NorCal Rock Racing Series, also out here, of course, racing in Oklahoma, but at King of the Hammers as well.
Jeff Martin on screen in that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis with Justin Sherwin riding shotgun at the rock face at the Brannock Boulders. Sounds like 431 will be heading our way of John Rance. So I think the checkered flag will be flying here in just a couple minutes. So over the PCI Race Radio, 431, Sean Rance will be our first one in town grabbing the checkered flag. The number 431 of John Rance and Drew Anderson out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco. We should see a dust trail here in just a moment. We do see Chris Elrod on screen with the checkered flag in hand at the Warren Racing finish line. The stock class raced 2 laps at 27 miles per lap. 54 miles in total. I would have thought we saw him by now. Pam, Sean Rance will be here in just a couple minutes grabbing that checkered flag.
That is super cool. I had to step away for just a second. Wanted to talk to our producer, Chris Lundy, for a quick minute on something. But, yeah, checkered flag coming out soon for our leaders for our first race of the day. And there we
and guess who's right behind him? Sean Reisky.
Well,
that'll be our race leader in the 4,800 class on adjusted time.
Yeah.
Or physical out front. So the checkered flag here at the Warren Racing finish line is about to get busy. Sean Rance will be grabbing it first. Pam, it's been a great day, and it came down to this moment.
I think this is John Rance, actually.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
If I said Sean, I apologize. This is John Rance, our physical race leader in the stock class, grabbing the checkered flag. Unofficial first place goes to John Rance with a flat left front tire. We will see if his time will hold up because Corey Day and Bailey Cole started dead last. So this race is on adjusted time. As we see Sean Reisky coming away, he'll be physical first in the 4,800 class. But remember, adjusted time is going to be extremely interesting, Pam.
Yes, it will. And Sean Reisky was out front for the majority of the race, and they were going back and forth a little bit between him and I believe it was back and forth right now.
Checkered flag flies for Sean Reisky, unofficial first place. Physical for the 4,800 Legends class. What a great run by Sean Reisky. But we know adjusted time. Him and Scott Farley were bouncing back and forth.
Well, Scott Farley right now still says he's at race mile 21, going about 11.2 miles per hour.
And where's our start list here?
It is not there. I had to give it over to Jeremy. He needed an extra one, so I do not have the start list, but I can go on the website.
So we need to play our timer game here. How much time does Sean Reisky have that he can sit here before Scott Farley comes through and bumps him off that top spot. Again, unofficial. Race is on adjusted time. They took off in 1 minute increments.
Which classes again are you wanting to see?
4,800.
Chuck Crossland, number 1 qualifier. Sean Reisky.
How far back? Scott Farley took off in 9th, so that's 7 minutes, right? Go back up. Yeah, 7 minutes. So we have 7 minutes. It's already been.
But remember, this is not combined with everybody else, and everybody was taking a minute. Hold on, I got you, Miles. I got you. Hold on.
Where'd our sheet go, dang it?
No, hold on.
Jeremy, you took our sheet. We needed it.
No, I got you. I got you. I got you. I just have to open my email.
So we're playing the adjusted time game here as Albert Contreras heads down the Brannock Boulders.
It is a little breezy outside. No, I don't do karaoke.
So in town here is John Rance in that Bronco,
okay.
Unofficial first.
Here you go, Miles.
In 4,600 class. And then we have Sean Reisky, unofficial first in the 4,800 class. So Sean Reisky took off in second position. Scott Farley took off in 18th position. So that's 16 minutes. It's already been 1 minute. I'm going to, how do you stop? Clear. Boom. So we have, what did I just say, 16 minutes?
16 minutes.
I better write that down. So
and
16
there we see Jesse
minutes.
Oliver.
Wow, that's a long time for Sean Reisky to sit here and worry about it.
I know, right?
But I think Jesse Oliver should have the 4,500 locked down. I see him here. He'll be here in 2 minutes. Jesse Oliver, unofficial first place in the 4,500 modified class. He is in town. What a great run by all, but we have our physical first in every single class coming through here as the checkered flag is in hand and flies for Jesse Oliver, winning unofficially the 4,500 modified class. Great run by Jesse Oliver.
And actually, Jesse Oliver just went up to number 1 overall.
On adjusted time. Good catch, Pam, with 2 right flat tires.
Yeah.
So Jesse Oliver has bragging rights for now over Sean Reisky.
Man.
That's going to be fun in the pits later.
I love seeing it. Right over here behind us, they are Sean Reisky's right there with Jesse Oliver.
And look, Casey Gilbert made it back to the start line. And look at Sean. We need to get Sean over here. We need to put him in the hot seat.
Here, I'll go get him.
Yeah, go get Sean, and that way he can sit with us for 15 minutes sweating bullets waiting on Scott Farley. So they're over there telling war stories, having fun. So actually, Jesse Oliver is checking the tire balls for us with those right flats there. There's Andrew Shipman, Rick Murray, Casey Gilbert, Aiden Gilbert, Tranny Tom. And I think we have Sean Reisky coming over to hop in the booth with us. We're going to put him in the hot seat. My unofficial stopwatch is going. We're at 2 minutes, and it needs to say 16 before Scott Farley comes in. Remember, adjusted time plays a big factor in it. All right, we're putting you in the hot seat, Sean. I've got my unofficial stopwatch. I didn't start it in time, but I was looking at the start list. I believe you have to beat Scott Farley by 16 minutes.
Okay.
And it's been 2.5.
Okay.
So, adjusted time. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Or are you just glad to be here?
All of it.
All of it. You had a great run. Normally you are more of a checkers and wreckers and sending it full time. I really feel like you were saving the car a little bit more than normal. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I backed it way down.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Just out for a Saturday cruise.
Yeah, but it was a good Saturday cruise.
Yeah.
Guess what? Today is Saturday. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, it went good. It was, I told Rick, let's get first lap down, second lap down. We'll try to see where corrected times are. We come past the pits, and if we got to pick it up on the third lap, we will. And on coming through on the third lap, they're like, yeah, you guys should probably pick it up a little bit. So the last, 4 or 5 miles, 6 miles.
You were ripping pretty good?
Basically to the floor.
Oh, all of it,
yeah.
huh? Scott Farley has moved into your class. This is his first time racing with it, and you and him were within like 1 or 2 minutes the last couple laps. So it's going to be interesting. And it's cool bringing new blood into the class, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yep, moving up's always fun. So.
And then your buddy Brian Trimp had an issue out there. Not sure what happened, but I love watching you and him battle out there. But it looks like you got him this time.
All right.
But Jesse Oliver in a 4,500 car beat you overall on adjusted
Yeah,
time.
we were out just cruising out in the grass, and he come flying around us, and I was like, "Oh crap! I got to pick the pace up." So, because we were just cruising, I wasn't pushing it at all. We were just making laps.
Yeah, so let's talk about the mental game on that. So you're in the 4,800 class. Jesse Oliver's in the 4,500 class. So that's just bragging rights for overall. You're racing your class. So when he passes you, do you have to tell yourself, not same class, don't worry about him, or can you not help him?
I didn't speed up at all. My co-driver's like, get him.
So Rick's like, oh, no, we're not playing this game. Huh?
So I was like, all right. So we picked it up. We followed him all the way out through the grass. We caught back up to him. We got all the way down like into the rocky woods. And we finally got him on one of the rock climbs. We got back around him, and then, I was picking the pace up then. I was running normal race pace at that point.
All right.
So
what was your favorite part of the Warren Racing Nationals out there? Was it the prairies, the Brannock Boulders there at the rock face, or the Warren Waterfall at Hell's Gate, or some of the tree sections?
Yeah, that waterfall down by you got that Hell's Gate off to the right, and then we were taking that waterfall, I guess, to the left.
Every time we saw you, I said, go right, go right. You turned left.
Oh, yeah. Right up it, every time. It was a good time. That was probably the funnest obstacle, going up through the trees. It's real steep, and every lap it got wetter and snottier.
Yeah, you'd have to dance up, and it looks like everybody's kind of the ass end's kicking over in the front.
Yeah.
You're dancing, and
the last lap,
I
squared up to it, backed up, and got a run so we could just one-shot it, and we did. We went right up it. That was probably the funnest obstacle. There was that little V-notch climb we had to go through. That was kind of cool down in the woods, but
Kelly's Cut maybe.
It might have been that one. Yeah, that was pretty cool. The prairie stuff, not a fan. Not a fan of that.
No,
stuff.
okay.
Not a fan.
Those it's getting rough out there.
Those are brutal.
Hidden boulders off to the side.
Yeah, it's brutal. I've had really bad luck here 3 years. The 3 years we raced here before, I hadn't finished a single one out here. So to finally finish out here, I was super happy.
Bounce between Central and East.
Yeah, probably bounce between the two.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, kind of see how the season goes.
And I know we'll see you at King of the Hammers, right?
Nope, not this year. Nope. Got a baby boy January 25th. So
I'll let you pass.
Yeah, I'll have to skip. I'm gonna skip Hammers for that one. So. Yep.
Yeah, family first for sure.
Yep. Gonna skip on Hammers, get the car all re-prepped, and come out for East and Central swinging.
And there's one of your teammates, Jeff Martin.
He's fast.
Through.
He got in that Miller car, and he has been.
So this is where we're going to follow him right here. They're going to straight up, and this is where you're supposed to go straight, but everybody keeps going left.
Yeah, it's we looked at it, and then we drove past it. Yeah.
Was that on your radar at all to run it?
No. I don't know if it's one of those things coming out of the water, if it's even doable.
Really?
In a 40. Without stickies and having. It's steep. The bottom of it's pretty rowdy.
Well, I like hearing that because I want you to run it, but obviously,
if it was if I was out just playing around and pre-running, I probably would have, smashed into it a couple times. But race pace and trying to keep a good rate, smooth pace
and the car alive,
and the car alive too, because this course is just there's no brakes hardly.
Yeah,
the only brake is when you get past main pit, you're running out on that service road out to make that left.
Out towards Turner Falls.
Yeah, you're in third gear. Just take a little bit
deep breather.
Deep breather, because other than that, it's constant rocks.
There is Justin Barth making it through the Brannock Boulders. And here comes Jeremy Brown, it looks like. I believe he is a lap down, though. Yes, he is a lap down, but he still will get the checkered flag. So he had a tough luck during qualifying, but at least he got out here and got a couple laps in as we were switched back to the Brannock Boulders of Dwayne Garrettson. He's part of the 4,500 modified class. So timer, we're at the halfway mark, Sean. Hey, Pam, can you pull up the tracker to see how far back old Scott Farley is to...
He was at 20. He's right here. I can't see my arrow.
I dropped a couple bananas on the way in.
So 25. Oh, it's going to be down to the wire.
Close.
He may get you.
Yeah.
And I love the adjusted time. It just plays into the strategy.
It helps everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. It's how you can race fair, but be able to spread everybody out. So
for the dust. And
not racing on top of everybody. So.
Well, we'll see. It's getting down to the wire. But regardless, first or second, congratulations.
Oh,
buddy.
yeah. I had a blast today. Had a blast.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I love the cross. Got a little bit of everything like we've been talking about. The prairie, you don't like.
No.
The woods, that's fun.
Woods are fun. I'm
rock
a
crawling?
big woods guy, big rocks guy. Woods and rocks are definitely my favorite thing.
Oh, yeah. There is Megan Miller in the Metal Cloak Bronco and that Get Bent Fab chassis. This is her first race moving up to the 4,500 class. Her and her husband Derek have been racing NorCal for quite a while and have dabbled with us here at Ultra4. And we got a picture of him wheeling a tire from remote pit 1 out to wherever she was broke down at. You've been there and done that, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
And speaking about tires, you picked up Mickey Thompson recently, right?
For like 4 or 5 years now, Mickey's.
And they've been great to you, right?
Super happy with them.
Cool.
Yeah.
You were one of the first ones that kind of started running them, and the last couple years they've really ramped up. So it's cool to see Mickey Thompson joining the off-road. Yeah. So big.
Yeah, I think I might have been one of the first 4,800 cars to actually be on them on like a light program until they actually came out with a sponsorship program, and now they've got different tiers on tier 1, tier 2, or however it works for the entry-level guys versus the guys who are racing a little more seriously. So.
Oh, here comes somebody hot and heavy. Oh, that's Scott Farley. First place away from you. But regardless, both of you great driving. Scott Farley with Rufus Racing, the number 4824, making his 4,800 debut. The checkered flag is out, and it's going to be down to the wire, but it's possible he just won this race in the 4,800 class. Waiting for timing. Timing still has you in first place.
Oh.
So I may be wrong.
We'll
see how this shakes out. This is completely unofficial.
Cool.
And if I'm reading it right, I think you beat him by 21 seconds. Again, unofficial, but wow, what a great run by yourself, Sean, and Scott Farley. Wow.
Heck of a day.
Oh, man. Again, I am completely unofficial here, but I think you won this race, and Scott Farley 21 seconds behind you. So now, Sean, thanks for joining me in here.
I
want you to go talk to Scott.
Thanks for having me.
War Stories. Good to see you. See you at the Tribe 16 dinner tonight, buddy.
For sure.
Thank you, Sean Reisky. Unofficial first place in the 4,800 Legends class. Sean's getting a big high five from his Mickey Thompson guy. As Scott Farley is, what would we say, 18th position to 3rd overall
for his first time racing in that
car.
And
second class, Scott Farley, good for you, buddy. You and Littlefoot earned this one. Rufus Racing, Zandy, the man above, is excited. Mama Ange is here in town. What a great showing for Rufus Racing.
Sorry, that's where I was. I had to go get some behind the scenes of them cheering over there.
So speaking about Rufus, hey, Pip, no pressure, but Scott Farley, for his first race in 4,800, just got on the podium. So hopefully you guys can follow that up in the next race.
Yeah, no pressure at all.
No pressure,
right?
Chip, Pip. I hope you're listening.
Super cool for him, though, finishing out the race today on a podium.
Yeah. What a great run by all. So unofficially, overall is Jesse Oliver and first in the 4,500 class. And second overall is Sean Reisky, but first in class. Third overall and second in class is Scott Farley. So Jesse Oliver, 4,500 won. Sean Reisky, 4,800 won. Scott Farley, 4,802. So our first 3 competitors are here in town. We're waiting on Jeff Martin. And we should have seen, I thought we would have seen John Rance by now.
John Rance was stopped earlier on, but then we saw him moving in.
Yeah,
John Rance came through. You're talking about Sean. John Rance is over here at the finish line.
He's just not on my timing.
John Rance?
Oh, he's a lap down. Because, dang it, I missed that one.
Miles, I don't know if you already said this, but there is a mechanical alert from car 326 again at race mile 22.2.
Yep.
Okay.
I hate to hear that. Sorry, I'm going through my head. So since the stock class only did 2 laps, he's down on the timing list. But that's all he had to do was finish 2 laps. So sorry, John. You earned that when you were the first in town. You did do one less lap, but not taking anything away from you. John Rance, unofficial first in the 4,600 stock class. Thanks for catching me on that one, Pam. Brain gets a little frazzled from time to time.
What were you saying? Your Rolodex in your brain, and then somebody said it was, what is it called?
I dropped the cards.
Films, the film.
It's your story.
The old timey, like when you'd go
Polaroids?
through. the fish things.
Fishing?
I don't
like
know what it's called.
Trout
My
or
brains. Yep. Catfishing. Noodling. Bass, trout, one of those kind. I don't know.
what? No, we're racing, Pam.
No, you know, like the old school, like it was the screens. You would have to go into the libraries and go look for information.
I'm not as old as you.
What it's
I didn't have
called.
to do that.
Call it 8.9, and the course is cold behind him if you want to send somebody that way.
All righty, Miles. Winding down. We still have lots of cars still on the race course.
I got a 4500 that just
We have a lot of cars still out on course. I'm curious how we're going to field this because we want to start the Youth 170s here in about a half hour, but I don't think we'll get all of our cars here in town in time, so we'll probably either have to delay. I don't know if we can stop them before the finish line. I don't know if that's an option or
No,
not.
because the timing loop.
Yeah, that's I'm
Timing loop is
going
right here.
through the options in my head, and I don't know if we have a great one.
That one is definitely not an option. Oh, Tony Calkins is saying great racing today. John
Tony's-
Dykes is watching as well.
Tony's helped us with IT at King of the Hammers and Ultra4 for a long time. John Dykes is one of the, we call him the weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
He is a great co-driver. He races with a lot of our guys and gals. So bummed he's not here, but I assume 2025 King of the Hammers.
And Miles, Jonathan Arnold is wanting to know, how did we actually get into being hosts of Ultra4?
Well, that's a long story, but I'll sum it up quick. I was pit crew for Triple Nickel Racing and for XRA 078, King 11, and that they were looking for a pit announcer. So I put together a silly little video thanks to my buddy Travis with 42 Copperhead on YouTube. And there's only 3 of us that entered, so we all won. Then we went to the race, did the pit reporting, had a great time. I called Dave Cole the following year around Thanksgiving, said, hey, I had a great time. I'm going to be there. Can I do it again? He said, absolutely. So we did that. Another great time. The third year, Dave Cole called me to bring me back. So then I just kind of slowly worked, and just like everything else, practice makes perfect. I've got 0 background in announcing up until I won that silly contest, and then I haven't missed a King of the Hammers or an Ultra4 race since 2012. Well, King of the Hammers since 2012, and I haven't missed a Ultra4 race since 2017 Stampede. And, man, it's been so much fun. And like I said, practice makes perfect. I've worked with some of the greats in the business and worked my way up the ranks, and here we are. And what was it, 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago at Crandon, you kind of got volunteered to jump on the mic with me, and here we are.
Well, it was in 2020. I had gone to Dave Cole. I went to Dave Cole at King of the Hammers, and I was like, hey, if there's a spot for me in the series, I would love to be a part of it. Just talked with my husband at home, and before I even talked to Dave Cole, and Dave
I hope so.
Dave brought me on instantly. Like, not sure what we're gonna do yet, but then with the background of racing that I have, and I have a different kind of knowledge of racing because of the desert stuff I came from, but you and I got on the mic. It was at Crandon 2020. It was my first time. And here now, same thing. Worked with so many amazing people over the last 5 years, and I've had a blast doing it. And
that's how you learn, is just working with different people. You watch your style. So it's funny at home. We'll be watching the Chiefs, win a Super Bowl or something. But we'll be watching a sports ball game, and my wife gets pretty into it. I watch the football a little bit, but I catch myself listening to the announcers and seeing how they play it on, and it's hard to watch a ball game or a race without zoning in on what they're doing.
Styles.
If you're not studying your craft all the time, you're not going to advancing. And the checkered flag flies for Jeff Martin as he comes into town. So that should put him pretty good. Yes, it does. Right now, unofficial 3rd position in the 4,800 class. Jeff Martin and Justin Sherwin in that 1470 Miller Motorsports with Martin Racing.
Yes, and right before we were watching Martin come in, we were also watching, it was Doug Langford. He was up in, it looked like the waterfall area, so in Hell's Gate. So we had him on screen. But yes, great job by Jeff Martin making his way through. And again, the fastest lap of the race was thrown down by Sean Reisky, and it was the third lap of the race at a 57:32.532.
Good catch on that. And when we had him here in the Warren's Racing studio, I asked him, it didn't look like you were checkers or wreckers this ride. He's like, nope, first 2 laps we took it easy. Third lap we started to turn it up, and you saw it. He turned it up.
Exactly. Now we see Chuck Crossland coming on in.
Oh, there's Sergio Pinillos.
Oh, perfect seeing him going still.
But the checkered flag is in hand with Chris Elrod for Chuck Crossland.
Chuck Crossland having some issues earlier on with some flat tires, but had that issue also. It looks like he almost had.
And he is showing off that horsepower all the way to the finish line.
Coming in hot.
I do believe he is a lap down, but Chuck Crossland finishes the Warren Racing Nationals, as we see Sergio Pinillos driving for John Schaefer with Brad Goodfellow in the passenger seat. So Warren Racing having fun during their title-sponsored race.
All right, so yes, Chuck Crossland coming in 10th in class right now, 15th overall. But yes, he did have that issue earlier on where they were changing the tire. He came by us with a flat tire and then had something going on in the pits. So good to see that he actually got back out and finished the race. But Sergio, not sure what's going on with him. All Sergio has in his mind right now is getting to the finish. He's out here because John has a medical condition that is causing him not to be able to race, but Sergio is in there as his backup driver. So we're just waiting to see 4688 get up this area.
All 170s, please come to the staging area. We will be going racing here in just a little bit. So 170s, please come to the staging area by the big white tent.
And there is Justin Barth waiting for Sergio to make his way up.
Here we go right now. What does Justin Barth do? If it was me, I'd get behind Sergio and give him a little bump.
Push.
Or say, hey, Sergio, get that Warren winch out and get out of my way. Or back up, let me one-shot it, and then get that winching going on.
So Sergio, I'm not sure what in the world's going on, but you can see that it's super slippery. Yeah. As Sean Reisky was up here telling you, it's just getting slipperier and slipperier.
And here comes Megan Miller. I believe she's a lap down because she was having tire issues as well. Mm-hmm. So hate to see that for her. And here is the Ricky Bobby, Dwayne Garrettson. So Sergio driving for John Schaefer having some issues. There's Brad Goodfellow, Mr. Warren Racing himself getting out. They're doing a little R&D right now, so now they can justify to their boss, say, hey, we used this Warren winch during a race. How else do you test it? As the checkered flag flies for Megan and Derek Miller here in town. 1 lap down, but a finish in their first first race in that car.
A finish is a win in itself sometimes, I'm sure he had plenty. Oh, look, Sergio's actually taking his visor off. It looked like it was broke. He's trying to rip his visor off his helmet. Not sure what's going on there, but it looked like he was trying to get that ripped off. But you can see Brad out in the front getting the winch line out, and look at this. Is this Day?
Oh, that's Corey Day and Bailey Cole, it looks like, with Jonathan Terhune riding shotgun. Be an interesting look if we can flip back to that FPV. Yep, so Sergio's still out of the way. We'll see if Corey Day can one-shot this or not in the old Cherokee. That could, and he does. So Sergio must have a mechanical issue. He's not able to make it up.
And also that shorter wheelbase as well can also be an issue on stuff like this. Obviously Corey Day has the longer wheelbase.
100% correct.
Yeah. So that's another factor whenever you're going up rock faces like that.
Another Factor 55.
Factor 55.
See, like that little plug?
Hey, Factor 55 is doing their job. Microfish. Thank you, Rubicon. It's microfish. What we were talking about earlier. Your brain. Microfish. Index cards.
Oh, well, I'm not old enough to know what those are, I didn't know that.
I just went to YouTube, and Rubicon Rando is the one who said that.
I was just trying to give you a hard time because
I couldn't remember what it was called. I knew it was something fish.
I know when you started driving, they had A-tracks.
Yep. No, I'm not that old.
I'm joking. I'm just always love giving you a hard time.
I remember 8 tracks, but no. All right. Brian Trimp still out moving as well, we see. Brian Trimp over at race mile 17 going 20.5 miles per hour. And as we're still watching Sergio, and you can see Brad is
telling him to keep going, keep going. So great job right there.
So we will have 2 separate races for the 170. We'll figure out how that all shakes out.
So Brian Shrimp again at race mile 17. 48-18 of Brian Moore moving along. Brian Moore is at race mile 17 as well. And then we have the 48.99 of Jonathan Bell still trucking along at 18 miles per hour, race mile 17. But the next person we should see in here should be, I believe, Justin Barth. Justin Barth should be our next racer in. He's over at Hell's Gate at race mile 23 as we saw him going through. So we have a few cars still out on course. The 48.19 of Jesse Lee is not moving and at race mile 13.
Miles to Jeremy. Did I hear correctly? Stock and limited race together and modified by.
And the number 73 of Greg Neff. Greg Neff is at race mile 16, roughly 13 miles per hour. So we have a few cars still left out on the course, still moving along, coming into the finish line. But we will be starting our youth races here once we have the racers all in. But we do have 4 racers, I believe, still out actively running on race course.
So just chatting with Race Ops, Jeremy. Getting confirmation the Youth 170 is up next. They are staging as we speak. The stock and limited will race together, scored separately. Then the modified will race by themselves on a 1 mile short course, basically the qualifier minus a little bit. And it will be a 15-minute race, and then the white flag comes out. So at 15 minutes, the white flag comes out. So it'll be fun, 2 little races, race for about a half hour. I believe we'll give them a sight lap, and then go racing. Stock limited together, mod by themselves, all scored separately. So
yes, I was when I was away when you had Sean in here. I saw that there were some of the tiny tots, as I call them. They were over there lining up.
The future of our sport. We saw the Youth 1000 yesterday. It was so great to see them running so strong. I love seeing it. It was Eli Robbins, Peyton Dumford, and Mason Dowker. Does that sound right, Pam?
Yes, I think so.
Perfect.
Mason, I know Mason was third.
Yep.
Yeah,
Peyton
Eli
was second, Eli
yes.
first. Yep, so going through my Rolodex. We're both getting old, aren't we? Dang
yeah.
it.
We won't talk about it.
You'll always be older.
Exactly. I know. I always tell my hubby that. You'll always be older. I love it. Right here where we're at, the little kids over here,
Oh,
Justin
yeah.
Barth's kids, with Abby right here next to us. I remember, I think it was Rush, Kentucky, right after Abby had their youngest, and he was holding the baby on the podium. Do you remember that?
Yep.
That was back, 21, I think?
It's been a bit. And one of my favorite interviews I've ever seen was with you, Laney, and Paul Wolf in Crandon.
Yes. Well,
That
Paul
was
Wolf wasn't
super
up
cute.
there.
Oh, that's right. She was Paul Wolf.
She was Paul Wolf. She was representing her dad up on the stage.
And that takes a lot of guts to get on stage in front of a crowd like Crandon.
Right. Well, and this year at Crandon, we were kind of trying to do that again. Paul ended up at the podium, but because Paul races back-to-back. So he races so many,
everything.
Yeah, and now that he's racing actual champ series as well, he definitely was a busy man. So this year I didn't get to get the solo interview with her like we were going to do, but it's still pretty cool to see. That was a lot of people's favorite interview, and she was very well spoken for being, 4 or 5 years old last year?
Well, we found out last night she's 6.
6, and it's not her birthday yesterday.
No, it's her birthday month.
It's her birthday
That's
month.
what my girls do.
She was born in the 2018.
There is John Bell and the Brannock Boulders. They're at Rock Face section. So if you are watching at either Rock Face or the Hell's Gate area, you will have a 1-hour break back there during the Youth 170s. So if you want to come back here, watch them, or go grab some lunch and some drinks, do so accordingly. But everybody back home, You won't miss a minute of the action. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors, NorCal Rock Racing, by Metal Cloak, by PCI Race Radios, and by Brannick Motorsports. So please support who supports the sport. Without each and every one of those sponsors, we would not be racing here today for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. If you're just tuning in, we are at the near end of the EMC. We have our leaders in for 4,500. We have our 4,800 podium in, I believe, with Sean Reisky 1, Scott Farley 2, and Jeff Martin in that third position. But I'm showing on timing, Jeff Martin only did 2 laps. That is unconfirmed. So that would probably, we got some other people out on their third lap that will finish. So that'll probably bump him off the podium. And then we do have Dwayne Garrettson in town, I believe. No, he's still out on course.
Dwayne Garrett's still out on course,
and then
yes.
John Rance is our only stock car to finish 2 laps. So we're still waiting on Corey Day, Bailey Cole, Alex Fleming, Albert Contreras. We know Tom Biddle's out. McKinson was having issues. Doug Langford still moving.
Jeff Flanagan's out. Who else?
I was going through stock class
Well,
in my
I was
head.
just going through the red dots here.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
There's more.
Yep,
He's
Brian
at
Moore.
Rockface.
And Brock at the Brannick Boulders.
Oh,
Ooh,
look at
and
this.
Brian Tripp. Are we going to have a pass? Ooh, throttle control. Who's going to get
Look
it?
at that.
Awesome. Brian Moore checks up, and Brian Tripp makes the pass in the Brannick Boulders.
So Brian Moore was in the hot pits there for a little while after he came through, after they took that tumble and everything.
He took a big tumble, and I believe I may have saw Greg Neff. Nope, Justin Barth. So I'm sure Abby and the kids will be excited to see he's coming in.
Oh, and look at that. Dwayne Garrettson coming in right behind
Ooh,
Justin Barth.
They are in different classes. Justin
Yep.
Barth in the 4,800 class, and Dwayne Garrett's in the 4,500 class. So they are coming here. Justin Barth grabs the checkered flag. Unofficial third position in the 4,800 class. He maybe just got on the podium.
Oh, and this
All
little
thumbs
girl's so
up.
excited right here. And there is Dwayne Garrettson
Yay,
also
Dad.
coming through.
So Dwayne Garrettson, I believe, gets second position in the 4,500 class. The checkered flag flies for Dwayne Garrettson, unofficial second position.
And then Justin Barth is in the number 3 spot.
Wow.
Yeah,
That was a great race.
very great race right there for sure.
I smell a little bit of heat
It's
off a couple of
actually
these cars.
Justin Barth is smoking just a little bit.
Well, he was smoking out on course.
All right, you can see our racing tracks taking those trackers off of their cars at the finish line. No more tracking for them. Who do we have coming in next? Let's see.
Is there somebody you see some dust?
No, I'm
Okay.
just going to look on the map.
There's a lot going on right there. I got a little lost in the moment. You
There
see
you-
the heat coming off of Dwayne Garrison. He just went out there and ran hard for 3.5 hours. So the fastest time of the day is still Sean Reisky with that 57:32.
Okay, so the 46.99 of Doug Langford should be coming in here any moment. And then 869, okay, 326. They did have a mechanical alert earlier, but they are moving again, I believe. It says they're going 8.7 miles per hour. And you can see Chris Elrod waiting there patiently for our next one to come in for the checkered flag.
Chris Elrod makes some really nice limit straps. Give
Elrod's
him a little,
performance, yep.
Give him a
Elrod's.
little selfless plug there.
A lot of our racers use his.
I know the Gomez
product.
brothers use him to make all this stuff. He's a seamstress.
And he can run a dozer like nobody's business. He can go out there and help build that track.
He drives around in circles all day long. Is Doug Langford, or is that Diesel Krentz? That's Doug Langford. Doug Langford is coming into town, so that is going to put him physical second in the stock class. We'll see how that shakes out on a just-in-time. But Doug Langford and Rob Craven out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road is about to grab the checkered flag for unofficial second position in the 4600 stock class with that 392 Henny. What a great, great run for Doug Langford and Rob Craven.
Yes, second in class and 16th overall.
I need them to stop right there and swap that motor into that black Jeep.
Yeah. Oh, look at his license plate. Race Jeep. Oh, North Carolina. I know they're from North Carolina, but I didn't realize they...
That's street...
Yeah. Bojangles, it's North Carolina.
Bojangles, all right. Is Bojangles chicken? What's that?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Bowberry biscuits are blueberry biscuits. Best thing there.
Bowberry or blueberry?
Bowberry. They call them Bowberry. Bojangles, Bowberry.
Bojangles. Oh, that's got a good ring to it.
Bojangles?
Recovery team. I have Trotter is sweeping from start finish to Arcadia.
Yeah, in North Carolina, you can have street legal UTVs. So obviously here you have a street legal race vehicle. Pretty cool.
4500 past you at Rockface. Give me a volunteer.
All right, so Greg Neff in the number 73 is now sitting at 0 miles per hour at race mile 16. So unfortunate. And we do have Diesel Krentz right there. You can see our race mile 17 at the 4500 with Diesel Krentz. So I believe that Diesel Krentz is he actively the last one running on race course right now?
And I just
Well,
get an
Sean
update from
Rance.
Eric Spin that said Diesel just left. Oh, this has been a half hour ago. I should have checked it. Never mind.
Just kidding.
Bobby Lindgren said Derek Alser lost an intermediate shaft. Mick lost a power steering pump. Justin Reese ran back to pit, got a replacement, and they're back on course. So thank you, Bobby Lindgren. Mick Henson back on course. Justin Reese, who has won King of the Hammers in the stock class at least 2 years.
It looks like I believe we have been racing for 3 hours and 45 minutes so far this morning.
It's been a great start to the day. And up next is the Youth 170s. Well, we're still racing for the EMC. We still have a few more to come through.
Yes, exactly.
Still have to fill the podium for 4,500, correct? Yes, we have one. Let's go through it. 4,500 first, unofficial, Jesse Oliver. 4,500 2 is Dwayne Garrettson. 4,801 is Sean Reisky. 4,802, Scott Farley. 4,803, Justin Barth. 4,601, John Rance. 4,602 is Doug Langford. So we're still needing third place for 4,500 and 4,600. Again, everything is unofficial till we dot our I's and cross our T's.
I have to say, so looking at the tracker, if Dwayne Garrettson, Diesel Krentz keeps on moving along on the tracker, he is out in front of Sean Rance. So Diesel Krentz might actually end up taking that number 3 spot.
Oh,
yeah.
just
So
in time.
if you
Good
look,
catch there.
Yeah, if you look at the tracker, the 46-28 of Alex Fleming's there. Let me see here. Where did he go? I got to find him on here, but the 4,500 at Diesel Krentz is roughly at race mile 17. So let me find Sean Rance on the map here.
I don't want him to come up in behind you and have any kind of problem. So yeah, stay with 732 Rockface just so I know it's clear. Copy that, because I've also got to switch the banner up at the
Okay, 45:31 of Sean Rance.
There is
Cody
St. Clair on screen.
Sean Rance, I don't know if he has.
He had a mechanical.
So that's going to put Diesel Krentz in that number 3 spot.
Wow, Diesel Krentz will be excited about that. And there is the Texas kid, Cody St. Clair, and Tyler Haggard still pushing through. And when he came through, we did hear his engine did not sound healthy, but apparently he's still cruising. Hopefully he can figure that out.
Yes, he's still cruising along. He'll be in here shortly.
Diesel Krentz will be third, possibly third in 4,500. Who could be possibly third in stock class? Is that Corey Day, Bailey Cole?
Yeah,
are
they
moving
are
again?
at race mile 25, going 6.8 miles per hour.
They could make it. And here comes
and then
Cody St. Clair.
Albert Contreras is behind Corey Day.
But Corey Day started dead last.
Right.
So if he
but
physically finishes ahead of him.
They also keep stopping with mechanicals.
Yeah,
so
okay.
if they make a clean finish, they'll be good. If they have to stop again, Albert Contreras can get by him, and then it'll all be a timing game at that point.
But they're only 2 miles out.
Right, exactly.
So the checkered flag is out for the Texas kid, Cody St. Clair and Tyler Haggard. What a great run by that young man out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports. I know his dad, Anthony, will be right here giving him a congratulations. Well, he's possibly still in the pits, but I know he'll be excited to congratulate his son on another finish with Ultra4 USA during the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals.
All right, let's see who is going to be next. And where is Sergio? Sergio is...
He was in the Warren Waterfall winching last time we saw him.
Yeah, they made it up. We could see that they were up on top of that ledge.
You're right, yep.
But it is saying that they are still going 0 miles per hour at 23.
Yeah, so they're still in that same area. So they're definitely having a mechanical issue of some sort. A tough break for John Schaefer, Sergio Pinillos, and Brad Goodfellow. Oh, now I see Anthony St. Clair in his golf cart blasting through the parking lot, heading to go check on Cody. See Sarah Day walking towards the Warren Racing start-finish.
Knowing that they're
hoping
coming
her
in.
husband's going to grab the checkered flag here and possibly get third position for Bailey Cole. So that may lock up the national championship for Bailey Cole in that stock class. We'll see how it all plays out. And I was talking, actually Brian Cross brought it to my attention with J.P. Gomez. If he does well at this race, he won Vegas to Reno. Mm-hmm. He won King of the Hammers. So if he does well here, he may not be able to be beat.
Yeah.
Even with the KOH rerun at 25. Because this year we did something a little different that you can use King of the Hammers 24 or King of the Hammers 25 for the national championship.
Miles,
you got a little buddy came up.
Looks like we have a guest that wants to come on the
You're probably
show.
better talking to them than I am.
Little furry friend just walked over to say hi to us, standing in the shade.
Little Aussie it looks like, right?
Yeah, super cute. Alrighty, Miles. We have the 326 still moving along.
That's got to be Albert Contreras.
Albert Contreras has passed the 326 of Corey Day.
Oh, they have.
They have on course. They have passed. So there
now
is
it's
Albert.
Adjusted time. Let's go to our sheet to see how much time he'll have at the finish line.
I got to open my email back up.
Dang technology. That's why I like the old school papers.
I don't even know why it closed. I had the old school papers, but I felt Jeremy needed it, and he's at the start line over there running race ops, so definitely needed to make sure he had that when we have backup options here. So let's go to...
So that is on the Believe Cam drone, so that means he should be pretty close to town once we see those little Johnny blocks on his right here in a
Look
moment.
how slow he's going, too.
Yeah, he's definitely
some
not
issues.
at race pace.
Okay, so
Albert Contreras started in 24th.
and Day started last.
Yeah, so he started before. So he started in 29th position, I believe. So that's 5 minutes. So we'll have to start an unofficial time clock at 5 minutes, and that's my guess. Doing some payola math.
Miles math.
Miles math, yeah.
Miles timing.
But I'll be ready.
So Corey Day's at 25, going 14 miles per hour. Albert Contreras is race mile 25, going 15 miles per hour.
So they are neck and neck. So on adjusted time, it's going to be down to the wire. It
will
looks
be.
like Corey Day and Bailey Cole may be bringing it home. But look how slow Albert Contreras. But we don't see Corey Day to see what kind of pace he's doing.
No, we do not. We will see him here shortly, though. And I'm so bummed to still see the 4688 driven by Sergio at race mile 23, still going 0 miles per hour.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
So Albert Contreras kind of picked it up just a little bit.
All right, so Contreras is coming on in here to get the checkered flag to finish up his race out here for our Warren Racing Ultra4 USA Nationals. So Albert Contreras coming on through here. We have Doug Langford standing over here, already came in for his finish. All right, so as we just saw, now we have Corey Day on screen having to actually back up. So maybe he's
So
must be
he's having
some
steering issues.
Yeah.
So Contreras just came back in. Sorry, I was doing a little bit of race ops information. So, yeah, very minimal steering for Corey Day. But what I say earlier, 5 minutes, this is less than 5 minutes.
Way
I
less than 5
believe
minutes.
that Corey Day and Bailey Cole are going to steal third-place position away from Albert Contreras. The flag flies for Corey Day, Bailey Cole, and Jonathan Terhune.
Oh, and you
what
can
a
hear-
great run by all. Doug Langford's over here at the start-finish line giving his buddies some thumbs up. Believe he got second position. So unofficial first should be John Rance, unofficial second. Doug Langford, and unofficial third. Bailey Cole, Corey Day, and Jonathan Terhune. What a great race. So have we filled up everything? We're still waiting for a 4,500 car.
We are still waiting for a 4,500 car. We have the next one in should be Diesel Krentz, and he is back over at race mile 19, going 4.3 through Rockface.
Wow. I may have to take off my hoodie. The sun's out. The breeze is just about perfect. This turned into a great race day.
Yes, it is.
We'll see how it plays out. It's a great showing of the spectator area right here at the Warren Racing start-finish line. We are winding down. We're waiting for one more 4,500 car to fill out the podium unofficially for the Everyman Challenge classes. Up next will be the 170s on a 1 mile short course race. The stocks and the limiteds will be racing together, scored separately. They will race for 15 minutes, and then the white flag comes out. The modifieds will be racing by themselves with another 15-minute race plus 1 lap.
All right, the 48-18 is still moving along as well. The 48-18 of Brian Moore at race mile 22, a lap down, but he's going 13.7 miles per hour. We have the 48-99 of Jonathan Bell at race mile 24, going 12.4 miles per hour. The 48-19 of Jesse Lee still trucking along, race mile 15, so he has quite a ways to go still, going 12.4 miles per hour. Again, Greg Neff in the number 73 is at race mile 16. So we still have a few cars out on the course. Brian Trimp, the 896, is at race mile 20, still at 0 miles per hour. And the 4688 of John Schaefer, driven by Sergio Panilos at the race mile 23. As we saw earlier, they were having some issues. It would be interesting to see. I know we had our drones out there. I'm just wondering if our drones have any footage, if they're still there, maybe working on the car. And then the 48-18 of Brian Moore, like I was saying, at race mile 22, going 13.7 miles per hour. All right, while we are waiting for some more competitors to come on in, we are going to sit here and watch this amazing drone footage that we have, but we're going to be radio silent on our end for just a few moments. So we'll be back here shortly for our finishers before we move into our 170 classes. So stay tuned and we'll be back.
And the 48-99 of Jonathan Bell, finishing his first Ultra4 USA race here at the Crossbar Ranch, his home track. Up next is the Youth 170s. We'll have 2 separate races. The first race will be the stock and the limited mixed together but scored separately. Then it will be the modified racing by themselves. Each race will be 15 minutes plus 1 lap on this 1 mile short course right here in front of the fans at the Warren Racing Start Finish. We're trying to get the course figured out so we can get the Youth 170 race kicked off here pretty soon. Derek Summers is tuned in. Thanks for checking us out, buddy. We're trying to do our best to stay on time. Obviously, we're a little bit late on the Youth 170s. Hopefully, we get them kicked off here shortly for a 1 p.m. start for the 4400s. But we could extend that a little bit. We got a little bit more time to play, but we'll see how it all shakes out. Off-road racing's hard to nail down completely with all the different variables. So thanks for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. We'll be right back next with the Youth 170s. And you can see the Youth 170s heading out for their parade lap.
I have to laugh at the pace car right now. That is so awesome that there is a mini truck leading them around the course.
And that is
go ahead.
That is Dave Conklin and his son Travis has been volunteers of Ultra4 and King of the Hammers for such a long time. Great to see them out here helping us once again. But, yeah, I mean, the truck kind of matches the race cars right now, doesn't it?
Pretty funny. I mean, the race cars, do they actually might have more horsepower than the mini truck?
I didn't think of that, but you might be right. Oh, Pamela.
Oh, goodness gracious. Good times. Good times, good times.
And just getting caught up on my phone, David Clay with Racing Track said, today's race has been clean. No VCP misses by anyone. Always great to hear.
A clean race is a successful race. All right, time to switch over. Now, everybody at home that is watching, Racing Tracks will not be tracking the Youth 170 class because they are within our sights the whole entire time. So just an FYI, if you're trying to find out where they're at on course, you will not be able to track them on Racing Tracks. But when we go to our 4400 race, of course, we will be back live tracking.
You can pick up the pace a little bit if you're capable or if you're comfortable with that.
Now, Miles, I overheard you discussing if this was going to be a timed race or a lap race, and what was the outcome of that?
It is going to be a 15-minute race plus 1 lap.
Okay, and this is, they're doing the complete qualifying course,
Well,
is that correct?
An adjusted qualifying course. They are actually doing a 1-mile short course. So the qualifying course went kind of back and around those trees. We are cutting that section off just so we can see the little kids the entire time. So I believe if I did my math right, we should have 4 modifieds, 7 limiteds, and 1 stock, 11 in total.
The Miles math.
And we are running the stock and the limited together. They will be scored separately, and I believe if I'm, again, doing my math right, I think we only have Eli Robbins, who is in a stock car.
And man, you can see those kiddos are in the dust right now, but Cash Martinez out there in that number 1 spot with Xander Walraven in the number 2 spot.
And normally we don't qualify these guys and gals, but we did this time, so that's why everybody's kind of spread all out in here, and it's really cool to see that.
You know, I really like the fact, like you're saying, we don't normally do that. I like the fact that we qualified them. It gives them all a chance of whoever's faster to actually be out in the front, so it's really cool to see. I mean, we are basically, this is the future of our sport, so why not start getting these kids trained for what they will be going through in the future, which is qualifying, practicing, and pre-running, and all of that good jazz.
And John Goodby, our Ultra4 USA main man, is getting them all stage up. They will be a 2x2 stopped start. This race will be on a physical finish. So let's go through the field. We have Brian Fulcher, Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble, Cash Martinez, Xander Walraven.
Let's go through that as the way they qualified as well. So it's
there we go. It updated on me. Thank you.
Yes. So like you were saying, the number 1 spot is Cash Martinez.
Number 2, Xander Walraven.
In that 3rd position, Carson Hill.
In that 4th spot, Hunter Biddle.
And then Ella Ford.
Eli Robbins.
Tristan Fulcher.
So we have 7 cars out on course, 6 in the limited, and 1 in stock. This race is a physical finish short course, and it's going to be a little dusty out for these guys and gals, but they're out there running with Ultra4 USA here at the Crossbar Ranch for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And I believe it is Cash Martinez out front.
Well, we will see here in a minute, but yeah, he has no dust in front of him, so it's going to definitely be an advantage for him because we know Xander Walraven right behind him was instantly, all of them, instantly in the dust. So let's see. Yes, Cash Martinez still out in the lead, as we can see here with Xander Walraven in that number 2 spot. Carson Hill as well. And yes, these kids are going to be fighting the dust. All right, Cash Martinez out front. I can't even say his name. Xander Walraven, then Carson Hill, still 1, 2, and 3 on course.
Cash Martinez is really doing well with Xander Walraven right behind him.
Well, you got to look at it, though. I mean, Cash Martinez has absolutely no dust, as we are now watching Xander Walraven out here in the front stretch. He's had to put a little bit of water down earlier on, and you can really tell on the race course how much of a difference that it makes.
Cash Money Martinez, 12 years old, out of Pine Top, Arizona, with Martinez Racing. And then Xander Walraven at 10 years old out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with 118 off-road, both in the limited class. And then we have Carson Hill, the number 126, at 11 years old out of Kewanna, Oklahoma with the Hill team. And then we have Tristan Fulcher, number 1,000 at 8 years old out of Fayetteville, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. Then we have Hunter Biddle, the number 107 out of Longmont, Colorado with Hunter Racing. Then we have Ella Ford, number 722 at 11 years old out of Markle, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports. And then we have Eli Robbins, number 831 out of Decatur, Alabama with All Things UTV. We have 7 cars out on course, 6 in limited and 1 in stock. This race is on a 1-mile short course. It is 15 minutes plus the white flag. So at 15 minutes, the white flag will be flying for, as of now, Cash Money Martinez.
Yes, and Xander Walraven right there on screen as we're watching in that number 2 spot. Next up should be Carson Hill, as he now is crossing over the start-finish line.
And the fastest lap thus far is by Cash Money Martinez with a 1:24.428. Closest to him is Xander Walraven with a 1:25.9.
Oh, and look at this. Here comes a TT Fulcher in that number 4 spot.
The Ninja.
The Ninja, yep. And then here is Hunter Biddle, Ella Ford, and then Eli Robbins.
What a great race we have on our hands. These young guys and gals are having the time of their life out there racing. And as Brian Fulcher always says, he's here for the kids, and so are we. Love the future of our sport out there.
Yes. Now, Eli Robbins, wasn't his first race at Attica, Indiana with us this year, I believe?
I was going to guess Bowling Green, Kentucky.
I don't remember if he raced.
Yeah, Bowling Green, Kentucky was his first race.
Okay, perfect.
I remember delivering his trophy. That is obviously Dustin Robbins' son, who has raced 2 UTV races yesterday and is making his 4,400 debut this afternoon.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to kick you.
What'd I do to you?
I didn't mean to kick you.
So Cash Martinez out front, Xander Walraven, Carson Hill, Tristan Fulcher, Hunter Biddle, Ella Ford, and Eli Robbins. Eli Robbins is racing in the stock class by himself. So, hey, a win's a win.
A win's a win.
He's out there getting seat time. But right now in the limited class, it is Martinez, Walraven, and Hill. 1, 2, 3. Can Fulcher, Biddle, or Ford have anything for him? We still got a lot of racing yet to go. We have 10 more minutes before that white flag comes out. On screen is Ella Ford and Hunter Biddle chasing each other down. We saw Ella's sister Bailey race in the Youth 1K yesterday. So the entire Ford family is here racing.
So, Miles, I know your girls love, what you do and everything, and they like to support all the people that you bring the kids' apparel home to and all that good jazz.
Do your girls want to possibly get in?
I'd say a possibly maybe. My pocketbook does not want them to. It's way cheaper to talk about it than actually race.
Trust me, I know.
Jade, my oldest, she loves racing, or she loves the racing. She wants to be a fan. That's it.
Gotcha.
Ella, she's more of a princess, but she's kind of my wild one. So I could see her wanting to. she sat on my lap a few times and drove me around in the Jeep, and she has fun doing that. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying never. We'll see what happens.
You never know. The never part will be the never know part of it. But Cash Martinez still out in front. He has the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:23.651.
Oh, he shaved some time off on this last lap.
He has, but Cash Martinez has had clean air the whole entire time, and that makes a humongous difference.
But we could start running into lap traffic possibly, as it looks like Ella Ford makes a pass on Hunter Biddle.
Exactly. That's where I was going, 100% on that. Made a fast pass right there before they made that U-turn.
And there's Cash Money Martinez out of Arizona.
You can see Hunter Biddle is still trailing behind.
Oh, there it is, right on
yep.
camera. What a great battle we have between Ella Ford and Hunter Biddle. I mean, power-wise, they've both got 32 horsepower probably, and they've got 1 inch of suspension.
Right.
These little
That's what it feels like.
These little 170s are a lot of fun to watch. They're, technology there.
Oh,
it's basically just a fancy go-kart.
We have one overstopped on the hill. I'm not sure if that's Carson Hill or Xander Wallraven. Right where
that's Xander Wallraven.
Cash Martinez. So we are going to have to get some recovery over there because he is right in the middle of the track, and that is with the dust going on. Not so fun.
So Cash Martinez, our physical race leader, still out front with the fastest lap of this race with a 1:23.534.
All right, so Cash Martinez out lap number 5, just clicking away. He's now put down another fast lap time of a 1:23.534.
And there is Tristan the Ninja Fulcher, number 1,000. So there is the number 107 out there of Hunter Biddle pulling along, and there's our race leader, Cash Money Martinez, number 21, out of Pine Top, Arizona, with Martinez Racing.
Yes, Cash Martinez clicking away some fast laps. Looks like he's let up just a little bit. I mean, he's 5 seconds on average faster than anybody else that's been on the course.
But we still have 6 minutes yet. And we do see Wallraven, who is running strong, has dropped back, still not moving. So that moves Carson Hill into second and Tristan Fulcher in that third position. How far back is Ella Ford? Behind Tristan Fulcher. Looks like a little bit. So tough break for Xander Wallraven. Looks like he is out of the race with a mechanical failure. Hate to see that for that young man. Eli Robbins still plugging away. Hey, Eli Robbins has moved into 6th position.
Oh, wow, look at
because
that.
Xander dropped out. But again,
well, he didn't drop out. There's something going on with his car.
Well,
And look at this battle
race.
Going on right here between Ford and
They've been
Biddle.
battling the last 2 laps, ma'am. Ella Ford and Hunter Biddle are absolutely battling out on course. Love to see nose to tail by the young man and lady.
Hunter Biddle is not letting her get too far and wanting to know, hey, I am right here. You passed me, but I'm going to try to get that pass right back.
Oh, look at them entering the corners. They are really railing it. I love it. And Hunter Biddle is all over the tail of Ella Ford. I could see another pass going on. We'll see.
And then you got our race leader, Cash Martinez, coming up right behind them. So he's now going to be in some dust, but he's got enough of a lead that he has nothing to worry about except making sure that nothing happens in front of him that could possibly take him out of the race.
And I'm just hearing from Take It Live that while we were racing this race, there was a rollover at the Warren Waterfall, so we'll have a replay of that after downtime. Oh, look, Cash Martinez is running into lap traffic. I was wondering if that was going to happen, and here we're dealing with it as we speak. Is he going to be able to make it around? He's inside, outside, splits the middle between Ella Ford and Hunter Biddle.
So
that is a hot rod there.
Exactly. He's coming in wide, and now he made that pass as well on Ella Ford. So he wanted to make sure he got past her before he got to that turn. Now he's coming up to some more lapped traffic of Eli Robbins. But Cash Martinez making his way through. Still, that was a great lap time for him at a 1:25.828.
So Jesse Lee is the one that flopped over, but it sounds like everything's okay. Well, like I said, we got a highlight, a Warren highlight here in just a little bit. But right now, it's the Youth 170s, the stock and the limiteds. 15 minutes plus one lap. We are down to 3 minutes and 13 seconds till the white flag flies for Cash Money Martinez as we're back on screen with Carson Hill.
And as soon as this race is over, we're going to do our last 170 race of the season.
That's crazy to say. And then we'll have our last race of the season, hopefully right around that 1 p.m. for the 4,400 Unlimited class. They were going to race 4 laps, 27 miles per, 108 miles in total. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a wild, wild run. The 4,400 class will be taking off here in about a half hour.
Yes, it will. And Cash Martinez, Carson Hill, and Tristan Fulcher have all done 8 laps so far in this race. But Carson Hill's still running strong. Tristan Fulcher in that number 3 spot. I'm wondering what's going on with Xander Walraven. I know that he has had some issues with his chain not wanting to stay on.
Lots of chain issues, not necessarily with him, just with 170s.
Yeah, right,
general.
exactly.
Hey, Pam, go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead.
Switch over to YouTube. What are the fans thinking about the 170 race? I know we love it. I hope they do too.
Well, we have Greg Frazier that's cheering on the Ford girls. So
Ella
Ford. Tony Calkins is still out there. So here we are. Out here with our 170 class. Kevin Larson, Miles, when you mentioned earlier on that you're going to take your sweatshirt off, Kevin Larson said, "Sun's out, guns out, Miles."
I don't have much for guns, but I got a little bit of suns, you know what I mean?
And Rob, 4,400 start will happen here in just a little bit. We're trying to stay on time, but we still have another race going on. We have a few cars that are still out on course from our EMC race. We do have our 170s on. We will have one more 170 race after this, our modified.
And what a tearjerker right there. Xander Walraven is out of the car, giving his dad, Matt Walraven, a big hug. They're chatting the race, and that's what racing's about. You can't win them all.
Yes, and
you can see them at the top of your screen right there.
Yeah.
Right now is just trotting back the race, and that's what family's all about.
Yep, Lewis, you were right. We all love the future of our sport. That's what this 170 class is.
Wow, Cash Martinez clicks off his 10th lap, and his fastest lap is still his 5th lap of a 1:23.534. So white flag should be out here in about 25 seconds, so I assume that'll be the next time around for Cash Money Martinez, who has lapped a few of our competitors.
Yes, and Carson Hill, I hear his car's sputtering just a little bit. He's running in that number 2 spot. But we are watching right now. Is that still Ella Ford and Biddle going back and forth?
Nose to tail. Biddle tries to stick the nose in, and Ella Ford shut the door once again. So next time around for Cash Martinez, the white flag will be flying. He's about the halfway mark on this 1 mile short course.
And there we see T.T. Fulcher right there. His brother was racing yesterday in the Youth 1000 class, Peanut Fulcher. And TT running a very strong race for himself.
And then his teammate Nathan Parker won the stock class yesterday as well. So the future is bright with Team Momentum. And the white flag flies for Cash Martinez. 1 lap to go for the entire field for the stock and the limited race. Up next will be the modified 170 class.
All right, and here comes around Hunter Biddle and Ella Ford. They're not running as close as they've been the whole entire time.
I'll give it a minute. I'll bet you Hunter's letting her hang out till the end. Is Carson Hill back on screen, one of the best-looking cars, if I do say so myself. Carson Hill's been racing with us at Ultra4 this season. It's been a lot of fun. His dad's very involved and has helped us because the 170s can be a little tricky from time to time, so they're helping us work through a few of the bugs, and it's great to see them out here supporting their kids as well as they do. So Cash Martinez up front. And then it's Carson Hill, Tristan Fulcher, Ella Ford, Hunter Biddle, Eli Robbins, and the heartbreaker for Xander Wallravens out of the race.
Yeah, but you know what? Xander is such a good kid. I mean, it happens. He understands racing happens. He's been racing for a few years himself, and he's a great racer. But
and the checker flag flies for Cash Money Martinez, winning this race here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals at 12 years old from Pine Top, Arizona, with Martinez Racing and his Polaris with GSP, Elkhorn Cabinets, KFC, Sholo Ford, Charlie Clark's, Rugged, Maxis, and Hunter Hounds.
All right, Cash Martinez did a total of 12 laps out there. Carson Hill will be coming around, also completing lap number 12. And then all we have left for the getting full complete laps of how many Cash Martinez did is also TT Fulcher.
And the checkered flags flies for number 2, Carson Hill, number 126 out of Kawada, Oklahoma, with the Hill team. And his High Sun single seat with Keller Williams, Full Tilt Wraps, Tomcat Aviation, Bearded Stitch, 51 Rentals, Chewy's Mexican Food, Party Pop Yard Signs, Frisco Tile, TQR Fab, Patriot Welding, and Fab. And there is Tristan Fulcher, number 1,000 at 8 years old, out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, with Team Momentum Racing. And that car 1 chassis with Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, CT Raceworks, Carolina Customs, EFX, KMC, Gator Waders, SD Lighting, and Air Dam Clutches. So 1, 2, 3, Cash Martinez, Carson Hill, and Tristan Fulcher.
Yes.
Rounding out the field is Ella Ford, Hunter Biddle, Eli Robbins, and Xander Wallraven. Pam, what a great race.
Yep, what a great race it was. Eli just now taking that checkered flag, and everybody that is watching at home, thank you for cheering on the kiddos. It is definitely a great race to see them out here. Tony is saying what a great race for these 170s, and to get here and see these guys on YouTube and watching the live show is something that everybody should tune into, because again, if it wasn't for our kids, we would not have the future of our sport out here racing.
And getting updated on Jesse Lee, who took that little tumble at the Warren Waterfall. He is recovered and back moving. And we're actually going to save that highlight for a little social media, so be sure to tune in to Ultra4 USA and tune into our social media. We've got a fun little highlight section we'll be showing you later on. So up next should be the modified class. We should have Mason Dowker, Caden Gamble, Brian Fulcher, and Wyatt Cotter. So 4 of our fastest young guys out there. This will be a fun one to watch. I believe we'll give them a parade lap as well. 15 minutes, and then the white flag will fly for our physical race leader. That was a great little race, Pam.
That was a great little race. Again, like we always say, we always love the tiny tots out there racing. But next up, now we do have Peanut Fulcher, like we were saying. He was out yesterday in the Youth 1000 class getting ready to race here today for our modified class. So we have Peanut Fulcher in the number 1 spot.
Out of Fayetteville, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing.
And then Wyatt Cotter in the number 212 qualified in that 2 spot.
Out of Norco, California with Cotter Boys Racing.
And then in P3, the number 26 of Caden Gamble.
Out of Tierras, New Mexico with Bomb Tech Racing.
And then in the P4, the number 2 of Mason Dowker.
Out of Elk Rapids, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks.
And Xander Walraven was supposed to be in this race, but I believe he was probably using the same car, and we see that he is getting towed off by Dad. So unfortunate for Xander Walraven. So we'll have 4 cars out there on race course doing 15 minutes plus a lap. All right, it looks like I think we're going to have an extra car come on in there.
Fulcher,
huh? Fulcher, yep.
Who just finished that last race, and he's moving up a class. I like it.
Because the modified, yeah, I mean, you can race up, but you can't race down.
Correct. Just like a 4,400 car, a 4,400 class car cannot race in 4,800, but a 4,800 car can race 4,800 and 44, so it's the same principle.
Correct, exactly. So this is where we got to watch the numbers because TT and Peanut have exactly the same car.
The same car, yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be, we're going to mess that up. So we'll say,
180.
I'm going to call it the Fulcher car.
The Fulchers, Team Momentum.
Team Momentum.
Ooh, there's a little rock. I just was watching the parade lap going on, and Peanut out in that number 1 spot right now behind the pace car hit a little bit of a rock right in the middle of course. Okay, as you can see, even though this pace lap is going around, TT is still trying to catch up to the pack.
So we are about to kick off the modified race for the Youth 170. And it sounds like we are lining up the 4,400s as we speak. I do believe they're looking for Dustin Robbins over there. If he can make his way to staging, please do so. Dustin Robbins, head over to staging.
I think they found him over there. So
well, I heard they found the car, but I'm not sure if they found him.
All right, they're getting all lined up. All right, so that is going to give us 5 cars in this class for the Youth 170 Modified. So we do not have the 118 of Xander Walraven, but we do have the addition of the number 1,000 of TT Fulcher.
Tristan, the Ninja Fulcher. I like how Team Momentum has a lot of nicknames out there. Nathan, the Phenom Parker. Tristan, the Ninja Fulcher. And Brian, Peanut Fulcher. I don't know, Sawyer's not racing this race with us, but she's raced with us before. Does she have a nickname? I don't think so.
I don't think she does.
And we are live racing 15 minutes plus the white flag, and it's a drag race between Brian Fulcher
and the 212
of Wyatt Cotter.
Yeah.
It's a drag race. Who got it? I missed it.
So Wyatt Cotter, a well-seasoned racer as well. He comes from the West Coast also. He lives actually down in the Southern California area. He races with all kinds of different racing associations himself. Also, he was a podium finisher at King of the Hammers this year in our Youth 170 class. And it looks like
Wyatt Cotter is our physical race leader. It is. Good call, Pam, with Brian Fulcher hot on his heels. And look how much faster these modified cars are. So we're probably going to get about a minute 15 lap, I think. That's going to be my guess.
Okay, well, we will see.
Your phone all
here.
right? You just threw it on the ground. What did it do to you?
Done with it. But you look at this. Peanut Fulcher is definitely not wanting to give any leeway from Wyatt Cotter. And what you're doing right now is you're staying as close as you can to the bumper of that car, because if you get too far back, now you're blinded by the dust.
Yeah, the dust is pretty bad out there for these young guys. And Wyatt Cotter and Brian Fulcher are battling up front. And then it's Caden Gamble, Mason Dowker, and Tristan Fulcher. So we'll get a lap time here. Don't forget, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com to have the same live timing we have. And it is a 1:18 lap, so pretty close to that guess.
Okay, these kiddos are getting a little blinded by the dust we just saw in front of us. But right now it's all about those 1 and 2 that are battling it out.
And I do think we're going to see a 1:15 because we just saw a 1:18, but that was from a standing start.
Right.
So with the momentum they had, speaking about that team momentum, there's Tristan Fulcher, Mason Dowker, and Caden Gamble. 2, 3, 4 are battling it out.
Caden Gamble is on it. He
just made a pass.
Right by Mason Dowker.
Oh, and look at that. Wyatt Cotter just gets around. We missed the pass, but he passes him right back. And it looks like Brian Fulcher is way off pace. Not sure what's happened to Brian Fulcher. Tough break for him. He is going to be stopped.
He is right in that corner as well.
There's Wyatt Cotter right there, our physical race leader. Brian Fulcher has dropped out. We have Brian Trotter there.
All right, so that is going to put Tristan Fulcher now in that number 2 spot.
And Mason Dowker in third. Well, him and Caden Gamble have been battling.
Yes, they
back
have.
And forth. Another great race on our hands, Pam, for the 170 youth race during the 2024 Ward Racing National Championship.
And there we do see Tristan Fulcher and Caden Gamble battling out. They're going to make that hairpin right turn right into the start-finish line.
And I do see Caden Gamble and Tristan Fulcher battling, and Mason Dowker right behind it. This will be Mason Dowker's last 170 race ever. He is aging out.
And I believe he's actually racing, I believe that is in a 200, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but...
Brian Fulcher's walking by. I gave him the what's going on. He doesn't know either. So tough break for Brian Fulcher. He was battling with Wyatt Cotter.
Brian Fulcher, yes, Dad walking by us going towards Brian Peanut Fulcher. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't specify
the Bryans. Jeb has been a big part of their program, too, this weekend out
Kyle
here.
Kyle Cheney's right-hand man,
yes,
right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So Jeb was spotting for Nathan Parker yesterday. Great team. They all teamed up very well. But, yes, Jeb is a huge part of the Cheney program.
And there's Kate Gamble. Oh, back to Wyatt Cotter.
Wyatt Cotter, a 1:15.904 is the fastest
that
lap.
1:15. I was calling it.
Yep, lap number 2 is when he threw that one down. Now, Peanut Fulcher, he was at a 1:18.762 whenever he did his first lap, but that was, again, like we were saying, lap number 1. They were starting from a standstill, but look at this battle with Caden Gamble getting around Tristan Fulcher.
Caden Gamble has a lot of racing experience, and he does a lot of interesting things. He races the USAC quarter NASCAR midgets, and he's really into Rubik's Cube. He does those contests with a Rubik's Cube where whatever you do with those, and all of a sudden it's done in like under 10 seconds.
Yeah,
I guess.
have no idea.
The only way I could do that is with spray paint.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, so Mason Dowker making a lap again, his fastest lap so far, just now threw that one down at a 1:32.519. So far, they have completed 3 laps as Wyatt Cotter is still trucking along out there in that number 1 position.
We have just under 10 minutes to go before the white flag will be flying for the Youth 170 modified class. Wyatt Cotter out front, then it's Caden Gamble, then it's Tristan Fulcher, Mason Dowker, and we do know that Brian Fulcher has dropped out.
Yeah, you can see he's right there off to the side. Our safety crew pushed him out of the way. And there we are watching the 2-1-2 of Wyatt Cotter make his way through for another lap.
What a heartbreaker. We saw Xander Walraven on the last race running out front, dropped out. And then we saw Brian Fulcher battling out front, dropped out. Again, to finish first you must finish. These kids are getting a hard lesson early in life.
Yes, exactly. And there is a great shot of Caden Gamble. It goes to show you just how rough the course is as well. You can see him bouncing around in his car. But look at how fast he's going.
And
these little guys, the modifieds are fast.
They're fast, and I'm pretty sure Caden Gamble is stepping up to the Youth 1000 next year as well. So really cool to see that happen.
So Caden Gamble has now moved up into the numbers 2 spots. We have Wyatt Cotter in the 2-1-2 P1, Caden Gamble in the number 26 in P2, and Tristan Fulcher, the number 1000 P3, and Mason Dowker in the number 2 in P4. Wyatt Cotter getting ready to come through again for lap number 5.
So there's Wyatt Cotter, our physical race leader, clicking off another lap at the Warren Racing start finish. The number 2-1-2 out of Norco, California, with Cotter Boys Racing, with Polaris, Hoosier Tires, Benz Asphalt, G-Force, Drow Off-Road, Liqui-Moly, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Rugged Radios, Speed Strap, Langstrom Motorsports, CMI, All Terrain Concepts, Roll Designs, Elka, ORW, Branch Engineering, and Hansen's Welding.
Caden Gamble as well coming through for another lap. Caden he was picking up his times. His fastest lap was a 1:27.07. He just came in and completed lap number 5 of about 1 second slower than what he's been running. But great run by Caden Gamble. You can tell he had to get past some of those other cars. But once he did, he has not looked back.
So the number 26 of Caden Gamble out of Tierras, New Mexico, with Bomb Tech Racing, with a Goodall Motorsports single-seat Polaris with Ultimax belts and anti-gravity batteries. And that third position is the number 1000 of Tristan the Ninja Fulcher at 8 years old out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, with Team Momentum Racing. And that Car 1 chassis with Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, CT Raceworks, Carolina Customs ATV, EFX Tires, KMC, Gator Waders, ST Lighting, and Air Dam Clutches.
And Wyatt Cotter coming through, lap number 6. 1:24.848 was his last lap. He has brought it down a few notches because he has quite a lead out there on second place. Caden Gamble in the number 26.
In that fourth position, the number 2 of Mason Dowker out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks. In that Polaris 200, his main sponsors are Mom and Dad. And speaking about Mom and Dad, we'll see Dad up next. Tad Dowker, and he's got Starstream on Bambi. So I'll be excited to see how that can play out. Pam's doing a little stretching here.
Yeah. Sitting down for 2 days straight,
yeah.
I can't do that. I never sit down, Miles, unless I'm driving in a vehicle. Tristan Fulcher, TT coming through again. That number 3, P3, and that number 1000. Clicking off lap number 6.
So Mason Dowker clicks off another lap. Our leaders are on lap number 6.
And I see Matthew Walraven over here. My guess is he's going to be the team player that he is and go probably pull off Mr.
Brian
Peanut
Fulcher. Yeah, tough break for him. Yeah, it's so cool. The Ultra4 family is so tight, just like the kids racing. They're here to help whatever issues they have. And Caden Gamble really slinging along, sitting that comfortably in second position. And I love his helmet. The American flag is flying.
Yeah, I got a
for Caden Gamble.
Got a good photo of him yesterday at the start line of his helmet. All game face. I couldn't see his eyes because he had his shield down, but I know exactly what he was doing. He was focused and ready to qualify.
Up next, the 4400, the grand finale, the biggest and the baddest names of our sport will be hitting the track here I'm going to guess here in about 10 to 15 minutes, we'll be kicking them off. So we're not far off schedule. John Goodby and the entire Ultra4 USA team has done an amazing job here on course. Brian Trotter has been running the race course, keeping it going safe and sound with the Area 51 guys. All of our Ultra4 USA volunteers and course staff.
But don't forget, we still have a few of our EMC cars out on course.
I just heard Greg Neff is finishing his race. And 40 seconds to go until the white flag comes out for our current leader, Wyatt Cotter. And it looks like we got a little pass going on there.
Going through a little bit of lap traffic.
That was our race leader, Wyatt Cotter, getting around Fulcher. So Brian Fulcher giving us a little update on his son, Peanut Fulcher, and it sounds like it's cranking over and won't run. And just tough break for him. But he sent it over a back jump, and he may have lost an air filter or an intake or a carburetor or something. It just cranks and won't start.
Yes, such a bummer. He walked by and said, racing happens, but yes, unfortunately. Hey, Cole Clark is wanting to know for the 4400, how many trees are Chip going to hit?
All of them.
He wants to know how many trees is Chip going to run into?
The better question is what kind of tree?
Oh, goodness. But yes, thank you guys all for tuning in. And Cole Clark, we'll find out at the end of the race how many trees we can put Chip's name on. But smoking fast run right here by our kids, of course, out here on race course. Wyatt Cotter clicking off lap number 9. They have 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining.
And the fastest lap for the 170 races altogether so far is by Wyatt Cotter with a 1:15.904 on his second lap.
All right, and we just heard over our PCI race radio, it sounds like 73 of Greg Neff, who was in our EMC class, did come in for a finish.
Great finish by him as we're back on screen with our physical race leader, Wyatt Cotter. Looks like he'll probably get 2 more laps.
There we have Tristan Fulcher in the number 1,000. There's Wyatt Cotter there. Wyatt Cotter's actually getting ready to possibly make a pass on Tristan Fulcher. Tristan Fulcher sitting in that number 3 spot.
Where is Wyatt Cotter?
Wyatt Cotter's right now, just now going through.
He went through, and it's got a one. Oh, man. It's going to be down to the wire if it's going to be white flag on his next lap or not. He's got 1:15 as he crossed, and his fastest lap is at 1:15. So old Goodby's going to have his hands full whether to throw the white flag on this next lap or not.
My guess is it will be coming out. 59 seconds left right now of the race. But it's plus a lap. That's right.
Plus a lap.
All right, as we were watching Mason Dowker make his way out, lap number 11. Wyatt Cotter sitting in that number 1 spot. Caden Gamble in the number 2 spot. Tristan Fulcher 3. Mason Dowker 4th. And we did see Brian Peanut Fulcher off course.
And John Goodby, Mr. Ultra4 USA, is heading towards the Warren Racing start-finish with the white flag in hand. It's going to be really, really close. I don't know. I think he's going to... I don't know. We'll see.
Well, right now, I believe this is... Cotter's coming through right now, so one more lap.
Nope, it's going to be 2 more laps.
Oh, 2 more laps, yes, because you got to get the white flag.
Down to the wire, yep. I think the white flag was supposed to come out. So the white flag is out for Wyatt Cotter. Caden Caden Gamble, Tristan Fulcher, Mason Dowker, and I guess those are the only 4 still running.
Our lead car is the 212 of Wyatt Cotter.
Well, the 170 races are nearing the end. Up next is the 4400 main event, the last race of the entire Ultra4 USA Series. So if you need to take a break, this race is almost over. Make sure you go get your snacks, get your drinks ready. We've got 4 laps, 27 miles, 108 miles in total.
All right.
It's going to be a wild show.
Here we have Wyatt Cotter coming in for the finish. The checkered flag is out for Wyatt Cotter.
Taking that unofficial first position, Wyatt Cotter for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. He's got one of his buddies over there congratulating him.
All right.
And Tristan Fulcher coming in. I believe that'll put him in 3rd position, and grabbing that checker flag, number 2, Caden Gamble. So 1, 2, 3, I believe, is Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble, and Tristan Fulcher. 1, 2, 3. And then Mason Dowker snags that 4th position.
And unfortunately, as we saw earlier on, Brian Peanut Fulcher in the number 180, who's been a contender all year long in that number 5 position, did not finish. He's actually getting towed off the track right now. Such a bummer. All right, you can see all the kiddos and the parents around over there, with our race director, Brian Trotter, getting unhooked from Peanut Fulcher. And there's Cash Martinez right there. I love watching the kids all congratulate each other for their wins. Even though they win or lose, these kids on the track is where they are competitive. Off the track, that's where they're all buddies. And there we have them all over there, but we do still have a race going on, I believe, on course. I'm not sure if our EMC class has completely finished, but we have a 4688 of John Schaefer, which is being driven by Sergio Panilos, still on the course coming in to get that checkered flag. All he wanted to do was make sure he gets to the finish line, and what it looks like is exactly that. He's so close to being in. And here we do have the number 4688 coming through, finishing up the race. He's almost here. I think they're going to stop him right over there towards the entrance of where we are all lined up for our 4400. But we did see Sergio Panilos coming through here. Sergio with Brad Goodfellow in as the co-driver. I believe, like I just said, I think they are stopping them right over on the other side because we already have staging up and running for our 4400 class. So Miles, I know that you're going to grab a quick bite to eat, and I'm going to go grab myself something really fast here in just a moment. But the 4688 of Sergio Panilos
finished, huh?
Finished.
Awesome.
Finished.
Well, again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We are just wrapping up the 170 race. So much fun. Cash Martinez, Carson Hill, and Tristan Fulcher won this one. So while we get everything staged up for the 4400 race, we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back with the 4400 main event right after this.
what's your face? She's going to. No, she's going to. No, she's going to. No, she's going to. Go get lunch. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. One fucking thing that she will fucking shine. Go get food and make us fucking happy. She go fuck it all. Go please. Go fuck it all. Go please. Go fuck it all. Get your bacon? Yeah. Man, I can't even break away to roll on it, bro. Fuck it all up, bro. She's just fucked it all up.
You sound angry.
I'm hungry. I'm fucking hungry. They told me, bitch, to go get some food and she's like,
Bullshit, man. Everybody but Jose. Hey, that's why you don't piss her off, bro. First of all, you're too dumb to argue with. Second of all, she's gonna go in and get her booze and shit. She's a runner and none worse than mad dumb woman. Pick up this one.
Welcome back to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. I am Miles Haswis alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to get this party started. It's about to go down. The biggest and baddest names of our sport are about to take off. They are doing 4 laps, 27 miles per lap, 108 miles in total. Paul Wolf has not lost a race he has entered here for the Warren Racing Nationals yet, Pam.
I know, and you know right now what we were talking about earlier on, Paul Wolf was supposed to race in the 4,500 class with Dan Wyrick, but he took the morning off, as we were talking about earlier on, so he could be fresh and refreshed for the 4,400 race. I mean, he has Waylon Campbell starting right behind him. He has the Gomez brothers. We have Philip McGilton, Brendan Thompson. I mean, so many heavy hitters out here.
Let's go through the entire field. In that pole position, it's Paul Wolf.
In that number 2 spot, Waylon Campbell.
3, J.P. Gomez.
In the 4th position, Cade Rod.
5th is Cody Addington.
In that 6th position, the 83 of Raul Gomez.
7th, the number 47, Philip McGill.
In the 8th position, the 5150 of Brandon Thompson.
And 9th is the 618 of Casey Gilbert.
In 10th position, making his 4,400 debut in the number 311, Dustin Robbins.
In that 11th spot, the number 4456, Brett Harrell.
And then the number 12 position, the 906 of Tad Dowker.
And he will be running Starstream, so we hope to see that here in just a little bit. In that 13th position, number 4, Chip Happens, Chip McLaughlin.
And in that 14th position, the 461 of Bill McGibbon.
In that 15th spot, all the way from Australia, the number 78, Pip Justice.
And in the 16th position, the 464 of Glennie Page.
17th, Tim Hooper.
And then 911 of Kevin Taylor in 18th.
And we're off and running with the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in that UFO single seat IFS machine with an LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCST case, Hickman Motorsports, Nitto Tires, Raceline Wheels, Alltech Motorsports, Radflow, VP Racing, Willwood, Project X, FK, JB Scale Graphics, Rugged Race Radios, CBR Radiators, Holly Performance, and First Farm. They are taking off one at a time. Every 1 minute, this race is on adjusted time. We are off and running with Paul Wolf out front.
Yes, and you can see the dust trail that is right behind Paul Wolf. So for him to be our number 1 qualifier, he should have a decent lap 1, all nice and clean.
The biggest and baddest names of our sport are out here running, and Paul Wolf has that clean air out front.
Yes, we do, and you can see right now the number 3 of Waylon Campbell taking the green flag.
Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing and that Campbell Enterprise chassis single-seat IFS machine with a Grom Racing LSX 454 with 800 horsepower. He's got a Hughes Turbo 400 Trailworthy Hero T-Case, Monster Energy, Nitto Tires, Fox Shocks, Warren Industries, ARB, Motive Gear, Ron Davis Radiators, Howe Performance, Evan Weller Racing, Rugged Radios, Arizona Drive Shafts, Impact Racing, Justice Brothers, Ibach, Factor 55, Power Tank, Baja Designs, Axial, Willwood, Phenom, All-Star Electric, Brannick, Cruise Armor, and Wrap Yours.
As we're watching Paul Wolf make his way out of the short course into the prairie, and now we'll be going back to, in just a moment, Mr. Waylon Campbell making his way through the short course. He has a 180-degree left-hand turn, 90 right, before he makes his straightaway out onto the prairie. Now starting is the number 82 of J.P. Gomez.
Our current King of the Hammers champion out of Cameron Park, California with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO single seat with a Dugan's TT-style engine, ATO Turbo 400, UFO SCST case, Mountain F Enterprises, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, Method Race Wheels, and Baja Designs. The current king is out there trying to chase down Waylon Campbell and Paul Wolf. This is an exciting start, Pam, and it's only going to get better.
Exactly, and here we have next up off the line here in just a moment. We will have the number 7 of Cade Rod taking the line, but right now we are still watching J.P. Gomez go through our infield. But right now, Cade Rod getting the countdown here from Chris Elrod to take that green flag.
So the number 7, Cade Rod out of Cortez, Colorado, with Jimmy's 4x4 Racing. It is Jimmy's 4x4 single-seat IFS machine with a Mast LS, ATI transmission, SCS, Bilstein, Nitto tires, Vision wheels, Rockstar energy drink, BlackFi sunglasses, CBR, Simpson, Don Wapo hot sauce, L-Rods, K&N, RCV, Willwood, Holly, Adams drive shafts, Gearworks, Bully Dog winch, Spider Tracks, Casey Highlights, Total Racing Solutions, and Justin's Tents.
And as we are looking at our amazing lineup right there, Chris Elrod will be doing the countdown again and the green flag. But look at that lineup of cars. Look at the spectators over here in the infield right now on the short course. This is a beautiful course. But next up on the line, as we're watching Cade Rod make his way through.
Sending it.
The number 888 of Cody Addington will be taking the green flag here in just a moment.
Out of Forest Hill, California, with ADD Racing and the Jimmy's Orange Dragon chassis, single-seat IFS with a Schofield LSX 441 with a Gearworks Turbo 400. Atlas, Nitto tires, Vision wheels, King shocks, Laser Nut, Power Steering Solutions, Willwood, PCI Custom Splice, OCD Graphics, Yukon WFO, Gear and Axle. So Cody Addington, and remember, he was the one that started in the 4600 class, in a little black Toyota, and he's worked his way all the way through the ranks, and now he is a star in the 4400 class. Love the Everyman Challenge stories.
As we are watching right now, Cade Rod make his way out towards the prairie, but on the start line, the number 83, our previous king, two-time king, Raul Gomez.
Back-to-back king, Raul Gomez, out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing. In that 2022 Joe Thompson built UFO single-seater. IFS up front, Barilla engine, TT style horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, UFO T-case, Mountain F Enterprises, King shocks, Nitto tires, Method race wheels, and Baja Designs. He won King of the Hammers 22 and 23. And the Gomez brothers, JP and Raul, I wish I had their radio channel, because you know they're having fun right this second.
I think they could have their own reality show probably on their radio channels with just what they talk about, podcasts, let's say. All right, and here we do have, it's a little hard to see because of all the dust. You can hear an engine kind of die down there of Raul Gomez. Not sure if maybe he...
And they are bypassing the PCI pits right there.
You could hear Raul was, I think he let up just a little bit because it's blinding out there, this dust is. But Raul Gomez making his way through as we are watching, again, a 180 left-hand turn into a 90 right. But right now, the number 47 of Philip McGilton taking the green flag.
Out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports and that fourth-gen Campbell chassis single-seat IFS. With a Schofield Performance LSX 454. Here's Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Southern Tire Mart with Pilot and Flying J, Yokohama Tires, Vivid Lumen Lights, and Radflow. They are taking off on their first lap of 4. 27 miles per lap, 108 miles in total. They are taking off one at a time in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time, and we've got about almost half the field, no, a third of the field out on course.
Yes, we do. And as we are watching this drone footage, I can't quite make out who that is, but I think that is actually
Cody
Raul.
Addington.
Okay, Cody Addington. I think it was Raul, but back to Philip McGilton here on the infield, making his way through. As at the line, we have the number 5150, Brendan Thompson.
Bam Bam out of Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing. In that UFO, Joe Thompson built IFS single-seat machine with a Barolo tall deck LS 493 with 775 horsepower, an ATO 4L80E, SCS T-case, Maxxis tires, SMT performance wheels, UFO, Warn, Rugged, Brannick, FK, Motive Gear, Willwood, Walker, Performance Air Filtration, King Shocks, Baja Designs, TubeWorks, RCV, Switch Pros, MHI Off-Road Accessories, and Paul Jr. Designs. That is Brendan Thompson, the brother of Joe Thompson, who is Mr. UFO.
And a great footage of him making his way through our short course, launching over that jump having to fight their own dust, as we were talking about earlier on in the race, because of the way the breeze is happening. But Casey Gilbert in the number 618 getting the countdown for the green flag.
Ka-chow, the first solid axle machine out there with Granny Tom riding shotgun out of Fenton, Michigan with Gilbert Brothers Racing in that Miller Pro chassis with a Mass Motorsports LS7. Tranny Tom Turbo 400, SCS T-Case, Nitto Tires, Threat Off-Road Wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Big B, Fox, Nacho Lights, Willwood, Rugged Radios, Ironman Off-Road, Collins Motorsports, Magnitude Suspension, FK, and Phil Casper Photo. And I believe he is the first two-seater machine to go out on course. I'm going back through. Yes. The first 8 cars were all single-seaters. That is very impressive. Casey Gilbert, the first two-seater and the first solid axle, out there mixing it up with the big dogs.
Yeah, qualifying 9th like he did. I mean, is it an advantage to have a single seat? Maybe that is why the qualifying is the way it is. But there we do see Casey Gilbert making his way through his left-hand 180. But right now, the 311 of Dustin Robbins making his debut in the 4400.
Out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. With his Jimmy's single-seat IFS chassis, Schofield Performance LS 441, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, all things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, all things Bronco, and Apex Powder Coating. We saw him race both UTV races yesterday, had a couple issues here and there, so it's great to see him out there racing in the 4400 class. He's had that car for about a year, but kept finding some issues, so glad to see him out there.
All right, and we are watching
That's
Casey
Gilbert. Good call, Pam. What a wild start to this race as
and
we see
Dustin Robbins.
And that red dragon. Well, we'll call that the blue dragon.
Who's riding shotgun for him?
It's a single-seater.
It's a single-seater.
So nobody.
Okay, well, there we go. All right, next on the line, getting that countdown, the number 4456 of Brett Harrell.
Out of Almsville, Oregon, with team change order with that Paul Horschel-built 2C IFS machine, with a Danzio LS7 with 750 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400, Wiseman T-Case, Nitto Tires, Trail Ready Wheels, TubeWorks, Fox, Max Tie-Downs, Obstacle, Warren and Brett Schmidt Trucking. And the dust is thick, Pam.
It's not only thick, Miles. The breeze has changed direction just a bit, and now it's going back the right direction it should be going. But yes, we do have, let's see, Brett Harrell making his way through short course here.
And you interviewed him yesterday. I don't remember who's co-driving with him. Do you remember what you said? I remember he said it was his best friend, but I missed it. Or one of his good buddies.
Oh, gosh. I mean, don't ask me right now.
All right, I tried.
I can't remember. We'll have to ask. But right now, getting the green flag is the 906 of Tad Dowker.
And Andy Eustace riding shotgun out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks and that Trip Fab solid axle machine called Bambi. It's got an FTA 501 billet block, 1,000 horsepower, 4L80, SCS T-Case, TubeWorks, Mickey Thompson Tires, Warren Racing, AMSOIL, Baja Designs, Raceline Wheels, Hawk Performance, Off-Road Research, Tecton Tools, and Yukon Gear and Axle. And don't forget, we do have Starstream coming from Tad Dowker that we'll tune back into later on today.
Yeah, that's so awesome. We were talking while we were on our little bit of a break, talking with Chuck Crossland. He had his own setup on his car during our EMC race, and it's really cool to see, to know what the drivers are going through as Tad Dowker making his way through our short course. And right now, we are going to get a countdown from Chris Elrod for that green flag of the number 4, Chip McLaughlin.
With Brad Christensen riding shotgun out of Denton, Texas, with Rufus Racing and the Tribe 16 2-seat IFS chassis called Irene, with a Grom LS7 900 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheels, EcoStaff, Nightsticks, Baja Designs, Total Racing Solutions, Precision Designs, Mama Ange, and the man above, Zandy Willems.
All right, as we are sitting here going through our lineup, still getting cars off the line, I wanted to do really quick. Paul Wolf still out in front. He's roughly at race mile 8.5, so he's trucking along very well. Cade Rod already has a red dot at the bottom.
No.
So let's just give that little bit of an update. But next up off the line is going to be the number 461 of Bill McGibbon here in just a moment.
Out of Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clown Motorsports, and that brand new this year, Jimmy's 4x4 IFS single seat Green Dragon. 700 horsepower out of that LS. Turbo 400, SCS T-Gaze, J&A Hydrovac service. Diddy's Big Block, Hammerhead Hydrovac helps him get here to the start. We saw that car take a big wipeout in Bowling Green, Kentucky for its first race this year, but he sent it back to Jimmy's and got it back in action, and Bill McGibbon is having fun with Greasy Clown Motorsports.
Wasn't it delivered to him at Bowling Green? Or he
I
went and
believe
picked it up?
you're right.
Yeah, so it was a brand new car.
He picked it up on the way.
On the way.
Like brand new.
Yeah, he had no seat time in that car whatsoever. Like you just said, he wadded it up pretty good, but most importantly, he's okay. And yesterday we were talking about this. Couldn't even tell by looking at the car.
Oh, it looks perfect.
But he did take a gnarly tumble, ended up having to go get checked out and everything, but all is okay. But next off the line, the number 78, Pip Justice.
With Diamond Dave riding shotgun from the Australian bush. With Rufus Racing with that Tribe 16 solid axle machine donkey. Has a Grom LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, EcoStaff, Nightsticks, Baja Designs, Johnny's Customs Motorsports, Mama Ange, and the man above, Sandy Willems. Great shot of Pip running the short course here. They're running 4 full laps, 27 miles per, 108 miles in total. There are a couple 4,400 only lines this race, so it's going to be a little bit interesting. I can't wait to see how this shakes out. It's about to go down.
Yes, and as we are watching Pip make his way through the short course, we're going to be getting the countdown for the number 464 of Glennie Page.
And Chris Wyant with Diddy's Big Block riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada with North Force Racing. And that Get Bent Fab solid axle machine with an LS3, Maximum Transmission, Atlas, Northern Force, Rival Hydrovac, Summit Tools, Hammerhead Parts, Nitto Tires, Raceline Wheels, and King Shocks. So I love having some Canadians. I love the Australians. We have a little bit of everybody out here racing with Miles Haskell alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. And the 4,400 race is on right now, and it's a great way to start this out.
Yes, it is. And as we were watching Pip Justice make his way out into where it opens up for the Prairie area, as I'm calling it, right before pit number 1. But here we are watching Glennie Page make his way through our short course, as next up we do have the countdown going on for the 15:05 of Tim Hooper.
Bentonville with Daniel Parker riding shotgun out of Bentonville, Arkansas with Fuel Works Racing and that Trent Fab top shelf machine. Solid axle, Thompson Motorsports LS427 with 750 horsepower. It's got a Reed 4L80, an Atlas transfer case, Fuel Works, Nitto Tires, Method Race Wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Four Wheel Concepts, Sureway Transport, Old Town Auto Body, Brothers Construction, Olkey Construction, Baja Designs, Switch Pros, and Warren Racing.
And there we have Tim Hooper making his way through that big Talladega-style turn that we have over off of a high-speed jump section. He's making a left-hand turn. We'll be going right back in front of us as the next car on the line, the number 911 of Kevin Taylor.
With Heath Day riding shotgun out of Texarkana, Texas with .1 Racing and that Dazed Fabrication Porsche-themed machine with an LS3 416 with a Fritz 4L80E, SCST case, ORI struts, Brannick Motorsports, ball joint eliminators, and Jensen Brothers Off-Road. And speaking about Jensen Brothers Off-Road and ORI struts, those are the brand new ORI struts. They came through a couple different versions, and this is the latest version they're testing out. Great to see them out there running strong.
Yes, it is. And Miles, while we're waiting for the next car to go off the line, we still have Cade Rod stopped past race mile number 2.
Awful.
Oh, yeah. And then also the 47 of Philip McGilton and the 311 of Dustin Robbins. So we have a few cars
3
already
cars
stopped.
I
Yes.
hate to hear that for everybody.
Yeah, and we do have Paul Wolf is roughly at race mile 12, but right now it's all about our start line still. The next up is the 187 of Kenneth Hill.
With Donnie Kellenbach riding shotgun out of Conroe, Texas with Team 187 and a TMR solid axle chassis with an LS3 525 horsepower. Turbo 400, NP205, Radflow, Vision X, Warren Racing, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Yukon, Gear and Axle. Great to see Ken Hale. He's worked his way through the ranks. I remember it was this race 3 or 4 years ago. He was in the stock class in the big body Bronco, and on Rockface we saw him struggle, and then he backed up as far as he could and just sent it up there and made it. So it's great to see him work his way through the ranks, and he's made it all the way to the 4400 Unlimited class.
All right, here we do see Kenneth Hale making his rounds in the short course area. But right now, Paul Wolf almost to race mile 13. But next up off the line is the number 456 of Chad Hunt.
With Rick Murray's riding shotgun out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt Motorsports. And that Miller Pro chassis solid axle with a supercharged Mass Motorsports LS 427. A 4L80E SCS, Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson, Indiana Muscle Cars, Nacho Lights, and Team Indiana. All
right.
cars are off the line. Hearing from Race Ops, Jeremy, through my PCI Race Radio. We have 20 cars out on course.
Yes, and we have lots of people tuning in to YouTube, so thank you guys all so much. Danielle, of course, she is going for GBR, but she is wanting you and I to know, and I could very well be possible, Raul Gomez, Triple King.
Triple King, hey, it's happened before. He could do it again, but he has to take it away from his brother, J.P. Gomez.
Exactly. So all kinds of people rooting for Glennie Page out there as well, Chip and Pip. So it's been a great morning already of racing here with all the other classes, but again, the 4400 class on course. Let's talk about this, Miles. As the cars were going off the line, I was trying to keep up with the tracking. We do have Dustin Robbins still at a standstill, also Cade Rod and Philip McGilton. So not sure what's going on with them, but they already have that red dot.
And let's talk about that. You can go to racingtracks.com. You can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing, Racing Tracks for the live tracking, and then obviously the YouTube channel to watch the show. As we see some dust trails out in the distance, we got all the cars off the line.
It's a mechanical alert from car number 7 at race mile 2.7.
So Cade Rod has a broken down, but hey, that's not a bad. It's a bad thing.
Just, hey.
But he's only 0.7 miles away from the remote pit, so he can walk back to pits. Let's go over that real quick. This is a no-chase race, so outside of the pits, nobody else can help you except for a fellow racer or a safety crew.
Right.
So he's probably going to be walking back and forth to the pits as we're on car with Starstream with Tad Dowker facing forward, and look at Andy Eustace and Tad Dowker. Tad Dowker's just cruising, one hand on the wheel, just going down the road.
Well, you can see he's shifting, of course, but super cool to see this Starstream view from Tad Dowker.
Absolute game changer. We've seen it up in King of the Hammers, out in Crandon, down in Baja, Mexico, and now here at the Crossbar Ranch. It is so cool what George Hamill and his team has brought to the table with Starstream. You can go to Tad's link and watch it just separate the entire time, or we're going to bring it into our live show here.
Exactly. And Amanda Ross is letting me know that Rusty Nell is going to be pitting for Phil McGilton today.
Love it. The Ultra4 team.
Yep.
Ultra Rusty Nails, mainly the stock class, so it's really cool to see them out there helping everybody out. And that actually makes sense because they're camped together over there. I think they camped on accident, but then you're hanging out with everybody, and you become friends. You're like, hey, do you need help? Actually, I only have a couple crew guys. Oh, we got you. That's what the Ultra family's all about.
Well,
Love
and
it.
there's some racers that we see that come out here and they don't even have a pit crew.
Who was it that came out here
Well, Ross
completely
Glaive
solo?
comes to Hammers
Yeah,
pretty
Scott
much every year.
Lesage here.
Yes.
There was somebody else that was looking for.
Oh, right. So it sounds like in the updates, he lost his steering, but he thinks it's a belt. He's not out of the race, but he's out of the car. So Philip McGilton having some steering issues. So hopefully it is just a belt, but he's not too far out. So we will see.
Oh, and the 911 of Kevin Taylor's running a Starstream too, so we'll try to get that set up real quick.
Yes, that's what's really cool is whenever we are given the links from the racers, we are able to, put it on the live show. So that's something that we highly encourage to everyone. You can hear horsepower in the background.
I'm copy and pasting right now. All I'm doing is forwarding it. I'm not doing anything fancy.
Well, we know that, Miles. You're not techie.
So, Chris, I'm sending you another link for a Starstream with Kevin Taylor. We'll see if you can get it figured out.
Having the in-car, the Starstream, is definitely a game changer. And having in-car in any kind of racing is a game changer, but having it out here in the off-road racing, like with all being able to be mounted to these cars, is going to change the whole entire game of off-road racing.
It's crazy. I mean, this year at King of the Hammers, we had, I believe, 31 Starlinks out on course, and we've seen some of the course that we have never seen before. So it's just incredible what they are bringing out there and what George Hamill and Starstream has done. And then we were talking to Chuck just now, and he's doing kind of his own thing. It's similar to Starstream, but we're calling it the Chucky.
Yes.
And he's trying to get it figured out. We saw it on that last race. It's super cool to see. And now we're riding along with Tad Dowker from time to time. And we do have our live cameras out on the Brannock Boulders there at Rockface and the Warren Waterfall there at Hell's Gate. And Hell's Gate, I hope somebody takes it.
Yes,
I think this is the class that it could happen with. So we'll have our Believe Cam FPV drone back there following along. And speaking about following along, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. I am Miles Hasquis alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and thank you to Take It Live, Hammer King Productions, and Ultra4 USA for making this all possible.
All right, so it looks like Cade Rod is maybe moving again. I'm not sure. It says he's going 3.1 miles per hour at race mile 10, so not sure if he got his vehicle fixed or if it's being towed. Not 100% on that, but Philip McGilton, again, at race mile 5, he is having steering issues, so we will get some more updates from Amanda here in just a little bit. She'll let us know what's going on, but right now, Paul Wolf at race mile 16 out in front still with Waylon Campbell, roughly probably about a half a mile behind him. He's going 50 miles per hour.
And let's talk about Paul Wolf. Yes, he's got the fastest lap of the weekend with a 52.42. And my buddy John Arnold is saying he's going to run a 51 today. I think 51? It's going to be 47.47. That just has a good ring to it.
That sounds like a Philip McGilton number. 47.47. What'd your buddy say?
51. So we'll see.
I'm going to go 49. 49.
All right. 49 or just 49?
Just 49 something. 49 question mark.
All right, there we go. It's kind of like when you sell something on Craigslist, 49XX because you're going to still drive it. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 24 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors. NorCal Rock Racing, Brannock Motorsports, by Metal Cloak, and by PCI Race Radios.
And we have on course right now our big boys out there racing. It's going to be a great race out here. I mean, obviously we've already seen amazing racing through this short course, but right on here on the live tracking. So livemap.racingtracks.com is where you can live track their car. But you also can do the timing as well at live.ultra4usa.com. But
Make sure you guys are watching this. It's going to be a good race. I think it's going to come down to the wire.
Oh, it's going to be a race to the finish. That is an absolute fact. It is a completely stacked field for the 4,400 class. We'll run through the start line. It was Paul Wolf, Waylon Campbell, J.P. Gomez, Cade Rod, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, Philip McGilton having issues early, Brennan Thompson, Casey Gilbert, Dustin Robbins having issues early, Brett Harrell, Tad Dowker with that star stream, Chip McLaughlin's probably hit a tree by now, Bill McGiven, Pip Justice, Glennie Page, Tim Hooper, Kevin Taylor, Ken Hale, Chad Hunt. So 20 of our fastest in the sport out on course battling it out. So Paul Wolf is at race mile number 17. We should see him at the Brannock Boulders Rock Face here in about 5 minutes.
Yes, we should. But look at that. Waylon Campbell still physically second. But look, 82 and 83, the Gomez brothers are going to be battling it out together. They're running third and fourth. And then Cody Addington in that fifth position.
I say it every time. I wish I could hear their in-car audio with the pits. Because you know they're messing with each other and having fun. And Cody Addington, they've had a little joke with that. They call him Cody Gomez from time to time, but he's right in the Gomez sandwich right now. It is Raul, Cody Addington, and J.P. Gomez, but again, they could be flipping back and forth.
Right, and then you got Casey Gilbert, then you got Brendan Thompson, but we still have looked like Cade Rod was kind of moving along very slowly there a little bit ago, but now he's back at 0 miles per hour. So I'm not sure if he's trying to get his car fixed or what's going on.
He's just past race mile 2, so that's probably still about 2.5.
I said 12. It's right there next to each other. But, yeah, he is still not moving. Dustin Robbins is not moving as well. The 78 now of Pip Justice is not moving along. He's at race mile 7 at 0 miles per hour. But the 47 of Philip McGilton is moving back again.
The attrition is starting to set in early here. It's going to be an interesting 4-lap race, 27 miles per lap, 108 miles in total. They took off one at a time in 1-minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. Actually, so we'll see how it all shakes out at the end of the day.
Sorry about that. So, I'm guessing Cade Rod is at remote pit 1.
Correct. He's just past it. So
just past it, yeah.
You know what?
He moved, though. He was at 2.7, so I'm not sure.
And where's he at now?
It's telling me 12 because it's so close together, but our racing tracks could be able to give us the exact location. But, yeah, he's still stopped over there. And Dustin Robbins, again, he is about roughly 3.5 at 0 miles per hour. So we do have Paul Wolf moving right along here. Paul Wolf is roughly up at race mile number 17.5, but now Waylon Campbell is showing 0 miles per hour right past race mile number 17. So we have quite a few racers that are doing that, but race mile 17, past 17, Waylon Campbell, 0 miles per hour.
Oh, no. I went over to talk to Jake with Believe Cam to see when he switches batteries next time if he can fly over and try to see where Cade Rod is. And now Waylon Campbell is out. Heartbreaker there. And there's Starstream with Tad Dowker. He is in somebody's dust. And look, Andy Eustace doesn't know what to do with his hands. It was frozen for a minute, Pam.
Oh, was it? Was his hands up in the air?
But now, Tad Dowker, look how gnarly that dust is. And he's in pretty much a single track right here. You can see him wiping off the dust off their visors, and he is trying to chase down whoever it is. It's probably going to be Brett Harrell or Casey Gilbert.
No, Brett Harrell is in front of him, so that
correct.
Probably is him.
Chasing down his dust.
Yeah, there's two. Well, Tad Dowker is right next to, well, it looks like it might be Chip McLaughlin, too.
Okay.
So it's either Chip or Brett that he's chasing down.
So Chip would have had to get in front of Tad, so I'll bet you it's Brett, if I had to guess. Oh, and I do thank you, Alan. Cade Rod blown motor just past the pits. Absolute heartbreaker. Cade Rod apparently is out of the race with a blown motor. I hate to hear that.
That is such a bummer. That goes to show you what we talk about is, you know, you can be a mile into the race or whatnot, but that is such a bummer that he has a blown engine already so early in the race.
The attrition is setting in early. Oh, and Pip is changing a tire. That's why he came to a complete stop. Thank you, Ange, for that update. Hate to see that. And here is Wolf Racing, Paul Wolf, at the Brannock Boulders at the Rock Face, our physical race leader, and who has not lost a race yet. And there's the 4,400 line straight up the gut. That is way steeper than it looks. That is a real rock crawl right there.
But then again, you got to remember, Paul Wolf, that's what he came from. So that's nothing compared to what he normally does. But Paul Wolf now making his way down that. Okay, so Waylon Campbell's now moving again. He was stopped there for just a bit, but now Waylon Campbell's at 18. So he'll be coming up into that rock face area here very soon. And then next up after Waylon Campbell, we would be seeing JP Gomez. He's at race mile 16. So he's about 2 miles back behind Waylon Campbell and 3 miles back behind Paul Wolf.
Wow, so Paul Wolf is really pushing strong. I suspect Paul Wolf, he's ran this course for 6 laps at race pace, and now he's got clean air. Paul Wolf is sitting very pretty to win 3 times at the Warren Racing Nationals. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot of race yet to come. But regardless, Paul Wolf is a man on a mission right now. You can't take anything away from him.
No, definitely not. 100% has so much seat time. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't sleep in his car sometimes. I feel like he's racing constantly between all the different style of racing associations that he does. He gets so much seat time between short course racing, Ultra4 USA racing. He also does rock racing. I think he still does rock racing.
Nope, he doesn't do the rock racing, but he does some small circuit stuff every once in a while, which is
he's been
pretty
tinkering
cool.
around, having some fun out there.
Oh, yeah. And like you just said, there's nothing better than seat time at race pace. So Paul Wolf is just, he's learning. He's in the library every day, reading away.
Exactly. 618 of Casey Gilbert is showing a red mark at the bottom of
Casey, come on, buddy.
He's right past.
Good call. He just texted mechanical alert from car 618.
Okay, so he's right past race mile 15. Brett Harrell will be coming up on to him here in just a moment.
But it could be as simple as a tire change. He's saying mechanical as in, hey, I'm sitting here on the side of the course working on my car for people coming at him, not saying, hey, come get me. Well, he's saying, I'm working on my car, pay attention, please.
And it's better to be safe than sorry to, alert the people behind you, because if they do, for some reason, get in the dust, you want to make sure you're completely safe. So right now, it looks like Cody Addington and JP Gomez are kind of going back and forth also on the tracker. And then we have Raul Gomez at race mile 17. And then the 5150 of Brendan Tompkins. This is all the NorCal guys. All the NorCal guys are right here running.
They're ready to help each other.
Exactly.
Mama Ann's just texted me that Pip Justice is back and running. So they got that tire changed. And, she said runny, but I assume that's not Australian. But, she's back in. He is back up and running.
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
Oh, and there's Waylon Campbell in the Brannock Boulders, physical second position, and that Monster Energy machine, putting those Nitto tires to work. And look how steep that is. Got that Warren banner right in the middle. And there's 2 lines there. Paul Wolf took the more straight, and he's doing that little left line.
I was going to say that's a great opportunity for some advertisement on the top of your car.
As he pulled a little chip there and clipped a tree. He chipped a tree. How about that?
Chipped a tree.
Oh, man.
Make yourself laugh. You have to turn your microphone off to laugh at yourself.
Having too much fun, that's for sure. And I hope you guys back at home are having just as much fun as we are. It's absolutely amazing. Thanks to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. This is the 4,400 class. They are out on lap number 1. Paul Wolf is probably at race mile 20, 21 or so. We should see him up next at the Warren Waterfalls, and hopefully we can see if he runs Hell's Gate.
Miles, was it link to?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So you can go to his YouTube if you're back home watching and watch it. And I sent it to Take It Live, and we'll see if we can get it on our system as well. I have no clue how that works, but there's a possibility we'll get his as well.
I was just wanting to make sure because Tony Calkins was letting us know on our end. But this is what the tracker looks like. As you can see, Paul Wolf is roughly at race mile 20 with Waylon Campbell has now, we saw him surpass Rockface. And then JP Gomez, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, Brendan Thompson, Tad Dowker, Brett Harrell. And as you can see, the 618, he did have a mechanical alert. He is still stopped. As you can see, the little red mark at the bottom of the teardrop. Then the number 4 of Chip McLaughlin. And Paul Wolf making his moves now almost to race mile 21. And we still see the 78 looks like it's stopped, but we know that they are back up and running. So if we go back to racing tracks, again, Paul Wolf is roughly at race mile 21 almost, going 5.6 miles per hour. That goes to show you how difficult this section is.
And who was it? It was Scott Farley that got it up to 102 miles an hour earlier. Yeah, that's a question I'm going to ask racing tracks what top speed they've seen today.
All right, Paul Wolf with Waylon Campbell behind him. And literally, we have four Gomez's, look at that, 4 NorCal people, racers, that are running between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. JP and Raul Gomez, Cody Addington, and Brendan Thompson.
So I'm just talking, I was talking to Alan O'Neill. He told me that Cade blew a motor. Well, I'm talking to Cole Clark now, Cade Rod's best friend, saying the same thing. So Cade Rod popped a motor. Hate to hear that. Such a tough break.
Yeah,
and David Clay with Racing Tracks is going to look into it and see what the top speed that he has seen today. And there is JP Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion, physically in 3rd and on adjusted time thus far as he's heading up the Brannock Boulders there at Rockface. And he's taking that harder right-hand line. And this just proves why he is the current King of the Hammers champion. Oh, he does a little right to left. That's an interesting move.
Yeah, I did a little jog around as we were watching him go up. But yeah, no, that's an interesting line to take. And why did he choose that line? I'm sure, they went off, they did their pre-running, and he probably knew exactly what he was going to do on that line. Or he accidentally entered in on the right-hand side.
And look, Chris Lundy with Take It Live is working his magic with the 911 of Kevin Taylor and Heath Day on Starstream. On here, look at he's got all his sponsors up top. How cool is this? Kevin Taylor and Heath Day cruising along in the Oklahoma desert, we'll call it.
That is a great view right there, and a very unique looking race vehicle as well. But Miles, you were wanting to know the top speed so far today. It's only in the last half hour has been from the number 47 of Philip McGilton, going 94 miles per hour.
That's not bad, but we have confirmation that Scott Farley went 102 in a 4800 car.
Exactly.
So guys, step it up. We got more than that.
All right, we are just waiting for our trackers to update, but we will be seeing Paul Wolf come through here in probably not too long from now, but right there is the number 83 of Raul Gomez making his way up Rockface. It looks like he took that right-hand line as well, but he's staying right where we saw JP turn left.
Yeah, 2-time king, back-to-back king. Him and Jason Shearer are the only 2 kings that have won King of the Hammers back-to-back. And, man, keep an eye out on Raul Gomez and JP Gomez. Well, heck, keep an eye on the top 10.
Keep an eye on all of them. But let's talk about JP was winning the race this year at King of the Hammers, going for that 3-peat.
Yep.
And then ended up.
You met Raul Gomez.
Did I say Raul?
You said JP.
I meant Raul. I meant Raul.
He was going. Oh, and look, a left rear flat for Cody Addington. And remember, he is in a single seater. There is a remote pit 2 in about 5 miles, but he has some real rock crawling to do. So Cody Addington is in a bad way right now. I hate to see that for that guy. Finish your thought there, Pam. Sorry.
No, I was talking about what Raul, I keep saying JP, Raul
Gomez
was winning, the last lap this year at King of the Hammers in the lead. And then I can't remember if he tumbled, if he was on his side or if he got stuck. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think he was on his side.
Yeah, he tipped over right around where Cade Rod was stuck.
Yeah.
There was a big bottleneck with it. It took out Jason Shear. It was just a complete bummer. Cade Rod was running a heck of a race there. He took a little tumble.
Well, and then Lauren Healy ended up in the lead.
And blew a transmission.
Exactly. And that was probably the most exciting race I've ever watched.
It's incredible. Every race is exciting. Talking about that, look, Heath Day is crawling out. Kevin Taylor's loosening his straps. So I don't know if this is just a simple tire change or what is going on. Maybe Shelby St. Clair can give me a heads up on what he thinks happening, but I guess he probably has the same view that I have.
Exactly.
But it does look like Kevin Taylor is unbelting, so it's more than just a tire, I would assume. I hate to see that for Kevin Taylor and Heath Day in that Dazed and Confused themed Porsche 911.
And they're at roughly race mile 13, but here's the other thought about this as well. They have very large tires. Sometimes it's easier to both get out. I know that's...
They're heavy, for sure.
Yeah, getting a co-driver out is definitely, something that you want to have a co-driver to do those tire changes, but getting both driver and co-driver out.
Thanks, Shelby. You just said they don't have any brakes, so they're evaluating the situation there. So Thanks for the update, Shelby. And Brent McDonald is tuning in, watching from the shop up from Montana. Thanks for checking out some Ultra4 USA racing. And I'm sure we'll see more of you next season, buddy.
All right, Paul Wolf is running at race mile 23, which he's getting ready to go into our Hell's Gate area, so he will be entering in, but right now he's going 19.9 miles per hour with Waylon Campbell still in that number 2 spot.
And we do know Cade Rod, who started in P4, is out of the race with a blown engine. What a heartbreaker. He won a back-to-back races on the East earlier this year. Had some great things going. Obviously, he was leading King of the Hammers until he wasn't. So common theme there. And if he would have done well here, he could have used his King of the Hammers for 2025 and been in contention for national championship. And I think he may have just lost that today. Such a bummer. Again, if you are just tuning in, thanks to each and every one of you. This is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. That's 6,500 acres, over 150 miles of trails. We are in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains, just a couple hours north of Dallas, just south of Oklahoma City. Turner Falls, the tallest waterfall, is just adjacent to the park. Elevation is 850 feet, population 2,800. It is a beautiful place. It's 7 days except for a small stint during hunting season. And this park is ran by Justin. Come on an off weekend. Go leaf looking. Take your UTV out. Bring your hardcore rock crawler. This place has a little bit of everything from mild to wild.
Well,
Sergio comes over and about keels over. He had a long day.
We're gonna bring Sergio on here. Sergio just got out of the race car. He's got some chocolate milk in him. That's kind of weird.
That'd be the last thing I'd want after getting beat up in a race car. Some curdled milk.
I'm gonna get up, Miles. Let you chat with Sergio here because he had quite the day. So I'll hand it off.
So Sergio with Warren Racing, just getting out of his car from the 4600 class, but he's been a huge part of the Nationals with Warren Racing, so thanks for what you brought to the table, buddy.
No, thank you guys, man. This is, from you guys setting up this course to everything you're doing in the live feed, I got the wife and kids watching at home. You guys are doing a hell of a job, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Cool. And have Warren jump on board with their new brand of Warren Racing is something very special because they've been part of King Hammers for a long time, but rebranding to the Warren Racing is very I love it. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's a great hit. Everybody's loving it. Everybody's loving that new hat.
Oh, yeah, it's right on screen right there. They're loving it.
Yeah, Justin made a couple of them. Now he has to make a lot more. So,
Oh, so
man.
you're saying I was special when I had one, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir.
Let's kind of recap your race. You had to drive for John Schaefer because he wanted to race, but he went out pre-running, and he just got a medical, and he didn't want to continue. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. He drove for a mile, and then he was pissing blood. He had kidney stones, so he tried. He really wanted to drive his car. But, I will sacrifice myself and drive it for him.
And then you found another sucker of Brad Goodfellow to ride around with you, huh?
Oh, poor Brad. He's cooling him down on the trailer right now. He had a rough one.
Well, and not that we didn't see you have to winch up the Warren waterfall. Or actually, we did see that.
Well, we winched for 4 miles.
Oh, what did happen? It looked like you were trying to make it something in the front axle was broke, I guess.
Like we talked yesterday, the plan was to get it to the finish line, not push it, and that's what we did. The first lap was great, but then once we got to the hard part in the rocks, we started realizing that it wasn't really grabbing.
Okay.
I was spinning a lot of tires, and I'm like, something is going on.
So front end transfer case?
Front end.
Okay.
I think we started without front passenger pulling.
Do you think that's in the locker or an axle?
I think it's in the locker.
Okay.
I think it's in the locker. It might have been one of the jumps. Who knows? Because right on the fast section, I was having issues. It was pulling me to one or the other, and I'm like, something doesn't feel right. Well, once we got to the rocks, we realized something wasn't right.
Absolutely. But at least, hey, you got to do some R&D on the Warren winch.
Oh yeah,
Brad got his workout today.
It got worse after that. Once we were finishing up lap 1, it went on limp mode. You got some action going on?
Yeah, I believe that's Bill McGivern at the Brannock Boulders. Yes, it is. So Bill McGivern from Ontario, Canada, pushing through. What a great run he has had. And he's probably moved up a couple spots in. So Bill McGivern with a great run. And right behind him is Casey Gilbert in the Brannock Boulders. And Brannock Motorsports supports Casey very heavily, so great to see them out pushing strong.
It's crazy how they make it look so easy.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah,
I mean, that wall.
You and I know what it is.
Yeah.
The people at home, pictures don't do it justice, but
It's
that wall
crazy.
is gnarly.
And even that drop down right there is pretty steep. The camera just makes it look flat. But
all right, so let's get back to your winching escapades.
So then, after that, lap 1, obviously one tire was spinning more than the other since something wasn't right. The speed wheel sensor started acting up, so it wouldn't let me grab more than 2,500 RPM.
Oh, that's a bummer.
And then...
So you can't turn off all the safety stuff?
That's the only thing that on the JK we still have to have one working.
You have to have it.
Yeah, one working wheel speed
bummer.
sensor in the front and one in the back. Yeah, It is a bummer. But I was like, man, why is this electronic stuff chasing me? Having the issues with the JL that we had.
Well, that's probably because when you rolled it, it pinched a wire somewhere and you can't find it.
I actually haven't never rolled orange, so
not orange, but the JL.
The JL, multiple times every race. It's part of it. That's why I told Jeremy next time I race, if I don't roll it, I'm gonna roll it at the finish line.
There you go. Which has happened. Not with you, but it has. Victory Donuts fails.
And, then we went to limp mode, and after limp mode, we realized that we lost. When we got to the waterfall, we were doing everything in 3-wheel drive and limp mode, and it was just fine.
And I do like you got up there, you tried it, and you saw somebody coming, backed out of the way.
Yeah,
you let it by. You go up, try it, saw somebody else, backed up, and then it looked like you got clear, winched up.
Yes. Yeah, I was struggling. I was already in the back. Yep. At that point, though, I had to pass Corey, and I had to pass Contreras. So I'm like, well, this is awesome. I'm in 3-wheel drive moving along. But I knew that the big guys, they were doing 3 laps. We're doing 2, right? So I know they were fighting for a win.
For position, yeah.
So if I'm there in the way, I'm not going to winch and make them wait.
I think everybody's on the same page of sportsmanship here with Ultra4.
Absolutely. So I saw the big guys come in, and I was like, let me back out of the way and get my winch ready while they go by. And then we realized we didn't have a rear axle. So now we weren't.
That makes it real tough.
Yeah.
So Brad is hurting then, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, since the waterfall where you guys saw us there, we winched all the way to the finish line.
Oh,
even the little
tough.
even the little pebble hills. I mean, right here, getting to after the checker flag, we had that hill on the short course.
Oh, no doubt.
I almost didn't make it out. So yeah, 1-wheel drive. There is no more thread on that tire.
They're helpless.
Yeah.
It's
and I mean. Thank God for that winch. And thank God we put a new winch line before that.
Did you? You put a factor 55 on it?
Absolutely. And we're like, oh, we're not going to need it. We're not going to. Oh, my God. Thank God we had. Actually, we had the motor on the winch so hot from just wind. I mean, we went for 4 miles.
That's crazy.
And poor Brad was up and down.
And here's Tad Dowker, the number 906 out of Michigan with North Shore Raceworks with Bambi at the Brannock Boulders. So we haven't seen the Warren waterfall. Hopefully we can get the technology tweaked on that to see what's going on, because we should have had Paul Wolf through there by now, I assume. Do you know how to work that thing? Because
No
Pam's
idea.
been using it for me.
No idea. But I tell you what, they had that drone at the waterfall. That was amazing. That drone was almost inside my cab.
So, Paul Wolf is at race mile 24.5. We are at race mile 27, so
so he's
5-ish minutes. We'll have him here in town.
Maybe I should stay here. He wins every time I'm in front of
no
the camera,
doubt.
you know?
No. He wins every time.
Period.
It doesn't matter who's here. Or at least this weekend.
That's awesome. That's awesome that he's leading again. He's going to win every race that he was in.
Oh, and I'm getting an update from David Clay, 5150, possible tip over. Oh, here it goes. Cancel. Moving again.
Oh. But no, man, I really want to thank John letting me drive his car again. And, at least we accomplished mission. We finished. And we got that car through the finish line, and that was not easy to do.
It sounded like you had your work cut out for you. That is for
I think
sure.
that car is letting us know that it's tired.
Well, he's almost retired it a couple times.
About 3 times,
Yeah.
But, poor John is over here looking at his car. I also lost the door somewhere. So,
So you Bailey Cold that because he's lost.
It was where exactly it is, but we got to go find it.
Yeah.
But that poor car,
Tough
man.
break.
That poor car.
You definitely put it through his paces. And here comes our physical race leader, the number 1018 of Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing in the Mario Kart out of Alton, Illinois. He will be, I'm on live.ultra4racing.com. I'm patiently awaiting, updating the iPad to see what kind of lap times he has. His fastest time yesterday was a 52.42, so here he comes through. The car looks absolutely perfect. All 4 Nitto tires holding air, and he runs a 53.14, so not too far off his UTV, but I'm kind of surprised. Clean air, 0 lap traffic. I was expecting a 47, but
you know what? It's so tight in some areas
Yeah,
that
you're right.
I feel the UTV will flow a lot better in those.
Well, Paul was guessing. I told him, we interviewed last night, he had a 52.42. I was like, do you think you can hit 45? He's like, oh, yeah. so
maybe
he's just
there's a
feeling
warm
it
up.
out.
There's a warm up.
And remember, this is only lap 1 of 4 27-mile laps as Paul Wolf is here in the infield as he just crossed over the Warren Racing start-finish.
Man, I love this course. It was beautiful. I mean,
it's brutal. Did you say beautiful or brutal?
No, it was beautiful. And brutal too. But it was beautiful. I mean, you were going through some areas that looked like open field, Texas, and then you're going into some tight woods like Florida. Then they turned to orange clay like Moab.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything.
And then you got those slick rocks from Tennessee. It was pretty crazy. You were going through all the environments in one race course. That was pretty cool.
Oh, it's amazing. I love the Crossbar Ranch. And Justin Ramsey, we have a great relationship with him. So obviously we'll be back here in, 7 months?
Yeah.
To do it all over again.
Yep. Oh, man.
So Paul Wolf is through. He's 1/4 of the way done with his race. Who's going to be the next person through? Is it going to be Waylon Campbell, J.P. Gomez, Cody Addington? We saw him have a flat tire. Cade Rod is out of the race with a blown engine. Raul Gomez is still moving. Philip McGilton had an issue, but heard he's back in action. And there's Billy McGibbon. Sorry, Glennie Page. His buddy's Bill McGibbon. But Glennie Page, both out of Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clowns Racing out there.
Oh, I messed up her computer now. What did I do?
So here is Kevin Taylor and Heath Day. They are out of the car working on some kind of brake issue. I hate to hear that for them. Such a bummer. They're so fun to watch. I love it when they come play with us at Ultra4. They used to run .1 off-road racing, kind of more of a rock bouncer style. They kind of stepped away with that, started racing with us off and on, and they've just been a great part of the off-road family as a whole. And to have them out here racing with us is awesome, but seeing them on the struggle bus is such a bummer. Pam's going to be mad at you.
I know. I'm moving all her stuff now.
So here is Paul
44,
Wolf bypassing the PCI pits as we speak at race mile number 2 on lap number 2.
That was a fast section.
Yeah, that's probably the fastest section
Yes.
right there, I think.
It was awesome. It's just flat out.
Yeah, I got my Jeep up to about 37 miles an hour.
Woo! All right.
And that was a joke.
No, but that section is beautiful. It's like a little fresh air where
Who
you
was I
kind of get to
talking
breathe.
Sean Reisky said the same thing. Like, everything's so intense, you're always busy, and then right about there you can kind of hammer down breath and float and go. And I hear horsepower. It sounds like Waylon Campbell, and
Yep.
it is. Waylon Campbell, physical second position. But it is way more than 1 minute behind Paul Wolf. So Paul Wolf has already probably a 5-minute lead over Waylon Campbell. Paul Wolf is on a mission. Can he keep that pace together for 3 more laps? And Waylon Campbell never let out through the Warren Racing start-finish on a mission. And it's actually only a 2-minute and 52-second split because I forgot about the adjusted time of the minute. So it's basically 5 minutes, but the adjusted time. So, wow, what a great run by Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell.
He was not lifting, that's for sure.
I'm telling you, when he came through the start-finish, he flat-footed,
Yes.
got some airtime, and just never lifted.
Whoa, look at that jump.
Waylon Campbell knows where he's at, knows what he's doing, and he's had engine problems off and on the last year or two. And I said, what are you doing different this race? He's like, spending more money. I was like, well, that's one way to do it.
Yep, it is.
So he's hopeful that he's got the new secret sauce figured out. And Waylon Campbell is throwing all the horsepower at this crossbar track. What a great showing for Waylon Campbell, number 3 out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing. Wayman.
That's awesome. I'm glad the wind picked up a little bit.
Yeah, it got a little dusty. Now it's a little got this Factor 55 dust cover.
I was a little worried early in the morning. We were staged up, and there was no breeze at all.
Yeah, yesterday was too much. Today we could have used a little more, but now it's about that happy medium, I feel.
Yeah.
The sun's out because it was chilly yesterday.
Yes, it was. And the day before, I think, it was worse.
So our Believe Cam Jake is chasing him along, part of Hammer King Productions and Take It Live, showing you this great little section. He's about to take a left here and head towards the PCI pits. Paul Wolf has almost a 3-minute lead on adjusted time over Waylon Campbell.
See, those rocks right there. Man.
Yes. Yep, they're huge.
I mean, right here in the camera, imagine he's a 44 and he's slowing down like that. I had to
Crawl. You had to put
right
it in 4 low and unlock the sway bar, put the lockers on.
I had to adjust my rubber ducky on the
there you
dashboard, too.
Oh, man. All in good fun.
But, yeah, no, that section, I mean, you were going so fast, and then it got so rough so quick. You know, the rocks started getting exposed by everybody driving through. And there was a lot of,
and he bypasses the PCI pits.
Oh, now I look good. Thanks, Pam.
Hey, I don't think that's going to help. He was trying to brush your beard, and
well, you know,
no help there, buddy.
I do have that face for radio.
Yes, you do. But let's finish one more thing with you before we bring Pam back in, since you messed up our tracking system.
I'm sorry,
over
Pam.
here.
I think I just zoomed out. I don't know.
But just thanks again for Warren Racing. You've been with them for a long time. It's really cool they let you race and do your R&D out here. And again, just from Ultra4 as a whole, thanks for being a part of our team.
No, like I said, thank you, and thank you guys for having us. And, you know, being able to have the products that we use and support this sport.
Dustin Robbins was stopped earlier. Great to see him back in action at the Brannick Boulders. Go ahead.
But, you know, this is why we do this. You know, right now I think we are the Warren guys, and we're the only ones that had to winch this much in this race.
No doubt.
Wow. But, again, we put our new Xeon to the test just today, right?
Yeah.
So we saw a bunch of stuff that we probably have to do. And all this feedback that we get first in hand from not just us using it, but all the racers out there, you know. It's all one big happy family, and then we like to support. We love doing this, and we support you guys. You know,
absolutely. Yeah, we had Justin on here last night, and between you and him, it was just a complete comedy show. But it was a lot of fun and informational. And
yes.
Speaking about that, pop quiz: how old is Warren Winches?
77 years old.
Dang it, you're right. I thought I was going to get you on that one.
No, it's but again, it's awesome to be here with the company that I work for. I mean, I'm the first one in hand to abuse the stuff that we make.
Yeah, and
right?
that's what it takes is you have to get out there, use it, abuse it to see what you need to improve on it.
Yeah.
And today, not much.
Yeah. No, today, now I got to improve Brad. Brad ran out of air, and I knew we were running against the clock, and we were going to get timed out. We were able to finish, but it was a close one.
So the bar tab's on you the next couple
yes,
times
it
with Brad.
is.
Huh?
And poor Brad was dragging. I was like, hey, we got to go. They're going to close it. He's like, I'm trying. And he ran probably about 8 miles today. Winch for 4, and just back and forth and carrying the soft shackles, pulling winch cable. Poor guy. He earned it. And, it's on me tonight.
Absolutely. Well, Sergio, always a pleasure, and thanks again to Warren Racing for everything. It's been a good time. We're going to get back to the race. All right, buddy?
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Much love, Sergio Panillos.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, I got it spelled incorrectly on my sheet. So, Panillos.
Justin put it on my helmet now for you guys.
So it looks like we have our third competitor. That is going to be J.P. Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion. Pam, welcome back to the Warren Racing booth.
Thank you much, Miles. Had to go run down about a mile here to take care of some business. But, yeah, J.P. Gomez right there. I'm going to put my glasses on. Hold on.
And there's Pip Justice as he's making his way up the Brannick Boulders. As J.P. Gomez clicks off a lap, and he is still in that third position physically and on adjusted time. So J.P. Gomez is 7 minutes, 30 seconds behind Paul Wolf and 4 minutes, 38 seconds behind Waylon Campbell. Waylon Campbell is 2 minutes and 52 seconds behind Paul Wolf. And again, if you want to follow along at home, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have in the Warren Racing studio.
All right. So, Miles, what was it that we said about fastest lap time?
I said a 47:47, and we're 53:14, so we're not there yet.
Not there yet.
I don't know if Paul's saving the car or if the car. He did say the course could fall apart. He said it was getting rougher and rougher each lap last night.
Right.
So we'll see. Man, look at that.
Yes.
The King of the Hammers champion, J.P. Gomez, having some fun.
Yes, exactly. So we know Cade Rod was out with a blown engine, and Cody Addington, I'm not sure, let's see where he's at on the tracker, but I got another message from Amanda with Philip McGilton. He's having fuel pressure issues, so he's still out on course. Yeah, fuel pressure issues, so he's out on course. So Amanda Ross letting us know what's going on with Philip McGilton. But we also have the 911 of Kevin Taylor stopped, as we did see him earlier getting out of the car.
Working on brakes or something.
Yes, and then the 1505 of Tim Hooper is also not moving on course.
Bummer.
But we do see earlier on we did have Dustin Robbins. He was stopped for quite a while.
We just saw him on the Brannick Boulders just a moment ago.
Let me finish my thought for just a second. He was stopped for quite a while earlier on, and now he is past race mile 20, so he is out moving again, because when I left he was not. The 906 of Tad Dowker, he is almost to to the waterfall, but he is stopped going 0 miles per hour as well.
And we have another car coming in, and that is Brendan Thompson, who has moved into third place on adjusted time. Where did he start? Brendan Thompson started back in eighth position and has moved up into fourth physically and third on adjusted time. Brendan Thompson, 5150 on the move, putting those Maxxis tires to work. And an update from Shelby St. Clair on Heath Day and Kevin Taylor. They have a hub or bearing issue. They are not done yet, but not sounding good.
Oh, that's such a bummer. But then again, we do say this a lot at certain races, especially one that's as tough as this one. Sometimes a finish in itself is a win, so getting yourself to that finish line. But now we are watching Brendan Thompson on screen, but Raul Gomez just now making it through, putting him in the number 4 spot.
Two-time King of the Hammers, back-to-back champion Raul Gomez is 4th on the road and 4th on adjusted time. No, that put him 5th on the road, but 4th on adjusted time.
Correct. It's confusing, all these numbers.
But at least we only have one race going on.
All right, Miles, I'm going to have you step out of the booth for just a minute. I'm going to bring in Brian Peanut Fulcher as we are watching Brendan Thompson make it through our short course, going out on to the loop where he is going out into the prairie. Peanut Vulture, here we are in the booth out here in Davis, Oklahoma. You were out there racing today, doing really good, but what happened?
Unfortunately, we had a mechanical problem. Fortunately, we had a mechanical problem with the ignition switch, and cost us the race because I passed a leader on the jump, hit the jump, the rock jump, and then hit a rock and hit the wire.
So you were sending it, weren't you? I heard that you went pretty fast on the jump when you landed. It was a hard hit.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard hit. I was really happy when I made the pass, but we'll get them next year.
Well, here you are, though. You raced this afternoon, or this morning, I should say, in your 170, but yesterday you raced in the Youth 1000 class. What was it like out there on the course yesterday? You had Nathan Parker, I believe, as your co-driver yesterday. So what are your thoughts between the two different cars, yesterday's race compared to today's?
I mean, yesterday I loved it because, I mean, it had a lot of rocks you had to be careful or to get flat. So I loved it going on top of the mountain and seeing everything. It was amazing.
I mean, you did Vegas to Reno. I think you guys did about 48 miles. Look at this. Here's Cody Addington going by with that flat tire. He had a flat earlier on, but that is Cody Addington. Looks like he's got some possible flames coming out of the rear of his car as well. So, are you ready to step up into some big cars like these guys?
I mean, I'll probably stay in a side-by-side probably my rest of my career.
Your dad didn't like what I just said. He gave me a look. He's saying no. No, but I mean, you've been racing for quite a while, and yesterday on the live show talking about all the different racing series that you race, and here you are out here racing in Oklahoma with the big boys and racing against the other experienced Youth 170 classes, and it's got to be a feel-good that you're getting so much driving experience at such a young age.
Yeah, it feels great. Plus, I get a lot of practice at the house and the track we just built. And I love it.
Seat time is key, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is. But we have all these racers coming through. I believe, who was that? I think Chip McLaughlin coming through. But yes, what are we thinking about watching the 4400 race? Do you like watching these guys?
It's a lot. If I get I love watching it. They're so fast and everything.
Do you feel like? Well, let me ask you this: who would you say that your 4400? You can't name Kyle Chaney, because we know that you guys all look up to Kyle Chaney, and he's a mentor for all of you. Out of the 4,400 racers, the other 4,400 racers, who would you say is somebody that you look up to?
Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf. That is an answer that we get quite often. He races in so many different cars.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of experience, but that is a good one to name. Do you think he's going to keep it down and win today? He's got 4 laps total.
I think he's going to win.
You think he's gonna win? That's what we all have a bet. Sorry, Chip McLaughlin's going by. It looked like he might have had a right rear flat going on himself. But Paul Wolf has the fastest lap so far of the race with a 53.14. Fastest lap of the weekend in total. But that is that's a good one to look up to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't let you name Kyle because I know that you guys all work together and he's a mentor for you. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you get going so you can go finish watching. We have our banquet tonight. We're going to be giving away our East Coast and West Coast championships. Plans for King of the Hammers. What are you going to race?
I'm going to race everything. I will try to win.
Everything. So you're going to do the Youth 1000.
And my 170.
And your 170. Because you're in the 170, you're in the modified class.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know you guys can get it done. You got a lot of seat time. Like you just said, a track at your house that you can now practice at. But your year's not over yet. What else do you have left for the year?
So I got next year. This year I got one more race for next weekend. I think I got next weekend my bounty race at Southern Bounty Series, where I think you'll be at, right?
I'm trying to work on that. I got another event that weekend that I have to juggle.
Yeah, I'll be there probably, and I think next year will be my last year in my 250.
Okay, there we go. You got a busy schedule for being 11 years old. But you also were you're 12 now. That's right. You turned 12 in Minnesota. That's right, at Heydays.
Yeah.
I forgot. We need to update our notes. I totally forgot that you had your birthday.
Yeah.
We even got cake for you. How did I forget that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was pretty good, though. It was pretty good.
That was a good weekend.
Yeah.
So did you do Heydays last year?
I did. Yeah, both years they did it. I was there.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool event. What do you think about the snowmobile drags?
Oh, I didn't watch it, but you see the snowmobiles going across the water?
Yes, they tried to get me on one of them. No.
I would not do that.
Nope, I decided not to for sure because I did not want any part of that.
Okay, here comes someone right here.
Yes, that's right there, the 461. That's Bill McGibbon. I don't know if you guys remember when we were at Bowling Green, he's the one who took a tumble really hard and ended up having to actually get helicoptered out, but that was Bill McGibbon.
I watched that, and I was sitting at the camper when I got done with I think it was my race. Yeah, I got done with my race, and me and Dad was the first one to see it. He did like a shot, and I looked over and saw it. I was like, dang.
Yeah, that was a gnarly tumble. You've taken a pretty good tumble, didn't you, at Pennsylvania a couple years ago, last year?
Yeah, one of my friends, Xander, I call him Z-Bob. He's right there. Yeah, I took. So I was gonna pass him, and on his inside, and it got pretty narrow. So he kind of like went. So it hit me, and then I went right in front of him and started to.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens with open wheel racing. That is for sure. So you have experience in that already. I know Z-Bob over here probably wouldn't do that one again, but
I hope not.
You were all okay, and that's all that matters.
Yeah,
that's all that matters. But Peanut Vulture, we're going to let you get going. I'm going to bring Miles back over here in just 1 second. We're going to get this race called out here. Paul Wolf out in that number 1 spot still with Waylon Campbell behind him. And Chip McLaughlin actually has taken over that number 3 spot. But we will see you tonight over at the awards ceremony and the banquet. Are you ready for some good barbecue?
I'll be there.
Yep, I will be too. So we'll see you over there.
See ya.
All right, that is Peanut Vulture right there, having some issues today in his class, but he did finish up his race yesterday in the Youth 1000, and love talking to these kids. I always call these kids my race kids, and it's one of those things to where I love watching them grow up racing, and they're getting to be more and more well-spoken on the mic and not being as shy.
Oh, absolutely. And
but,
we say it time and time again, the future of our sport
yes.
is there as Casey Gilbert comes through. But while you were chatting with him, Cody Addington, flat tire.
Yes.
Chip McLaughlin, flat tire.
Yes.
It's starting to eat these cars up there. The course is starting to deteriorate a little bit, and you're seeing it with these 40-inch race tires being destroyed.
Right.
And Cody Addington was on that flat tire for, I'm going to guess, 6-8 miles.
Yeah, whenever I had him, whenever Peanut and I were talking, we talked about them coming through with the flat tires. But yeah, Chip McLaughlin actually has bumped up into the number 3 spot, even with having a flat tire.
So hopefully he can pull in the PCI pits and make quick worth of it.
Exactly.
With Rufus Racing and get him back out of here.
Yeah, Brendan Thompson in that number 4 spot. So Paul Wolf still out front in that P1, Waylon Campbell P2, Chip McLaughlin P3, and Brendan Thompson P4. Brett Harrell also came through while I was speaking with Peanut Vulture. Bill McGibbon came through, Raul JP, they all came through as well. So it's lots of action on the short course right now.
And Bob Humachek's tuned in. Thanks for the great coverage he's saying, and thanks for tuning in, buddy. Wish you're out here racing with us, but I'm sure we'll see you at a racetrack next season.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and bring back up the YouTube. I had to fix whatever you guys did while I walked away.
No, not whatever we did. That was Sergio. I know not to touch that. That's way above my pay grade.
Too much technology. No, I had to close out, so we'll bring up our YouTube to see who all is questioning or having question or comments as well. But Miles, what an amazing day today.
Yeah, we are out on lap number 2 of 4, 108 miles in total at 27 miles per lap. We are here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals at the Crossbar Ranch just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. We're in the center of your screen of that little Ultra4 USA Easy Up, calling all the action. We have Roxy and Big and Mega Merch right there selling all the things. Make sure you go find her. We have a few event t-shirts left. Definitely got some hoodies, some hats, and everything else in between. So go see Roxy and take home a souvenir.
Stickers, koozies, everything.
Stickers.
We're not south of the border now.
That was a great time.
Let's speaking of. So Roxy knows, that we are racing these other or working in these other associations, and she had given me a few stacks of King of the Hammer stickers from 2024, and we took them down there. And Miles, you had the opportunity to hand them out to the kids.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I've seen it, I've heard about it, but
you've never got to do it.
I've never gotten to do it. So it was like handing out candy at Halloween. Those kids were so stoked about it, and man, it was very special, and they were so excited, so appreciative, and it was so much fun down there.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, and look, K-Rod is already on a trailer getting out of town.
That
You
means
can see it on the tracker. Uh-oh, that means he forgot to turn in his
he
racing
didn't turn
track.
in racing tracks
Hey,
in. He's still on the road.
Hey, Cade, don't forget to turn in your tracker. Hey, Cole, tell your buddy Cade to turn around and bring his tracker back. Otherwise, he's going to get in trouble.
A nice little hefty. Yeah, no, he does not want to go home with that for sure.
Or if he does, we know where he lives.
That is true. You see that sometimes. Oh, goodness gracious. But yes, on our racing tracks, we are going to look at this. As you see, the number 7, obviously, not on a race course. And then we have, let's see, 15:05. Tim Hooper is still pulled off at 0 miles per hour. Phil McGilton, as we were saying, Amanda was given some updates. He's having some fuel pressure issues with the 187 of Kenneth Hale up at race mile 18. And let's see who else we have. The 911 Kevin Taylor we know is still pulled off. Now, if you're watching the tracker, the ones that have turned into yellow, that means they are out on lap number 2. Oh, here is the 187 of Hale. We were just talking
Kenneth
about
Hale.
him.
And I'm getting an update from my buddy Alan there in the PCI pits. Cody Addington is still in the pits, has his hood off, so it must be more than just a flat tire. I see Brian Crofts there in the mix trying to help him out. Tough break.
I have to say, when he went by here, even though he had that flat tire, it almost looked like there was maybe some hot flames. I'm not sure if he did or not, because he got through this whole entire short course. Obviously, he's in the pits, so maybe whatever it was could have put itself out, but it almost looked like there were some flames.
And Ken Hale came to a complete stop and is looking at it. I'm not sure if he's trying to mess with his transfer case, put it from high to low, or what's going on. But he's definitely sitting there longer than I would have anticipated. So Ken Hale and Donnie Kellenbach at the Brannock Boulders rock face. Oh, he's got the window net down, chatting as well, so there's definitely an issue. Hate to see that for Ken Hale and Donnie Kellenbach with Team 187.
And it sounds like we should have the 456 of Chad Hunt coming in here in just a few moments. And also the 464 of Glenn Page are also super close to coming in to complete lap number 1. And there we see in the distance, that is Chad Hunt coming in to complete lap number 1.
Chad Hunt and Rick Murray out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports and that bright green Mickey Thompson Miller Motorsports machine.
Okay, Miles, there's Casey Gilbert, Tad Dowker, and Cody Addington in the remote pit 1. Do we know what's going on with Casey or Tad?
I don't have a clue about either one. Hopefully somebody will feed me some information.
Yeah, so they are over in PCI pits as Chad Hunt makes his way around. But then again, here's Tad Dowker in car. So
I'm going to go on a limb that Tad Dowker is not in the PCI pits.
Yeah, that's what exactly. His tracker is saying.
I'm going out
there.
on a limb, just letting you know.
Yeah. Interesting. All right.
It looks like we have another guest.
We're going to swap back and forth. I'm going to bring in Jesse Oliver
we'll
here.
Keep the interviews a little short with this race. But
yeah,
let's bring in old Jesse Oliver, who I believe overalled the EMC race in a 4500 car. Not too shabby, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was fun to watch you out there battling along. You and Sean Reisky were really giving it your all, and man, it was fun to watch.
Yeah, Sean's a great competitor. We were trying to chase him down in lap 3, and we had to stop and pit for fuel, so we gave him a little head start on lap 3.
But they were able to chase him down, on adjusted time. I don't think you ever physically passed him, right?
We actually did.
Yeah, that's right, you did.
We physically passed him out in the prairie. We got around him. It was a little sketchy. We tried to monster truck over the hood of his car. Thought we were going to wreck both of us for a minute.
Yeah, well, you didn't. You made it.
But we didn't. We ended up back on all fours and got around him. He was shocked. He did not expect to see us. So that was cool.
That was fun. Yeah, you laid it down and you earned this one. You had some great driving out there.
Thank you. We pushed hard. It was it was a ton of fun. The course is rough. You know, the first half of the course we love.
It's a great course, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. I love coming to Crossbar. Pre-running was terrible. You know, the pre-run speed is miserable in a 8-shot car. But once you get up on top of them at race pace, it really helps.
And I think off in the distance I see Keith Taylor and Kevin Day out there walking. I know they're having hub issues or something, so I hate to hear that for them. But hopefully they can get back to pits, find some parts, and at least get the car back. But, hey, racing's racing. You've been there and done that, haven't you?
Absolutely. The walk of shame.
Yeah, the walk of shame, absolutely.
Yep.
But, yeah, such a great run. And do you have anything new with your program coming up?
Well, yeah, I think you might have already let the cat out of the bag a little bit.
I hinted. I didn't say anything.
Well,
I hinted that maybe you told me something around a campfire one night.
Yeah. There's a new car coming. We're pushing for it to come to Hammers next year.
So, like here in a few months?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
man, you got your hands full then, huh?
Yep, it's a pile of tube and some parts on the shelf.
All right.
At the moment.
Do we know where it's coming from?
It's coming from Miller Motorsports.
All right. I wanted to let you say it, but I'm pretty stoked because watching Jeff Martin, obviously the Miller Motorsports chassis, they still are very competitive in 4400, but I think that is a car that's going to be tough to beat in 4800.
In 4800, it's tough to beat a Miller car, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for you. The steering on those things is so impressive for a straight axle car. I mean, it turns and you can hit the gas and it looks like it's broken.
Yes.
But you can still turn.
Yep.
I mean, that's over 50 degrees, right?
I believe so. Yeah. And I've got some great crew guys that have been pushing me hard all year and said, well, we're not going to compromise on this car.
Okay, so
this is
if
going to be.
If you're doing it, they're making you do it right, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
This will be the one you keep for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I guess you've kept this one forever too.
This one's been 12 years, so I don't know about what a while is, Miles, but
Dustin Robbins, I believe. Yes, it is. All things UTV, Dustin Robbins. He was stopped earlier, so great to see him moving once again. So what are you going to do with the 4500 car? Are you going to keep it for a pre-runner or?
Well, I tell everybody I have a letter of intent.
To who? The wife or?
No. I've one of the crew guys has been itching to race, and so he's looking at picking it up.
All right.
And,
so keep it in the family, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
Exactly. I'm going to pull as many parts off it as we can.
Yeah, to recycle, I get
that.
Right,
recycle.
Because I don't know if you know this, but race cars are expensive.
No, that is news to me. Yeah, and my wife.
Yeah.
If you're listening, turn the TV off. No, so the powertrain will move over. It's solid mass power. That's nothing better. Yeah, so bringing a lot of sponsors with me, which helps a lot.
Absolutely. Who are a few of their sponsors that be transferring over?
Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson, Mass Motorsports, obviously, Dynamic Torque Converters, Ironman Off-Road. They're actually the folks that are pushing me to be no compromise.
Awesome, perfect. I'd love to hear that.
And they come out and pit with me, and they work in the shop with me, and provide parts and all that kind of stuff. So that's awesome.
Excellent. So is it still a pile of tubes right now?
Yes.
And are you going to have Miller welded up and send you a chassis, or are you just getting a pile of
I've got a puzzle.
You're starting from scratch.
I'm starting from scratch.
Well, at least you only have 100 days till King of the Hammers.
It's more like 90.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Well, before you leave, yes, for sure. So
yeah.
Wow,
I have to get home and recover from this. So.
And then maybe work a little bit.
My boss thinks I should come to work every day.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, not cool.
So you got your work cut out for you. So I'm not trying to sound negative at all because I hope you can do it. But that's, to me, like changing an engine takes me a week. Build a whole race car would take me a year. If you could do it in 3 months, kudos to you. But are you keeping the 4500 car for a backup for Hammers?
Yes.
And see where you're at, and then the last month or so, okay, we're going to make it, then start stripping down the 45?
That's the plan. We kind of talked about it January 1st as a
hard cut.
Is a hard cut.
If you're close, let's roll with it. If you're not, let's pump the brakes and not rush it.
Right.
Because we've seen the new car blues time and time again, and I'd hate to see that for you.
Yep.
Because obviously the 4500 car, just overall the EMC class here, and schooled Sean Reisky. Not that you told me that, but
yeah.
I love giving all you guys a hard time because it's all in good fun, and you put on such a great show. So thanks for keeping us all entertained.
Yep. And now we're looking at national points saying, well, maybe we need to run Hammers one more time.
Oh, I didn't even think of that angle.
Yeah. Right now we're sitting fourth. I don't know what this race did. It might have
didn't hurt you.
It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. Right.
So now you might have to think of that because you can use 24 or 25, but if you step up to 48, that neglects
that's out
that.
the window. Yeah. Right.
But you could still use 24s and start fresh with 48. Okay, all right. There's options.
Right. So I didn't finish 24, so I didn't get that many points, and yeah, like I said, and we look at the 4,500 car and say, man, it really deserves a podium.
Yeah. It's been
never
close. Too.
It's been so close. And
at Hammers, you podiumed here.
Well, yeah.
You've had plenty of podiums.
Several lots of podiums. Yeah. But to get a first or even any podium at Hammers, I think would Rufus.
Man, Pip Justice is on the gas trying to chase down the rest of the competition. And that puts him up to 14th position on adjusted time. Great run going for Pip Justice.
Yeah. So has Casey come back through yet?
No, I have not seen him. I believe he's in the remote pit 1.
No, he's actually, well.
Okay, you tell me.
He's not in the first remote.
Oh, so he may be remote pit 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's been through here then.
Somewhere. Yes, he has been through here.
He's been through here once. He's getting the front long side axle shaft currently. So he's
he doesn't break too many axles.
No, not too much.
That's
not too much.
Kind of just bad luck.
Yeah, I think he might have been pushing a little hard on one of the waterfalls.
Those waterfalls are gnarly.
I didn't have problems with him in the small car.
Not that you're saying anything, but hey, Casey, that waterfall wasn't that bad.
It wasn't bad, yeah. A couple extra 100 horsepower might hurt him there, though.
And talking about Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, is in the Brannock Boulders, taking that far right-hand rock crawl up and out. So our physical race leader and on adjusted time is at race mile number 19. Oh, Casey Gilbert, going back. Where's that? Drivers swap at pit 1. We are swapping an axle shaft. Then Aiden and Tranny Tom are heading out to do some laps. He's letting his son go out and race because obviously his race isn't over, but he's out of contention for the win. So he's going to give his son some seat time. I love it. Thanks, Casey. Kudos to you and best of luck.
Yep. I actually thought Aiden was getting in the passenger seat, but that's pretty cool.
Okay.
He's getting in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty wild for Aiden. There's some pretty gnarly 4400 stuff out there.
Oh, it is. Yeah, the I'm not going to call them bypass because it's 4400 only.
Right.
But there at Rock Face, it's tougher. And then in the back section, there's 2 crawls that you have to go out a little further. And I haven't physically seen them, but I saw them on the GPS, and it looked pretty tight and nasty.
Yeah.
And they were talking to a recovery crew that said this could be a bottleneck. So if somebody's stuck, drag them until you can't drag them anymore.
Perfect. Then they're traction.
Yep. And I hope to see the Warren Waterfall, the Hell's Gate. I want somebody to run it. Nobody's done it yet this race. Well, this weekend. I've seen Paul Wolf do it in practice.
Okay.
But not during a race.
Gotcha.
And there's Waylon Campbell, physical second. So he was 2 minutes and 52 seconds behind Paul Wolf. I think he's reeled him in a little bit. I'm going to say that's closer to a minute and a half to 2 minutes. So Waylon Campbell running a very, very solid pace. So let's jump right into the 2025 season. Obviously, yes, you already told me you're racing King of the Hammers.
Right.
What's on your schedule for next year with Ultra4 USA?
So the plan is to run the East Coast. It's kind of our
bread and butter.
Our bread and butter. The not really looking forward to Rush Creek in March.
I saw that too and was like, I'm bringing my overalls.
I think that's going to be a snowsuit under the race suit and maybe ice in the puddles and some of that.
So you got me thinking. I think we can call that race remote. That's a good call.
Right.
From the heater.
Right. And of course Beach Bend and what's Tennessee
AOP. Yep.
AOP.
And then I assume will you try to make it to the Central for Badlands? Or is that a maybe race?
Yeah,
no, because that's back to back to
it's a
Bend,
week
right?
or two different from one of the other races, so that's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well, now that you have 2 cars, it's not near as hard.
I don't have 2 cars. My wife could still be listening.
You have 1 car and a pile of tubes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
that is
all right. So once the other car starts becoming a car, that one's got to. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
One at a time, right?
One. Yeah. I'm not a good team owner.
Oh, I can't imagine having multiple cars.
Yeah. Nope.
All right. Well, Jesse, always a pleasure, my man. Congratulations. You schooled the EMC. Loved watching it. You put on a great show.
Thank you. Thank you
very
much.
All right. Jesse Oliver, thanks for everything, buddy. We'll bring Pam Hall back in so we can hop back on racing tracks and figure out exactly what is going on.
My hat.
Well, you bonked your head a little bit. You all right?
Yeah, I
Okay. The spectacles, huh?
If I don't put my spectacles on, I can't see. So here we are. Okay, so it looks like Pip went into the PCI hot pits.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yes.
He came by here on the
I saw
pipe.
him.
He
yes.
was calling.
Well, I think he had a flat or something earlier on. He was stopped also. So earlier on in the race, he was actually stopped for just a little bit. But it is showing that he is in the hot pits.
And Pam, while you were over there chatting on your little break, did you see what Casey sent me? Aiden Gilbert's hopping in the car and heading out for some laps.
Okay, yes, I was going to tell you that I knew it was an axle shaft. Okay.
Yep, that's
I was
pretty
Randy Cole
cool.
actually talking to me. He was giving me some information about what was going on with Casey Gilbert. That is so cool to see Aiden to get into that. I always wonder, like, when are the kids going to get into the driver's seats?
future of our sport.
Who is the passenger? Did you see the picture?
Trainee Tom.
Okay,
yep,
cool.
So Casey's co-driver, which only makes sense.
Okay.
But it looks like Cody Addington refueled, had a broke rear rotor. Get some jabberish
Well, he
text.
did have.
Okay, yeah, rear rotor. Cody Addington is back out on course.
All right, and getting some more information from Amanda Ross about Philip McGilton, the number 47. The fuel rack bolts came out on the motor, so he's trying to fix it.
Oh, that's a bummer.
She was saying that he was having some fuel pressure issues.
Well,
if the bolts are not
yeah.
tightened down, that would be a reasoning right there. Let's find out here. Where are our race leaders? Let me bring up this live map. Again, everybody at home that are listening to us, if you want to watch the live map, I know that we keep saying this, but you can go to racingtracks.com or livemap.racingtracks.com, and that will take you to what we are seeing here. And it looks like Paul Wolf, our race leader, is at race mile 20 with Waylon Campbell not too far behind him. So Waylon Campbell looks like he's making up some ground on Paul Wolf.
Yeah, when he came through the Brannock Boulders at Rockface, I called that, and I think he's reeled him in by about another minute or so. It was a 2:52. I'm going to say it's a minute and a half-ish is my guess. We'll find out when he comes through the Warren Racing start-finish, because that's where we have our live.ultra4racing.com timing, our live timing.
Well, and we know Paul Wolf is definitely wanting to go for that win for this very successful weekend.
Hat trick.
For the hat trick. There we go. But I'm wondering, I wonder if he's letting up just a little bit. But then again, he just now moved to race mile 21. But you don't usually let up and give any leeway in a race unless you're having issues like maybe overheating issues or anything like that. So who knows what is going on with Paul Wolf. But again, the tracking just updated, and they are roughly a mile apart now. So, oh, no, he just got right back with him. So the way the updates go. So we have the 1018 Paul Wolf, the number 3 of Waylon Campbell, and then 5150 of Brendan Thompson is physically 1, 2, and 3.
But Chip McLaughlin on adjusted time
Yes.
was in that third position, but he had a flat tire, so I'm sure he pulled into remote pit number 1 and had to change that. So we'll see. It's definitely interesting for sure.
Well, Chip is moving along. He is looks like he's running behind Brett Harrell. So Chip McLaughlin is roughly at race mile 14.
So that put him 5th on the road, I believe.
Well, let's see. We have the 82 of J.P. Gomez. He is at 4th on the road. 5th is 461 of Bill McGibbon.
Oh.
And then Brett Harrell. Oh, there he goes. Okay, just updated. Paul Wolf, Waylon Campbell, Brendan Thompson, J.P. Gomez, Raul Gomez, Bill McGibbon, and then Chip McLaughlin. And then Brett Harrell. And Tad Dowker's back out, too, as we saw. What are you thinking about, Miles? Your brain is going.
I'm deciphering. I'm looking at the timing and just trying to see who started where. Because remember, they took off one at a time every 1 minute. This race is on adjusted time, so I'm just kind of just looking it over, taking it all in. There was 20 cars that took the line, and, man, it's anyone's game. Paul Wolf definitely has the advantage right now, but Waylon Campbell, Chip McLaughlin, Brendan Thompson, Brett Harrell, Bill McGibbon, Chad Hunt, Raul Gomez, J.P. Gomez, Tad Dowker, They all have a great chance. Cody Addington still has a chance, even though we knew he was in the pits for quite some time. But yeah, the top 10, it's a stacked field. This is going to be a race to the finish. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. I've chewed on enough of these darn cough drops this weekend that it's starting to put a raw spot in my cheek. The throat's definitely getting a little crackly. I do apologize about that, but we are doing our best to bring you the best racing action we can. Hopefully I don't have to talk too much tomorrow. Just walk around and pick stuff up.
There we go. There we go.
But tonight, social hour, Tribe 16, I'm going for it.
That is going to be a good time over there. We'll get through our awards, and then it's time to hang out.
Awards are all yours. I'm here about 4 hours. I'm clocking out. I'm joking. I'll give you a hand.
It's all good if you do. If you do, great. If not, great. It's always nice, though, to have that person helping.
Yeah.
We've worked very well together all year
100%.
long.
Yeah, I'll let you take lead, and then I'll be backup. How about that?
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
Yes. Just listen to some chatter on the PCI Race Radio with Race Ops, keeping everybody safe and sound. I'm going to give another huge shout-out to Area 51 guys. They have been a huge help. They work closely with Justin Ramsey and Brian Trotter, and they've been out here for weeks on end helping set up course, layout course, mark course, and now they are clearing course. And, man, without those guys and gals, it would be really hard to put on such an amazing race out here. And let's just keep the ball rolling. The entire Ultra4 USA staff, starting with John Goodby and the rest of the team, they do some amazing work. Hammer King Productions with Take It Live. All of our camera crew bringing you this live action. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people, but, again, thanks to each and every single person that helps to make this possible.
Exactly. Well, Miles, coming through from David with Racing Tracks, a mechanical alert from number 78, which is Pip Justice at race mile 2.9. He did have an issue earlier on. We saw him stop for a while. So, he just came through to us.
So 2.9 is
right,
just past the remote pit one, I believe.
Exactly.
Tough break for him. Such a bummer. I hate to hear that. But he has stopped out on course once again.
Yeah, that is such a bummer for him with that mechanical alert. It's just an alert, not out of the race, but it's an alert.
They are letting other racers know that, hey, I am out of the car working on something, so please pay attention when you come up to this area. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. We are right in the middle of the 4400 main event. It's been such a great showing out there. It's been so much fun. Thanks again for everybody for following along the adventure. I am Miles Haskell alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and it's been so much fun. I love it. I live it. I eat it. I breathe it. I can't get enough of it. And Paul Wolf is still out front physically with Waylon Campbell not too far back. And then it's Brendan Thompson. And then it's Raul Gomez. And then J.P. Gomez. And then Chad Hunt. And then Chip McLaughlin. And here is 5150, Brendan Thompson. On adjusted time is fourth spot, but I believe he's third on track. He's got a great run going.
Yes, going up rock face back there in the Brannick Boulders. That is such a gnarly section.
Was that a right rear tire low, or is it in a hole when I looked?
I think it looks good.
Yep. All right, it must have just been a hole for just a second.
Yeah, and remember, he's in everyone at home. You don't need to remember this. Boy, he was going fast down that hill. No.
Gravity.
Single seat as well. So we have a lot of single seats. Did we happen to actually look to see who all is actually in a single seat on
I can go
course?
Through it. Paul Wolf, single seat. Waylon Campbell, single seat. Chip McLaughlin, 2 seats. Brendan Thompson, single seat. Brett Harrell, 2 seats. Bill McGibbon, single seat. Chad Hunt, dual. Raul Gomez, single. JP, single. Tad, double. Cody, single. Glennie Page, double. Casey Gilbert, double. Pip Justice, double. Dustin Robbins, single. Cade Rod, single. Phil McGilton, single. Tim Hooper, double. Kevin Taylor, double. Ken Hale, double. So I would say about half the field.
Well,
and
there
there's
we go.
Paul Wolf. Here we go. We had some technical difficulties. We are back at the Warren Waterfall. So
And
here in
look at
just a
that.
moment, we're going to see Hell's Gate straight ahead. Is he going to go straight or take that left? He takes the left.
He's playing it smart.
They're all playing it smart, and that's not what we want to see. So Paul
There
Wolf,
should be a joker line. You have to go up that once for certain classes.
hey, we've done that in the past, which I absolutely love. But for scoring reasons, it can be a little bit tough.
Yeah.
But I think here, hey, Trotter, next year, joker line.
Joker
I like
line.
it. Good call, Pam.
I mean, they do joker lines in other areas. That would be really, really, really cool to see. But Paul Wolf making his way through.
And I think we can do a 4,400 only
Yes.
joker line. You have to run it once. You can only run it once is usually how we run a joker.
Yes, exactly. All right, I hear horsepower in the background, but the number 78 of Pip Justice that was having the mechanical, Jeremy Dickinson, has been in contact with them, and he said that they are fixing to continue. So
Excellent news for
Yes.
Rufus Racing.
Yep, he said they are all good and to fix and continue. All right, the 911 of Kevin Taylor. I have to say I saw them walking over
Yep,
through
yeah,
the pits
through the-
earlier on.
I saw them at the short course heading this way.
Yes,
so.
exactly. And
And
there we
there's-
have Raul Gomez.
Two-time and back-to-back King of the Hammers champion, Raul Gomez, and that King UFO Joe Thompson built machine. And let's talk about Joe Thompson for just a moment. He built all the Gomez cars. He helped build Brendan Thompson. Does that ring a bell? Brendan is Joe's brother.
Right.
So great to see all those. And that's what our current race leader is in, a UFO. So Joe Thompson, just a great representative of our sport, of what an Ultra 4 car is, can do, and is going in the future. I mean, we've got a lot of great builders here. We have Horschel, we have Campbell, we have Tribe 16, obviously UFO, Jimmy's 4x4, Miller Motorsports, and just a lot of great manufacturers out there. Trent Fab. I mean, there's 5 or 6 different manufacturers all building these cars, and they all do it a little bit different. And that's why I like Ultra 4. You know, NASCAR, it's cool. They drive in a circle, but those cars are so identical. I love that you can have the out-of-the-box idea. If you want to try it, go do it.
Right.
If you think it's stupid, it may work. And just what these guys and gals have done to really step up the game in off-road. And now look at the unlimited TT trucks down in Baja. They're all-wheel drive. You know where that came from? Ultra 4 Racing.
Exactly.
I mean, they took our technology and put it down there. Trucks are a work of art as well, as we just saw a Horschel car.
Brett Harrell.
Brett Harrell. Thank you, golly. Brett Harrell heading down the Brannick Boulders.
Yes, and Paul Wolf, we should be seeing him come through here in any moment. He's past race mile 23, so that means he is through our area of the Hell's Gate.
And then how
as we
far?
saw.
And then how far back is Waylon Campbell going to be?
Waylon Campbell on the tracker has been super close to Paul Wolf. They've been within a mile of each other roughly throughout the day. So Waylon Campbell not too far behind. The next one would be Brendan Thompson in the 5150, and then Raul Gomez, as we saw going up Rockface up the Brannick Boulders.
It's been so much fun following along. Thank you, everybody at home, for tuning in. It has been an amazing weekend. It's been an amazing season. I can't believe we're just a few hours from wrapping up Ultra 4. That's crazy. And then
It is crazy. I feel like it just started.
And then less than 100 days, the
96.
2025 King of the Hammers. So that means
96.
it's like 66 for us.
Yeah, lots of work to be done out there for
so much
sure.
planning, so much work, as Bill McGiven with the J&A Hydrovac machine, that Jimmy's car. What a great-looking rig.
That's
Great
a
to
single
see.
seat, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's basically that's a Green Dragon.
Yes, that's
So
right.
very
you're saying.
similar to Cody Addington. Oh, we saw Ken Hale stopped earlier. Glad to see him back and moving.
Looks like he's splashing the water pretty good.
He is in the Warren Waterfall section, so I assume, can you see on the tracker, I assume Waylon's in front of him, right? We just missed him with the drone?
187. Yeah, let me get there to
and
that.
There's Hell's Gate straight ahead, and he bypasses it as well. Takes the easier line, which I do not blame him. I just want to watch it for selfish reasons.
Well, maybe you should get in a car and go run it.
Oh, you do have your Raptor here, don't you? I forgot about
yeah,
that.
that's off limits.
Oh, I guess you're right. The tent would probably get stuck in the tree.
Have a little drag. All right, so
Oh, look
yeah,
at that. So there must
Wayland
be
is definitely
something wrong with Kenneth Hale. He was having a problem that he must have a front axle not pulling or something.
And look at Chip making his way up.
So Chip McLaughlin having a great showing today. That would be amazing
Knock
if he.
on wood.
Well, no, he's already knocked on a few trees. I'm sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's still 2 more laps to go and a lot of trees to pass.
2 laps plus.
Yes.
Nobody's came through finishing lap 2 yet. Paul Wolf should be close. I heard somebody start a car, and you about got whiplash looking for Paul.
Well, we don't see his dust quite yet, but Paul Wolf should be coming through here. Waylon Campbell's not too far behind Paul Wolf. I'm wondering if Paul, on the tracker, it's showing Waylon Campbell's out in front, but we do know that. Oh, and here we see Paul Wolf right now at the road crossing.
So Paul Wolf coming through, the number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in the Mario Kart. If you've, I'm sure you've seen the sign of his car. It kind of looks like the Nintendo style.
Yes.
His daughter, Lainey, he used to wrap his car different for every single race, and they've stuck with this one because that's her favorite. And I'm not going to lie, that's my favorite too. I used to whip some butt on Mario Kart.
And they also have really fun shirts too that look just like that.
Oh, so
wow.
Waylon Campbell's hot on his heels. So on adjusted time, I think it may be Waylon Campbell.
Well, we will see. But, yeah, that is super cool. They're within at least 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah,
so, it would be adjusted time.
It's a 1-minute split on adjusted time.
Yes.
So we'll see when they come through on the live.ultra4racing.com, the live tracker. Wow, Waylon Campbell. I knew he was on a heater, but, man, he is really starting to turn it up.
That's what makes me wonder if something is up with Paul and he's not pushing it as hard as he was.
It does look like he's a little off pace there. Not sure if it's planned or not. I'm sure Chris Hickman's definitely in his ear letting him know what's going on because he's definitely in tune with everything. He gets a little wound up during these races.
Exactly.
And I hear
him.
So Paul Wolf sounds like he's on the gas, and there's Tad Dowker and the Brannick Boulders. As he's heading up, but we have physical eyes on race leader, Paul Wolf.
I just saw Peanut Fulcher run over there to watch. This is one of his people that he looks up to. So
Paul Wolf through. Heading out, he's at the halfway mark of his race, and he just threw down a lap of a 55.30. His last lap was a 53.14, so he was 2 minutes, 15 seconds slower. So Waylon is hat on his heels.
right here.
I think Waylon Campbell may be our new race leader on adjusted time.
Well,
it's
we're
going to be
see in
super.
2
Oh,
seconds.
absolutely. And he is on fire. Waylon Campbell is reeling in Paul Wolf.
By
he has a
34.
34-second lead on adjusted time. Waylon Campbell is reeling in Paul Wolf. I don't know if, like you said, Pam, is there an issue with Paul or is he saving the car? Waylon's not saving the car. He is in full send mode. I love it, Pam. I'm getting excited.
Yes, you are, Miles. And I know that in the past, Paul has had some overheating issues. So that's where my brain is going is maybe he's trying not to push it as hard because that could be what's going on. But, again, we still have a long race to go.
Yeah, you have to watch your transmission temps, your engine oil temp, and everything else. But now Waylon Campbell is starting to deal with some dust, and I'm telling you, he is 25% faster than Paul Wolf in this infield right now. Waylon Campbell is on an absolute heater trying to chase down our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. But on adjusted time, it's Waylon Campbell leading this race. I know Shannon's back at home.
Watching him, Mom.
Yeah.
Mom, Tammy is definitely glued
Tammy's
to
glued to it. So we wish you all were here, but I'm sure you're just as excited as I am right now. What a great race we have on our hands. It's going to be a race to the finish.
Well, I am wanting to find out what is going on with Paul. Nothing is going on with Paul. He is just saving the car.
Who's that from?
Chris Hickman.
All right, perfect. Hey, that's all good because there's 2 more races, and we're watching.
No, laps.
Yeah, sorry, 2 more laps.
No
and
more
we're
races.
watching Waylon not hesitate at all. So it's strategy. What it is, I want to get out front, get that clean air. So
Exactly.
Waylon, keep on keeping on, buddy. And Paul Wolf is going to bypass the PCI pits as we speak. And if we can stick with this shot, we'll see how far back Waylon Campbell is. Here at the start-finish, it was... But look at that dust. I assume he's... this is the kind of easier spot. And look how nasty that dust is. So I think Waylon will probably have to check up just a little bit. They are both in single-seat cars. Yeah, I think Waylon's checking up a little bit because look how thick that dust is. But again, on adjusted time, Waylon Campbell is our new leader of this race for the first time.
That is pretty cool. You can tell as how much Waylon is pushing it. Look at him on the rails.
I was talking to Waylon a few nights ago about everything going on, and we're, just small talking. We're buddies. And I was asking him, like, hey, how's everything going? He's like, good, man. I think I finally have my engine figured out because he's been fighting that. I was like, what'd you do? He's like, spent more money. So he threw some more money at this LSX 454. I think he said he was 800 horsepower. Let me check my notes. Yep, 800 horsepower coming out for Waylon Campbell, and I think he's using 799 of it right now.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He is definitely on it, proving how much he wants to win this race as well.
So that is...
Let's
where
see.
are we at? Okay.
Let me look at our tracking to see who's coming in
next.
next.
PCI pits are on our right. Those are our main pits in the short course to the center of our screen, with Believe Cam flying the Mavic up there, bringing us all the great shots.
All right, so the 1018 Paul Wolf we saw go through the number 3 of Waylon Campbell. The next car that we should have coming in is the 5150 of Brendan Thompson.
Huh?
But he's not even to race mile 23 yet.
Whoa. So Waylon and Paul are way out front. So that's actually probably smart of Hickman and Paul to stay a little safe because they've got such a huge lead. I'd almost let Waylon get around and let him push. Paul's playing it smart. Let Waylon go, and I don't know.
It's strategy.
There's no, I don't know. It goes out the window. And there's that may have been Brendan Thompson. I was chatting too much. Sorry.
No.
So they are at the Warren Waterfall.
Yeah,
yes, that's
orange.
Brendan Thompson. So he's heading up right there as we speak. The Believe Cam FPV drone chasing down Brendan Thompson.
And that is at race mile 23.
23, there we go.
And behind Brendan Thompson is the number 83 of Raul Gomez on the tracker. So
where's Chip at then? Because he was in third last time around, but we had that flat tire and probably hit 2 trees by now.
Let's see if I can find out where he is at.
Oh, hey, look. Cade listened to us. He came back to camp.
Oh, perfect. Or he had somebody bring it back for him.
Or that.
All right, so we have, it looks like on the tracker, Raul Gomez has passed to Brendan Thompson, but we know that Brendan is at race mile 23. It's still showing him roughly about 22 and a half. So once
it's
it all
anybody's
updates.
guess on...
Yes, and so the 83 of Raul Gomez is almost to race mile 23, which, again, is where the Hell's Gate is. 44.56 of Brett Harrell is at race mile 22, and then 461 and Chip McLaughlin. So the 461 of Bill McGibbon, 21, and Chip McLaughlin is now roughly at 21 and a half.
So far,
that's what we've
so
got
good
going
for all of our competitors here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch.
Ooh.
For the 4400 grand finale, the final race of the 2024 Ultra4 USA season.
So the number 82 of our current king, JP Gomez, is sitting there with a red dot.
Bummer. Is that Chad Hunt?
I don't know.
Yes, it was. Chad Hunt in that Miller Motorsports car heading up the Brannick Boulders. And Brannick Motorsports is one of his main sponsors, so great to see Chad doing so well. And I hate to hear JP is stopped. I wonder if I can get an update. What's going on?
All right. Let's see here.
Kate just texted me back. I know. I'm taking it off the car now. And then Derek Ausler's giving me a little update. Philip McGilton had a fuel rail come loose. He is out of fuel at race mile 17 trying to find Ultra4 recovery.
Yeah, Amanda just messaged me as well.
So he probably lost a lot of fuel when he was having issues. So
right, she said that he lost so much fuel that he thinks he's out of gas and can't do any more than idle. So such a bummer. So recovery will have to be going to Phil McGilton.
Yeah, I mean, that's like we say time and time again. That's racing. As we see Cody Addington, we saw him have a flat tire and have a brake rotor issue, so great to see him back in action there at the Brannock Boulders. With Tim Hooper back in action, we heard he was stopped. I didn't hear why he was stopped, so great to see him and Daniel Parker back and moving. The 1505 Fuelworks car, and that's a Gomez car for sure.
That looks like Raul.
Yeah,
Raul's still moving. He was almost to where the waterfall is, the Warren Waterfall.
Yep, 83, Raul Gomez at the Warren Waterfall. As we speak, there's Abe Gonzalez at the road crossing, kind of giving us our little heads up on who's coming in next, helping relay race ops. In the good old F350. So Raul still pushing his way through the Warren Waterfall section. Now he's into the woods, heading towards one of those 4,400 only trails. So the road crossing right there, that's a spot where our spectators can go out to the back. So he's also staffing that to make sure it's a clear course for spectators and for our racers. We are here in the Arbuckle Mountain Range, south central Oklahoma, 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas, about an hour south of Oklahoma City. The Crossbar Ranch has over 6,500 acres, 150 miles of trails. It is owned by the city of Davis, but ran by Justin Ramsey. It's open 7 days a week, open 24 hours a day, except for a small stint during deer season. Beautiful place. They average about 3,000 people a weekend. I think we're well over that this weekend, though, Pam.
I definitely have to say that as well. There's lots of people out here, but that right there goes to show you why we have to come out here and course mark, man all these road crossings, block off roads as well, because if you look at how many routes that go through right there, I missed that car. It came in so fast.
That's Cody Addington, if I had to guess. And
okay.
There's Glennie Page.
Yep, going up Rock Face.
Greasy Clowns Motorsports. Oh, no, Glennie Page is North Force Racing. I'm sorry. His buddy Bill McGivern is Greasy Clown. I got that mixed up. I do apologize. And there's Paul Horschel. Paul Horschel's car.
You keep saying Paul Horschel.
Brett Harrell, man.
Horschel built.
It's been a long weekend. I do apologize. I try my best, but I'm definitely not perfect. I'll promise that.
All right, so Phil McGilton is crawling out of there, but we do have the 82 of J.P. Gomez in the same vicinity as Phil McGilton. So unfortunate for those two guys. And the 618 of Casey Gilbert is also around race mile 18, but he's trucking along.
And that's Aiden Gilbert driving.
Yes.
How cool is that?
Oh, and it just updated. He's now past race mile 18, going roughly around 10 miles per hour, but he's getting ready to go into Rockface here in just a little bit.
Speaking about Rockface, there's Dustin Robbins with All Things UTV making his 4,400 debut. So Wayland Campbell and Paul Wolf came through, I'm going to guess, 10-plus minutes ago.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen third place. So who's coming in next? Where's Brendan Thompson?
It's Brendan Thompson. He just went through the road crossing, so he'll be here in any moment. PCI Race Radio came through. So Brendan Thompson.
You got one earpiece. I got dual earpieces. I can't hear much else.
Yeah, so he'll be coming through here any moment. And let's see where he is at on my tracker. But there's the 618. There's Aiden Gilbert right there.
Heartbreaker. Pip Justice is out of the race.
Oh, bummer.
Right front axle broke. Can't get the bolts out. Thanks, Angie. I hate to hear that. But, hey, you still have Chip, and you can celebrate Scott Farley being on the podium for his first race in the 4,800 class.
Exactly.
So Aiden Gilbert, I guess this is going to be his 4,400 debut as well. We saw him in the Youth 1K yesterday, and now he's fill-in driver for his dad, Casey.
That
I
is
love
really
it.
cool.
And there is Brendan Thompson. Yep, he is coming into town here.
There he
Brendan
is.
Thompson, 5150. Out of Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing in that UFO single-seat IFS machine. What a great run for him. Brendan Thompson physically in that third position. We'll see where he's at on adjusted time. But he is definitely singing right along. I would say that's a similar pace of Paul Wolf when he came through. Not quite as fast as Waylon Campbell.
Correct. Steady pace. He's about a minute slower than Paul Wolf.
So our top three are out on their third lap of 4.
So Paul Wolf's time yesterday was a 52:42, correct? That's your
yesterday.
note? Okay,
Yep.
so yesterday. So today, when Waylon Campbell went through, I didn't call the timeout, but he's at 52:03. So 52:03 is the fastest time of the race so far.
Nice. And we are at the halfway mark as we speak for our leaders. So next time around, the white flag will be flying. Wow. We're already halfway over this race, Pam.
We are.
And it's been pretty good racing. I love watching Waylon Campbell and Paul Wolf. Let's get on the tracker and see how close Waylon Campbell and Paul Wolf are out front, because they were neck to neck. And on adjusted time, Waylon Campbell had a 34-second lead, but physically Paul Wolf was still out front, and he was really stirring up the dust.
Yeah, they are still neck and neck. They're roughly a race mile 8.5 is where they are located, but it still shows Paul Wolf is out front. But then again, yeah, Paul Wolf is out front with Waylon Campbell still trailing behind.
Sorry, I was checking the text. What'd you say?
Paul Wolf is still out front, and Waylon Campbell is behind him still. Roughly, Paul Wolf's about a little bit past 9, and Waylon is almost to race mile 9.
Okay, so they're still within a little bit. Nice.
Yes.
So still tight racing up front.
Exactly.
And there's Brendan Thompson, 5150. We saw his son Austin Thompson riding with Chuck Crossland earlier. But Brendan Thompson slowing down for that really rough section right there just before they get to the PCI pits.
All right, it sounds like they do have Philip McGilton already in transit back being towed.
Yeah, tough break for him. He had a great run going until he didn't. So Brendan Thompson, we'll see if he bypasses the PCI pits here in just a moment. He'll stay right or go between the flags and slow down. I assume it looks like he's good. There he goes, bypassing the PCI pits.
That's always a good sign.
And I'm trying to think. I think these big cars can race this entire race without stopping for fuel. I should have asked that question, but I didn't. But I'm just going off mileage, 108 miles. I think most of our cars can make that.
I think most of them can make it, but it's also how hard they are on it. But then again, they're not really running through silt here. We just have the rocks and stuff. Usually it's when you have the silt beds and stuff where you're having to, push the throttle a little bit more. It, spins the tires more and stuff. So,
hey, Ryan Miller, if you're back home, let me know what kind of fuel capacity and mileage Waylon gets. And let me know if you think he's going to stop or not, or anybody that has that information between Waylon Campbell, Paul Wolf, or Brendan Thompson. Hit me up.
All right, so the 83 of Raul Gomez should be coming in here, and as I say that here, we do see him entering in the screen, or entering in our view to the right of us.
So we have 3 UFOs in the top 4, but they're trying to beat Waylon Campbell in his Campbell car.
Oh, and then we have right behind him, I can't remember what the car number was. Kenneth Hill. Kenneth Hill's coming in behind Raul Gomez.
He is a lap down, though.
Yes. So but he's coming in, that's all that matters.
But Raul Gomez, 2-time King of the Hammers champion, is here at his halfway mark for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. What a great run by all of our competitors. Ken Hale and Donnie Kellenbach are still cruising along. Like you said, Pam, great to see them back in motion.
Yes, and Raul Gomez sitting in that number 4 spot. His lap time was a 59:42.956. That is his fastest lap so far of the race.
Oh, Raul really pushing hard. And look how much dust is out there. It's really starting to silt up.
And it sounds like we are going to roughly have Brett Harrell should be coming through here as the next car through, because he just went through the road crossing as well. Actually, it's not going to be Brett Harrell, though. It is Bill McGibbon.
Yeah.
All right, so an answer to your fuel question so far, Chris Hickman said Paul will have to.
Oh, he will have to stop. So if he has to stop, that's a UFO car. I do know, nope. Brendan Thompson, JP, Raul all have the updated cars, so I assume the update means more fuel capacity. That's a guess?
It's a guess, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see what happens. But
anybody from the Gomez clan, let me know if they need fuel. But Paul Wolf does have to stop. That's interesting.
Some people don't like to talk strategy either.
They have told me fake strategies before.
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Which I don't blame them. And again, I always tell them, like, I always ask questions, but I ask, all right, I kind of get the vibe, like, if you don't want me to say anything, I won't.
Right.
This is if it's for personal, you can tell me. I'll respect that. If it's for the audience, let me know. I'll let them know. But,
right.
But yeah, the Gomez, they take this very serious. Even though they're laughing the whole time, they are serious about racing. I believe they're getting all geared up to head down to the Baja 1000, race some unlimited trucks here in a month or two. I guess just a month away now, isn't it? Wow.
November 17th-ish.
Yeah. And today's the 19th-ish, so yeah, a month away. What is it? Yeah, 19th. Look at me go. We got another car coming in through, and that is Brett Harrell, still pushing strong.
Yes,
so
he
Brett
is.
Harrell just bumps Raul into 6th place on adjusted time, and he moves up to 5th place.
He's popping a little bit, though, you can hear.
Oh, we missed this. Bill McGibbon just moved into 3rd position on adjusted time. Bill McGibbon, keep on keeping on, buddy. So now we have a Campbell chassis out front, a UFO in 2nd, and a Jimmy's car in 3rd. I love it. It's the battle of the brands.
Battle of the brands. I like it. You can hear Brett Harrell. When he lets off the gas, it does do a little bit of popping on there, but that sometimes happens when you're running rich. All right, next one coming in should be the number 4, coming in roughly around race mile 25 right now, of Chip McLaughlin.
And we're back on screen with Brett Harrell, and he is definitely full sin mode. But I saw some flames popping up as he let off there. He's giving it all he's got. Brett Harrell has a very solid top 5 run right now. And I'm sure we're at the halfway mark now, just over the halfway mark. And Attrition's going to bite one of these cars. I mean, it's just odds. I don't want to jinx anybody, so I'm not saying who it's going to be. But I have a feeling Attrition's going to bite somebody in the next couple laps. They are out. The leaders, the top 6, are out on lap number 3 of 4. So next time around, it'll be the white flag for either Waylon Campbell or Paul Wolf. I'm going to say Chad Hunt.
It's Chad Hunt or Chip.
Yep, Chad Hunt. I can tell by the rear wheel.
Oh, there we go.
So we'll see if he'll – come on, buddy. Hit Hell's Gate.
Nope.
No, all right. Nobody listens to me. So Chad Hunt making quick work through there in that Miller Pro chassis. And Chip McLaughlin. Oh, he just moves into 5th position on adjusted time, just bumped down Brett Harrell and Raul Gomez. So Chip has a great run going right now in that top 5.
Yeah, and Chip was up there in that number 3 spot earlier on, but still being in that top 5, great position. We still have one more full lap, well, 2 more laps to go, so, or depending on when the checkers comes out. Most everybody should get 4 plus a lap, but if the checkers ends up coming out before some of them, right?
It's only 4 laps, period.
Oh, they're not doing 4 plus a lap.
No.
Gotcha.
There's 4 laps.
Okay, perfect.
Period.
Okay.
So
I
after
misunderstood that.
Yep. That's what we've been doing all weekend.
I don't know.
Except for the kids class.
The kids.
All right. You throw you
all right,
one
here's
kid.
Tad
Throw you
Dowker.
one kid race and throw you off your game, huh?
Don't ask me.
So the number 906 out of Quantum, Michigan, Tad Dowker. Oh, no. Tad's out of Elk Rapids, Michigan. Sorry.
And Tad Dowker pushing Raul Gomez down into the 8th spot. That puts Tad Dowker in 7th.
Nice. So now we have our top 8 through halfway through this race of 20, right? Yeah, we only have 1, 2, 3 cars that are out of the race that I am aware of. Tim Hooper, I saw him moving. So Cade-Rod, Philip McGilton, and Kevin Taylor are the 3 cars that I believe are out of the race. I know Cade-Rod and Philip McGilton are. Kevin Taylor is more than likely. They're trying to find some parts in the pits, but obviously their day is not looking right. Tough luck for them. Tad Dowker with that 501 billet block, 1,000 horsepower. That thing sounds mean.
Yes, it does. He always has a good sounding engine. And it's kind of like Casey Gilbert. You can always tell when Casey Gilbert's coming by. The horsepower that these guys put out is awesome, especially for when they're, going up like Rockface, for instance. You need that little bit of extra horsepower. And they definitely prove it. Let's look at our tracker here. Chad Hunt. We saw him going through the...
Go ahead, finish up.
Chad Hunt was going through our Warren Waterfalls, and there we do see Tim Hooper. Perfect example right there. He is moving along again, so great to see. As our drone found the tree branches.
Found the tree, but it kept her under control. That was awesome. Ooh, Tim Hooper's still moving.
That's what what I just said.
Perfect. So Brian Crofts sends me, who needs fuel? Build them right. Bro is on cruise control. So apparently Waylon Campbell does not need to stop for fuel. And he says he's on cruise control. Brian, that ain't cruise control. Waylon Campbell's on the mission.
Brian, is he still here?
Yeah, we saw him. I saw him in the pits.
Today?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't
He
seen
was working on somebody's car at,
that's
at the
right.
PCI pits.
You did say that. All right, so the 82 of JP Gomez seems to be moving again, which is awesome to see. So he's roughly at race mile 20, so that means he has passed Rockface. We did see 15:05 of Tim Hooper moving as well. So the only one that is out on the top part of our racetrack is Philip McGilton. I did see the 82 down for a while, and it's kind of in the same vicinity. So hopefully JP Gomez is actually moving along and not being towed along.
Yeah, well, man, and let's go through the tracker. So some are orange, some are yellow, some are green. What's that mean, Pam?
The ones that are orange are on lap number 1. The ones that are yellow are lap number 2, and green is lap number 3.
So what colors are going to turn next?
I'm going to guess blue.
I don't remember. I guess we haven't had a 4th lap, have we?
We haven't had a 4th lap.
So blue,
no.
let's
see. We had one yesterday turn blue.
Let's say blue, purple, I don't know. What do we want?
I don't know.
Yeah, all right,
Rock,
we'll
paper,
find
scissors.
out.
Teal.
There we go.
The teal. All right, the 461 of Bill McGibbon is saying stopped right here somewhere in the infield.
Okay, so Jeremy Dickinson is saying Cade-Rod out, Philip McGilton out, Pip Justice out. And then, we had the 44-49. Didn't start. 48-44 didn't start. Dana Hale. And the 416 didn't start as well. So the attrition's definitely starting to set in as our Believe Cam FPV drone is flying high above
there was
the
a car.
Warren Waterfall.
There was a car right there. I did not catch their number, so they were following a race vehicle. But look at all the spectators over there. That was pretty cool.
Speed UTV, hadn't seen that here yet.
Perry Mahaney actually had one out here.
Okay, that must have been him.
Yeah.
He raced with us yesterday in a Polaris, I believe.
Yes, it was a Polaris. All right, I'm showing that Chip McLaughlin is in remote pit 1 over here, stopped.
I don't think there's any trees over there, so I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know. We shall see. Bill McGibbon is showing that he is right up here by the exit of the short course.
And Bill McGibbon was in 3rd position, so you think he stopped?
Well, it was red like he was stopped, and now he's not moving from this section.
Oh, bummer. He was
so,
having
he would literally be, right here.
We just can't see him through those trees. I hope, well, I mean, we're seeing the tracker. Bummer. He had a great run, so that's going to probably put Brendan Thompson back in that third position on adjusted time. They'll put Chip McLaughlin probably in fourth. And on down. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors. Metal Cloak, by PCI, by NorCal Rock Racing, and by Brannick Motorsports. So please support who supports the sport. Without each and every one of those marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. So whether you're building a tow rig, a mall crawler, or a race car, go check them out. And Jeremy's saying Chad Hunt should be coming in anytime. The PCI Race Radio has been very busy today. Area 51, Trotter, Jeremy have all been chatting on it to keep everything running smooth. And I'd say today is running extremely smooth. Yesterday, qualifying ran a little long, and it was one of those days. But today has been absolutely picture perfect. Weather's great. The crowd's great. The racing's even better.
And Chad Hunt is coming in.
Can't think of a better way to finish out the 2024 season, Pam.
Yep, exactly, Miles. But Chad Hunt moving his way over here towards the start-finish line. We'll get some camera footage of him here in just one moment. But Chad Hunt running pretty strong here in that number 4, 5, 6. Let's see what that puts him at. Running strong.
So that puts him in 7th on adjusted time.
Yes, it does.
9th on course, but 7th on time. Chad, keep on going, buddy. You and Rick are doing some good things. Team Indiana is showing out this weekend. And Chad Hunt and Rick Murray pushing along the number 456 out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports and that Miller Pro chassis. Putting those Mickey Thompson tires to work. Brannick Motorsports livery on the side. And I'm sure Stan the Man Haynes and Brandon Haynes are back home watching, cheering on their entire Team Indiana. Jody Ford and both his girls had great showings this weekend. Sean Reisky got that 2nd place, so Team Indiana is doing good. There's a great shot of the Brannick Boulders there at Rock Face. We're waiting for our next competitor to come through. Ooh, Cody Addington. ADD Racing is through the crossroads. We'll see him shortly. I see the whole Mud Nut Racing team sitting right there front and center for the Warren Racing start-finish. Got their beverages in hand. Their weekend is over, and they had a great showing. John Rance, I believe, won the stock class. So much fun, and look at that. Paul Wolf at the Brannick Boulders, race mile number 19 on his 3rd lap of 4. He clipped a tree there a little bit.
Yes, I saw earlier on
Aiden
Gilbert.
He chipped a tree.
Chipped a tree.
He chipped a tree.
Yeah, earlier when Aiden Gilbert was going up that, he actually kind of tapped the tree just a little bit as well.
Getting a little slideways. Paul Wolf is all...
All right, so like you were just saying, we just saw Paul Wolf go through rock face, but we should here in any moment see Cody Addington, but we did.
Here's what your race is over probably. Not over, but not looking
over.
good. What I would probably do is take the spare off, change it, and take a front tire off and put it on the rear. That way at least you have traction on both rears, since it looks like he's not having any front wheel drive. Absolutely heartbreaker. Taking the helmet off. Waylon Campbell's opportunity to win this race is officially out the window. Absolute heartbreaker.
Okay, getting ready to come into a camera once again. Once Glenny Page makes his way through is our number 311 of Dustin Robbins. But there we have Waylon Campbell. You know that he's so heartbroken right now.
Yeah, he's evaluating the situation, but you know it's not good.
Well, he's not in any way, shape, or form in a hurry, so at that point, it's like, do you save your car now? Like,
For
you know what's
hammers?
going on.
Yeah.
Do you save it and maybe less prep for King of the Hammers? Exactly.
I think you're right on that one, Pam.
Look,
yeah.
suit's coming off.
Well, he still is evaluating, but yeah, he's not in a hurry.
Definitely not in a hurry.
And honestly, he's at a decent place to recover the car also.
Right.
Whether if he makes it a little bit further, he could be upside down in a ravine. You never know. So
yeah, he's got a smile on his face, so at least he's smiling and talking with recovery.
And look at that. I mean, these guys are volunteers out there talking to one of the heroes in the sport, and they're probably soaking this memory up big time with Waylon Campbell. Dash. Dustin Robbins is sending it out here. I'm glad to see him doing so well on his 4,400 debut. He's been racing UTVs with us for such a long time and is stepping up to the 4,400 as well. I don't think he'll give up the UTVs at all. Mr. All Things UTV. He'll stay there, but it's fun to watch him dabble in the unlimited race.
Yes, and Dustin Robbins running in the 11th position and 11th overall. So let's see, he's got a water in hand. Mr. Waylon Campbell, I heard some chatter on the radio, but not sure if they said that he was out or what's going on. He's making a phone call, so such a bummer.
He's phoning a friend.
Phoning a friend.
Hey, Brian, your phone's ringing. What a heartbreaker, man. I love the close races out front, and now Paul Wolf is starting. Well, he's only got a mile lead, but it's only going to get more.
Well, yeah, he's already, Paul Wolf is already
race mile 20.
Yes, and he's at 19. But
and you see the red dot on the bottom of Waylon Campbell, which we just saw on the screen, broke. Bummer. Well, I just wanted it to be a race to the finish.
Right, exactly. It was definitely looking very good for that. But we do have our next car that should be coming in is a 618 of Casey Gilbert. But as we saw, Aiden is in the driver's seat.
The wind's picking up a little bit. Every once in a while, I see a little dirt devil pop up, and it's a little mini tornado right here in the dust, right at the Warren Racing start-finish. So we see a lot of oranges out there, which is not good.
Not
good.
We
see a few yellows out there, not that good either. So Waylon's up front, looking at the front of his car to see what the issue is. And he had to borrow a phone. Oh, he found a payphone out there somewhere. Paul Wolf has had an absolutely amazing weekend. Again, I may sound like I'm down a little bit for Waylon, but I'm still super excited for Paul. But I wanted that race to be down to the wire all the way to the end, and looks like Paul's walking away with it. But
well, not yet.
The race is not over. I was
No.
just going to say, to finish first you must finish. Paul Wolf still has one lap and about 4 miles plus. So he's got about 32-ish miles to go.
And here we have the 618 of Aiden Gilbert now in that driver's seat.
And he's moving pretty good.
He is.
How cool. I remember watching him race a 170 a few years back, and then he stepped into the Youth 1000, and now he's driving a 4400 car. Are you kidding me? Aiden, good job, buddy.
Yes, definitely a good job. He came off that jump, and I think he had to check up to make sure he made the left-hand turn after the jump, not going right. All right, it sounds like, I see in the distance.
JP Gomez, he was stopped.
He was stopped for quite a while.
Great to see him back in action.
Exactly. So JP Gomez coming on in here. Who knows? We'll know right now if it was maybe a flat tire on the back or if he could have already re-racked it if it was.
On that wheel it said small leak. I bet you it's a big leak right now.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Is everything good?
Oh, he's coming through hot on the gas. 100% on the throttle.
Yes, so let's look at our scoring.
So, actually, let's go to see who's in second, third, because Bill McGibbon was stopped. So now I guess it's Brendan Thompson and Chip McLaughlin, possibly?
Yes. Yeah, Raul's in ninth. We're JP.
Well, I was saying let's go to the tracker to see where they're at.
Tracker, yeah. Who did you want me to look for?
Where is Bill McGibbon? I think he's still stuck it right out here. And then I guess it's Brendan Thompson, Chip McLaughlin?
Yeah, Brendan Thompson, we just saw go through just not long ago.
Yep, official. Well, yeah, we know.
See here. 83 is now stopped of Raul Gomez at race mile 8.
So his brother's...
Actually, 7.5.
His brother's 6-ish miles back, so I wonder if he'll stop and help him or what's going on there.
I don't know.
And then
Chip is at race mile 11.5.
And Tad Dowker, do I see that?
Tad Dowker's almost to 13.
Let's keep going up. Who's...
But 461 right here. He is not moving still.
Well, yeah, so it's Brendan Thompson.
Yeah, Brendan Thompson way over here at race mile 15.5.
So Brendan Thompson, 2. And Chip McLaughlin, 3? Is that what we're looking at?
No, we're looking at Tad Dowker. And then fourth is Chip McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tad Dowker moved from 8th to 3rd? Some great things.
I mean, look at all the red dots.
If we have his Star Stream up and running.
Oh, that would be good to see. 1505 still running. Cody Addington still running. A lot of cars have had some issues, but there are still a lot of up and running, but a lot of cars with those red dots. So unfortunate. All right, so looking at everybody on course, the next car that should be coming through to us here at the start-finish line should be Paul Wolf, and Paul Wolf is at race mile 23, almost, about 22.5, going at 9.9 miles per hour. And there we do see, again, Waylon Campbell's car over there by Rockface. No hurries to get it to work on it, so out of the race. Unfortunate. Yep, he's out of the race with both of those flat tires, and the car we saw, it was not working. So unfortunate for Waylon Campbell. But right now, Paul Wolf really needs to just keep it steady and smooth. Right now, it would be his race to lose if he does anything wrong or the car does not hold up. That's going to give Brendan Thompson a great chance at winning this because he is running in second position right now. So Paul Wolf, we probably have about another 10 minutes, possibly, maybe 5 to 10 minutes before we see our next vehicle through here at our start-finish line. But yes, we do have Bill McGibbon, again, over here, the 461, not too far out of our short course area. stopped. He came through running really strong, so I'm not sure exactly what might have happened with him. And we'll talk about the fastest lap of the day. We do have, so far, the fastest lap was thrown down by Waylon Campbell with a 52:03.096. Paul Wolf had it yesterday in his UTV with a 52:42, but it has been taken away by Mr. Waylon Campbell for the fastest lap of the race. So as it sits, if Bill McGilvin does not get going, we know Waylon Campbell's out. So we got Paul Wolf, that will be in number 1, Brendan Thompson 2, and Chip McLaughlin in that number 3 spot. Brett Harrell running in right now, technically in that number 6 spot. Chad Hunt in 7th. Tad Dowker 8th. Raul Gomez 9th. Glennie Page 10th. Dustin Robbins 11th. Cody Addington 12th. Casey Gilbert 13th. But Aiden Gilbert's driving. JP Gomez 14th. And we know Pip Justice is out.
Yeah, what a bummer for a few of these guys and gals out there giving it their all. I guess they're all guys today, aren't they? Yep. They're all out there racing, giving it their all, and heartbreaker for a lot of them. I mean, but that's racing. You can, we've seen it time and time again. Every single race, somebody is doing good
until they're not. All right.
Oh, Bill McGivin front tire was on fire.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So brakes or something, I guess. Oh, yeah, so he blew the tire. Yeah, and it's on fire.
Wow.
So that's what happened to Bill McGivin. Such a bummer. All right, so Brian Croft said front diff and both rear tires. Yep. So, yeah, so it was the front diff. We knew that, or I assumed that. That's what it looked like. So, thanks, Brian. But, yeah, front diff is out on Waylon. So he was absolutely just melting the rear tires down until they were gone. We saw that just the tread was absolutely destroyed, which was odd to me until I realized, oh, he's in two-wheel peel.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, look at the tires. The tires were shot.
And, yeah, they are. They got one tire changed. He's getting a little outside assistance, which is fine.
Yeah.
If he's out of the race.
Which, more than likely, he's putting that on because the other side is still aired up, so that at least gets him towed back.
Yeah, so now you can do burnouts with the right rear.
Yeah.
Such a bummer. Waylon Campbell had a great run going, but that's part of racing. But it's still the man of the weekend. He may sweep every single race he entered.
Him.
Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing out of Alton, Illinois, and that UFO machine. He won both UTV races in his Can-Am, and now we'll see if he can
hold it together
in the 4400 car. But look at Waylon. Bummer, still smiling.
All right, let's do a refresh on our tracker here. I hear some horsepower in the background.
I hear it somewhere.
It sounded like a Tad Dowker. He's got a distinctive noise, too.
That thing rips, that's for darn sure.
So
and I went in to talk to Chris Lundy with Take It Live about Tad's Starstream, and he thinks that the dust is so thick that we're having problems with his Starlink.
Gotcha. So Paul Wolf, it's still saying he's at race mile 23. Well, we don't know for sure, actually. Yep, okay, now it just updated. So Paul Wolf is roughly 23 and a half. Almost.
So he's almost to remote pit number 2 and about 3.5 miles out from us here, grabbing the white flag here in probably the next 5 to 10 minutes. Wow. Paul Wolf has had an amazing weekend. We'll see if he can make it happen.
Can he hold it together? And then we have Brendan Thompson, who is the next one on the list, almost to rock face. So they roughly have a 5-mile gap between first and second.
And then we're third and 5. I mean, Paul Wolf is so far out front.
Physically on course. Paul and Brendan are roughly 5 miles. After Brendan is Tad Dowker, and that's about 3 miles, maybe 4, almost 4 miles difference.
And then 3 miles back from
And
them
then
is
Tad-
Chip McLaughlin and Chad Hunt.
Yeah, Chad Hunt, 13. So another
neck.
3 miles, yeah.
Wow, so it's still anyone's game. I'd keep pushing because we've seen attrition set in time and time again. Out front, Paul Wolf. Then it's Brendan Thompson. Then it's Tad Dowker. And then Chip McLaughlin and Chad Hunt are neck and neck. Depends on when that tracker updated.
Oh, and the 44.56 of Brett Harrell is off to the side with a red marker now as well by race mile.
Brett Harrell?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Well, remember, when he went through, he was
popping. Yeah. So, I don't know if it was fuel or spark or something, drivability rise, but he was giving it all he had.
Doing what he could to keep it going, but yeah, he is stopped. He is right by race mile 2, which is right near our PCI hot pits. Chad Hunt and Chip McLaughlin going back and forth in position on the tracker. And even though you don't see the red mark at the bottom of Waylon Campbell's number, he is going to be getting towed. So more than likely he's just getting towed out.
My buddy Jared's tuning in. Thanks for keeping up with us. And he said at the California 300, their Starstream wouldn't keep up over 85 miles an hour. And once it started losing its signal, you have to, you have to stop and restart it. The fast guys have the very expensive Starlink, so that could be a part of the issue. He got going moving too fast. Starlink lost signal, and now he has to stop and reset.
Yeah.
He's not going to stop and reset during a race.
No.
So that could be a part of the issue. Thanks, Jared, for your insight on that. I don't know how that stuff works. I can barely use my cell phone. And speaking about that, yeah, I think I just lost Starlink. Did you?
I don't think so.
On my phone, I did. Oh, now it's back. I don't know. Maybe I was doing 85 miles an hour. No, I lost it on this one. iPad's working. Huh.
Well, Waylon Campbell, I said he's probably getting towed back, but in reality, Waylon Campbell, he changed that tire out. He can drive himself back to the pits. His car's still drivable. He's just not pulling, so he's moving right along to get back. But here we have a visual of Paul Wolf. He should be coming in here any moment. And the white flag is in Chris Elrod's hands, so the white flag will be out for Paul Wolf.
Oh, and there he is, Paul Wolf. Man, this guy has not lost a race. He has entered, and he's got a huge lead. And I told you last time coming around, he was definitely a little off pace trying to save the car. So I think it's his race to lose. I'd be running 70% right now and just keep the car together. He's got a great run going. Paul Wolf grabs the white flag. One more lap to go, 27 more miles, and Paul Wolf could sweep the weekend with a hat trick. We'll see if he can make it happen. Such a great run with Wolf Racing.
Yeah, right now I would what he's doing right now, just go around the track, smooth and steady. Don't do anything fancy. Don't try the Hell's Gate.
Yeah, don't do
just
anything.
Because.
Well, it's the last lap.
He's got like a 5-mile lead right now.
I know, it's incredible. I can't wait to see what that lead is. I'm going to guess it's going to be. I'm going to guess it's 15
minutes?
is what my guess. So you're probably even closer. It's probably closer to 20.
I mean, because right now Brendan Thompson's physically second on course, and he's not even to race mile 20 yet.
So he's got 7-8 miles to go. So yeah, we're 15-20-minute lead. Yeah. I'm going to guess. Man, Paul Wolf out front, owning the weekend. One more lap to go for Paul Wolf. So we got another fun guest we'll hop on and have a quick little chat with. As we see Paul Wolf head out for his fourth and final lap. Brian Trimp, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great.
You've had a long week.
Yeah, we had a very, very long week.
So I've gave everybody my story. It's probably not perfect, but you called me, I don't know, it's been a week now. I text you saying, hey, you coming? You said, no, I'm down in Florida doing storm duty. Okay, well, whatever. And then I called. Yeah, that's right. I was taking my girls to school, and you text me, hey, or something, and I said, I'm taking my girls to school, getting ready to hit the road. I'll call you back. So I do that, and you're driving from Florida to Michigan to put together a race car to drive. So you drove 30. You tell the story.
All right. So, yeah, it was just like that. I was really on the fence. Like, I wanted to come, but obviously I got to prioritize and take care of work.
And make money to pay for racing.
Make money to pay for this awesome sport. But we got released on Tuesday afternoon, so I drove, obviously by the DOT regulations, from Georgia or Southern Florida all the way to Appleton, Wisconsin to drop off my truck. Got my personal car back, drove all the way across the UP to my house.
And you're Michigan, right?
I'm Michigan,
yeah.
Yes. And my team, the entire time, took the rest of the week off, put my car back together because we weren't
out of the goodness of their heart. Like
yes.
they're not paid by you on your team. They're just on your team. They took off their personal time to fix your junk.
After today, I agree. It is junk. And they got it 90% of the way back together. We had already shipped off parts that were here in Tad Dowker's car, so we had to get it here and finish assembling it.
So how long of a drive? Was it 30 hours Florida to Michigan?
About that. By the time, because I did actually have to stop in Georgia for a night, just DOT things. But yeah, we.
And there's Tad on screen.
There he is,
the man that helped you out.
Tad Doker has helped our team out immensely. He called me every day saying, just have somebody get your car together and I'll race it for you.
And right now, Tad, I believe, is in third position. How awesome is that?
There's nobody out there that's working harder than that guy.
And let's talk about that. So Chad Hunt is our current Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year right now. Well, it's on the ballot right now. It's Tad Dowker, Paul Wolf, and Casey Gilbert. And I've already told the story of last night when I came and teched your car at 10 o'clock. Casey Gilbert was still helping Andrew Shipman recover a car because of you. So, again, this full circle. Why are both of these guys on the ballot for the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year? Because they're some of the best dudes out there.
Yeah, I can tell you personally, I talk to Tad and Casey daily, and I actually have been riding with Tad on and off when Andy can't get there or if he just needs help. And they are both, they'll give you the shirt off their back.
Oh, top notch. So let's go back to the story. Wisconsin, 20-hour drive to here.
Yeah.
And you rode with your team. You drove straight through.
Yes.
I assume you took a cat nap, I hope, because you were.
Yeah. No, we took turns. We have 3 people in the toter, 2 beds, so it works out pretty well. We drove straight through. I literally threw my truck in park, sprinted to the line, and jumped in with Andrew Shipman.
You're a madman.
My co-driver Colin got sick, and he didn't have any notes.
So he hadn't seen the car. You hadn't seen the course.
Yes.
And then so you literally drove 30 hours, worked the car, drove 20 hours, got in a race car, made it to race mile 15. Yeah. So saw half the course.
Yeah, we had a flat tire and then kept going with me and Andrew Shipman. And at a race mile 15, the other tire just sheared right off. So we were done there. But this whole time, my team is, again, putting my car together. We get back here, you finish up what you're doing, come and tech us, and we started at the back of the pack today, and we really pushed hard.
You were fast, but there was an issue early. What happened there?
We had a couple issues, electronics. Nothing to do with what we worked on.
Well, that's awesome that you know it wasn't your fault. It's just bad luck.
It's old parts.
Yeah.
That relay I put in the circuit breaker I put in 2020.
So something you wouldn't expect, but time, it's a fuse.
Yeah, but in the sportsmanship thing, when it died, I had completely trail plugged the course. And Justin Barth tried to drive Monster Truck or Shannon Campbell over me. And he was about to rip off both of our shocks, and we got him stopped, and he actually winched me back, and I just talked to John Goodby about it. And,
you're trying to get him some time back? Because he was on the podium.
Was he? Barth was? I haven't seen the results.
I believe so. I think he got third. There's so much going on, I believe he was on the podium for 4,800.
Excellent.
So you're going to tell Goodby, hey, he stopped, unplugged, so give him 1 minute, 2 minutes,
I said
something
a minute
like that.
or two.
Yeah.
because, like I said, there was 3 cars trying to pass us at that point that we had already picked off. Because we were pushing harder than I've ever pushed before, because as of this morning, we were leading national points. And I believe this is probably going to put us into second place.
That's a bummer. But, hey, you still got to be excited about second. But you always want that number 1.
Absolutely. No, what an amazing weekend. This was the most fun course.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm so jealous. I got to see bits and pieces of the course, but I didn't get to go for an entire loop like I usually try to do, working-wise. You know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, just it's cool. It's got everything.
No, I couldn't say enough good about it. I mean, just there was areas where we tapped 100 just to say we did, and then there's other areas you're in low range.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can't wait to see some of the videos and pictures of
RDP's been all over the course, and so the highlight reels that he'll put out next week, hopefully Monday or Tuesday, RDP. But anyways, next week, I absolutely love his work.
Yeah, and then I see Aiden Gilbert got in a car.
Yeah. So Casey had a decent run going and then broke an axle shaft, so he knew he was out of contention. So they're in the pits, and all of a sudden he texts me with a picture of Aiden in there in the driver's seat. And I'm like, how cool is that? I remember him driving a 170. I believe it was AOP 4 or 5 years ago. And then he's kind of moved up into the he ran in the stock class, but it was a little too much, so that's when they invented the Youth 1K, such a cool spot. And now look, a 4400 car. That dude is growing up.
Yeah, Colin, my co-driver, was out there when he got in, and apparently he tapped the rev limiter a few times in case he went, hey!
And he said, I can't hear you, Dad.
Yeah.
Oh, too much fun, man. So I assume you're, after this, you're going to go home, regroup, and get ready for King of the Hammers?
We're already starting. We already pulled the shocks back off and the third member back out.
So you're sending that back home with Tad?
No, we're going to send the shocks out to Chris Wygant to get
Oh, yeah.
built.
Well, he's here.
Yes. He's got my new front axle.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
And then,
you're building a new Liberty Mountain.
No, I'm just building a new front
axle.
axle.
Okay, just for an axle. Okay.
Yeah, and then the third member is going with Rance, just Ultra4 family helping
out.
Yeah,
I love that.
Saving a little bit on shipping.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what this sport is not cheap. So if you can save a buck here and a buck there, it's absolutely worth it.
I've definitely learned that a lot and had an absolute blast with this, and I'm pretty pumped for next year. We're already signed up for Hammers, so you can stop texting me.
Are you registered yet?
I am.
Oh, hey, look at you go. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you.
I already paid.
Perfect. What's your game plan for the Ultra4 USA Series next year?
We're committing to the East Coast again.
Okay.
And other than that, just
will you cherry pick another race or two in there?
We might try to hit the Badlands, but I got to see if the schedule will work.
It's back to back. It's going to be tight. And then I know you got a super, so I assume you'll try to hit that too, right?
Well, Crandon's the weekend before LS Fest. And I have to go to LS Fest because that's where I got that supercharger.
Oh, so they told you should probably go.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and we have a race there. That's our Joker
that's the
race.
Joker. But you can, we don't have that solidified. Let's keep going.
No, I will be at LS Fest again to help
Awesome.
one of our other partners, Scogg and Dickey.
Oh, cool.
They help us out a lot.
Nice. And put on a show.
Yes. That LS Fest is a lot of fun.
I've seen it, and we've been there not on LS Fest, so I'm excited to see how jammed up it is. And it's so cool to put Ultra4 on the map in front of so many other fans. LS, they put LSs in everything. LS the world. But then you really see so many LSs in Ultra4 that you get to you're put in front of that many people.
Yeah, not this past year, the year before, they had an LS and a station wagon going for the world's longest station wagon jump.
Oh, boy. And there's Chip McLaughlin. I believe he's in third or fourth position. So we already saw Tad come through. So that would put Tad in third, Chip in fourth, Brendan in second, and Paul Wolf still out front. So we still got a pretty good race on our hands, but Paul Wolf has a huge lead. So, just a commanding lead out there. So it's his race to throw away, which I do not think he's doing. I think he's going to get the hat trick.
That man is a machine.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, you can drive. There ain't no doubt. But Paul Wolf, just next level. It's incredible.
I'm glad he's not in my class.
Yeah, no doubt.
I have raced against him when riding with Tad.
Okay,
and I can tell you the level that you have to be at to keep up with that man.
It's
scary.
It's incredible, yeah. It's scary, yeah. I mean, you guys are in different cars. Obviously, Bambi's a solid axle Trent Fab car. Yeah. Paul Wilson, a IFS single seat UFO
go-kart.
Go-kart. Two different machines, but they can they can tangle.
Oh yeah, we were actually chasing them down, but
Tad's new engine he put on, and I think he put it in early this year, that 501 billet big block. Is it a big block or small block?
it's a tall deck LS.
What's that mean?
Fancy.
Above our pay grade. But regardless, huge engine, over 1,000 horsepower, and that thing absolutely rips.
Yeah, I rode with him at Vegas to Reno this year, so I got 350 some miles.
That was a fun race.
And we used every ounce of that horsepower there. That was amazing.
Yep. That's where I got you to register for one of the races. In the parking lot drinking some beers, and I finally was like, hey, buddy. Obviously I'm just giving you a hard time because we're buddies, but yeah, I do just reach out to you and everybody to see who's racing, to do my homework early, and just helps everybody help everything out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm actually usually very, very good at that.
You are. I just like giving you a hard time.
No, I understand why it helps everybody.
Logistics, it does help, but it's just fun to jab at you too.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I'm already registered for hammers.
Perfect.
Take your weapon away.
I like it, but I'm still going to text you to see if anything is new and exciting. Do you have any exciting sponsors jumping on, or just kind of the same old people you have?
We're still working on a few.
Okay.
I'm just waiting to seal a few deals, but
nice.
We're doing very well.
Awesome.
Mickey Thompson is sticking on board, and it's just, I can tell you that today I got one flat tire that I earned 110%. Other than that, the other tires are absolutely bald, and they were new when we started.
No doubt. You just burned them to the ground.
Yes. If we were moving today, we were on the floor.
Awesome. And you were not on a supercharger this weekend,
no,
correct?
I was not.
Yeah.
Naturally aspirated, Casey Gilbert's old motor.
Oh, well, at least it's a used race motor, a well-used race motor if it came from Gilbert.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's the one he won hammers with his first time.
Oh, boy.
That's the original Bad Larry motor right there.
Wow. That's awesome.
We've had it refreshed, but yes. Works very well.
Perfect. Refresh is as good as it gets, huh? There's our timing crew checking everything out. Great spectator area right here in front of the Warren Racing start-finish. Well, Brian, always a pleasure, buddy. Good seeing you.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to bring Pam back in here to check out the tracker and see what's going on. But always good seeing you. Best of luck, and thanks for making it happen and bringing it come on out here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Well, thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Fun chat with Brian Shrimp. Again, if I know you're not just tuning in because this is the 4400 race, but if you are, this is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are on our fourth and final lap with Paul Wolf. We are still waiting on second, third, fourth, and fifth to come through. Paul Wolf has a huge lead. At quick glance, he's at race mile 9. And so he's already got a 10, probably a 12-mile lead. Absolutely insane. But it does look like Tad Dowker's actually starting to reel in Brendan Thompson just a little bit. So second and third's getting a little close, and then fourth and fifth between Chip McLaughlin and Chad Hunt is pretty close. So that's it's going to be interesting for second, third, fourth, and fifth. We'll see if that changes anything up. But, Pam, what a great race.
What a great race. And coming into vision right now is Bill McGibbon. He was stopped for a little while, but here
with a smoking right front tire.
So the tracker was showing him stop still, but he is coming in over here finishing the lap.
I would agree with you. He's still moving.
He's still moving, so that's pretty awesome to see. Let's see here. I'm looking at some.
Rick Lavezzo just texted me, said, Harrell, back going, front diff overheating. He stopped and added oil and back underway. Thanks, Rick. So Harrell had a little bit of issue, but glad to see he is back moving.
All right, let's see where we are at here with Bill McGibbon.
Joe Thompson's tuning in, watching his cars out there dominate all weekend. Thanks for tuning in, Joe. You don't have a bad smile yourself, buddy.
All right, so I'm getting some updates. Brendan just passed remote pit 2, so Brendan Thompson will be making his way in here in just a little bit. But Bill McGibbon, we saw him just now, but I'm wondering where he went. Did he cut across over here to be out, or I'm not sure. I haven't had any updates
you know
on
what?
him.
Remember, he was stopped just right
Yeah,
over here for a long
exactly.
time, so I bet you he just limped across, and I assume he's heading back to pit. So we don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty sure Bill McGivern is out of the race. Hate to see that for him, but hey, like we say, racing's racing.
Because I have not seen him on the tracker going any farther than where he was earlier on, and it's still showing him stopped, even though we just physically saw his car. But let's look right now. We do have the 5150 of Brendan in here in just a little bit, but man, look at the lead that Paul Wolf has over number two.
It's incredible. We don't know what it is, but I think it's going to be 20-plus minutes.
We are going to know here in just a little bit, and look at the color that we have now for the
was
final lap, teal blue colored.
All right, so we're both kind of right.
All righty, so
it's been so much fun all season long. Thanks, everybody, for supporting Ultra4 USA the way that you have. We thoroughly appreciate everyone. It's been so much fun, and next year is only going to be bigger and better.
All right, we do see Waylon Campbell in the course, but he is on a road that will be going back to the hot pit, so we know he's out of the race. The 464 of Glenn Page, he's at race mile number 16. And let's just go through the tracker here.
Oh, Cody Addington coming into stream
there we
at
go.
the Brannick Boulders. They're at Rock Face.
So he's moving along strong. As earlier you were saying that he was still in the pits for just a little bit for that flat tire, but we've seen him already go through at one point, and now we see him now up at Rock Face.
Flat tire and a brake rotor, I believe. So great to see him back in action in the Orange Dragon at Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And Miles, the breeze is going to start picking up here, unfortunately, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, the wind is the racer's friend. It's beautiful out. Yesterday I was complaining about, today I'm not. And Dustin Robbins, in almost an identical car to Cody Addington, is right behind him. So 2 red dragons is what they were called originally with Lauren Healy. But now we got the Orange Dragon and the Blue Dragon with Cody Addington, 888, with ADD Racing, and the 311 of Dustin Robbins with all things UTV. And is that going to be
the
5150 of Brendan Thompson? Let's see what our time is as Chris Elrod with Elrod Performance Straps is getting ready to wave the white flag for his buddy Brendan Thompson. What is going to be the time split right here?
All right, so
and
Brendan
it is
Thompson.
going to be only 12 minutes. I'm kind of surprised by that. 12-minute lead for Paul Wolf. But Brendan did start a little
12
ways back.
minutes. Wow, that
that's
seems
a
like
lot
it
better
should
than
be
I
a lot
thought.
bigger. Well, hey, we got a special treat right here from Patty with Warren brought us some homemade ice cream.
Some Warren Racing ice cream.
Warren Racing ice cream with sprinkles. I love it. Thank you, guys.
Warren's been hooking us up all weekend long.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. I love
I'm going
it.
to see if this feels good on my throat because it's killing me.
Well, a lot of this dirt out here as well. But, Miles, that was Brendan Thompson. I'm going to let you take a few bites of that. And then he turned into that teal blue color. But next up that we should have here probably in the next 10 minutes will be Tad Dowker. And then Chip McLaughlin out on their last lap right now. Brendan Thompson and Paul Wolf. But only it's so crazy to think that it's only a 12-minute gap. But I guess, let's see, Brendan Thompson's still in our infield, and then Paul Wolf is almost to race mile 13. So on adjusted time, only 12 minutes separate first and second. I say only. That is still quite a gap. But we will see how far, again, Tad Dowker will be as we're watching the 15:05 of Tim Hooper making his way up the Brannick Boulders over on Rock Face. Tim Hooper was stopped for quite a while earlier on, but here he is up and moving again. I know Miles is going to agree with me on this, but man, we need Warren Racing here a little bit more often with us because they made amazing tacos the other night. Now they just brought us a
Homemade
call this
ice
some,
cream.
Brain freeze ice cream. I choked mine down. It was excellent.
Yep.
And it did feel good on the old throat. It's
Good,
been a
good,
long weekend. But, yeah, thanks to the Warren Racing team for everything they've done for us this weekend and with Ultra4 USA.
I love it that they even decorated it with sprinkles for us.
So Brendan Thompson started in 8th position, so 7 minutes behind Paul Wolf. And Paul Wolf has a 12-minute and 9-second lead on adjusted time. As we flip back to Ken Hale and Donnie Kellenbach. And there's Brett Harrell. Rick just told us he stopped for an overheating front diff. They've added some oil, and he is back in action right there at the Brannick Boulders. So Ken Hale and Donnie Kellenbach are stopped once again. They a little bit on the struggle bus today. Not sure what's going on with them in that TMR solid axle machine. If I remember right, he's got a brand new engine in that thing, so I doubt its drivability. But hey, anything could happen. Abe said he likes ice cream too, but I don't think we can Uber it that far. How crazy is that? Abe's helping us do race ops and staffing the crossover road for spectators, and he's watching the live show, keeping up with the race and having fun. Him and Sherry are been great help all weekend long.
And that's what's so awesome about all of the internet that we can get and everything. I don't know if he has a Starlink on his truck or not, but look at this. We have 2 cars now going through. That is Aiden Gilbert. Is that Raul? No, it's JP Gomez.
JP Gomez. Oh, Aiden's getting a little crossed up.
Oh, look at those rocks.
He's chipping a tree.
That's the same spot earlier. I told you when he was first in the car, he did
he's
chip that
completely
tree.
sideways and saves it. Oh, that Miller Motorsports car, the steering on things is absolutely amazing. And that Max's hat is Scott Farley, and he literally just sent me a text saying he found a Samsung at Rockface. So I think he meant a white Samsung?
Or it just completely spell checked, and it's supposed to say phone.
I don't know what he means.
Something Samsung.
Yep. But yeah, anyways, if you lost a Samsung at Rockface, Scott Farley with Rufus Racing has it.
And again, yes.
But they probably
Max's
aren't.
hat.
They probably aren't listening to us if they don't have their phone.
Oh, that is true. Unless they have somebody else with them listening. All right, next in, we should have Tad Dowker. He is roughly at 24.5. Paul Wolf is now at race mile 15, but here we have the 187 of Kenneth Hale making his way up Rockface.
Yeah, we saw them stop for about a minute. Not sure what was going on there. Yeah, Scott Farley did mean Samsung phone. He just, fat fingered a little bit. That looked like Chad Hunt with that green wheel on the back.
Keep forgetting to push my button to turn my microphone back on.
You're always pushing buttons.
Kenneth Hale making his way down Rockface. That was awesome, having ice cream out here in the middle of Crossbar Ranch, homemade ice cream. That looks like that was McLaughlin.
Yeah, Chip McLaughlin and Irene with Rufus Racing. I believe he is position, right? Yeah.
Let me look. You have that up. I have the tracker up. So yeah.
Paul Wolf 1, Brendan Thompson 2, Chip McLaughlin 3, Chad Hunt 4, Brett Harrell 5. Oh no, Tad Dowker's in the mix. So Tad Dowker is, I believe, 3rd. Then 4th is McLaughlin. Then Harrell and Hunt are in the mix. So. And
this was Glennie Page that we were watching go up the Brannick Boulders over at Rockface. You can see they go up on that ridgeline for like literally a split second as we just watched Glenn Page do.
And then they hop right back down.
All right, it sounds like Tad has now passed through pit number 2 as well, so we should be seeing him here shortly.
This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors.
Hey, I got to say this really fast. I see Bird, Chris Elrod running to get the white flag. Is this Paul Wolf coming over this direction already?
No way. Nope. That is Tad
Dowker. Okay,
so that
perfect.
is physical third. He is 3 minutes behind Brendan Thompson and 15 minutes behind Paul Wolf. So Paul Wolf 1, Brendan Thompson 2, and Tad Dowker 3 on their fourth and final lap here for the 2020 Warren 24 Warren Racing Nationals. 1, 2, 3. Paul Wolf, Brendan Thompson, and Tad Dowker. We'll see how it all shakes out. So Tad Dowker needs to make up 3 minutes and 26 seconds over Brendan Thompson. That's going to be pretty tough to do. What is the fastest lap of this race?
The fastest lap of this race is Paul Wolf with a 53.14.
Nope. Wayland Campbell with the 52.03. Smoking. So Wayland Campbell does have the fastest lap of the weekend, so he at least has those bragging rights. But Wayland Campbell, 52.03, but he is out of the race. Heartbreaker.
Yeah, that is definitely a bummer 100%. And here we are still watching Tad Dowker make his way through our short course one last time of the weekend.
For his final time of the weekend and his final lap of the race season. They'll be going into full-blown King of the Hammers prep after this one.
Yeah, I heard you talking to Brian Trimp, and he said that they are already in prep. They already have, but they already had the third member out. They had the shocks off.
Yep,
I'm not sure what else, but
yeah, that's about it. Full prep mode. So
we really have to. I mean, we only have 97 days, right? So
till race day.
Whew, 96 days, I think, actually. Whew. All right, so the 4:56 of Chad Hunt has roughly 2.5 miles to go before he is in. So Chad Hunt should be coming through. Then we have Chip McLaughlin, Dustin Robbins, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, Brett Harold and JP Gomez, Glennie Page, and Aiden Gilbert running for Casey Gilbert. Unfortunate, I see a red dot on Paul Wolf's number. Paul Wolf is at race mile number 16 at 0 miles per hour. Paul Wolf has a commanding lead over everybody else right now. Chad Hunt has passed pit 2, so he'll be coming in. Chip McLaughlin will be coming by too. He has also passed, so Chad Hunt actually went into pit number 2, and Chip has passed number 2, but Paul Wolf, 0 miles per hour, out at race mile, roughly race mile 16.5. He has a 12-minute lead over Brendan Thompson on corrected time, but roughly about, I think it's 6 miles over Brendan. Actually, it's 10 miles. He has a 10-mile lead. So yeah, at race mile number 16, and here we are looking right now at our drone footage. Tad Dowker is in the remote pits, number 1, our PCI pits. Looks like they're getting ready to take his hood off, as you just now saw. But Tad Dowker, I'm not sure what's going on with him, but they do have the hood off of his car in the PCI pits. Paul Wolf at 0 miles per hour at race mile 16.
Uh-oh, I stepped away for just a moment, and two of our podium positions, one's in the PCI pits, and Paul Wolf is stopped not at a pit.
Not at a pit.
So Brendan Thompson's the only one that is looking pretty right now, isn't it? Is he still moving?
Brendan Thompson is 10 miles behind Paul Wolf.
But moving, correct?
But moving, yes. So it sounds like Paul came through pit 2 on the last lap. He has a small leak in his steering, so they're not sure if that is the problem or not, because he is completely on the other side of the track from where they are at remote pit 2.
Oh, Chip McLaughlin's coming through here in just a moment. So, hey, he's still in the mix now.
Well, so Chad Hunt went in pit 2, Chip passed pit 2, and then Hunt left pit 2. So Chip passed Hunt while Hunt was in pit 2.
So it's neck and neck between those two, huh?
Yes, exactly.
And Brendan Thompson moving. Paul Wolf is stopped. Tad Dowker is stopped.
All right, there's Chad Hunt as well. It's neck and neck.
Like within 30 seconds of each other.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Let's look at this. Chad Hunt. He rolled. He took a rear start, so on adjusted time, Chad Hunt's way in front of Chip.
Exactly.
Because he rolled during qualifying. Chip actually qualified fairly decent in 13th position. So on adjusted time, Chad is going to have Chip by about 6 minutes, if I had to guess. We'll find out here shortly.
Exactly. We'll know as soon as they come through.
What a interesting turn of events.
Right? It goes to show that anything can happen.
Oh, Cody Addington is right on somebody's heels there at the Warren Waterfall.
Is that one of the Gomez? It looked like a Gomez, but man, you can hear in the background that horsepower of Cody Addington.
Nope, that's Chip McLaughlin.
That's
Cody
what I meant.
Addington.
Watching Cody Addington calling Chip McLaughlin.
And then Chad Hunt should be hot on his heels, and Chip McLaughlin just got a little bit of hang time there.
Okay, so that is, I believe that is the 83 of Raul Gomez. It's right there with
And the white
Gomez.
flag flies for Chip McLaughlin, physical fourth position. But we'll see how it shakes out on adjusted time with Chad Hunt, who's not too far back.
No, he'll be coming through here in just a moment. But right now, Chip McLaughlin, as soon as this updates, is showing that
Tad Dowker has left the PCI pit, so he will still be ahead of Chip McLaughlin. And then here's Chad Hunt, who just moved into third position on adjusted time. And he's going to even gain more time in Tad because he already has that time that he was in the pit. So right now, Chad Hunt is in third position by, I'm going to guess, about 5 minutes. Wow, what a great run. Oh, no, hold on. 45 seconds plus whatever he was in, so 3 or 4 minutes ahead of Tad Dowker. So right now, on adjusted time, it is Paul Wolf out front physically. Brendan Thompson, 2, and on adjusted time. Chad Hunt, 3rd on adjusted time. Wow.
I'm going to have to tell you, Miles, Paul Wolf is still sitting at 0 miles per hour as well. But also, we know Tad Dowker is out of the pits, and it's showing he's still at 0, but we know that he's actually moving along.
How far back is Brendan Thompson from Paul? That's the race right now, is how far back.
Brendan Thompson's at past race mile 9, so almost at 10.5, and Paul Wolf is at 16.
So he still has a 5-6 mile lead. But hey, precious seconds are ticking away. I just text Chris Hickman. He's ignoring me.
Who I've been talking to. Yeah, he's been given some updates over there from Remote Pit 2, so thank you, Chris.
I guess he's probably got more important things to think about than us.
Well, he's giving me updates, so that's a good sign. Letting us know when people are going through. But yes, our next one through should be Cody Addington. And behind Cody Addington is Dustin Robbins. And then we have both Gomez's.
And the dust is starting to hang a little bit more. We still have wind, just not a whole lot. But it is a beautiful day, Pam. I'm finally down to my polo.
I haven't even been wearing my polo shirt that we normally do our live show on.
Why not? You're supposed to.
Well, because I'm wearing layers over it, so I haven't even been wearing it.
Well, I wore mine just in case because I'm a business professional.
I almost did. It's going to be cold. Always
perfect.
professional. Always professional.
No, not always.
You
might be.
I am.
There's
all right, so Cody
Chad
Addington.
Hunt.
Oh, sorry, you're saying who's on
Chad
screen?
Hunt
I'm looking
on
here.
screen, who is our third position. He is battling for a podium position. Him and Tad is going to be down to the wire. So I was bummed when Waylon dropped out and him and Paul were battling. So such a great run there. Waylon dropped out. Paul way out front. But now Paul is still stopped out on course. Brendan Thompson is starting to chase him down, and then it's going to be neck and neck between Chad Hunt, Tad Dowker, and Chip McLaughlin for third, fourth, and fifth. It is anybody's game. This is the fourth and final lap here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. There's Brett Harrell as he's through the Warren waterfall.
And Miles, the way all of this tracking is going, it looks like Dustin Robbins actually might be out in front of Cody Addington as this is all updating here. So we will see, I guess, when we see them come in, that's how we'll know exactly where they're at. Or once they go through pit 2, actually they are running neck and neck. So Cody Addington, and that is more than likely Dustin Robbins as well.
So our top 5 are the only ones out on their fourth and final lap. As we see Gomez, looks like JP Gomez, still pushing strong at the Warren Waterfall.
Oh, and I see Tim Hooper is stopped once again. He is a lap down, but I see that he is stopped once again. Such a bummer.
Hate to hear that from Hoop with Fuel Works. He's got some great gas cans. If you ever check out his website, go to Fuel Works, and they're just super handy. They click together. They don't spill. They got the California BS rule figured out. And Believe Cam is back there waiting for its next culprit to come through.
I was going to say the next victim, the next racer.
Going to fly in, land, and swap batteries real quick and get ready.
This track is definitely taking a toll on a lot of people's cars. But again, I now see Dustin Robbins once again as the tracker updates, and it does look like that he is out in front of Cody Addington. And then behind Cody Addington is Raul Gomez.
What a great run up front.
Keep that information coming of who goes through the remote pits first. And again, the checker flag will be out this lap. And, wow, wait a minute. We have Paul Wolf is still stopped.
Nick Petruzzi is tuning in. He's excited for the 2025 King of the Hammer. He's going to bring Jessica with him. Can't wait to see you all there. And you can see the wind is almost extinct all of a sudden. I didn't think that happened here in Oklahoma.
I'm not complaining. The racers will not like it, though, as we keep saying.
And there it picks up just a little bit, right on our back. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors. Metal Cloak, by PCI, by NorCal Rock Racing, and by Brannick Motorsports. Oh, I heard somebody threw the crossover. Did you quite hear that number?
I didn't quite hear who it was, but it's either Dustin Robbins or 888.
How soon?
311 or 888, I'm not sure.
But it's got 3 numbers in it.
I think. I don't know. Raul Gomez is right there, but
okay.
I'm guessing it's going to be Cody Addington because he just hopped out in front. But what a great race. Let's talk about Dustin Robbins. I mean, he comes from the UTV world, and he stepped into 4400, and here he is doing an amazing job out here.
Cody Addington, it looks like.
We will see because I can hear him. No, that is actually Dustin Robbins.
Oh, all right. Well, 2 cars almost identical. So, yes, it is. It is Dustin Robbins with all things UTV. From the front, they look absolutely identical. And they're both about brown right about now.
Yes, exactly.
One's
desert
blue,
tan.
one's orange. Yeah, desert Oklahoma brown.
Usually Oklahoma's known for their red dirt, but not this part of Oklahoma.
So the white flag flies for Dustin Robbins, who is in 6th overall and 6th in adjusted time for his first time racing in the 4400 class in the Blue Dragon, built by Jimmy's 4x4. It's a single-seat IFS car that he bought from John Moole, I believe.
All right.
About a year ago, actually.
I think it was about that time for sure, but we do now have in our sights, as we're watching Dustin Robbins make his way through the short course, in our sights off to the right, we did see Cody Addington also enter into the short course area, getting ready to go across the start-finish line, getting his white flag as well.
The white flag will fly for the rest of the field, no matter what lap they are on, but Cody Addington trying to reel in Dustin Robbins, and Dustin Robbins is trying to say, no way, buddy.
Exactly.
So it'll be a fun battle between them for 6th and 7th. Dustin Robbins does have a 5-minute 45 lead over Cody Addington on adjusted time.
So we did see Cody earlier on with that flat tire.
And the rotor issue as well. So
yes.
He was stuck in the PCI pits for just a little bit. Dustin Robbins heading out for his 4th and final lap out here.
And as we are watching him turn that 90 left onto the prairie.
Cody Addington sending it over the infield here.
Notice he did not have his hood on, so.
Yeah, well, they took that off in the pits. I'm not sure what they were checking out, but they took that off. I'm going to guess they were probably topping off brake fluid if they were messing with the brakes, so topped it off, and it's just faster to leave it off. Who cares?
Exactly.
Seconds matter in racing.
We should have Raul Gomez coming in now, coming across the start finish, getting his white flag as well.
A 2-time King of the Hammers champion and one of 2 back-to-back champions. Him and Jason Shearer are the only 2 competitors in King of the Hammers history that have won King of the Hammers in the 4400 class back-to-back.
Raul Gomez sitting in that number 8 spot.
And back to Cody Addington in the Orange Dragon. Right here. Oh, nope, I was off course. He's going to go straight and then take a left.
Make a left, yep, right up there where you see that dust trail. It's a 90 left.
2 clicks to the north and 3 to the right.
You sound like Trotter.
Yep.
Think you work with him a little much, huh?
Oh, not enough. I love that guy. Brian Trotter, our race director, does not get enough love. He does a lot of work, puts up with a lot of the BS out there. Him and John Goodby have a good thing going.
All right, the 44.56 of Brett Harrell should be our next in on the tracker, but right now we were watching Raul Gomez make his way through our short course. It's kind of hard to see through all of the dust, especially with the way the sun is going down. It's kind of blinding the way it is, but there's another great shot of Raul Gomez as he's exiting out in the short course. He'll make a left-hand turn coming up here in just a minute, make his way through the prairie.
Jaron Gunter is tuned in. He said Paul is moving. Absolutely. He's been hauling the mail all weekend long.
Yes.
Jaron Gunter, I'm sure we'll see you at King of the Hammers. He has a 2-seat UFO car. I love the UFO car, some of my favorite in the business, but I would love to enjoy it with a friend. Guess what? Jaron Gunter gets to do that.
So with him saying that he's moving again, Paul Wolf is moving on course as well. There is now roughly a 1.5 mile lead between Brendan Thompson and Paul Wolf now. So that 10-mile loop, or that 10-mile gap, definitely is now not as bad.
It's going to be a race to the finish. Thanks, Jaron, for keeping us updated as the white flag flies for Brett Harrell, heading out for his 4th and final lap. It looked like a left rear flat tire, though.
And he's had some fun stuff going on today. I say fun, not really so fun.
So that's Glennie Page. Yep. Man, we're getting good at this, aren't we, Paige?
Yeah, it's like we see these cars so often. I love it.
Glennie Page bypassing Hell's Gate. And here comes JP Gomez through.
All right, let's look at our
his final lap. That's the top 10 are on their last lap. So Jaron Gunter, thank you. Paul Wolf is back on the move. Oh, and one of the Gomez cars is in the PCI pits. It looks like Raul.
I think it is Raul. Definitely looks like Raul. All right.
Raul,
looks like they're re-racking.
Yeah, he must have had a flat tire out on course, so they're re-racking one. And, yep, quick and easy, giving the thumbs up.
As we see his brother, JP, making his way through the short course.
Bob Rogie was giving him a thumbs up. There's Tim Hooper coming in.
Okay. This is going to be very disappointing, Miles.
Uh-oh.
I got a text message from Chris Hickman. It said out, mechanical issues with steering, and Paul Wolf is in red at 0 miles per hour once again.
Oh, Paul Wolf, a heartbreaker. We've been talking about it. To finish first, you must finish. Paul Wolf sounds like he is out of the race. So that is going to bump up Brendan Thompson, Chad Hunt to 1-2. And then third place is going to be very close between Tad Dowker and Chip McLaughlin.
Wow, such a bummer.
Yeah,
and Brendan Thompson is now where Paul has been stopped, and he's getting ready to pass him.
Wow, so we saw so many fast cars out there today. UFO. Now Chad Hunt in second place in a 2-seat Miller car, and then Tad Dowker in a 2-seat Trent Fab car. So, man, it was single-seat IFS cars all day long, but coming tried and true. The solid axles are sitting second and third as we speak. Wow, 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 Pam. The attrition is tough.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for Paul Wolf with an amazing weekend that he has had out here for him to have steering issues on the last lap halfway through the course. So he is out of the race. All right, now Brendan Thompson to the finish, bud. That's all we got to say.
JP was down for quite a while, but it looks like he made some pretty good ground up. I'm not quite sure how many people he actually passed. But, yeah, he was down for a bit and was really moving. He's back into the top 10. So such a bummer from our top two. Waylon Campbell went out earlier, and now Paul Wolf is out as well. But Brendan Thompson has been smooth and consistent, and he may just win the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. But, hey, he still has a half a lap, and we've seen him dropping like flies out there.
I'm not even going to say anything.
Oh, I'll say anything.
I don't want to jinx anybody, but, yeah, it's looking good for Brendan Thompson, and that's such a bummer for Paul Wolf.
I hope that everybody knows that I'm rooting on every single person on this course. So when I see somebody drop out, I get bummed. When I see somebody do good, I get excited.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we are always rooting on every single racer out here for sure, but such a bummer, though, with Paul Wolf. Oh, I hate hearing that.
Yeah.
He had Waylon. I mean, look at the run.
Weekend.
Waylon was having such an awesome weekend as well, and, of course, we saw what happened to him. Paul Wolf had like a 10-mile lead and then ended up having the issues with his steering.
I'm not laughing at Paul. I'm laughing at the situation. Such a bummer. Yeah, half a lap lead, basically, and then out with mechanical. And talking about Waylon Campbell with that 52.03, such a heater of a lap early on. And then the front diff let loose, and then he just melted the rear tires down until it wouldn't move anymore.
Yes, exactly. We got Chris Corbett chiming in as well on the live feed. And yes, it definitely is a big upset for sure with that happening with Paul Wolf. We got China, we got Joe, we got Dave Conklin saying him and Travis are having a blast out here.
They're the ones in that little mini truck.
Yes, he said it was a blast to lead the youth on the sight lap.
Yeah, even though the 170s are bigger than his truck and had twice the horsepower, but he was out there having fun, and that's just a good old joke, buddy.
That's what we were saying. I mean, they might have more horsepower than his truck, but those things are pretty darn cool. Those little mini trucks are getting more and more popular.
I like them. I remember the first one I saw was Brian Shirley had one, and yeah, they're just cool little trucks.
Yes, they are.
They'd be handy around the farm and obviously here at Crossbar. So it looks like Aiden Gilbert and Glennie Page are still moving pretty strong. We'll see them in the next 10 minutes or so. And there's a lot of blue dots, but the bummer blue dot is Paul Wolf right in the middle of the course.
Yeah.
Off course.
Off course, last lap. Never fun to see.
So it looks like Brendan Thompson has a 5-mile lead over Tad Dowker. And then I can't tell if it's Chip McLaughlin or Chad Hunt, I think. Chip is out front, but on adjusted time, it is Chad Hunt.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it all plays out. They took off at roughly 1 p.m., one at a time, in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. The white flag is out for the rest of the field, and we should be waving the checkered flag for more than likely Brendan Thompson here in about 15, maybe 20 minutes.
So Brett Harrell is also in remote pit 2, still stopped as well. So Brett Harrell.
Really? And I see Aiden Gilbert in remote pit 2 stopped.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Brett Harrell's in remote pit 1.
Oh, okay.
The
Remote
PCI
pit
pits.
1, the PCI pits, and then I do see Aiden Gilbert stopped in remote pit 2. Thanks again for everybody that's been feeding me information all weekend long. The fans are loving it. I thoroughly appreciate it. So keep up the good words. Thank you.
All right, so you're seeing Aiden Gilbert on there. I don't see that he's actually stopped on my tracker. It's the same tracker, though, but they're on different times. But Glenn Page, he's roughly at race mile 22, still moving along himself. So technically, our next car we should see in is Aiden Gilbert, as long as he's not having any issues, and Glenn Page right behind him. And then coming around after Glenn Page would be our new race leader, the 5150, Brendan Thompson. Right now, Tad Dowker sitting in that number 2 spot physically on course, followed by Chip McLaughlin and then Chad Hunt. After Chad Hunt, we do have the 888 of Cody Addington, then 83 of Raul Gomez, the 311 of Dustin Robbins, and the 82 of JP Gomez. So we technically only have 10 of our vehicles still out running, but we are watching right now Brendan Thompson make his way up the Brannick Boulders over in Rockface. So Brendan Thompson is roughly at race mile number 19.
Oh, man. That's our physical race leader, Brendan Thompson, doing some great work out there.
All right, and Glennie Page making his way through the number 464. We were just talking about that. So Aiden Gilbert must still be stopped because as the tracker reads, it is Aiden Gilbert, then Glenn Page, but obviously that was not Aiden Gilbert that just went through.
And I'm checking my clock right here. It's 4:56. Chad Hunt's in third place. Oh, and then it just clicks to 4:57.
Hey, that's a good number, too.
Oh, yeah. So right now, Brendan Thompson, our physical race leader, in first position. Then it goes to Chad Hunt, then Tad Dowker, and Chip McLaughlin. We'll see how it all shakes out. Oh, Brendan Thompson was stopped just for a short bit, but then right back moving. So we're not sure if that was a glitch on the tracker or not, but possibly Brendan Thompson stopped for just a moment. But where he's at, it's a very slow spot, so that could have been part of it. Thanks, Jeremy, for keeping me honest. As the wind dies down once again, I'm glad we're not doing the Youth 170 race right now.
Really, seriously.
That was dusty. The Crossbar Ranch has done an amazing job with everything this weekend. Thank you. And they've had a water truck out here, but it's just so terribly dusty, it hardly put a dent in it. Jaron Gunter's been flying all day but had his phone tuned on. Thanks for wasting some time with us. But, yeah, it's been a great show, and obviously you're giving us props. I thoroughly appreciate that. But there's so many people behind the scenes we need to thank with Take It Live, Believe Cam, Hammer King Productions, Ultra4, the Crossbar Ranch, Area 51, USAC, all of our fans, the racers, and everybody else who makes this possible.
It definitely makes a huge difference when you have a small army of people that have been all working so well together all season long. It's been a blast out here with Ultra4 USA for our 2024 season. And again, I keep saying it's bittersweet. It's the last race of the season. It's always so sad.
Yeah, bittersweet's a good way to put it, but it's success. We did it once again. I get a little nervous before every single race, get a little bit of anxiety, get stressed out a little bit, but then sometimes you have some highs, sometimes you have some lows, but then at the end of the race, on my drive home, I just think about how much fun I actually had and that we did it once again. Ultra4 is near and dear to my heart, and I absolutely love what we can put on as a show for everybody all over the world.
All right, coming on through here now, this should be, there we are, Aiden Gilbert.
Gilbert's still trucking along, and he's not scared to hit that skinny pedal. As we heard Tripp say that he accidentally hit the rev limiter a couple times.
And Dad was yelling, shift, shift, no, no, no.
Well, it sounds like race leader right around
race
mile 19, according to the PCI Race Radio.
Yeah, we did see Brendan up Rockface just a little bit ago, so he's probably a little bit past that by now. It looks like he is almost to race mile 20, so race leaders coming on around almost to the finish line.
Wow, so that's probably 5 to 10 minutes before the checkered flag flies. So Chris Elrod's there patiently awaiting.
Well, they have roughly, let's see, let me zoom in just a little bit more, as long as there's no issues for Brendan Thompson. Yes, he is roughly about 19 and a half, so he is almost all the way through Rockface.
And Waylon Campbell dropped from first place all the way back to 13th.
Such a bummer.
Absolutely, and I think that's probably about where he'll max out. Tim Hooper may still be moving, but I think Bill McGivens out. Pip Justice out. Ken Hale, we saw him moving, possibly. Cade Rod's out. Phil McGitten's out. And Kevin Taylor's out. The attrition is very high here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals.
Well, Tim Hooper is still over in the PCI pits stopped as the tracker is reading.
I saw him moving a little bit ago, but that makes sense. All right. How about Ken Hale? What number is he? 187.
He is over at race mile 21.
Still moving?
It's 6.2 miles per hour. So, but it's like in a transparent color. So I'm not sure what the transparent would mean on the tracker.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely had been on the struggle bus off and on today. Hate to hear that for him. So you put jacket on. Took your jacket off. This Oklahoma weather's still messing with us, isn't it?
Back and forth. That is for sure. All right, and we do see Brendan Thompson still up there in that race mile 19 area. Hopefully he's not stopped. Let me do a little refresh here. He really hasn't moved much up there on the rock face. It has not updated, though, in the last 6 minutes.
Well, man, it's been a complete change of events in this race. Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell were putting on one heck of a show for 3/4 of this lap, and then Waylon Campbell dropped off. Such a bummer. And then Paul Wolf was walking away with it. and then had a mechanical issue with steering, I think you said, correct?
Yes, yes.
And then Brendan Thompson's been smooth and consistent, as well as Chad Hunt. We did see Tad Dowker in the pits, but that puts him in third position. Chip McLaughlin had a flat tire, but is keep on running. So that puts Dustin Robbins in the top 5 for his first time ever racing in the 4,400 class. And then Brett Harrell not too far back, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, Glennie Page, J.P. Gomez, Casey and Aiden Gilbert. So our top 12 have had their ups and downs. That'd be our top 11 have had their ups and downs, but had a pretty good day of racing.
Exactly. All right, so Brendan Thompson. Brendan Thompson's now at race mile 21. He's roughly going at 55.6 miles per hour. So Brendan Thompson is on the move. It just had not updated for quite a while, but he is moving along. So he has 6 miles to go before he gets in here to the finish line for that checkered flag. So Brendan Thompson technically right now is our race leader, as Paul Wolf that we saw did have some issues. And yeah, here we are with Brendan Thompson going to be coming in here shortly. Tad Dowker sitting in the number 2 spot, physically on course at race mile 17. Then we have Chad Hunt, who's at race mile 16, physically third on course, with Chip McLaughlin right behind him. So between Chad Hunt and Chip McLaughlin, they are going to be battling it out back and forth. And on our timing, Brendan Thompson, Chad Hunt, Tad Dowker, Chip McLaughlin, then Dustin Robbins. Let's see where Dustin Robbins is at. Dustin Robbins is roughly about race mile 10, but we have Cody Addington that is at race mile 13. Raul Gomez right past race mile 11. J.P. Gomez roughly 8.5, along with Brett Harrell. And then Aiden Gilbert is just past race mile 3. Aiden Gilbert in the car for his dad, Casey Gilbert. Casey Gilbert started off the race, and they threw Aiden in that driver's seat. The 464 of Glennie Page, he is at roughly 4.5. But in the distance, I do see, let's see who that is. I believe that is Kenneth Hale coming in. Has been having some issues today, going a little bit slower, but Kenneth Hale coming in to get that white flag.
Yeah, great to see him still moving. We've seen them have quite a few issues off and on, so for them to adapt and overcome is something super exciting. So Casey Gilbert just checking in. He's still moving, but he lost reverse, so keeps getting hung up. So lost reverse in the transmission. So we'll have to send that tranny off to Tranny Tom, the co-driver, get that fixed all up for King of the Hammers. But how cool is that for Aiden Gilbert to still be pushing strong in the 618? Ka-chow.
Yes, and it is really cool. How old is Aiden? Is he 15? I think he's 15.
I probably have it in my notes, but I would say 15, 16,
yeah,
yes.
I'm pretty sure that's roughly his age. I'm sure Casey's in the pits listening, so maybe he'll give us an update on how old he is. But Aiden Gilbert at roughly 3.5. Again, let's see here. Where are we at? As we have Kenneth Hale making his way through our short course.
We are at the Crossbar Ranch, to answer your question. You just asked where we were at. It's been a long weekend.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what
you just said, where are we at? So I was answering.
Oh, where are we at on course? All right, and as we're watching Tad Dowker go up the Brannick Boulders, there is a tree right there that we've seen a couple people tag.
It's getting loose. Look how loose that climb is getting.
Yeah.
Is he having issues,
I think
or
he's
is it
not
just
pulling.
that bad?
I don't know. I would not want to back down that. I can tell you that much. And look how dusty. It's a dusty, dusty mess right there.
Tad Dowker is fighting for a position for a third-place podium right now, and he is on the struggle bus there at the Brannick Boulders. Let's see, that left rear tire spinning.
I was going to say, if he doesn't watch out, his tires are going to look like Waylon Campbell's were.
I'm wondering if he has a left front axle not pulling or something, Pam.
Well, look at, you can see right there just how steep that is.
The right front's definitely pulling.
Well, now he's at the top, so it's good now.
So I'm wondering if he has a left front broken axle. Possibly, that's my guess. But he is at race mile number 19. So he only has 8 more miles to go. Wow, what a great weekend of racing. What a great year of racing it has been. And we are at the final race of the year, Pam.
I know. So sad. All right, so the 187 just moved a tad on the tracker here. Again, I said that they were transparent, not sure exactly why. No, I'm sorry. No, that's Kenneth Hill. Kenneth Hill just came through. Okay, so he is obviously through race mile 21, but the 5150 of Brendan Thompson almost to race mile 23. Tad Dowker's making up a little bit of time behind him. So physically on the tracker, on race course, Brendan Thompson, number 1. Tad Dowker, number 2. Chad Hunt, number 3. Chip McLaughlin, number 4. Chip McLaughlin's roughly at 17.5. The next racers behind Chip is Cody Addington, the number 888, about 14.5 miles.
And let's talk about...
So 3 miles.
Let's talk about Chip McLaughlin and Tad Dowker. Last time through, Tad Dowker had a 5-minute and 50-second lead over Chip McLaughlin, but we just saw him struggle on the Brannock Boulder, so he lost, I'm going to guess, a minute or so. So he still has a lead, I believe, on adjusted time. I think we can go to racing tracks and get a split about halfway through. Do I remember hearing something about that?
Yeah, let me get to that area.
And Pam, thank you again for taking charge of the racing tracks over there.
Oh,
You've done
fun.
a great job all weekend long, and it just really brings another level. So much for all of your help.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to get here and nitpick and look at everything. So, what is that? 3 minutes? Who are we looking at? Tad Dowker and Chip McLaughlin?
Yes.
Really, let's see here.
Oh. And then Tad Dowker is only 45 seconds behind Chad Hunt. Oh, what?
We need confirmation on before I even say anything about that. It sounds like 5150. We will find out. We might be out of the race.
Was that 5150 is possibly out of the race?
Oh.
No. I'm getting confirmation.
What a bummer.
5150 is having issues out on course, possibly out of the race. Oh, the turn of events has been brutal on this course, so that possibly will move Chad Hunt into that number 1 position. Then Tad Dowker, then Chip McLaughlin. Yes, rollover at the waterfall. Okay, so he is in a single-seater, so he's rolled over. To me, that doesn't mean out of the race. That means getting out of the car and self-righting himself. Man.
Wow, so what a shakeup in the last lap alone with our leaderboard.
I really hope we can get that Believe Can FPV drone up and going and getting a visual on Brendan Thompson as we see Chad Hunt, possibly our new race leader.
Well Tad
he's got
Dowker too.
4 miles to go to catch Brendan Thompson.
All right, so if that stands true of the 5150 of Brendan Thompson physically on the race course, it would be now Tad Dowker in that number 1 spot. We saw him struggling a little bit ago. Number 2 is Chip McLaughlin, and then Chad Hunt.
But we just saw Chad Hunt make quick work of the Brannock
did.
Boulder, so he is still looking healthy. The car is running great. Man, oh man, what a turn of events we have. Lee O'Donnell's checking everything out, keeping everything good on the USAC side, and what a wild race it is, isn't it, buddy? Man, we've seen the leaders drop like flies today. The Crossbar Ranch is delivering a true Ultra4 course. Man, what a fun weekend of racing. No, Chad Hunt went from the back of the pack because he rolled over during qualifying. So he's went from the back of the pack to the front. So on adjusted time, he's got this thing in the bag. Even over Brendan Thompson, even if he gets righted, I think he's still going to get him. So I think Chad Hunt may have, he could still mess this race up as well, just like we've seen. And not necessarily him, but his car. Brendan Thompson is out of the race. That's the word. So a bad rollover possibly. Do we have a confirmation if driver is okay or not? Do not. Trying to get some confirmation. So Brendan Thompson is rolled over at the Warren Waterfall. And then it's Chad Hunt, Chip McLaughlin, and Tad Dowker all in the mix for the podium. Oh, and there it is. Brendan Thompson. Oh, this is after the waterfall, so he has already made it all the way through. Yep, there he is.
And there is recovery. So
Brendan Thompson's out of the car.
He's trying to self-recover.
I'm not going to say he's out of the race. The car's upside down, but Brendan Thompson is not going to give up. He still has another 5 or 10 minutes before Chad Dowker gets there. Sorry, Chad Hunt and Tad Dowker. But I don't know because, I'm not going to say that's an easy climb, but he's already made it past the harder
all I have to say
obstacles.
is I hope that it is in park.
So another thought here is there is multiple lines after the Warren Waterfall, so he has got that blocked, you see. And remember, this is a no-chase race except for safety and recovery, which we have there of Area 51. So this is a complete legal move for Brendan Thompson and the safety crew to try to get him righted.
See, they are using their winch right now, getting him.
The Warren winches have been busy this weekend.
But there is that tree right there, right on the front end, that could possibly stop him from completely getting righted.
We are watching. I hope the battery stays high on this drone for a while. Oh, and look, the muffler is completely busted off of it. And it looks like, he's on his wheels. Well, kind of. He's chipping a tree right there. Let's see if Brendan has what it takes to make it. But having that exhaust hanging off the side, I wonder if he did any other damage to the headers.
I'm just trying to figure out how he got in that position. He must have been up higher.
Just a bad bounce of some sort for sure. So he is looking at exactly at that exhaust back there. And remember, this is a rear engine, so I may have been seeing a belt in his hands, which would be the serpentine belt. So this is going to be a very interesting turn of events if Brendan Thompson is able to keep going or not. We have heard he's out, but we see him still with this race helmet on, so that gives me the sign that he has not given up yet.
Yeah, it's hard to give up when you're this close to the finish. I mean, he literally has 4 miles to go. 4 miles to go to win this race.
And again, if you would have told me he has cleared those 2 worn flags, I would say there's no hard obstacles yet to come. He's got it down, and then he just has a bad bounce and is upside down.
I mean, and in the position that he's in, if his car is going to be okay, he's going to have to obviously back up to get a new run on that uphill because he just fired it up. Then he's backing up.
The smoke, so he is not out of the race. And again, this is a no-chase race except for fellow racers and Ultra4 USA safety crew, and that was there. So
Well, let's see. I mean, he's got to buckle up. He's buckling up, as you can see.
So Chad Hunt, how far back is he? So this is going to be the most important camera we have for the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Right now, our tracker just moved. Chip McLaughlin is almost to race mile 21.
So he's in front of Chad Hunt. Okay.
Yeah, Brendan Thompson is at 23. Where I bet then again, it's got to do all of its updating and everything. But we see Brendan Thompson back running. So that's a good sign for him.
Okay, and I do see the header. He just knocked off the muffler of it. So I think the engine should be okay.
He has 3 miles to go. 3 miles to go.
But again, he's playing it smart. He's playing it safe. He's got to get all his safety gear back on.
Tad Dowker
he sees the drone right there, and Liam O'Donnell's right here watching.
Tad Dowker is almost at race mile 22, so he is gaining ground on Brendan Thompson.
All we can do is hope and pray that Brendan Thompson gets back underway.
This is like a suspenseful movie. It's like it went to commercial
Yeah,
without
no
the action
doubt.
being over.
And there we go. We're back. Brendan Thompson has backed up even a little bit more, so we'll see. Like you said, why did he roll over? Did he have issues with the car? We have no clue.
We will know once we talk to him.
We'll find out right now.
He's not pulling.
Yeah, there's something going on because this should be a fairly easy climb for that car, and he is having some issues. We don't have a clue what's going on. We'll see if he can back up and do a little Baja bump here. Back up and bump it.
All right, what are we doing?
Still,
Looks like he's messing with something.
I'm going to guess transfer case of some sort. And that's maybe how he rolled, is he didn't have four-wheel drive, so he was dancing over and got tangled up, and that's a guess.
It's a guess. Right now, it's all guesstimated. But look at that. When in doubt, throttle out.
100%, and he does. Oh, no. Is he sideways again?
I hope not. We can't tell. It's all in the shady areas.
Yes,
No,
he got crossed up again. So he's going to have to back up. So he's definitely having issues with something. Oh. So Brendan Thompson out there. Man, what a wild turn of events. We saw Waylon Campbell kind of do a similar thing on the Brannock Boulders over there. Just couldn't make it happen. Brendan Thompson in a single-seater, so even winching is going to be a problem here.
I know you're excited, Miles, but you got to let me interject here.
Have at it,
the
please.
906 of Tad Dowker is almost to Brendan Thompson.
Wow. And they are, 4 miles away?
They are, 4 miles away because they are at race mile 23. And where is my scoring at? So Tad Dowker was sitting in that number 4 spot, but right now it's looking really good for Tad Dowker.
Just such an amazing race. I thought, it was so fun. The first lap was amazing. And then Paul Wolf and Waylon Campbell walked away with it. And Waylon was turned up so high, I thought he was going to get Paul. And then we saw him drop out. And then Paul Wolf had a half a lap lead, and then a stupid steering seal popped, and he's out of the race. And then Brandon Thompson's got it in the bag. Something's wrong with him. He rolls over. So it's been a crazy turn of events on this last couple laps. And Jaron Guttner is agreeing. He thinks he lost the front diff, or maybe the rear. I think I saw the rear turning. What a nail biter it is. And yes, thanks, Jaron. Brendan does run an SCS, so it's a full-time four-wheel drive. He is unable to Wayland. And again, we are just guessing, but on the tracker, there's still that red dot at the bottom of Brendan Thompson. Hopefully we get that FPV drone to swap a battery.
And we just saw a glimpse of Cody Addington. He is almost to Rockface, but we do see Tad Dowker on the tracker getting super close, as we see in that number 2 spot behind Brendan Thompson. And the number 4 spot, or the 3rd spot, will be Chip McLaughlin, and then Chad Hunt. And here we have Cody Addington making his way over to Rockface. Actually, he's making his way down it, so he is now past it. That is at race mile number 19. It's a waiting game for Brendan Thompson, but right here we have behind me all kinds of people watching our camera, or our view that we have. Right now we only have a view of the short course. We're going to get some other cameras back up over there. Hopefully we can find out if Brendan Thompson is actually moving again. All right, let's do some updating on the tracker here once again and see if we have Brendan Thompson moving along. We are getting word from our racing tracks, David Clay. He's saying that he's not sure if that rollover for Brendan Thompson might have actually damaged his tracker or not, because it was still not moving. But we do see.
I stepped away for 2 minutes.
Nothing
Did I miss
happened,
anything?
Miles.
Okay. Phew,
Nothing happened.
I ran.
I tried to pull Liam on. He said he has a lot of miles in the chair, but
I tried to pull Bill in. He
no,
just got
I
scared.
said the same
I don't know what's
thing.
wrong with
I
these old
asked Bill
guys.
too. All right, so 51.50 still showing that he is right there at race mile 23. But again, David Clay with Racing Track said he's not positive, but it might have damaged his tracker when he rolled over.
Ah, that's a possibility.
Right? So, but 906 of Tad Dowker, I haven't seen him move as well, or the number 4 of Chip McLaughlin, and then Chad Hunt. I see dust in the distance. 51.50 is on the move. So he is still physically out in front. So he is going 23.6 miles per hour at roughly race mile 22.5.
And my buddy Dave Johnson, a Johnson Valley local out there, has a great point. Brendan Thompson's O2 sensor is on that muffler that broke off, so it may not be running right as well.
Yeah, it definitely
Didn't
can
think
throw
of that.
codes. But he is moving along. He's almost to race mile 24, actually, so he is right by remote pit number 2. But at this point, he has 3 miles to go. That's it.
And the trees are causing some issues out there today. Chips hit a couple, and now we saw Brendan Thompson take one out.
I just got a text message. Brendan just left pit number 2, but 906 is on his tail.
Oh, so
it has not quite updated yet.
So Brendan Thompson left in 8th position, and Tad Dowker left in 12th.
So
that's a 3-minute split there.
Oh, and Tad
4 minutes.
Dowker's showing he is past Brendan Thompson now at this point.
So I think so where's Chad Hunt? Oh, Chad Hunt started dead last, so it's going to be...
Chad Hunt's sitting physically in 4th on course.
But he started dead last, so adjusted time is definitely on his side. So Tad Dowker, I think Chad's going to have it. But obviously, we won't know until the checkered flag flies. But between Chad, this is a nail biter. The top 3 are all going to be within 5 minutes at the finish line, Pam.
Yes, they are.
Ooh, boy. Brendan Thompson, Chad Hunt, and Tad Dowker are going to make it a nail-biter. This is going to be a race to the finish. The checkered flag should be flying here in about 5 minutes or so. I'm listening to the PCI Race Radio to try to get all the information we can.
Well, we'll know when they cross over that road because we are getting updates from Abe, who is at that road crossing. So we'll know who's coming in first and who's coming in second.
Oh, and now we got our drone back. There is Chad Hunt on adjusted time. He is looking pretty right now, and if we can follow him, well, I guess we already know Brendan Thompson's moving and Tad Dowker's moving, so hopefully Chad Hunt can make quick work through there, and I can't wait to ask Brendan Thompson what actually happened. I'm going to guess he didn't have front-wheel drive and just got crossed up and took a tumble.
Yeah, there's Chad Hunt. He did take that left lane. He is right there at Hell's Gate. He's not going to take any chances of going right. We haven't seen anybody go right all day long, so we're not sure if somebody might have done it when we were not on it with the camera. But
I'm going to guess no.
Nobody, yeah.
Other than practice. So Chad Hunt through. That looks like it is Dustin Robbins there at the Brannock Boulders. So Chad Hunt has cleared the last hard rock obstacle. And we know it's nose to tail with Tad Dowker and Brendan Thomas. Ooh, there's Chip McLaughlin, not too far behind Chad Hunt, but on adjusted time, Chad's got Chip by minutes.
Yes, and then we have over here at the Rock Face area, we do, like you said, Dustin Robbins. We also have Brett Harrell. But we have right now the number 82 of JP Gomez is now stopped once again. He is over at race mile number 18, stopped.
Tough break.
Trying to see. It looks like he is right on with somebody else. I'm trying to zoom in to see if I can. Oh, it looks like both of them. The brothers are both stopped.
So I wonder if one's helping the other, because obviously they're not going for the win contention, and they are not in it for the national points. So I'll bet you one of them's having issues, and the other one's trying to make sure they can either make it to the finish line or make it easier on their guys tonight.
Right, exactly.
So they can come enjoy it with us at the Tribe 16 after party.
All right, the drone is going up in the air.
They must be anticipating.
Oh, I hope that's not right because the 5150 is red. Red at race mile 24, which we know that is the pits
So that
area.
would put Tad Dowker physically out front then, right?
Yeah, it's showing Tad Dowker physically
Wow.
out front. The 5150 is stopped right now, 0 miles per hour.
So
And there, who is that? Is that McLaughlin? No, who is that stopped right there that we are seeing?
Brett Harrell, I believe.
Oh, Brett Harrell was
Looks
having
like it
some
by the
issues.
rear bumper. So I was doing quick math that I think Brendan Thompson has to beat Chad Hunt by 12 minutes, and Tad Dowker has to beat Chad Hunt by 8 minutes. I don't know if they have it. I think it's looking really good.
Oh, look,
for
it's
Chad
in our
Hunt.
distance. Tad Dowker.
Tad Dowker.
Coming in physically in first place.
Tad Dowker and Andy Eustace, number 906, out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks, is going to grab the checkered flag first off. So I'm going to start my unofficial stopwatch and see what kind of time they have over the rest of the field. And there he goes, physically first. Tad Dowker is here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. Tad Dowker is excited with that 501 big old motor. What a great, great run by Tad Dowker. My unofficial stopwatch is going. The North Shore crew is running over to check him out.
Okay, we do still see Brendan Thompson with that red mark on his tracker, so I don't think he is moving along, but we should see if we could get Tad over here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, what an amazing race it was. Tad Dowker really put down a great race, but again, Tad Dowker has to beat Chip McLaughlin by 8 minutes. I've got the stopwatch going unofficially, and we're about at the 1 minute mark.
And Chip McLaughlin is...
tip alert for Brendan Thompson at 24.5.
Oh, goodness.
Possibly.
So that's what's going on. So, yeah, he's having a rough last part of this lap.
Man.
I'm pushing
We'll
it
see.
hard.
How far back is Chad? Where's he at on the track?
Chad is 23 and a half, so he's through
got
the
3.5
rock face.
more miles, and he's got about 7 minutes. So it's very possible it's going to be down to the wire. What a great run. Chad may have it. Nikki's over there super excited, and I'm sure a little bit nervous. A little bit. Team Indiana's over here getting ready to root on their buddy, Chad Hunt. That should be next in town. There's Leo Donald, 23, checking out with Tad Dowker, making sure everything's running smooth. And the unofficial stopwatch is almost 2 minutes, so he's got 6 more minutes to go to get that checkered flag to try to steal first position away from Tad Dowker. It's going to be a nail-biter, Pam.
Yes, and as the tracker's reading, it looks like the number 4 still is right before the Hell's Gate. So he either has gone through it and it hasn't updated, or he still hasn't made it yet. So that will be the kicker right there for Chad Hunt. But right now, the 5150 is still 0 miles per hour.
So that puts Chip McLaughlin back in the podium hunt.
Yes, it does.
Interesting.
And then the 888 of Cody Addington also, he is at roughly 21 and a half.
We just saw Mason Dowker walk by, Tad's son, all smiles. We saw him race his 170 for the last time with Ultra4. Well, last time ever because he's outgrown it. And then he's stepping into the Youth 1000. And big smiles by Tad Dowker and Andy Eustace. My unofficial stopwatch is almost 3 minutes, so 5 more minutes for Chad Hunt.
I'm going to update my tracker here. Don't see any dust up in the air right here where our drone is, and that is roughly where the road crossing is at.
Hey, Terhune, is my math similar to yours? Or you think it's up to 10? 8 with Tad. So we're down to 5 minutes if I'm doing my math right. Tad was 12th, and we were 20th off the line with Chad. And again, I may be wrong, but
all
I
right,
don't know.
here is the road crossing.
If Jonathan Tersoon says I'm right, I'm right. Not you, Liam.
Tersoon. Come on,
something.
Tersoon.
He's tearing something up. I don't know. Oh, is that Chad Hunt right there? I believe it is. So he is, I'm going to say 3 or 4 minutes away. I think he's going to beat Tad Dowker by 1 minute. That's my guess.
He's going super slow. Not sure why, but he's definitely going super slow right here in this section.
Hey, Rick, tell him to pick it up.
There he goes. There he picked it up a little bit.
Come on. You only got 4 more minutes to go.
Diesel Cranston over here.
Woo! Team Indiana is there. There's Diesel right there rooting on his buddies. I love the Ultra4 family. Everybody's here in town excited to finish up the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals and the 24 season for Ultra4 USA. And there he is. Chad Hunt may win here at Nationals. May. But so can Tad Dowker. It's going to be down to the wire. He is a little bit off pace, Pam.
Yes, he is. It's exactly what we're looking at here. Let's see what we shall bring. Almost up here in our area that we are all sitting in and everybody cheering on.
I think he has 2 more minutes from right now. It's going to be down, Tad. I think you have 2 minutes unofficially. Hop on here real quick. What a great run. Oh, I see him. I think he's going to steal the win by 1 minute. You had a great run, buddy, but what a great way to throw out the season. What do you think?
Oh, it was a good race, man. We didn't have a perfect day by any means, but
I don't think anybody did
around here. But
so the checkered flag is
right
flying
now.
for Chad Hunt, and I think he's going to steal it from you by 30 seconds. We'll see. It's going to be so close. Chad Hunt does win unofficially. What a great run.
Yeah,
Chad,
that was good.
I'm not taking anything away from you. What a great run, but such an exciting race to have it finish so close. And I guess my math was off. He stole it by 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think he had till 8.
So.
Yeah, he started dead last. So we had good communication. We lost brakes in lap 3, like complete no brakes.
Oh, that's scary.
So we kind of limped it in, went to the pit, got some fuel. They just put fluid in the master cylinders. We lost brakes
and
about
set you out again, huh?
2/3 of the way through that last lap, so that really hurt us. But I'm excited just to be here and be up here and doing this. So congrats to Chad. Awesome drive.
Hey, congrats
and,
to you. Like I
yeah,
said, I wasn't trying
awesome.
to knock you down at all. It was
No,
just an
you're good,
exciting finish. And to see Paul Wolf leading early, Waylon Campbell chasing him down. Waylon drops. Okay, we got Paul Wolf way out front. Oh, my goodness, he drops. Now it's Brendan Thompson. He drops.
Oh, yeah,
And now
Brendan
Chip
actually, Brendan got pulled out right in front of us at the pit down there.
Yeah.
And we gave him two pretty
checkered,
good taps.
The checkered flag flies for Chip McLaughlin, so he gets 3rd position, I believe. So unofficial 1, Chad Hunt. Unofficial 2, Tad Dowker. And unofficial 3, Chip McLaughlin. So it went from single-seaters, the top 10, to all 2-seaters.
Yeah, two solid axles,
and
too.
2 solid axles, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Wow, what a turn of events we had. Such an amazing way to finish out the season.
It's brutal. I'm rough, man. I feel like I just ran hammers, honestly. That was a crazy good course and great competition. Yeah, I'm going to go shake these guys' hand.
Absolutely. Well, before you go, I want to say how cool was it for you to see your son race his last 170 race and really step into the Youth 1000s?
No, that was awesome. You know, he's just transitioning from the 170s. This was his last race, so we got him into that. And then I hopped with him for the Youth 1000 yesterday, and our goal was to finish. And about halfway through, we passed like 4 cars in the rocks.
3rd, right?
Yeah. And then the last probably 10 minutes, I pushed him more than I probably should have. I was like, we got to go. And he ended up getting 3rd place by like 7 seconds. So, I mean, it's mind-blowing to me to have these races this long. And it always comes down to seconds and minutes, and it just shows the level of competition, the level of the gear we're using.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, it's just phenomenal.
Well, thanks for supporting Ultra4. And one more thing, I'm proud to call you a friend, and I'm excited to see who takes home the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year between you, Paul Wolf, and Casey Gilbert. I can't think of 3 better people to be on that ballot.
No, I appreciate it. I'm just I feel blessed just to be nominated. You know, I personally voted for Casey because he's been here forever and helping everybody out. But no, it's a blessing to even get recognized for that, and just excited to see where the sport goes. So
absolutely. Well, thanks for having a quick chat with me, and go talk to your buddies.
All right,
congratulations,
Thanks,
unofficial 2nd.
Yep.
What a wonderful weekend of racing we have had, man. So many races going on. My brain is frazzled. My throat is absolutely shot. And I loved every single second of it. For the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals, unofficial 1, Chad Hunt. Unofficial 2, Tad Dowker. And unofficial 3rd is Chip McLaughlin with Rufus Racing. And we still have a few cars out on course. We'll stick with you for a little bit. But wow, what a fantastic weekend of racing. Had a fun chat with Tad Dowker just now. Pam, what a great guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I came down to the wire 100% on that. I had to go over and get some pictures really quick of all the guys that were coming in there. I haven't got to quite do that this weekend, but man, I have to say this last lap has been hard. Hard on these guys.
2 laps. I mean, Waylon Campbell dropped and he was on fire. Paul Wolf, he wasn't on fire. He was on a heater. And then Paul Wolf had it in the bag and then dropped out. Brendan Thompson looked like he was going to win. Rolled over, lost a front diff. Not sure what happened there. And then from the back of the pack, Chad Hunt unofficially wins this, just like J.P. Gomez won King of the Hammers earlier this year from the back. Goes to show you, you don't have to have a perfect day of racing to win. You just have to have the grit and determination like Chad Hunt does.
Yes, exactly, Miles. And we still have cars out on the course. The next one that we should see come in, it looks like the 5150 is again stopped, which is such a bummer. But we have Cody Addington, the 888, up by our waterfall area. Then the 311 of Dustin Robbins making his 4400 debut out here this weekend. Then the 4456 of Brett Harrell. The 618, Aiden Gilbert's driving for his dad right now. We have the 82 that is still stopped. The 464 of Glennie Page is stopped. So this last lap was definitely not easy on any of these drivers nor these cars. But what an amazing finish right here. Seriously, this has been one of the ones down to the wire.
And Pam, I'm getting updates from David Clay with Racing Tracks. 906 has a clean race. 456 has a clean race. And number 4 does as well, so I believe it's going to be Chad Hunt, number 1, Tad Dowker, number 2, and Chip McLaughlin in that 3rd position. Again, a few more things to check, but it's looking like that is way it's going to stick.
And look at Mama. Mama's over here waiting for Aiden to come in. Megan Gilbert.
She's
watching the tracker.
Yeah, watching everybody race all day, and Casey let him head out in that 4400 car, a chance of a lifetime, that is for sure. And I know Casey Gilbert has been talking about starting to build a new car, and after this weekend, I'll bet you Aiden's going to encourage his dad to keep building a new car so he can take over for Dad.
Exactly.
And Megan's just smiling. Maybe.
She's like, no.
Oh, shake your head. So that's a solid maybe.
A solid maybe. I like how she laughed at that one. That is awesome. That'd be so super cool to see. But you know, it's all about getting all that seat time and everything. But this is a great test right here for him. As we are watching, I believe, is that
Dustin Robbins?
Robbins, yeah, making his way through
at the Warren Waterfall. But he's got smoke at the right rear.
He's either got a brake line or a brake that's dragging, or maybe a tire going flat, because sometimes that'll make him smoke. But
or a hub or something like
exactly.
that. Yeah. So hopefully he can make it the 4 more miles to the finish line and possibly get that 4th or 5th position.
Sorry, I had to leave you over there for just a minute, but I know you had some awesome, you had Tad Dowker in here with you. Tad Dowker, obviously, been out on course all day. Ran with his son yesterday, too, in the Youth 1000 class.
Yeah, what a great weekend. Absolutely loved it. And I see Adam Shearer in the Tribe 16 machine, who has been cooking all weekend, getting ready for tonight's celebration. The Tribe 16 after party will be starting here just a little bit. We'll give away this weekend's awards and crown the East and Western Series champions. And then the party ensues. Tribe 16 knows how to party, and I'm down with it tonight. I've laid low the last couple nights because we've been so busy, but I think I'm ready to turn it up a little bit.
All right, let's look on our tracker where everybody is at. We're still waiting for a few cars to come on in here before we wrap up our racing here at Crossbar Ranch here in Davis, Oklahoma.
And again, thank you to everybody who has fed us information all weekend long. It is super, super handy. Trying to get caught up on everything as we wait for a few more finishers to go. But again, it's still unofficial, but I'm pretty sure it's going to stick. Chad Hunt, the number 456 out of Plymouth, Indiana, with Hunt's Motorsports in that first position. The number 906 of Tad Dowker and Andy Eustace out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks in that second position. Number 4 of Chip McLaughlin and Brad Christensen out of Denton, Texas, with Rufus Racing in that third spot. Ooh, Cody Addington will be the next one to come in to the Warren Racing finish line for an unofficial fourth position, so that should put Dustin Robbins in that fifth spot.
Well, that's an awesome finish for the first time ever racing in a 4,400 class.
I hear a lot of hooting and hollering over there, telling their war stories. What a wonderful race. All the fans are interacting. And again, if you've never been to an Ultra4 race, the pro pits are so open. They want you to come in and check it. They usually have some team swag, some stickers and whatnot. We love our Ultra4 fans. Please come out, come say hi to myself or Pam, go through the racers, and I'll point you to the races that are very open. Most everybody is, but I know the ones that will take you in with open arms, and I'll point you in the right direction. Come on out, check out all these race cars. You can probably even sit in a couple race cars. I'm not going to tell you can drive them because I'm getting first in line for that one.
But of course.
So in next should be Cody Addington and then Dustin Robbins. I believe believe Brett Harrell is still moving. Raul Gomez and JP Gomez.
And I can hear
Clinty
some horsepower.
Page, Aiden Gilbert. And that's just Cody Addington, ADD 888. Out of Forest Hill, California. Cody Addington and the Orange Dragon about to grab the checkered flag in unofficial fourth position for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And it's flying for Cody Addington, fourth position.
Congratulations to everybody today. Congratulations to Cody Addington. Had his own race within the pits as well when having flat tires, making sure his pit crew is all ready to go whenever he came in. But right now, Dustin Robbins should be our next one in the 311. Then it will be Brett Harrell, and then we will have the 618 of Aiden Gilbert. We have the 82 of JP Gomez that's actually out in the rock face area now, and Raul Gomez will be making his way into there. And as we speak, there is Raul Gomez entering into the branding boulders at rock face.
2 times and back-to-back King of the Hammers champion, Raul Gomez in that UFO. King Shock's livery machine still plugging away at race mile number 19 at the Brannock Boulders. Another update from Casey Gilbert. Brett Harrell has passed pit number 2 as we speak. It is survival of the fittest today.
Oh, my goodness. So stressful. So stressful.
We got our remote camera in there. Nice. Checking
there we
out
go.
Cody Addington. And there's Rick Lavezzo congratulating his friend on a strong, strong finish.
All right, so we do have the 311 of Dustin Robbins should be coming in here any moment. Brett Harrell in the 4456 as well. And then again, the 618 of Aiden Gilbert, who is driving his dad's number 618 4400, Casey Gilbert.
Oh, and my daughter Ella is tuned in watching the end of this race. Hope you had fun watching it, Princess. I definitely miss you, and I hope to see you either tomorrow night or Monday after school. And I heard your big sister won $50 last night, or a couple nights ago. So tell her she has to split it, dad tax, all right?
All right, you can see all of our finishers coming up over into our main area, all chit-chatting about their race. This is the fun part about being over where they're finishing, getting to hear what they all have to say and what their race stories are all about.
Oh, 5150. Brendan Thompson is upside down once again. And I'm going to say it. I assume it's the front diff is not working, so he just doesn't have much control on some of these climbs and just gets crossed up and flops her over. Tough break for Brendan Thompson.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's in between 24 and 20. He's at 24 and a half. So, yeah.
I physically haven't been on that part, but I thought he had cleared most of the hard rock obstacles, but apparently not. Because Brendan Thompson is a driver, but without four-wheel drive, it can be extremely tricky. All right, Aiden is at the part. He keeps getting hung up, hoping he clears it this lap. Because remember, he does not have reverse. So Aiden Gilbert does not have reverse and is having some issues. Hopefully he can make his way through.
I hear some horsepower, and that will be the number 83 of Raul Gomez, I believe. No, that's Dustin Robbins.
Yeah, that's 311, all things UTV.
I just saw blue.
Yeah, making his Ultra4 4400 debut. So I do believe that's going to put him in unofficial 5th position, top 5 for your first 4400 race. Congratulations, all things UTV, Dustin Robbins from Decatur, Alabama.
All right, and there we do. Actually put him in the 4th position above Cody Addington.
Out. Nice, top 4.
By 17 seconds.
Oh, 17 seconds down the wire. And identical cars and basically identical times. That is, you just can't make that up.
No, you definitely cannot. Definitely cannot. But what a great run, though, by Dustin Robbins in his first time a 4400 race. And let's see, who do we have? This is Aiden Gilbert right here that we are watching.
So I believe that must mean he has made it through that part he was getting hung up. He is at the Warren Waterfall, and a Miller car is born for this terrain.
Yes, and let's see who we have coming through here. I see arms up in the air.
And it is Brett Harrell. He flew the corner. He was going so hard.
All right, Brett Harrell at the finish line. That puts Brett Harrell now is in the 4th position, bumped to Dustin Robbins the 5th.
Dustin Robbins back to top 5. Brett Harrell, top 4. What a great run for the 44.56 of Brett Harrell out of Almsville, Oregon with team change order. I see Brian Trotter, our Ultra4 USA race director, over there chatting with race ops, making sure exactly what is going on. But I believe we've had an extremely clean weekend of racing. I have not heard of too many mishaps out there. And the ones that were, I believe, were accidents.
All right, almost wrapping up this day. We do have a few cars still out on the race course. We'll go to our racing tracks. We do know that Brendan Thompson, we were told, is on his lid roughly at race mile 24 and a half. Aiden Gilbert was making his way through the Warren Waterfall, which is at Hell's Gate. We still have both Gomez brothers, 82 and 83, at roughly race mile 20. And now we just saw JP Gomez jump to 20 and a half, and Raul Gomez is almost at race mile 20. So we still have a few cars out on course. Aiden Gilbert is now at a 0 mile per hour at race mile 23, which we know that is where Hell's Gate is.
Yeah, there's still a few cars out there. So who do we have? We have Paul Wolf out, Brendan Thompson out, Raul Gomez still moving, Glennie Page still moving, JP Gomez still moving, Aiden and Casey Gilbert still moving. That's about it.
Well, Glenn Page is actually, he was stopped for quite a while. He's on a transfer road back towards main
Glenn
camp.
Page out. So we only have 1, 2, 3 cars still
actively
possibly
moving.
Could make the finish line.
Yeah, and the 187 is over at race mile 7.5, which is Kenneth Hill at 0 miles per hour. He has been at 0 miles per hour for quite some time.
And he's a lap down. So
yes.
Tough break for him on the struggle bus today, but glad to see him racing with us. But again, I do believe it is just Raul Gomez, JP Gomez, Casey Gilbert, driven by his son, Aiden Gilbert, are the next 3 we'll have here in town to wrap this show up and then kick off the Tribe 16 after party, give away trophies from this weekend, and crown the East and Western Series champions. So a lot of hardware yet to give away, Pam.
A lot of hardware to give away. We have to still go unwrap our hardware as well. So as soon as this is all wrapped up, I'll be going straight over there to get the trophies all ready and in line.
Get the ball rolling. What a crazy turn of events the 4,400 main event was today, Pam.
Yes, it goes to show you that anything can happen. The race is not over, obviously, till the checkered flag flies. But, yeah, definitely a great day of racing out here at Crossbar Ranch. But we do, again, have a few cars still out there. Let's look and see if Aiden Gilbert is still at – nope, Aiden Gilbert's moving right along, almost at race mile number 24.
And speaking about Aiden Gilbert, Casey just texted me. He's through pit number 2.
Nice. Okay, so that means he is past where the tracker is showing me right now, so it just hasn't updated for myself here.
So 3 more miles to go for Aiden Gilbert. Is he going to beat the Gomez brothers, Aiden Gilbert?
Well,
that's awesome. Right. That's bragging rights.
Right.
And he beat Paul Wolf. He beat Waylon Campbell.
Yeah, exactly, right? And he is going to be coming in physically in front of them. We'll see where it's at on live tracking as well once he comes in here.
Mama Megan Gilbert is sitting there super excited, probably a little bit anxious, but wants to see her son cross the finish line with a possible top 7 finished here for the Warren Racing Nationals.
I keep looking for the dust cloud over there where they keep coming out at.
I think we still have about 3 or 4 minutes before we see Aiden.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because race mile 24 is where our remote pit number 2 is at. And obviously we are right here at race mile number 27 where the finish line is.
And Jason McMurray's been tuned in all day, congratulating his friends Chip McLaughlin for a solid 3rd place finish with Rufus Racing. And he said he didn't hit any trees, but I'll bet you he chipped a tree or 2. Dave Johnson has been tuned in, saying another great broadcast, and I couldn't agree more. Thanks for tuning in.
Dave, Jeremy, go for it. Can you relay out, just in case nobody heard me, call it from race mile, let's call it 10, race mile 10 to race mile 22. As soon as 22 sees 83, car 83 pass, everybody's good to start coming in.
Lots of chatter over the PCI race radio.
Yes, it comes down to making sure course is all clear. Everybody is in. We got to give a shout out to everybody that has been watching the live feed on YouTube. On our Ultra4 USA page is the one I've been monitoring today. Danielle again saying nice work to Cody Addington. Corey Elmdorf, Miles, wanted to know, you've been talking for 2 days. Everyone say you talk too much.
I apologize.
But yes, that is another awesome weekend out here. Tony Calkins, and they're saying great coverage. So kudos to everybody.
Yeah, again, we can't give enough love to Take It Live, Hammer King Productions, the Ultra4 USA staff, all of the volunteers, Justin Ramsey at the Crossbar Ranch with his whole team, Area 51 and their entire crew. It's been an amazing weekend. All the racers, all the fans, USAC, all our marketing partners, and everyone else that I forgot.
All right, we are finishing up the excitement of the day here so far. We still have a couple cars on course, but Miles, I'm going to step away and let you talk to Chad Hunt here.
Well, don't go too far. But Chad, what a wonderful weekend, buddy. Absolutely love what kind of show you put on for everybody, and I believe you won by 2.5 minutes.
Not have a clue at all.
Really?
No.
So Nikki wasn't relaying? None of your team was telling you, huh?
No, they just kind of let me do my own thing.
Which actually probably worked out for the best.
We started dead last.
Why is that?
Because I rolled and qualified.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to verify.
I lost my talent. So we just, started dead last, and my goal was not to get lapped by the leaders. I did not want to go a lap down.
You did not.
I did not. So we knew we were doing pretty well after lap 1. We passed a ton of cars. Lap 2, we were going, and then lap 3, we picked it up big time. Lap 4, we picked it up big time. I'm curious to see what my times are because
Chad Hunt, your fastest lap was your third lap of a 58.20.
Yeah, so
your last lap was a 58.40, so you were within 20 seconds lap 3 and 4.
Yeah, so lap 4 we had more traffic, so
that makes sense. Okay.
I passed Chip twice.
So you mean you lapped him, or
no,
you passed him, he passed you back?
So we passed him on 3 right before pit 2. I knew we were at a quarter tank of fuel, and I was not taking a chance of running out of fuel. So we stopped, got fuel, and he got back out in front of us.
And it looks like one
Casey
of your
Gilbert.
good buddies. That's not Casey Gilbert. You're incorrect.
No.
That's Aiden Gilbert.
Oh.
How cool is that? Top 10 finish for a 4,400 race for Aiden Gilbert.
Right.
Casey had a broken axle early on, so he put his son in. So the checkered flag flies for Aiden Gilbert, his first time ever racing in the 4,400 class with a top 7. What a great run. How cool is that,
That's
Dad?
awesome.
Oh, man, what a wonderful weekend. I've loved it. I hope you have too. Team Indiana showed up and showed out.
They did. They always do for me. I mean, Brannick Motorsports, Stan and Brandon show out for me for 10 years now, and I just love to be able to give back like this and tell them they have the #1 parts out there. Mickey Thompson Tires has stood by me the last 2 years, and man, those tires, no flats today. This course was abusive.
Oh, it threw everything at you.
Right, man. No flats at all. Tires still look great. I'm so proud of Mickey Thompson and what they've developed for the sport.
Absolutely. And I see Casey Gilbert and James Cantrell. Congratulations, Aiden Gilbert, for finishing his first race in the 4,400 class. What a great run by that young man. How old is he? I'm guessing 16.
I think so. He just got his license.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, he's got a bright future with Ultra4.
He does. How many more cars we still got moving?
I believe just JP and Raul Gomez would be the last two to finish let me roll through there. Out, Raul, out, JP, out. Yeah, so JP and Raul Gomez are the last two that will
they're
finish
pretty
there.
close because
And
right there's the
Warren Waterfall. That's at race mile 23, so 4 more miles to go for, I wasn't paying attention. That was Raul, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Blue car.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's a rough 4 miles.
Yes, it is. So that's right where you saw Brendan Thompson roll over, correct?
Yes, we stopped. We seen the car upside down, and I stopped, but then I seen the helmet, so I took back off.
Oh, my mom's tuned in watching the race.
Oh, yeah.
So the whole family, Jade, Ella, and Gio, are watching the end of this race. Pretty cool. So thanks for tuning in. I've had an amazing weekend.
I had to give our race director a little hard time here when I see him.
Let's hear it.
Goodby was making fun of me for flipping over and qualifying and starting last. So I just want to thank him for giving me the luck to move on to first place.
Well, he's not the only one giving you a hard time. But again, all in good fun. And again, you showed up, showed out, and I believe you got that first position. And then something else super special is going to happen tonight. You are our current Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year.
Yes.
And you get to pass the torch tonight.
We do get to pass the torch.
Between Paul Wolf Casey Gilbert and Tad Dowker, who you share the podium with there.
Yes, yes.
How cool is that?
It's super awesome. Those three guys do a ton for our sport. They're always there. They come to all the races. They're supporting Ultra4, and that's what it's about.
Getting goosebumps just thinking about it. But I'm proud to call all of you guys my friends, and to keep that memory alive for Zandy Williams, one of our good friends, is pretty special.
Yep, I was there. So, yes, it's very special, and glad to move it on and keep it going.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Woo, I got sorry.
You're
We're
fine.
trying to do that. But, yeah, it's pretty cool. And Tribe 16's been cooking all weekend long, and I can't wait to get the after party going. And, again, Chad, congratulations for winning the final race of the 2024 Ultra4 USA season here at the Warren Racing Nationals.
Thank you, Miles.
Yep. Anything else you got to say for us?
It's my first win.
It is your first win.
So
Not too shabby, huh?
Badlands is my first podium at second, and this is my first win, back to back.
Good job, buddy. All right, well, thanks for everything, and we'll see you tonight, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I should have known that one. Man. First win in Ultra4 for Chad Hunt. First podium was in Badlands. Now we're waiting for the Gomez brothers. 2 more yet to go.
Yes, and where are we at on the tracker here? The sun is setting very quickly in front of us. I'm getting blinded by the light. I need my sunglasses on, but let's look at the tracker here. Gomez's are past race mile 24. Well, I should say JP is. It looks like Raul is behind, going a little bit slower, just past race mile 23.
Yeah, we just saw him clear the Warren Racing waterfall. You got a little extra cap there, huh?
I can't see. The sun is too bright. I put my own sun visor on my hat.
Well, you're not styling and profiling.
I don't care.
It's been a long weekend, but it's been a great weekend, Pam. I absolutely love working with you.
My whole saying always is just be yourself. So be yourself.
Yep.
I am myself no matter what. But yes, Brendan Thompson, I know that we heard that he was upside down. I don't know if they got him all uprighted, but I also just heard Abe say something on the PCI race radio. I believe JP Gomez is through the road crossing.
Oh, so that means he's 2 minutes away.
Exactly. And then last one we will be waiting for, Mr. Raul Gomez.
And he's probably 5 to 7 minutes away. So we're about 10 minutes to signing off for the 2024 season with Ultra4 USA. Thanks again to everybody for tuning in all season long, especially this weekend. It's been another amazing adventure, and we are about to kick off the 2025 King of the Hammers in less than 100 days. God, that sounds crazy to say.
Yeah, it definitely does. Every time you say it, I'm like, oh my goodness. It's coming up quick. All right, so in that number 1 spot, Chad Hunt. Number 2, Tad Dowker. In that 3rd position, Chip McLaughlin. 4th position, Brett Harrell. And great run by Dustin Robbins in that number 5 spot. But you can hear that horsepower of JP Gomez.
JP Gomez out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing is about to come on in town, and I believe that'll give him another top 10 finish with Ultra4 USA for the Warren Racing Nationals. The checker flag is out, and it flies for JP Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion.
Talk about coming in hot at the end.
Oh, I can't wait for the war stories to be told tonight.
So JP Gomez coming in, that puts him in that number 8 position.
Obviously, everybody had issues ahead on course. Sounds like, obviously, Chad, who won, had the least amount of issues. But Tad Dowker, we saw him stop. Chip was stopped. Brett was stopped. Dustin was stopped. Cody was stopped. Casey, JP. So the only person that I'm not sure had an issue was Chad Hunt. And we just chatted with him. And I don't remember him telling me he had an issue. He just had a smooth, consistent day. So
yeah.
Chad Hunt is the only person that I can recall that didn't have an issue out on course.
Yeah, that is pretty darn awesome in his area for not having any issues, because so many problems, like you're just saying, all day long.
And he pulls up and bumps his buddy, Brett Harrell. Gives him a final little love tap for the season. Well, Pam, It's been so much fun this entire year. It was a little bit goofy at the start, but we made it happen. We made a race series. We got it going, or kept the series running. John Goodby, Brian Trotter, and the entire Ultra4 USA staff, we put it together. We made it happen, and I'm so excited for next year's schedule. It is the biggest and best one I think I've seen yet.
Yeah, that is definitely a stacked schedule next year. We do have three different. You have East Coast, you have Central, and you have West Coast, and there are 4 different races in each region, so plus Hammers and plus Nationals, so 14 races in total for the 2025 season.
And Chuck Mays has been tuned in, said thanks for the broadcast today and the entire year. Well, thank you for tuning in and being a part of it with Co-Drivers Unlimited. And there's the next season schedule. I've been talking all day. I'll just let you read it.
There we go. Again, the 2025 King of the Hammers will be happening January 23rd through February 8th in Johnson Valley, California.
Well, they can read.
We've
been talking all day.
All right.
I'm going to let them enjoy a little peace and quiet for a moment.
Okie dokie. Oh, you can hear Gomez is in the background laughing away.
One of my favorite laughs in the pits. And, yep, JP. That was him, I promise. Well, because he's the only one here. Well, Darren could be over there, but that was definitely a JP Gomez laugh. What's the tracker say on Raul Gomez?
Raul Gomez, I can hear him, and there he is just now coming in to play. Raul Gomez coming around to take the checkered flag out here for our 2024 Warren Racing Nationals.
And Raul Gomez rounds out the top 10. Our 2-time King of the Hammers champion grabs the checkered flag. Our last racer out there, I do believe. Let me run through the field one more time. Paul Wolf out. Brendan Thompson out. Glennie Page, I don't remember. Waylon Campbell out. Bill McGibbon out. Tim Hooper. Oh, hearing something over the PCI race rail. Give me just a moment. So it looks like, I believe we have our last car in. Well, Pam, let's go ahead and rattle around for just a minute and then sign off for the last time for the 2024 season. It's been so much fun out here. I've enjoyed it. I hope you guys back at home enjoyed it. Pam, what do you think?
I think it has been an amazing weekend out here in Davis, Oklahoma. It's been an amazing 2024 season. Started out with King of the Hammers at the beginning of the year, and just moving on along throughout the whole entire year. We have gone to areas. Let's see, I had never been to Attica, Indiana. I know, but you guys
I haven't been there for a long time. It was great to be back.
Yes, but it's been an amazing season out here for Ultra4 USA, and again, I keep saying it's bittersweet, but we're going to be giving away our East Coast and our West Coast champions. We'll round out our national champions at King of the Hammers 2025. But yes, what a great day of racing, and the shake-up in the 4400 race.
One of the best races we've seen for a long time. Yeah, just like you said, it's a bittersweet, but it's also a victory. Well, with that, I'm going to say thank you for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. From the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra4 USA, I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. Thank you, and we will see you up next for the 2025 King of the Hammers. We'll see you on the lake bed. We're out of here, Pam.